I am Jiang Yao. My girlfriend, whom I have been spoiling for 2 years by saving every penny and working 3 jobs, turned out to be not a poor student working part-time at a convenience store, but an heiress from a billion-dollar family. The night in the capital was colder than I had imagined, the streetlights casting long shadows. Clutching the takeout bag, I pushed open the door to a private room at the dark night bar. Suddenly, I heard someone mention my name. Yunxi, when do you plan to let Jiang Yao know your identity? You've been talking for 2 years, haven't you? I froze, looking in the direction of the sound, the takeout bag in my hand sinking. Her? Here? Wasn't she working part-time at the convenience store? A sense of foreboding washed over me, and my mind raced. She sat in the corner, her fingers lightly twirling a wine glass, a slight smile playing on her red lips, a smile both composed and defiant. Anger surged within me. My whole body tensed, my breathing became rapid, and a heavy weight pressed down on my chest. The calm I had felt crumbled instantly. I knew I had to react immediately, or the situation would spiral out of control. Let's talk about it after graduation. Her tone was calm, as if she were answering a trivial question. My heart tightened, a mixture of betrayal and shock washing over me. The trust one had built up over the past 2 years slipped through my fingers like sand. I suddenly realized that she had been hiding a lot. The men in the private room started yelling. Lu Yunxi, what do you see in that poor boy? You have your childhood sweetheart right here. Why are you chasing after an orphan? I clenched my fists, my anger rising rapidly, my blood burning like fire, my whole body burning hot. Shi Shui'er hurriedly defended herself. Jiang Yao works several jobs every day. He has backbone. Chu Jing sneered. Working for a year, he still can't afford a handbag for the eldest daughter of the Lu family. This good-for-nothing is fit to date? It's hilarious. My pupils shrank sharply, shock and anger intertwined, and I felt completely underestimated and humiliated. I flung open the door to the private room, my cold gaze sweeping over everyone who had mocked me. The air fell silent instantly. Yunxi's face was contorted with panic, her stunning beauty gone. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside me: anger, disappointment, and an unspeakable pain. Yao, what are you doing here? Her voice trembled, panic pounding into my heart like a shockwave. My anger and confusion swirled together, forming an uncontrollable vortex. I chuckled coldly. That's what I should be asking you. 2 years of dating, what have you been hiding from me? Trust crumbled instantly. My fingers clenched into fists, and my chest felt like it was being crushed. Anger surged within me, and I muttered, you're right. What's the difference between me and an idiot? If I can't even earn money working, do I even deserve to be in a relationship? Yunxi rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. I really love you. I felt the warmth of her hand, but it only made my heart grow colder. I could no longer easily trust her gentleness. Chu Jing's voice fell. Jiang Yao, don't overestimate yourself. Lu Yunxi is a young lady from a wealthy family. Do you, a poor boy, deserve her? Shock and anger intertwined. She had hidden her identity, and such a noble girl had actually bowed down to me to fall in love. I gave a bitter smile, my pride telling me, I can lose everything, but I cannot lose my dignity. Lu Yunxi, let's break up. I'm not good enough for you. She screamed. No? Let me explain first. Her voice pierced my heart, deepening my suspicions. I said hoarsely, there's nothing to explain. You're the white cloud in the sky, and I'm the mud on the ground. With that, I quickly left, the takeout falling to the ground. 2 years of effort seemed meaningless. The sound of high heels chased after me. Yao, wait. I really like you. The suspense hung like a knife over my head. I quickened my pace. The night wind brought a chill, making me both alert and tense. Bang! The brakes screeched, pain instantly engulfing my entire body, plunging the world into darkness. As I collapsed, anger, resentment, and unwillingness intertwined. My consciousness blurred, yet I knew the danger was far more brutal than I had imagined. Yao. No! Yunxi screamed, tears streaming down her face. She watched helplessly as I was hit, unable to stop it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the super rich and handsome system. My consciousness blurred, and the mechanical voice in my mind was piercing. I had no choice but to accept it. I opened my eyes to find Lu Yunxi sitting by the bed, her eyes red and swollen, tears still wet on her cheeks, no longer as aloof as before. My heart tightened slightly. "Io, you're finally awake. It's all my fault." I blurted out. "I'm fine, don't cry." But I realized my heart was in more turmoil than hers. She asked cautiously, "Io, the doctor said you have a fracture. I'll take care of you, okay?" Alone, I could only nod. "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" she asked hurriedly. "I'll go urge the driver. The soup is ready. Wait for me a moment." I looked around the ward. It was quiet yet luxurious. Ding. "Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to check it?" The mechanical voice sounded, and my eyes flickered slightly, confirming that I was bound to the system. Check. I was both puzzled and excited. Why not take the newbie gift pack? I couldn't wait to see what was inside. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million in cash, an 80 million Riverview luxury apartment, and a bottle of basic repair fluid." My eyes widened. I hadn't expected the system to be so generous. I gently tapped the basic repair fluid, and the stinging pain in my ribs eased considerably, but the injury still needed to heal slowly. It felt both real and safe. I checked my bank card and property certificate, my heart pounding in my chest. Reality and the system reward were simultaneously overwhelming me. "System, can I use this bank card directly?" I asked cautiously, afraid of making a mistake. The system kindly replied, "Everything is legally obtained." I linked my phone number and saw the long string of numbers. I was incredibly excited. This million truly belonged to me, not just her family's property. The 80 million yuan Riverview penthouse on the property certificate was even more astonishing. With a usable area of 600 square meters, it was incredibly expensive in Beijing, a price even top students from Beijing University couldn't afford. I took a deep breath, a mix of reality and excitement washing over me. Lu Yunxi came in carrying a thermal bag, smiling as she said, "Io, let me get you a bowl of soup first." Her tone was gentle and full of concern, and my heart was in turmoil. Lying in the hospital bed watching her, I knew that apart from the initial period when she was pursuing me, I was the one taking care of her, while she had hidden so much. Her family was clearly incredibly wealthy, yet she pretended to be from a working-class family, and her part-time job after school was just a show. This filled me with both bitterness and irony. After finishing the soup, my stomach felt better, and my complexion became rosy. I finally felt comfortable facing her. My eyes held a mixture of confusion and anger, yet I remained calm and wary. "Ah Yao, I didn't intentionally hide my true identity from you," she said slowly, her beautiful eyes revealing guilt. I stared at her and asked coldly, "Then why did you hide it from me? You're clearly rich, why pretend to be poor?" I felt both puzzled and stung. Thinking back on the gifts I gave her, she hardly used them at all. Clothes, bags, jewelry. Now I realized she probably always thought they were too cheap. She whispered, I am sorry." Her voice was full of guilt, mixed with helplessness. She admitted that she felt secretly satisfied seeing me work 3 part-time jobs just to buy a dress. My heart tightened slightly, a bittersweet mix of embarrassment and irony. The idea of a poor man working himself to the bone for you made me laugh coldly. A mocking smile played on my lips. "Miss Lu, if I pass your test, what do you plan to do?" She gripped her skirt nervously and said, "After graduation, I'll take you home, introduce you to my parents, and then we can get married." I froze. Where did this poor boy get the confidence to think the only daughter of one of the 6 most powerful families in the capital would marry me? Anger and resentment surged within me, and I sneered. "Are you sure your parents will agree to our marriage?" She nodded eagerly. "Yes, they will. I've told them about you, and they agreed to bring you home after graduation." I was shocked. These wealthy parents were so kind? My doubts deepened. Wealthy families don't give up easily. They usually break up couples whose daughters fall in love with poor boys. Is this really true? A flicker of unease crossed her face as she slowly added, "Before I went to university, my parents promised I could find a boyfriend myself, but he had to marry into their family, and the children had to take the surname Liu. I suddenly realized they wanted a son-in-law who would live with his wife's family. The conditions weren't perfect, but I could barely accept them. He met the requirements in terms of looks, intelligence, and being an orphan. The system gave me nearly 100 million in assets, so I no longer need to compromise myself. No one understands the hardships of being alive and son-in-law," I thought to myself with a cold laugh. "I don't owe anyone this opportunity." I raised my hand to touch her fair cheek, my tone indifferent. "Cece, I can't accept being alive and son-in-law. We're not from the same world. Separating is better for both of us." Her tears fell heavily onto the back of my hand. Her voice choked with sobs. "Why? Don't you love me? Can't you even do this for me?" "No, I won't change my mind." I withdrew my hand. my tone cold, a sense of resolute emptiness welling up inside me. Lu Yunxi's temper instantly crumbled. Fine, let's break up then. Don't regret it. I never want to see you again. She covered her face and ran out of the ward. I closed my eyes, suppressing my bitterness. We were from different worlds. Forcing us together would only distort everything. I hadn't forgotten the disdain I overheard in the bar yesterday. I couldn't believe her parents would treat me as an equal. Just thinking about it sent chills down my spine. Ding. As a qualified, rich, and handsome man, the host will start a new romance within 3 days. Completing the task will reward you with 2 chances to spin the prize wheel. The system's mechanical voice interrupted my thoughts, and my pupils dilated slightly. Start a new romance within 3 days? I was both confused and shocked. Unable to resist, I asked, System, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Will I be electrocuted or killed if I don't complete the task? Host, please rest assured, there is no punishment for failure, but there is also no reward. I stared in shock at the spinning wheel, the screen full of rewards almost making me drool. Gold, supercars, luxury yachts, multi-million-dollar villas, skills, lucky charms. My heart pounded wildly. The system was incredibly legitimate. I clenched my fist. Start a new relationship in 3 days? No problem. I cheered myself on. With the system's reward, I could buy a girlfriend with money. News of the car accident spread quickly, and my roommate rushed to the hospital immediately after class. Wu Guangliang rushed to the bedside. Brother Yao, how did you get injured while working part-time last night? I was pressed on the injured area and groaned. Fortunately, the repair fluid worked, otherwise I might have to go into the operating room again. Wu Guangliang knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands, and apologized. I waved my hand and refused, saying, No need, I'll be fine after a while. I secretly felt touched. A friend's concern is always heartwarming. Wu Jun looked around the ward with a grin. Brother Yao, where's your wife? I smiled bitterly to myself. The situation regarding relationships and finances was more complicated than the car accident itself. I said coldly, we broke up. My tone was flat, like I was talking about the weather. My roommates were instantly shocked, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. WTF? Yao, are you kidding me? They never expected me to break up with her first. My gaze fell on the lunchbox that hadn't been taken away from the table, and I said seriously, I'm not kidding. Don't call her by her name randomly if you see her in the future. They assumed Lu Yunxi had broken up with me, and were all worried for me. Is it because you're too busy with your part-time job that she's unhappy? Spending more time with your girlfriend is the important thing. I knew they had misunderstood, and I was too lazy to explain. This matter was too complicated. They couldn't understand why a poor guy would reject a goddess from a billionaire family. A day passes in the blink of an eye. With only 2 days left until the system's assigned task, I've identified 3 potential targets and am preparing to complete it. I posted a photo of myself lying in a hospital bed on my WeChat Moments, visible only to 3 people, and quickly received the first comment. Senior, why are you in the hospital? Lenny Shan asked. I replied, car accident. She was surprised and worried, and asked for the hospital address and whether I could come to see her. I hesitated for a moment, then sent her the address, secretly mocking myself. This person I clearly didn't like, yet I had to pretend to be in a relationship for the sake of the system's mission. Half an hour later, Lenny Shan rushed to the hospital, her big eyes filled with heartache. She approached the bed cautiously, as if afraid of breaking if she touched me. I smiled and reassured her. It's nothing, just a few broken ribs. I'll be fine after some rest. I felt a little down, but I wanted to put her mind at ease. She asked, where's Senior Lu? Didn't she keep you company? I remained silent, my answer hesitant, and she guessed what was going on. I finally said, we've broken up. Lenny Shan's eyes widened instantly, a mixture of surprise and strange excitement in them. I smiled calmly. If it's not a good fit, we should break up to avoid becoming a resentful couple. My tone was nonchalant, but my mind was clear and calm. Lenny Shan bit her lip and hesitated. Senior, if no one can take care of you, can I take care of you? I looked at her, my dark eyes unblinking, and said sincerely, too much trouble, and it's not good for our reputations if we're alone together. Her face flushed, her eyes shining like little suns. Senior, you're single, so I can be your girlfriend. Taking care of you is only natural. I probed. Don't you mind that I just broke up? She shook her head firmly. No, I don't mind. Breaking up means being single, and I have the right to start a new relationship. She said self-deprecatingly. I can't compare to Senior Lu. Tears welled up in her eyes, and I felt a pang of sadness, but also a surge of responsibility. I reached out and wiped away her tears, saying gently, Silly girl, you're just as good. You're beautiful and cheerful,
always shining like a little sun for those around you. She smiled through her tears. Really? So, senior, you've agreed to be my boyfriend. I nodded gently, a strange warmth and relief welling up inside me. Lin Yishan happily hugged my hand and rubbed against it. Senior, I'm so happy. From today onwards, you're my boyfriend. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside the ward. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lu Yunxi standing there, tears streaming down her face. Cici, my heart tightened, and I couldn't hide the guilt on my face. The day after the breakup, I went public with a new relationship, acting like a heartless scumbag who switched partners at lightning speed. Lu Yunxi stepped over the lunchboxes on the ground and walked towards me step by step. The sound of her high heels pounded against my heart, making my chest tighten. She was always aloof and proud, and almost never cried. But these past few days, every time I saw her, her eyes were blurry with tears, and a sense of guilt filled my chest. Jiang Yao, we just broke up yesterday, and you already have a new girlfriend today? Her beautiful face was filled with shock, and my heart ached. I couldn't bear to look her in the eye. Lin Yishan stepped in front of me, saying she had forced her way into the confession and only wanted to take care of me. But the next second, Lu Yunxi slapped her hard across the face, and my pupils contracted sharply. Lin Yishan covered her burning cheek, tears falling. I felt like I had been struck by a heavy hammer, anger and unease surging into my heart at the same time. I yelled at her, Lu Yunxi, are you crazy? If you want to hit someone, hit me. Why are you hitting her? But she took 2 steps back, completely unable to accept the fact that I was protecting someone else. Just 2 days ago, we were still vowing to stay together for life. But now the disbelief in her eyes suffocated me, as if she was convinced that I had fallen in love with someone else. I lay in the hospital bed, rubbing my temples, exhausted but needing to make it clear. It's my fault, don't blame her. You can vent your frustrations to me. But she only saw me protecting Lin Yishan, deepening her misunderstanding. Lin Yishan bit her lower lip, saying she would back out, and if I minded, she would leave now. I hurriedly stopped her, don't go. Lin Yishan, reluctant to leave, stopped in her tracks. The system's task was not yet completed, and if she left, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Lu Yunxi was so angry she almost had a heart attack. She stomped her foot and threatened, Jiang Yao, this is your last chance. Let her leave, and I can forgive you. I coldly replied, no way. Those 3 words were like nails driven into her pride. For the first time, I had completely trampled her underfoot. Lin Yishan felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She hadn't expected me to choose her over Lu Yunxi, and her eyes were full of surprise and relief. I patted her hand and joked, you were so brave when you confessed just now. Why are you such a coward now? She chuckled, and I said solemnly, I admit you're my girlfriend, and no one can change that. Lin Yishan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down, and she smiled broadly. The system notified me that the task was complete. I held her hand, secretly smiling to myself as I prepared to draw a prize. The wheel spun, I called stop, and won a Koenigsegg. I was so happy I almost jumped for joy. The second draw gave me a delayed action umbrella, and I couldn't help but complain that the system was underestimating me. On the 3rd day, my injuries improved, and I dared not stay in the hospital any longer, as the dormitory bed with its desk underneath was not suitable for recuperation. I decided to go to the Yunjing No. 1 penthouse for a test drive and enjoy the reward. When Lin Yishan learned that I had been discharged from the hospital, she tried to persuade me to stay for a few more days of observation and offered to take care of me personally. Seeing her pouting face, I could only reluctantly agree to take her with me when I left the hospital. Just as I was about to leave the hospital, my 3 roommates appeared, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle and tense again. Brother Yao, where are you going? Wu Guangliang asked suspiciously. I rolled my eyes speechlessly. Where else could I be going? To get discharged. Why didn't you guys tell me before you came? Luckily, we ran into each other. Wu Guangliang laughed and said, oh, I know, you're in a hurry to win back your sister-in-law, right? He absolutely did not believe that I could give up Lu Yunxi so easily. Wu Jun secretly kicked him and pointed to Lin Yishan next to me. Only then did he realize that she wasn't a nurse at all, but my girlfriend. I introduced her casually. This is Lin Yishan, my junior in my 2nd year. Shan, these 3 are my roommates, Wu Jun, Wu Guangliang, and Ao Haoyu, 3 clueless idiots. Lin Yishan smiled and greeted them warmly. Hello, seniors. Wu Guangliang swallowed hard and asked in surprise, wait, you heard me. What's going on? When did you get a girlfriend, Yao Ji? Wu Jun and Ao Haoyu were also dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how I, who was deeply in love with Lu Xiaohua, could have a new girlfriend without a word. Lin Yishan's radiance is different from Lu Xiaohua's. One is a cool goddess, the other a girl next door. She always has a smile on her face, making people want to get close to her. I only confirmed our relationship yesterday, and Wu Guangliang blurted out, "What about Lu Xiaohua?" I lowered my eyes and replied calmly, "Nothing will happen. I have nothing to do with her anymore, and you shouldn't mention her in front of me." Wu Jun secretly sized up Lin Yishan. She had a good temper. Wu Guangliang mentioned Lu, the school beauty, in front of her, but she wasn't angry at all, even more easygoing than Lu, which secretly reassured me. I knew they had witnessed my 2-year relationship with Lu. Although she deserved high-level treatment, after a while, they were tired, and I should enjoy my girlfriend's tenderness too. "Brother Yao, are you planning to go back to the dorm?" How you asked. I knew that the dorm room had a bunk bed with a desk underneath, which wouldn't be convenient since I had just broken my ribs, so I suggested, "Why don't you stay at my apartment for a while?" How you came from a wealthy family and was generous to us brothers, so I smiled gratefully and said, "Thanks, but no need to trouble yourself. I'm planning to go home and recuperate for a while." They all looked at me with suspicion. "Going home? When did you get a house in the capital?" I raised an eyebrow and invited, "Want to come to my house for a while?" 20 minutes later, the 5 of us stood at the entrance of Yunjing No. 1. I looked at the solemn and luxurious gate of the community and the straight-backed security guard. Although my heart was pounding, I trusted that the system's rewards were real. I calmly walked towards the facial recognition system. With a beep, the screen lit up with "Welcome Home." I waved for them to follow. Wu Guangliang and Wu Jun were dumbfounded. "Brother Yao, are you serious? When did you buy the house? How much does it cost per month?" Wu Jun asked curiously. I replied seriously, "It's not rented. The house is in my name. Do you want me to show you the property certificate?" Wu Guangliang quickly waved his hand. "No need, no need," trusting that I wouldn't lie to them. In front of brothers, showing off is meaningless. Sincerity is what matters. Wu Jun couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Brother Yao, when did you buy this house? Did you secretly win the lottery behind our backs?" I was about to make up an excuse when a transparent screen appeared before my eyes. Yunjing No. 1 real estate, inherited from relatives overseas. I gave them a mysterious smile. "I've never won the lottery, but I did inherit a fortune." Wu Jun's eyes widened. "Huh? What fortune?" I replied casually. "My relatives overseas have no children, so they gave it all to me according to blood ties." After hearing this, all 4 of them were incredibly envious, wishing they could also inexplicably inherit a fortune. Wu Guangliang shook his head and sighed. "A narrow escape from death is sure to bring good fortune. Yao Ji, your luck has arrived." I smiled approvingly at him. Isn't being bound to a system a blessing? I didn't take them home directly, but went to the underground parking garage first, eager to see my darling Koenigsegg. The group watched as I walked straight towards the silver sports car. I pretended to reach into my pocket and pulled out a silver key. The key was made of pure silver, with a ghost pattern symbolizing ultimate speed. I opened the car door and tried it out myself, explaining casually, "The car just arrived. I'm here to inspect it." Wu Guangliang slid to his knees and hugged my thigh. "Godfather, please accept my knees." Wu Jun also rushed over and hugged my other leg. "Godfather, me too. I want to experience Koenigsegg too." How Yu was introverted, but he just stared at me with wide eyes, full of longing. Lin Yishan blinked her almond-shaped eyes, stepped forward, and hugged my arm as if she had found an amazing boyfriend. I laughed and scolded. All right, stop nagging. If you want to try, then try. Do you think I can stop you?" The group touched and examined the items like they were new toys, and it wasn't until half an hour later that they finally left the underground parking garage. Suddenly, Wu Guangliang shouted, "Damn, I forgot to take pictures. Wait a minute, I'll go take some group photos." Wu Jun also shouted, "I want to take some too to post on WeChat moments." I chuckled to myself, thinking, what a bunch of country bumpkins. Suddenly, a soft sneer rang out. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in his early 20s leaning against a yellow Ferrari, looking at us with utter disdain. I hadn't wanted to cause trouble, but the system prompted me to humiliate him. "Who are you calling a country bumpkin?" I quickly returned a disdainful look. He paused, then glared at me fiercely. "Who are you calling a country bumpkin?" I shrugged. "Whoever answers first, that's who it is." Wu Jun and his group immediately stood beside me, 5 against 1, no longer afraid of him. He blushed with anger. "What's wrong with the security guard on duty today? Why did he let you in?" I retorted without hesitation. "I'm a resident here. Do I have to be beholden to you when I get back to my own home?" He looked me up and down. I was wearing a cheap white t-shirt and unbranded shoes, and he concluded that I was a poor guy. But I said calmly, You drive a Ferrari worth more than 3 million and you're laughing at my Koenigsegg worth 30 million. Dude, are you okay? He burst into laughter. I've never seen anyone so shameless before. I pretended to point my phone camera at him and said slowly, let's make a bet. If I can prove the car is mine, you have to slap yourself 3 times. He sneered, why should I? I clicked my tongue. Oh, okay, you're just jealous of me. That's no fun. He got so angry his neck turned red. Fine, but if you lose, you have to kneel down and call me dad, and slap yourself 3 times. I smiled, took out my keys from my pocket, and gently pressed the switch. The car door slowly opened. I then took out a property certificate and waved it at Shun Inkai. Want to see it? Impossible. He shook his head in disbelief, suspecting I was just a friend of the car owner or a valet driver. Looking at my shabby appearance, he simply didn't believe I could be the car owner. I raised an eyebrow and said, see for yourself whether it's true or not. You're not afraid, are you? Shun Inkai strode over, snatched the property certificate, and opened it. I handed him my ID card. The name is real. You can't say this is fake, can you? He saw the name, Jiang Yao, on it, and cursed under his breath. I, a poor guy with less than 300 yuan on me, could actually afford Yinjing No. 1 and even own a Koenigsegg. My eyes darkened, revealing a dangerous aura. You lost. You'd better honor the bet. He gritted his teeth. Why should I? I just said it casually. And you expect me to keep the bet? Who do you think you are? I chuckled meaningfully. Oh, someone can't accept defeat. Wu Guangliang shook his head and sighed, while Wu Jun grinned mischievously. Come on, he's not even fully grown yet. What kind of man is he? Shin Inkai's face turned pale with anger, and he shouted, do you know who my uncle is? I couldn't help but laugh out loud, and mocked. Others rely on their fathers, you rely on your uncle. That's quite unique. He clenched his fist and swung it at me. A sharp, cold glint flashed in my eyes, and I took the punch head on. My entire arm went numb from the shock, but thankfully the system repair agent worked wonders. Shin Inkai wanted to continue, but Wu Guangliang and the other 2 held him firmly in place. He yelled like a zombie. Ah, let me go. I lightly patted his cheek and sneered. You won't listen to reason, will you? If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you think I'm made of mud? He panicked and cried out. No, you can't hit me. My uncle is the head of the Feng family. I paused for a moment. The Feng family was one of the 6 great families in the capital, but an uncle wasn't a father. There was a distance between them. I smiled and waved my phone in my hand. Be a good boy and keep your bet, or I'll post the video of you just now online and make you a laughingstock. His pupils shrank sharply. Sneak peek? When was it filmed? Just now. I opened the video, and a familiar voice came to his ears. His face turned red, and he was terrified. I put my phone in my pocket and laughed. You can delete it if you want, but first fulfill the bet. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you. The system notification didn't sound, meaning the slap in the face task wasn't completed yet. I waved my hand dismissively. Get lost. Shin Inkai reminded me, video. I immediately pulled out my phone, deleted it, and then cleared the recently deleted items. He snorted and angrily drove off in his Ferrari. Wu Guangliang grumbled, what an idiot. He's just wasting his time spending money and picking fights with strangers, and he's even willing to get slapped in the face. Lenny Shan, concerned, supported my arm. Senior, are you all right? Does your rib hurt? Should we go to the hospital for another checkup? I ruffled her hair and laughed. Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. She was still worried. You have to tell me if you're not feeling well. Wu Guangliang winked mischievously. Brother Yao, you have to tell us. I pretended to vomit. Aren't you disgusting? Wu Jun said in a high-pitched voice. Senior is biased. Why does she care about you? But the brothers can't. I glared at him warningly, then took Lin Yishan's hand to comfort her. Shan Shan, don't pay attention to their habitual tantrums. Lin Yishan smiled and said, the seniors have such a good relationship, it makes me envious. I immediately covered my shiny black mouth. If you dare to act like a jerk again, don't even think about visiting my 600 square meter apartment. Wow, I want to see the 600 square meter penthouse. Wu Guangliang exclaimed excitedly, followed closely by Wu Jun. Godfather, would you mind leaving me a room? I can do everything from mopping the floor and washing dishes to cooking. I used facial recognition to open the door of Cloud Realm No. 1 and invited them in. No need to change your shoes. Make yourselves at home. The group immediately became excited, as if they had entered a new and exciting world. Wow, this living room is almost as big as my house. Wu Jun exclaimed. Ao Haoyu's gaze fell on the leather sofa in the center, and he clicked his tongue. I've seen this sofa before. It costs over 400,000. Wu Guangliang pounced on the sofa and rolled around. Really? I have to try it out. How you continued to point at the crystal chandelier. This lamp looks like it costs over 600,000. I was secretly shocked. The system was spoiling me too much. The living room was just the beginning. The master bedroom wardrobe was full of new clothes and shoes. Bedding and toiletries were all provided, and the 2 refrigerators were crammed with food. It was practically move-in ready. Lin Yishan frowned. You're not fully recovered yet. Takeout isn't nutritious. Let me cook for you. I shook my head. No, guests can't cook. She blinked. We agreed at the hospital that I would take care of you. I hesitated. Can you cook? She proudly raised her chin. Of course I can. Who do you think you are? I couldn't help but pinch her cute little face. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Shanshan. Wu Jun quickly offered to help. My cooking skills are not bad either. Wu Guangliang and How you silently cooperated in washing and chopping vegetables, while I was ordered to go back to my room to rest and be called out when it was time to eat. I lay in my room, closed my eyes, and silently chanted, "System, start the lottery." The spinning wheel began to spin slowly, faster and faster. I called to stop, and ding. Height plus 5 centimeters reward. Complete the transformation within 1 month. I sat up abruptly. Wow, this reward is great. I love it. Since barely surpassing 1.8 meters, my height had barely changed. Now, a slow increase of 5 centimeters wouldn't attract any attention at all. After dinner, Wu Guangliang and the other 2 returned to school, but Lin Yishan insisted on staying. Let me stay with you for the day, then go back to school tomorrow. She was worried that something might happen to me if I were alone, and that someone could help me. I reluctantly compromised. Okay, you can pick any room. To be honest, I didn't feel real about this relationship yet. After all, my 2-year relationship with Lu Yunxi wasn't fake, and it would be difficult to quickly jump into another relationship. On the other side, although Lu Yunxi didn't go to the hospital again, she was notified of her discharge. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression remained calm. Shui'er, why do you think he changed his mind so quickly? Sure, Shui'er comforted her with heartache. Jiang Yao just can't accept it for the time being. He will come back to you after a while. She was a member of the Lu family's affiliated family, and her business depended entirely on the Lu family's support. She had to give in to Lu Yunxi in everything. Lu Yunxi's nose stung, and tears streamed down her face. Shui'er, you don't understand. Jiang Yao isn't coming back. He already has a new girlfriend. He doesn't want me anymore. Sure, Shui'er exclaimed. What? They just broke up a few days ago? Could he have cheated on you while you were dating? Lu Yunxi shook her head. Probably no way. She knew in her heart that even if he hadn't cheated, the seamless transition was still hard to accept. Sure, Shui'er watched her friend's pain and gritted her teeth. She would never let those 2 scoundrels get away with it. Sure, Shui'er quickly found out Lin Yishan's identity. She was a junior from my club who had always secretly liked me. Her father had a mistress, and she hated women who ruined other people's relationships. On Monday, she and a group of friends went to Lin Yishan's classroom. The teacher had left, leaving only students packing up their things. She shouted, Lin Yishan, come out here. Lin Yishan looked up and saw the stranger. She politely asked, Hello, what can I do for you? Sure, Shui'er beckoned her with her finger. Come out first. Lin Yishan frowned and prepared to leave, but her roommate advised, Shanshan, she doesn't seem to have good intentions. Don't go. Lin Yishan smiled faintly. It's okay, I'll go and find out what she wants. Her roommate was uneasy and quietly followed her, worried that something bad might happen. Lin Yishan walked up to Shui'er and asked, Classmate, what do you want from me? Shui'er looked her up and down, then sneered disdainfully. Someone like you. I don't know what Jiang Yao sees in you. You have no chest, no butt. Lin Yishan suddenly realized, so she came for me. But only a few of her roommates knew that she and I were together. How could she know? Shui'er scoffed. Come with me. She turned and walked away, and I didn't foolishly follow her back. Lin Yishan wanted to go back to the classroom, but Shui'er stomped her foot and threatened, If you dare disobey, I'll spread the word that you're a mistress, and everyone will condemn you. Lin Yishan turned around in shock. When did I become a mistress? She looked around to make sure no one was there, knowing full well that rumors could be as fierce as tigers. Although she hadn't become a mistress, her reputation would be ruined if the rumors spread. Shui'er was unwilling to give up. You still say you're not a homewrecker? Jiang Yao just broke up with Shishi and immediately got together with you. Lin Yishan clenched her fist guiltily. They've already broken up. Why can't single men and women date? She knew that if she hadn't confessed first, she might already be back with Lu Yunxi. Shui'er still wouldn't let it go. Come with me right now, or I'll shout that you're a homewrecker and let everyone watch. Lin Yishan quickly stopped her. Don't shout, I'll go with you. She secretly sent my contact information to her roommate, and the group walked to a secluded grove on campus, a place rarely visited, occasionally frequented by couples on clandestine dates. Lin Yishan looked wary. What do you want from me here? Shi Shui'er winked at the people around her, and several girls immediately surrounded her. Lin Yishan quickly backed away, shouting, "Get out of here!" At the same time, I was lying in bed playing on my phone when the system issued a task. As a qualified, rich, and handsome man, how can you tolerate your woman being bullied? Please protect your girlfriend. Completing the task will reward you with 1 spin on the lucky draw. I was completely bewildered. System, what does this mean? Isn't my girlfriend Lin Yishan? What happened to her? Just as I was about to make a call, my phone rang from an unknown number. I answered immediately. Is this Jiang Yao? I'm Lin Yishan's roommate. My expression tightened. Has something happened to Shanshan? The other person said urgently. Shanshan was taken away by Lu Yunqi's friends. There are several of them, and I'm worried they'll bully her. My heart tightened. The system's mission was clear. Lu Yunqi's friends would not let Lin Yishan off easily. I felt a pang of guilt. Don't panic, I'll think of something. After hanging up, I quickly calculated in my mind that it would take 20 minutes to drive from Yunjing No. 1 to Imperial University, so the fastest way was to contact Lu Yunqi directly. Lu Yunqi was a little surprised to receive the call, but also very happy, secretly reassured that I hadn't changed my mind. She lowered her voice, feigning indifference. Jiang Yao, what do you want? We've already broken up. What do you mean by calling? I anxiously explained. Lu Yunqi, did your friends go to find Lin Yishan? Tell them to go back immediately and not to touch Lin Yishan. Mistaking me for someone who had come to make peace, her eyes instantly reddened. Io, is this for another woman? I said seriously. We can talk about our relationship later. Lin Yishan is in danger right now. I can't let her get hurt, otherwise I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. You know my personality well, right? Lu Yunqi understood, of course, and she reluctantly accepted the fact. Although she didn't ask which friend had gone to cause trouble for Lin Yishan, she guessed it was Shi Shui'er, since only she knew about her new girlfriend. She quickly hung up and called Shi Shui'er. Shi Shui'er was directing her group of girlfriends to prepare to make a move on Lin Yishan when she heard the phone ring and answered it guiltily. Lu Yunqi frowned. Shui'er, where are you? Did you go to see Lin Yishan? Shi Shui'er stammered. No, why would I go to see her? She didn't tell Lu Yunqi, afraid that she wouldn't agree. From childhood to adulthood, Shi Shui'er had been used to dealing with people who upset Lu Yunqi. This time was different. It was the first time she had seen Lu Yunqi cry so sadly, even drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Lin Yishan dared to steal Lu Yunqi's boyfriend. Shi Shui'er had to teach her a lesson. Lu Yunqi angrily reminded her, don't hurt Lin Yishan. Jiang Yao just called me. He's very angry. Shi Shui'er sighed and signaled the people around her to stop. Lin Yishan didn't understand why they had changed their minds, clutched her clothes tightly, and ran away. These people were even more vicious than she had imagined. She hadn't run far when she ran into her roommate, who, shocked and furious, threw on her coat. Shanshan, what happened to your clothes? Did they do this? Lin Yishan, tears welling in her eyes, cried. Cece, I'm so scared. Her roommate clenched her teeth. Don't be afraid. We'll call the police right now. I don't believe they can get away with anything. Lin Yishan shook her head. Forget it. They haven't had a chance to do anything to me yet. Calling the police probably won't do any good. The other party is a girl. It's hard to define this kind of thing. That's good. Cece breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yishan asked, did you call your senior? She thought that Shi Shui'er's sudden stop could only be due to Jiang Yao's intervention. Yes, I called him. He said he would try to find a way. Did he save you? Lin Yishan smiled sweetly as she thought of Jiang Yao, and Cece smiled along with her. Luckily, we had Senior Jiang. But Senior Lu went too far. Why keep bothering me after we've already broken up? Lin Yishan shook her head, secretly relieved and grateful to Jiang Yao for intervening at the crucial moment. In Cloud Realm No. 1, I lay in bed when the system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving 1 chance to spin the prize wheel. Shall we start now? I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I had time. Draw, I said, closing my eyes. The wheel stopped. Congratulations, host, for receiving a $1 million Emma bag. I was speechless. System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake with the reward? The system replied. A qualified rich second generation would often give his girlfriend expensive gifts. The host can't fall behind. I could only nod speechlessly. Fine. Consider it compensation for Lin Yishan. I secretly wondered if the reward would be revoked if I broke up with Lin Yishan now. System notification. The host will start a new relationship within 7 days. Completing the task will reward you with 3 spins on the prize wheel. I mentally scoffed. The mission still needs to be completed. It's what a dedicated host should do. The system rewarded me with another 5 million, and I widened my eyes. You can do that? Linny Shan returned to her dorm, took a shower, changed her clothes, and lay on her familiar bed. Suddenly, she missed me and hesitated before picking up her phone to call. Shan, are you all right? Did they bully you? Hearing the familiar voice, Linny Shan's eyes welled up with tears. I'm fine, senior. I miss you so much. I said in a heavy voice. I'm sorry, Shan. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. Linny Shan quickly retorted. It's not your fault. Those people were just too malicious. I sighed. Do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Linny Shan worriedly asked. But senior, your injury. I comforted her. Don't worry, as long as you don't do strenuous exercise, you'll be fine. The next day, she arrived at the restaurant entrance with exquisite makeup, a floral dress, and her hair styled in a fishtail braid. Seeing me waiting for her, she couldn't help but support me, treating me like a fragile porcelain doll. I took her hand and led her into the private room, and she smiled sweetly. I handed her the system gift I had drawn yesterday. Shan, this is a gift for you. The system had thoughtfully prepared a gift box and invoice, but she instinctively refused. No, I can't accept such an expensive gift. I said gently but firmly. Take it. As compensation, you must accept it. Thank you, senior, I really like it. She took the box, beaming. We chatted for a while, and after the meal, I finally spoke seriously. Shan, I have something to tell you. She sat up straight, her big, watery eyes looking at me. I took a deep breath. Let's break up. Linny Shan's happy smile froze instantly, tears welling up in her eyes. Senior, what are you saying? I sighed. I'm sorry, we might not be a good match. Her eyes reddened, her small face slightly raised, and she retorted defiantly. What do you mean by incompatible? We've only been together for a few days. You haven't even really gotten to know me. Why are you saying these things? Her beautiful eyes were full of accusation, her voice trembling with tears as she tried hard to hold them back. A woman's tears are precious, but too much crying cheapens them. A pang of guilt flashed in my eyes, and I sighed deeply. Shan, this was my fault. Just consider me a jerk. I don't want to. Linny Shan suddenly stood up and threw herself into my arms. Senior, I really like you. Don't be so cruel. She pressed close to me, her red lips pressed against my cheek, slowly moving to the corner of my mouth. I shuddered, my Adam's apple bobbing twice, and I stopped her in a hoarse voice. Shan, don't do this. A pre-breakup celebration? The little girl has an innocent appearance, but she's full of tricks. You like me too, don't you, senior? Otherwise, why didn't you push me away? She smiled slyly and kissed me hard on the lips again. My eyes flickered slightly, but I forced myself to remain calm. Stop fooling around. Go back to your seat. Linny Shan pouted, ruthlessly exposing my pretense. Then why did you stand up? She knew some common sense, and I could clearly sense that this meant I didn't dislike her closeness at all. Rounding up, I definitely like her a little, but I haven't realized my own feelings yet. She doesn't blame me. Her only goal is to kick Lu Yunxi out of my heart. I almost choked on my saliva because of her. When did this girl become so bold? I took a deep breath, grabbed her slender waist with both hands, and carried her back to her seat. Linny Shan puffed up her cheeks in anger and said coquettishly, Senior is so annoying. I poked her cheek and said seriously, Be good, don't be naughty. Since I've decided to break up, I won't change my mind easily. She didn't know what I was thinking, and my seduction didn't work. Disappointment showed on her face. I know you have feelings for Senior Lu, but can I pursue you one more time? I kindly reminded her, Don't waste your time on me. She couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Is pursuing someone I like a waste of time? Her crying was not ladylike at all, but unexpectedly cute. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly patted her back to comfort her. Okay, don't cry. I didn't stop you from pursuing her. She blinked away her tears and nodded earnestly. It's okay. I won't give up easily. Pursuing someone is her right, and whether or not she agrees is my right. She won't morally blackmail me, and even if it doesn't work out in the end, she won't regret the effort she put in. I was both amused and exasperated. What a silly girl. Once she calmed down, I took her hand, and we left the private room. We hadn't gone far when we bumped into a few familiar faces. Chu Jing asked suspiciously, Jiang Yao, what are you doing here? This restaurant isn't cheap. How could a poor guy like me afford to eat here? I frowned, cursing my bad luck inwardly, and pulled Linny Shan's hand to walk around them. Chu Jing noticed the woman with me and, excited and indignant on Lu Yunxi's behalf, exclaimed, You actually brought another woman to dinner. How can you face Cece? His lackey chimed in. Wow, that's eye-opening. A poor kid playing around like this? Even a top-tier rich kid like Jing wouldn't stoop to such despicable behavior as two-timing. I rolled my eyes. That's my private matter, none of your business. I could tell he clearly liked Lu Yunxi. He should just go for it. Why make things difficult for me? Chu Jing gritted his teeth in anger. You lowly scoundrel. How dare you betray Cici? As her good friend, I have a duty to teach you a lesson. Chu Jing gave the order. Hold him down. His henchmen rubbed their hands together, approaching me slyly. You poor bastard, behave yourself, or you'll suffer less later. Lenny Shan, hearing them mention Lu Yunxi's name, knew they were up to no good and suddenly blocked my way. What do you want? This is a society ruled by law. Hitting people is illegal. The henchmen laughed as if they were laughing at me. Ha! This little beauty is quite cute. Chu Jing sneered from the side. Idiots, don't you know who our young Master Chu is? You want to hit someone? Even if you throw him into the sea to feed the sharks, no one will dare to interfere. Lenny Shan backed away in fear, and I pulled her behind me. If you have a problem, come at me. What kind of skill is it to scare a little girl? She tugged at my clothes. Senior, your injuries haven't healed yet. You can't fight. I patted her head and laughed. Don't worry. Do you think I can't beat these good-for-nothings? My experience in the orphanage made me tough enough to handle these small fry. The blonde thug punched me in the chest, clearly aiming for my ribs, a weak point. My expression hardened, and I grabbed his wrist with one hand, while simultaneously striking him squarely in the stomach with my other. Ouch! The thug groaned. Jia was injured, and the others launched into a brawl. Lenny Shan panicked. She could beat him one-on-one, but 5 or 6 people wouldn't do. A thought suddenly struck her, and she shouted, Stop, or I'll call Lu Yunxi, and she'll never let you get away with this. Hearing Lu Yunxi's name, the henchman instantly sobered up and became frightened. Chu Jing, exasperated, yelled, What are you afraid of? With me here, I'll teach this damned poor kid a lesson. The henchman rushed forward without hesitation, heading straight for me. I realized they were deliberately attacking my ribs, and I cursed their treachery under my breath. Luckily, my injuries were mostly healed, otherwise I would have had to go to the hospital again. So I retaliated precisely by striking their groin. Feng Zishu, who was having dinner in a private room, heard the commotion and signaled his assistant to go check it out. The assistant was stunned when he saw me wrestling with several young men, and immediately went back to report. Feng Zishu frowned slightly. Wasn't he seriously injured? When was he discharged from the hospital? She didn't know that the main responsibility for the accident was mine. In order to get rid of Lu Yunxi, I hit the front of someone else's car. She paid my medical bills before she left. We tacitly avoided mentioning compensation. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands were nothing, and millions or tens of millions were even more impossible. Feng's money didn't grow on trees. When Chu Jing saw Feng Zishu come out, his arrogant smile immediately vanished, and he greeted her guiltily. Sister Zishu, you're eating here too. Even though he was usually arrogant, he obediently lowered his head. Feng Zishu scolded him with a stern face. Stop right now. What kind of behavior is this, fighting in a public place? Don't you have any manners? Jia and the others immediately became as meek as quails, lowering their heads and not daring to utter a sound. I leaned against the wall, watching 2 women emerge from the private room. The one in front was about 25 or 26, wearing a red dress, with striking, masculine features, fiery red lips, and an intimidating aura. The other woman was pretty but serious, with light makeup and a stern expression, like the dreaded headmaster from my school days. Before the car accident, I was unconscious, and they were gone before I woke up. I didn't know they were the ones who hit me. Feng Zishu, curious about the fight, gave Chu Jing a few words of reprimand and told him to leave. His underlings followed him in a panic. Their footsteps hurried as if chased by demons. I rubbed my chapped lip and thanked Feng Zishu with a smile. Last time it was at night, and she hadn't looked at me closely, but this time, suddenly recognizing my face, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. She frowned, certain she'd never seen me before. Where did this sense of familiarity come from? Feng Zishu couldn't figure it out, but she didn't want to make things difficult for herself. She walked over in her high heels, pressed her hand on the injured spot on my face, and scolded. Your injury healed so quickly? You've only been out fighting for a short time. You really don't take yourself seriously. I winced in pain and frowned, asking, Sister, do you recognize me? The system suddenly issued a task. As a qualified, rich, and handsome man, you should have a distinguished family background. Please find your relatives within 1 week and complete the reward wheel lottery 3 times. I widened my eyes. This can't be a joke, right? I've been an orphan since I was a child, and I haven't found my family in 20 years. The system actually wants me to find them within a week. Is it deliberately making things difficult for me? My childhood fantasies have never come true. My parents may already be dead. Lin Yishan gently nudged me. Senior, this lady is talking to you. I snapped back to reality and looked at the beautiful woman with a powerful aura in front of me. Something was wrong. The system's mission must be related to her. Sister, do you have any lost children at home? I asked hesitantly. Time was tight and the mission was heavy. Rather than investigating slowly, it was better to be direct. Asking one more question wouldn't kill me. Feng Zishu frowned. No, why do you ask? I smiled and explained. I've been an orphan since I was little, and I've always wanted to find my relatives. You felt very familiar to me at first sight, so I wanted to ask if you were my relatives. A glint flashed in her eyes, as if she recognized someone I resembled my maternal grandfather. My maternal grandfather lived abroad most of the year, and she could only see him a few times a year. It was only because she had kept the photos that she recognized me. If it was just a coincidence, then the question I asked her wasn't simple. Why did I feel a sense of kinship? Could I be my grandfather's long-lost descendant? Feng Zishu was shocked, but also thought it impossible. The age difference was too great. She asked me, "Are you free tomorrow?" I nodded yes. I had taken a month's leave from school. She gestured for her assistant, Xiao Ji, to give her my phone, and we exchanged contact information. Feng Zishu instructed me, go home and rest well. Don't wander around, and especially don't get into any conflicts with anyone. It's troublesome if your injuries flare up again. I nodded obediently. Okay. After she left, Lin Yishan breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, that pretty lady's aura was so intimidating. I nodded. She was quite imposing. I heard her assistant call her President Shu, so she must be a female CEO. I didn't force her. Lin Yishan insisted on taking a taxi back to school by herself. She needed to calm down and process everything that had happened today. I watched her get into the taxi and breathed a sigh of relief. When Lin Yishan returned to school, she put the gift I gave her on the table. Her roommate exclaimed, "Oh my God, Shan, you bought Hermes." She quickly explained, "I didn't buy it. It was a gift from Senior Jiang Yao." Jiang Can said enviously, "Jiang Yao is so good to you." Lin Yishan carefully opened the box, and a white bag came into view. It was exquisite and small, and she liked it very much. Her roommate exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, this is the first snow. Senior Jiang Yao is so amazing. Shan, you're so lucky." Lin Yishan looked bewildered. She only recognized the Hermes brand and wasn't familiar with the collection. Jiang Can exaggeratedly told her roommates, "You know what? This bag is incredibly hard to buy. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to get it. One bag is worth a house." Lin Yishan was shocked. She put the bag back in the box. She thought it was only worth tens of thousands of yuan, but it might be worth 1 or 2 million. She really couldn't accept it and would have to return it to me sometime. Zhang Ying hesitated and asked, "Isn't Senior Jiang Yao an orphan? How can he afford such an expensive bag?" Lin Yishan's face darkened. "Ying, what do you mean? Are you doubting me?" Zhang Ying quickly explained, "No, I just wanted to ask, could this bag be fake?" Jiang Can and Lu Cece exchanged glances. If the bag was fake, then I really had gone too far. Lin Yishan retorted decisively, "Impossible. Senior Jiang Yao wouldn't give me a fake bag." Jiang Can sighed, "You're too naive. Some men will do anything for the sake of face." Watching their discussion, I felt a little amused and exasperated. If they could afford to live in Cloud Realm number 1 and drive a Koenigsegg, a few $1,000,000 was nothing to them. Lin Yishan whispered, trying to comfort me, "Seniors, I'm sure my senior won't lie to me, and he's not as poor as you think." These were my private matters, and she didn't want to tell anyone. Lu Cece hesitated before speaking, "But Shan, I heard from a senior student that Jiang Yao works several jobs every day to buy gifts for Lu." Lin Yishan was both amused and exasperated. This showed that I was ambitious and considerate, but it didn't mean I was lying. A bag worth 1 or 2 million was indeed an exaggeration. I know they won't completely trust me. Lin Yishan shook her head slightly. "Regardless of whether the bag is real or fake, I will return it to my senior. There's something else I haven't told you." Her roommates pressed her for details, asking curiously, "What happened?" Lin Yishan smiled through her tears. "My senior asked me out to dinner today, but actually, he wanted to break up with me." Huh? Her roommates were stunned. She explained, "So you don't need to worry about him lying to me. We'll be fine after the breakup." Her roommates comforted her. "There are so many handsome guys at school. If this one doesn't work out, there'll be another one." Lin Yishan sighed softly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Feng Zishu returned home, intending to mention Jiang Yao to his mother. Before he even stepped inside, he heard the sharp sound of porcelain shattering on the living room floor. His heart pounded, and he hurried over. His mother, dressed in a dark green dress, sat on the sofa, her chest heaving with anger. berating his younger brother. You good for nothing. I've lived an upright life. How could I have given birth to such a scoundrel? The younger brother, around 20 years old, knelt on the ground, his face full of resentment, but dared not refute her because of his mother's authority. Feng Zishu quickly went over and asked with concern, Mom, what has this brat done now? Jiang Lia's expression softened when she saw her daughter, but then she thought of her son's troubles, and her chest heaved. Go ask him. Ask him what your brother did. I'm too ashamed to even say it. Feng Zishu kicked his younger brother in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground. He dared not speak out, but slowly got up and retorted, What did I do? I just fell in love. His mother was so angry that her voice almost cracked. Is that what you call falling in love? You got that girl pregnant. Feng Zishu gently patted his mother's back. Take a deep breath. Don't get too angry. Jiang Lia leaned on her daughter's shoulder and cried, Shushu, what sins did I commit in my past life to give birth to such a worthless thing? Feng Zishu glanced at her younger brother, who was standing obediently, and said, So what if his girlfriend is pregnant? He's of legal marriage age. Let him marry her. Jiang Lia sighed. Alas, I wanted it too, but it's too late. It turned out that Feng Zichin had forced the girl to abort her child, resulting in an accident that left her potentially infertile for life. After learning the truth, her family pressed for the man's identity and went directly to Jiang Lia. Although Jiang Lia was the wife of the Feng family, she never abused her power. She sincerely apologized and compensated the girl with 10 million yuan to ensure her future stability. Initially, the other party thought Madame Feng would ignore them, but she was unexpectedly reasonable, which surprised everyone. After hearing the story, Feng Zishu kicked Feng Zichin in the back, sending him to the ground. You bastard. You've only ever known how to play around, and now you dare to take someone's life? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Feng Zichin lay on the ground, indignant, but dared not contradict his sister's authority. Sister, am I your real brother, or is that woman your real sister? Feng Zichin, completely disregarding his image, thought he had only gotten the girl pregnant and didn't understand the seriousness of the situation and tried to argue. Feng Zishu crossed her arms and smiled contemptuously. What? You want to hit me? Her aura completely overwhelmed Feng Zichin, who immediately deflated and sullenly admitted his mistake. Sister, I know I was wrong. There won't be a next time. Clearly, it wasn't a genuine apology, as Feng Zishu had anticipated. She coldly announced, Your living expenses for the next 6 months are gone. I'll talk to Dad. Feng Zichin jumped up, roaring, You can't do this. Sorry, I really can. Feng Zishu smiled provocatively. Feng Zichin then turned to his mother for help. Mom, can you control my sister? Jiang Lia scolded sternly. You're 20 years old now. You can't always act like a child. It's time to straighten out your temper. Feng Zichin knew there was no room for negotiation, so he ran out without a word. He couldn't stay in this house for even a second longer. His own mother and sister treated him worse than strangers. Feng Zishu curled her lip in disdain. That kid has no manners. Jiang Lia sighed. Who says he isn't? If he didn't look like your dad, I doubt if he was even our biological son. She often said this, always mentioning it whenever Feng Zichin got into trouble. By the way, Shushu, why did you suddenly come back? Jiang Lia asked, puzzled. Since her daughter graduated from university and moved out of the old house, she usually only came back to have dinner with them on Saturday nights. Listening to Feng Zishu mention her mother, I secretly wondered, could I really be related to the Feng family by blood? Could I be a long-lost relative of the Feng family? Feng Zishu said cautiously, I met a boy who looks a lot like my grandfather when he was young. Do you think he might be my uncle's long-lost bloodline? Jiang Lia frowned. Impossible. Your uncle isn't that kind of person. The men in the Jiang family are all responsible and good men, and it's absolutely impossible for them to cheat. But when I saw Feng Zishu's serious gaze, I couldn't help but doubt my own identity. Feng Zishu suggested, I'll take you to see him tomorrow so you can see for yourself if he looks a lot like your grandfather. What do you think? Jiang Lia nodded absent-mindedly. Okay. The next day, I received a message from Feng Zishu, inviting me to meet at the restaurant. When I arrived at the private room, Jiang Lia looked dazed upon seeing me, as if she were seeing her father in his younger days. Feng Zishu smiled and introduced me. Jiang Yao, this is my mother, Ms. Jiang Lia. You can just call her Auntie. I was taken aback and quickly greeted her politely. Hello, Auntie. Jiang Lia smiled warmly. Can I call you Xiao Yao? I nodded, looking down and revealing a hint of vulnerability. I've been an orphan since I was little and have never met my parents, but I feel especially close to Sister Zishu. She felt a pang in her heart and decided that if it was found out I was her elder brother's illegitimate son, she would help him take care of me. She would leave her sister-in-law's situation to her brother, The adults' grudges were none of her concern. She couldn't bear to see me suffer any more after all the hardships she had endured since childhood. Meanwhile, I was completely unaware that a secret storm surrounding my origins had quietly brewed and spread throughout the Jiang family. No one gave me any prior information, and I remained completely uninvolved, unaware that someone was secretly digging into my past. Who would have thought that Jiang Lia, who seemed unrelated, would make a private overseas call, directly targeting her own older brother, Jiang Yao? After making the call, Jiang Lia ignored her brother's pleasantries and immediately and sternly questioned him about whether he had wronged his sister-in-law 21 years ago. Jiang Yao flew into a rage, declaring that he was of upright character and had never done anything to betray his family. What was initially thought to be a baseless suspicion and casual question turned into a bizarre and dramatic turn of events with a single sentence from Jiang Lia. Jiang Lia bluntly stated that my facial features closely resembled those of the Jiang family patriarch, inevitably raising suspicions and prompting speculation about my origins. The two siblings immediately began arguing and pulling at each other, contradicting and distrusting one another, neither willing to back down, resulting in a chaotic stalemate with no resolution. Jiang Lia insisted that Jiang Yao return to China to undergo a paternity test with her, to find out the truth about their parentage and give everyone the truth. Jiang Yao firmly refused, feeling frustrated and helpless, and refused to cooperate with this absurd verification. The siblings' phone call ended badly, and Jiang Lia could only worry inwardly, deciding to give Jiang Yao enough time to calm down and collect his emotions. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the scandal surrounding my past, I was focused solely on completing the system's mandatory task of starting a new romance. Compared to the elusive and difficult-to-find clues about my closest relatives, the romance task, which offered tangible rewards and prizes, was the best option for me at the moment. I was meticulously planning and carefully managing the progress when an unexpected turn of events disrupted all my pre-arranged schedule. I set my sights on two potential romantic partners I had previously identified and proactively messaged them to invite them to meet, only to discover that both of them were already in relationships. I was instantly filled with frustration and helplessness. In the past, I was only focused on being devoted to one person, but now, in my desperation, I couldn't find anyone suitable for a casual fling. Just as I was worrying and preparing to try my luck at a bar to strike up a conversation, my ex, Lu Yunxi, unexpectedly showed up at my door, interrupting all my plans. I was quite surprised to see Lu Yunxi come to my door. She had once vowed to break off all ties and never see me again, but now she had unexpectedly turned back. She was filled with bitterness and resentment, drowning her sorrows in alcohol, but when she turned to see me, she found me relaxed and showing no sign of lingering affection. Lu Yunxi immediately defended Lin Yishan and pleaded for her life after she was bullied. She even took out a cash card with 1 million yuan in it, wanting to pay to settle everything. Looking at her lavish spending, I secretly sighed. This rich heiress could spend money like water, yet she hadn't been stingy or calculating towards me at all back then. I refused to accept the bank card on the spot, stating that I had already severed ties with Lin Yishan, and it was inconvenient for me to interfere and act as a middleman. My intention was simply to protect those around me and prevent conflict, but Lu Yunxi misunderstood my intentions, mistakenly believing that I still had feelings for her and was unwilling to let go. She lost control of her emotions and threw herself into my arms, begging to get back together. She was convinced that I was in a relationship with someone else and was just putting on an act to spite her. I ruthlessly pulled her hands away, bluntly revealing the truth, drawing clear lines, and dispelling her unrealistic fantasies of getting back together. Lu Yunxi refused to accept reality and spent millions to try and settle everything, only asking me to come back and be with her again. Watching her extravagant spending, I was filled with mixed emotions. The wealth and generosity of her wealthy family far exceeded my current imagination. I didn't want to get involved in this mess and told her to go and negotiate with Lin Yishan herself and not to bother me anymore. Lu Yunxi humbled herself and begged for reconciliation, frankly admitting that she simply couldn't bear the lonely and miserable days after losing me. Looking at her soft-spoken weakness, I felt a mix of emotions, but I still held firm to my principles and refused to compromise and agree to reconcile and rekindle our old relationship. I reiterated that I would never bow down to be a live-in son-in-law, and I was unwilling to compromise my principles. There was no turning back in this relationship. Lu Yunxi's eyes instantly became exceptionally firm, and she immediately promised that she would persuade her parents to let her marry me willingly and spend the rest of her life with me. I was stunned. Lu Yunqi actually said she wanted to marry me. I was shocked and never expected her to make such a decision. The Lu family only has one daughter, and they would never let her marry just anyone, let alone marry a so-called poor boy like me. She leaned against me, smiling, and said she understood. She was truly important to me, and she didn't want to lose me. Hearing her passionate words, I felt flustered, yet unable to say no. Finally, I could only evade the question. Let's wait until your parents agree. Her eyes gleamed with expectation as she asked, so, are we back together now? I shook my head, knowing full well that the mission wasn't complete. We couldn't be back together. A few days later, I led the four of them into a bar. The colorful lights swayed, and the music was deafening. The air was filled with the aroma of alcohol and cigarettes. The waiter led us to a booth, and I noticed a woman on a nearby bar stool lighting a blue bottle of liquor, the flame leaping half a foot high. The surrounding audience cheered, and Wu Guangliang clapped and applauded. I smiled slightly, but I knew in my heart that this was just a performance at the bar. After we sat down, I handed them the wine list. Order whatever you want. Don't worry about saving me money. They immediately burst into laughter, but Wu Guangliang's eyes widened. So expensive? A single bottle on the wine list costs several thousand, or even tens of thousands. Wu Guangliang's monthly living expenses were only 3,000, making it almost impossible for him to afford the wine list. I let Wu Jun and Ao Haoyu also choose their drinks. In the end, Ao Haoyu ordered the ace of spades champagne, plus 2 fruit platters and snacks, bringing the total bill to nearly 20,000 yuan. The waiter looked surprised. He had assumed we were just ordinary students, but we hadn't expected us to spend 20,000 yuan in one go. He had clearly misjudged us. Wu Jun put his arm around my shoulder and asked with a laugh, "Brother Yao, why did you suddenly invite us to a bar?" I raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. "I brought you guys here to pick up girls." Wu Guangliang immediately chimed in. "Brother Yao, don't you have a junior from junior school? She'll be angry if she finds out, right?" I shook my head and waved my hands, quickly clarifying. "I broke up with Junior Lin, don't joke about her." Wu Jun stared wide-eyed in surprise. "You only dated for a week? And you broke up?" His eyes were full of envy as he looked at me, and I could only shrug helplessly. Ao Haoyu whispered a reminder. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to find a girlfriend at a bar?" I smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm single now, and I can start a new relationship anytime." Not long after, the waiter brought over the drinks and snacks. I quickly ate a little something, and was just about to strike up a conversation with a pretty girl when a woman in a black halter dress walked towards us. She was about 26 or 27 years old, with long, snow-white legs that seemed longer than my lifespan. Her makeup was exquisite, and her lips were glossy. She held a wine glass in one hand and lightly rested the other on my shoulder, smiling gently as she asked, "Handsome, want a drink?" My face flushed red. I had never been approached by a mature woman like this before. My gaze involuntarily swept over her, my heart pounding with nervousness yet unable to contain myself. "How would you like to drink, sister?" Shun Wu chuckled and pinched my burning cheek, bringing the wine glass to my lips, her breath sweet as orchids. "Would you like to try my wine?" I glanced down at the pale blue liquid in her glass, then smiled and pushed it back, saying, "Sister, you should drink it yourself." It was our first meeting, and I didn't dare to drink anything carelessly. She chuckled and rested her chin on my shoulder, saying, "Little brother, are you worried that your sister's wine isn't clean? You're quite thoughtful." I smiled awkwardly. "I call it being cautious." She gently agreed, downed her drink in one gulp, turned the empty glass upside down and swirled it around. "Look, I'm not a bad person, you know." Then she asked me, "If you don't drink my wine, you can at least drink yours, right?" I poured her a glass and replied with a smile, "Of course, I'll pour it for you." She chuckled, but I felt a little nervous inside. We joked back and forth, while Wu Guangliang, Wu Jun, and Ao Haoyu on the opposite sofa frantically tapped on their phones, exclaiming how lucky I was with women. "Brother Yao, why don't you chat up the ladies we're interested in?" Wu Jun complained. Ao Haoyu shook his head. "I'd know just by looking." Wu Guangliang sighed. "I'll give you a chance to be alone." They got more and more into their conversation, and when they looked up again, Shun Wu and I were no longer in our original positions. The three of us could only stare at each other in surprise, completely bewildered. Shun Wu is tall, almost as tall as me in her high heels. Luckily, thanks to the system's recent rewards, I've had a second growth boost. She casually linked her arm with mine and said, "Let's just find somewhere to grab a late-night snack." I took out my phone and searched for highly rated barbecue restaurants nearby, only 300 meters from the bar. She had drunk quite a bit and was walking unsteadily, leaning most of her body on me. We walked slowly, taking 10 minutes to cover the 300 meters. After entering the restaurant, I asked the waiter if they had any private rooms. She shook her head. No, let's sit by the door. I want to get some fresh air. I hesitated for a moment, but agreed anyway. After we sat down, I helped Shenwu up. Her eyes were half closed, and she looked like she was about to fall asleep. I was worried that she would fall asleep halfway through the meal, so I asked in a low voice, "Why don't we skip the midnight snack, and I'll take you home?" She smiled and teased me. "Little brother, you're too impatient. Can't you even wait a little while?" My face flushed red, and I was so embarrassed that I wanted to disappear. After ordering the barbecue, while waiting, I suddenly realized I didn't know her name. "Sister, my name is Jiang Yao, the Yao of the sun and stars. What's your name?" She smiled and replied, "Shenwu." I smiled and nodded. "Sister Shenwu, what a beautiful name. It matches her charming and graceful temperament perfectly." I couldn't help but cut to the chase. "Does your sister have a boyfriend?" She fiddled with her teacup and asked with a smile. "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" I asked nervously. "No, you don't actually have a boyfriend, do you? I'm not going to be a mistress." She smiled faintly. "Don't worry, your sister doesn't have a boyfriend." I breathed a sigh of relief, a weight lifted from my heart, but she immediately added, "Although I don't have a boyfriend, I do have a husband." I was suspicious and nervous, my face flushing red again. She covered her mouth and laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. "Little brother, you're so easy to fool. You believe everything your sister says." I looked at her helplessly, knowing in my heart that beautiful women really are poisonous. I'm completely outmatched. I can't win, I really can't. Shenwu is too good at this. I originally wanted to test her, but I found myself completely led by the nose. She moved closer to me, smiling as she touched my face. "Are you angry?" "I was just joking. I won't tease you next time." I responded softly, but I knew in my heart that I couldn't relax too much. Shenwu panicked, afraid I was really angry. She grabbed my hand and apologized softly. I scoffed. "You have too many tricks up your sleeve. I can't outsmart you. Let's finish our late-night snack and go home." She hadn't really planned to develop anything, but she was just teasing me because of my awkwardness on my first time at a bar. She didn't expect to become interested in me. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes as she gently grasped my finger, pleading, "Sister really knows she was wrong. I don't have a boyfriend or husband, and my last relationship was 2 years ago." I cautiously asked, "You're not lying to me this time, are you?" She raised her hand and swore, "Absolutely true. If I dare to lie to you, may I never earn any money for 3 years." Her earnestness sent a shiver down my spine. The waiter brought over some skewers. She had said she was hungry, but she only ate 2. I smiled helplessly and said, "Sister, weren't you hungry?" She touched her stomach and said, "I can't eat too much at night, or I'll gain weight." Looking at her great figure with certainty, I said, "You're not fat at all. Have another chicken wing, it tastes good." She hesitated, so I just held it to her lips. "Eat." Her lips touched the edge of the chicken wing, and she took a bite without hesitation. She muttered, "Ugh, if I get fat, you'll have to take responsibility." I readily agreed. "Okay, I'll take responsibility." In the summer night breeze, our table looked like a young couple, attracting smiles from those around us. Suddenly, a shirtless, burly man smashed a beer bottle and harassed Shenwu. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately stepped in front of her, saying, "Uncle, this is a public place. Can you have some manners?" The waiter, reminded by me, quickly took out his phone to call the police. The burly man, enraged, punched me in the face. I took the hit, and my anger flared up instantly. I grabbed a stool and slammed it hard on his shoulder, then kicked him in the stomach while he was still stunned. He was in so much pain he couldn't speak. Shenwu, seeing my quick reaction, breathed a sigh of relief. The big man's friends gathered around, 5 burly men glaring menacingly. My heart pounded. All 5 of them together might be dangerous, but I still smiled and reassured them. "The police are coming soon. Gang fighting is a crime punishable by jail time. Is it worth it?" The burly man in the lead sneered. "Huh, do you think we're easily intimidated?" His tone was flippant, trying to scare me. I shook my head and smiled. "Sister, go first. I'll hold them off." Guessing the police would be here soon. Just then, the system notified me. "Use your money power to resolve the conflict. Reward, 10 million. My eyes lit up. I thought, money power? I'll give it a try. I held up my phone and shouted to the burly man, "I have money. How about 100,000 each?" They paused, their suspicion revealing their greed. Money was clearly more appealing than punching. I said earnestly, "Really, I can transfer the money right now," and Shenwu echoed earnestly. The burly men stood there dumbfounded, clearly not expecting things to be resolved so smoothly. The burly man who had just beaten them spat angrily when he saw his brothers bowing down for a mere 100,000 yuan. Xiangzi, don't trust that kid. He's definitely trying to scam us. Xiangzi whispered in defense. But that's 100,000 yuan. They might not even earn that much in a year of hard work. The burly man stamped his foot in frustration. Is this money so easy to take? Be careful he doesn't set you up. I retorted with a smile. I think you're just jealous. It's only 500,000. It's not even enough for me to buy a watch. What's wrong with giving it to my brothers? You wouldn't be jealous of them doing well, would you? The burly man froze, and the other brother's expressions became subtle. Was it really as I said, that he was afraid they'd get something? Or was it just pure jealousy? I continued jokingly. Come on, open your QR code. I'll transfer the money to you right now. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The conflict was resolved so easily. Xinwu calmly pulled up a chair and sat down. She felt that anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. She could just transfer the 500,000 yuan to me later. I had just transferred the money when the police arrived, 5 of them at once. I instantly changed my expression, grabbing Xinwu and feigning panic. Officer, help. The older officer asked sternly, what happened? Someone reported a group fight here. The burly men immediately tried to run away when they saw the police, but I shouted, Officer, they just tried to extort 500,000 from me. Arrest them. Upon hearing this, the police immediately gave chase. 500,000 is no small sum. It's a huge amount, punishable by up to 10 years in prison. I sneered inwardly. This move was too satisfying. At the police station, Jiang Yao and Xinwu were taken to different rooms for questioning. I pointed to the injuries on my face and said, there were too many of them. To avoid being beaten, I offered to pay them. Is that considered extortion? The police reminded me that whether it constituted extortion was a matter for a judge to decide. I nodded. Okay, I understand, and mentally planned to hire a lawyer. I couldn't let this punch go unpunished. The system notified me that the task was completed and 10 million had been deposited into my account, but no amount of money could erase the damage. At most, it could only soothe my soul. I originally planned to hire a lawyer the next day. Unexpectedly, Xinwu had already arranged for a lawyer. She took my hand and said, let's go. Leave the rest to lawyerly. You won't let those people get away with it. I breathed a sigh of relief. I offered to take her home, and she raised an eyebrow. Did you call a driver too? I blushed slightly. No. I almost forgot. My car was still parked in front of the bar. Xinwu's driver was already waiting in front of the police station, a black Kian. I asked in surprise. You also live in Jiang? She smiled and nodded. I stay there occasionally. It turned out we lived in the same complex. She looked at the injury on my face, frowned, and asked if I had any medicine. I shook my head. No. But it's just a small injury, you don't need to apply it. But she insisted. You have to apply it, otherwise it will definitely be bruised and swollen tomorrow. I gave in and let her apply the medicine. There was a driver in the car, so I didn't dare to be too intimate. Otherwise I would have already snuggled into her arms for comfort. When we arrived at Yunjing No. 1, she got out of the car first. Out of chivalry, I escorted her to her building. I'm here. You should go back now. Remember to apply ice and medicine, I said. She waved goodbye, and I chuckled inwardly. This night had been both thrilling and ambiguous. As we parted, I suddenly stepped forward and put my arm around her waist, my face slowly drawing closer. Sister, won't you invite me up for a bit? She was startled for a second, but quickly regained her composure and smiled alluringly. Little brother, do you want to sit down, or do you want to do something? I clenched my fist nervously. I want a sister. Please give me a chance. My mind was already racing, and it seemed the little umbrella from the system reward would come in handy. Xinwu flicked my head with her finger. You little rascal, you're dreaming. Go home and go to sleep. I muttered in complaint. Sister is so mean. She's teasing me on purpose again. She glanced at me sideways, her voice sweet and alluring. You little rascal, don't think I don't know what's going on in your head. I retorted confidently. Sister is so beautiful. It's you who should be worried if I don't have any feelings for her. She smiled, admitting that I had a point, since single men and women can easily spark a romance. I nodded to myself, thinking that this system romance mission was probably going to be completed smoothly. The next day, I couldn't wait to send her a green bubble message asking her to lunch, but Xinwu didn't reply for a long time. I was a little disappointed. Could she really be playing me? There were only 3 days left in the mission, and I felt exhausted. I called out to the system. Next time you issue a dating mission, can you not be so hasty? I finally found a girlfriend, and you want to change targets? I haven't even enjoyed it yet. The system calmly responded. Okay, host suggestion has been received, and will be improved. Not long after, green bubble popped up. I just woke up. What do you want to eat? I suggested going to a popular restaurant online, and she agreed. Okay, wait for me downstairs in half an hour. I arrived downstairs 5 minutes early to wait for her. Xinwu came downstairs on time, wearing a hazy blue fitted long dress. Her skin was fair, her makeup was light and natural, and her temperament was generous and elegant. I quickly put away my phone and shook my head. No, I just arrived too. When we arrived at the restaurant, she realized I had booked a couple's table with a window seat overlooking the artificial lake. She was surprised and delighted. A waiter came over with a large bouquet of red roses, and I solemnly handed it to her, saying, Sister, this is for you. Let me know if you like it next time. She giggled. I prefer blue roses to red ones. Remember that? I nodded. I'll remember. Seeing her radiant smile, I felt secretly pleased. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at me. Jiang Yao, with this romantic restaurant and roses, are you planning to confess? I blushed. Sister. I was completely caught off guard by her guess. I decided to go all in and asked directly. Sister, would you be my girlfriend? She replied. We've only known each other for 2 days. I knew I was being presumptuous, but with my mission at hand, I could only plead and beg. Sister, please give me a chance, okay? Xinwu hesitated slightly, but finally agreed. 1 month. If it doesn't work out, we'll break up. Don't pester me any longer. I was overjoyed. This request was practically unrestricted for me. A task notification popped up. Congratulations on completing, start a new relationship within 7 days, and you've earned 3 chances to spin the prize wheel. I decided to go home and try my luck at the prize wheel to fully enjoy this achievement. After lunch, I dragged her to see a movie, deliberately choosing a romance. The atmosphere was naturally ambiguous. When it ended, she pinched my waist with her little hand. You little rascal, where were you touching just now? My voice was hoarse. Sorry, sister. I couldn't help myself. Xinwu chuckled and touched my abs again. My face turned so red it felt like it was going to explode. That mischievous hand still wouldn't move away. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, Sister, if you keep touching me like this, I really won't be able to hold back. She blushed and said, stop talking and focus on the movie. I sighed helplessly as I watched her intently, secretly planning how to punish her for this little trick later. Once home, I immediately started the system's lucky draw and drew 3 times in a row. 1 bottle of hemostatic medicine, IQ +5, 100 million in cash. The rewards arrived in my account, and I felt a surge of satisfaction. Holy crap, 100 million. I jumped up from the sofa, so excited I almost leaped for joy. The system was incredibly generous. The reward jumped from 5 million to 10 million, and then directly to 100 million. I stared at the long string of zeros on my bank card, and suddenly felt a bit annoyed. How was I going to spend so much money? This must be the troubles of the rich. I finally understand. After I finished the next task, I planned to go back to the orphanage. No matter what, I grew up there since I was born, and the headmistress treated each of us children like her own. With so many children, the director's energy is limited, and she can't take care of every child's feelings. I completely understand that even biological parents in families with many children will show favoritism, let alone the director herself. Since starting university, I've almost never returned to the orphanage, mainly because I'm broke. I spend most of my time working part-time, and I can't even afford the fare back. Thinking about it makes me feel a little guilty. When I was little, I vowed to work hard and earn money to give back to society, but now I spend all my money on my girlfriend. I admit I'm love-struck. Luckily, it's not too late to make it up to the orphanage director and the children. I still need to buy a car for commuting. A Koenigsegg sports car is too impractical for everyday use, but that's not urgent. My main task is to complete the Finding Relatives mission. I wonder why Feng Zishu hasn't contacted me yet. I checked the system rewards, a palm-sized pink hemostatic potion that can quickly stop bleeding and speed up wound healing. I was secretly surprised. These system rewards were indeed extraordinary. I also got +5 to my IQ. I haven't noticed any changes yet, but the final exams are coming up soon, so I should be able to see the effect when I'm reviewing. I just opened my textbook and suddenly I understood all the programs that I couldn't understand before. It seems I've been focused on system tasks these past few days and haven't touched my books, which is normal. Failing a course is embarrassing, you know? I'll catch up on the missed lessons in a few days and try to pass every subject on the final exam. As the saying goes, if the mountain won't come to me, I'll go looking for it. Since I couldn't wait for Feng Zishu, I couldn't help but call her. Sister Zishu, didn't you say you'd contact me in 2 days? 2 days have passed now. Feng Zishu felt a little guilty. Her uncle refused to return to China for a paternity test, and neither she nor her mother could persuade him. She wanted to ask her maternal grandfather to talk to him directly. She promised me. Xiao Yao, wait a little longer. Can I contact you tomorrow? My tone was dejected. Okay, Sister Zishu, I really want to find my family. You have no idea. I grew up alone in an orphanage. I recounted my past experiences, pinning my hopes on Feng Zishu. As a top-tier heiress from a wealthy family, her abilities and power far surpassed mine. If she couldn't find my family, the mission might be in jeopardy. Feng Zishu listened to my story, her heart aching. Xiao Yao, don't worry, she said. I will definitely help you find your family. Even if it was proven I wasn't my uncle's long-lost illegitimate child, she would still find her true family. I smiled sincerely and said, Thank you, Sister Zishu. I was secretly relieved that both of the wealthy young ladies I met were unexpectedly approachable, which made me feel a sense of warmth. Lu Yunqi, huh? Are you talking about me? Feng Zishu. This is the first time someone has said I am approachable. The room is simply yet luxuriously decorated. Feng Zishu lowered her voice and threatened her uncle. If you don't return to China by tomorrow, I'll have no choice but to call Grandpa. Don't bother your grandfather. I'm back, okay? My little darling. Jiang Yao sighed deeply. He finally understood, which is why he didn't go back to prove his innocence. Having an illegitimate child was like mud stuck to your crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it was still shit. Then it's a deal. You can't stand me up. I'll personally pick you up from the airport, Feng Zishu said, leaving no room for refusal. Jiang Yao, no wonder she's my niece. She only has so little trust in her uncle. Jiang Yao is a prominent figure in the business world, yet he lacks even this basic integrity. How will he conduct business with others in the future? In an effort to salvage his reputation, Jiang Yao reluctantly instructed his assistant to book a flight back to China. The following afternoon, Feng Zishu successfully picked up Jiang Yao at the airport. Seeing his niece waiting at the arrival gate, Jiang Yao was both amused and exasperated. You actually came? Don't you trust your uncle at all? Feng Zishu smiled and walked over to take her uncle's hand. How could I? It's so kind of you, uncle, to fly back to China so hard. As your niece, it's only right that I come to pick you up at the airport. You know how to talk. It wasn't a waste of the gift I specially brought for you, Jiang Yao said, patting his niece's head with satisfaction. Oh, uncle brought me a gift. Where is it? Feng Zishu asked with delight, showering him with affection. She had actually expected her uncle to bring her a gift. Every time he or her aunt returned to China, they would bring a gift for her siblings and her mother. I'll put it in your suitcase and give it to you when we get home. After saying this, he looked around and asked, Xiao Shu, where is that kid you mentioned? Shall we go straight to the hospital for a paternity test? Oh dear, uncle, you're in such a hurry. You've been on a plane for so long. Go home and rest for a while first. It's not too late to go to the hospital tomorrow. Feng Zishu didn't know whether he should praise his uncle for being dedicated, having taken a flight for over 10 hours and still having the energy to go to the hospital. She made her niece look like a ruthless tyrant. Jiang Yao wasn't being dedicated. He was just eager to clear his name of all grievances. However, I was indeed a bit tired after sitting on the plane for so long. Although I took a nap on the plane, I am over 50 years old after all, and my physical strength cannot compare with that of young people. Then go back and rest first. Is your mother at home? I'm at home. They just called to ask if I'd gotten off the plane yet. The uncle and nephew chatted back and forth, neither of them letting a word slip by. Outsiders would never believe that they only saw each other once or twice a year. After arriving home, Feng Zishu sent a message to Jiang Yao. Tell him there's progress, and that you'll go to the hospital with her tomorrow. Jiang Yao readily agreed, his feelings a mix of complex emotions and excitement. Was he really going to find his family? Jiang Yao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he looked at the young man in front of him who resembled his father in his youth, a resemblance that was 6 or 7 parts. Uncle, doesn't Xiao Yao look a lot like Grandpa? Feng Zishu asked with a smile. It's so similar, it's uncanny. No wonder you're suspicious. Jiang Yao looked at Jiang Yao with a complicated expression. No wonder his niece suspected that this was his illegitimate son who had been abandoned, and that he looked even more like his father than he did. If you look at him more closely, you can see that he looks a bit like him when he was young. Sister Zishu, who is this? Jiang Yao asked somewhat nervously, feeling the intense gaze of Jiang Yao. The way this uncle is looking at him is so strange. Could it be that this is his father? Feng Zishu's next words confirmed his guess. Xiao Yao, I suspect you are my uncle's son, but of course I'm not 100% sure. Let's do a paternity test first. Hearing that the person in front of him might be his biological father, Jiang Yao felt a strange sensation. The eldest daughter of the Feng family is his maternal uncle, so his family must be quite extraordinary. No wonder the system said he had a distinguished family background, being related to the Feng family by marriage. His family background was indeed quite distinguished. I just don't know why. Even though his family is not short of money, he grew up in an orphanage. Could it be like in the TV series, that he was kidnapped by bad guys when he was a child? But judging from the man's expression, it didn't seem like it at all. He didn't seem to have any joy at finding his biological son. Ugh, hi, this is so annoying. Jiang Yao screamed inwardly. This hospital is owned by the Feng family, so paternity tests don't take long. The results are available immediately after the test. About 3.5 hours later, the doctor came out of the lab with the report. Mr. Feng, the paternity test results are in. What were the results? Feng Zishu didn't even bother to look at the report anymore and went straight to asking the doctor about the final outcome. This, the doctor said, looking troubled. Feng Zishu commanded sternly. Stop beating around the bush, just say what you have to say. The doctor glanced at Jiang Yongyuan's face and said clearly, the results show that the two are not biological father and son. Upon hearing this, the three people present reacted with different expressions. Jiang Yongyuan breathed a huge sigh of relief. He should have just said he was innocent. He's a grown man. Surely he wouldn't be unaware of whether he'd cheated on his wife or not. Feng Zishu didn't know how she felt. In her heart, she didn't want Jiang Yao to be an illegitimate child, but when she was really sure that Jiang Yao was not related to her by blood, she felt a little lost. Jiang Yao was utterly disappointed, his mind filled with the thought that his mission was going to fail. Finding your loved ones isn't the point. The point is the reward for completing the mission. Garlic bird, he's already got plenty of rewards, so one more task won't make a difference. However, the doctor suddenly paused. The two should have a collateral blood relationship. Why do you have to take such long breaths when you speak? Can't you just finish your sentence at once? If she didn't have to maintain her image as the eldest daughter of the Feng family, Feng Zishu would have really wanted to curse. The doctor looked embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. Never mind. What do you mean by collateral blood relations? Feng Zishu asked nervously, clenching his fist. Jiang Yongyuan and Jiang Yao also stared at the doctor with curious expressions. Collective blood relations refer to two blood relatives who are related by blood, such as brothers and sisters, uncles and nephews, etc. Although paternity test results may show a certain degree of kinship, this relationship is not enough to prove the existence of a parent-child relationship, the doctor explained in a serious tone. Feng Zishu grabbed Jiang Yao's hand excitedly. Xiao Yao, did you hear that? We really are family. Jiang Yao is related to his uncle, so he must also be related to her. No problem. Jiang Yao's hand was gripped so tightly it hurt a little. Sister Zishu, I heard you, but I still want to know who my biological parents are. Don't worry, it's easy to find once you know the area, Feng Zishu said confidently. Yes, don't worry, we will definitely help you find your biological parents. Jiang Yongyuan's expression towards Jiang Yao became much more amiable and friendly than before. He couldn't accept the assumption that Jiang Yao was his illegitimate son, but if Jiang Yao was a junior member of the family, that would be a different story. Standing at the lab entrance all the time wasn't going to work, so the three of them found a place to sit down. To find out Jiang Yao's true background, we must start with his appearance. Uncle, you said Xiao Yao looks so much like Grandpa. Could he be his? Feng Zishu stammered. She knew that her speculation might tarnish her grandfather's reputation in his later years. However, Jiang Yao looks so much like his maternal grandfather that they cannot be too distant in terms of kinship, and his maternal grandparents only had 2 children, his uncle and his mother. If we rule out the possibility that Jiang Yao is his uncle's illegitimate son, then only his maternal grandfather remains. Chapter 25 asks for Jiang Yao's date of birth to confirm his identity. It's probably not very likely, Jiang Yongyuan said, looking at Jiang Yao with a complicated expression. If this kid were 10 years older, he might have started to doubt his own father. But this kid is only 20 years old this year. If we calculate it this way, he is the seed left by his father when he was over 50 years old. Putting aside the possibility of this happening, the problem is that my father did not return to China 21 years ago. When Feng Zichen was born, his father and mother flew back to China to visit their daughter who had just given birth, but they didn't stay long before leaving the country again. No. Jiang Yongyuan suddenly shuddered and excitedly grabbed Jiang Yao's hand. Kid, what month were you born? The orphanage records say I was born on February 18th, but I don't know the exact date, Jiang Yao said with a hint of disappointment. Isn't it quite pathetic that a person doesn't even know the exact day they were born? However, no one celebrated Jiang Yao's birthday when he was a child. It was only after he got together with Lu Yunxi that he experienced the ritual of celebrating his birthday. The 2 years he spent with Lu Yunxi were truly the happiest 2 years of his life. Although it was tiring, he had someone who loved him wholeheartedly. If only there weren't any lies mixed in. Jiang Yao looked at his niece and said slowly and deliberately, Xiao Chun is also 20 years old this year. If I remember correctly, his birthday is February 15th, which is 3 days older than Xiao Yao. Uncle, you mean? It's impossible. Xiao Chun looks so much like my dad. Feng Zishu understood what his uncle meant. It's not uncommon for wealthy families to pull the switcheroo, but Feng Zichen and Feng Xiuming really look alike. Anyone with eyes can tell they're father and son. Jiang Yongyuan suddenly sneered. Yes, he looks a lot like your father, but does he look like your mother? Does he have even a trace of the Jiang family in him? He hadn't thought about it before and hadn't noticed anything amiss, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Even if a child resembles his father very much, it's impossible for him to be completely unrelated to his mother. Unless the child is not the mother's biological child at all. Xiao Shu, take a close look at Xiao Yao. Don't his eyes look just like your mother's? Jiang Yongyuan said, his voice trembling with agitation and even a hint of anger. If Feng Zichen really wasn't his sister's child, he couldn't imagine how devastated his sister would be. Feng Zishu looked in the direction her uncle was pointing, and sure enough, Jiang Yao's eyes looked a lot like her mother's. My mother and uncle both inherited my maternal grandfather's eye shape. They have classic phoenix eyes. She inherited her father's almond-shaped eyes. And Feng Zichen actually has almond-shaped eyes. I didn't find it strange before, but now that I think about it, something is definitely not right. Jiang Yao extracted key information from their conversation. So you mean I might be Sister Zishu's younger brother? That's possible, Xiao Shu. Go home and get a few strands of your mother's hair. Don't tell her about this yet, Jiang Yongyuan said, worried that his younger sister wouldn't be able to accept it if she found out. Moreover, they cannot guarantee that things will be 100% as they suspect. Feng Zishu nodded emphatically. Okay, I'll go back now. Zhang Lia knew that her daughter had accompanied her brother to get a paternity test, and she had originally wanted to go with him as well. But later her daughter said there would be too many people and Jiang Yao might get nervous, so she didn't go. Shushu, have the results come out yet? Is that young man your uncle? Zhang Lia asked nervously. Feng Zishu sat down next to her mother, rested her head on her shoulder, and said in a muffled voice, No. No, this is good too. Zhang Lia exhaled a breath of stale air. She had previously worried about what would happen if her older brother really did something to betray his wife. Now that the results have proven her brother's innocence, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. She found that young man, Jiang Yao, quite approachable, but it's a bit of a shame he's not a member of the Jiang family. Has your uncle gone back? Jiang Lia asked, turning her head to look at her daughter. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her scalp and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Shushu, it seems you're pressing on mommy's hair. Oh dear mom, I didn't mean to. Where does it hurt? Let me take a look, Feng Zishu said, staring at her mother's black hair with concern. Because she lives a comfortable life and takes good care of herself, Jiang Lia, who is 50 years old, doesn't have a single gray hair on her head. Feng Zishu was incredibly envious. She herself would occasionally get a gray hair or two when she was under a lot of pressure. Shushu, be gentle. You seem to be pulling my hair again. Jiang Lia looked at her daughter with a helpless expression. How could a girl be so clumsy? Feng Zishu quietly stuffed the few strands of hair she had plucked into her pocket and sincerely apologized. It's all my fault. Did I hurt you? Mom, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to take care of and I need to go to the company. Go ahead, Jiang Lia said with a smile and waved her hand. She had gotten used to her daughter's busy schedule. Compared to her good-for-nothing son, her daughter was the perfect model for a wealthy family heir. She wasn't the kind of person who favored sons over daughters. In her view, it didn't matter whether her son or daughter inherited the family business. Unfortunately, Feng Xiuming's ideas differed from hers. He still held on to the old-fashioned idea that the family business should be inherited by the son. With Feng Zichen's unreliable attitude, what kind of family business could he possibly inherit? He'd squander this huge fortune in a few decades. Feng Zishu rushed back to the hospital and handed the hair sample to the doctor. She didn't ask the doctor whose hair it was, but only asked him to do a paternity test between Jiang Yao and the owner of the hair. This waiting process was much longer than the first time. Or rather, the development of events far exceeded Feng Zishu's expectations, causing her to feel a sense of uncontrollable anxiety. If Jiang Yao really is her younger brother, then Feng Zichen. She dared not think any further. But some things can't be changed just by refusing to accept them, and she had a vague premonition that a storm was brewing. Mr. Feng, the test results are in. Just give me the result. Feng Zishu commanded coldly. The results of this paternity test are correct. This woman is Mr. Jiang Yao's biological mother. Feng Zishu looked surprised. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Absolutely right, the doctor said firmly. He was a professional and wouldn't accept any doubts. Feng Zishu looked at Jiang Yao with a complicated expression, his mouth seemingly glued shut. She seemed to need to say something at this moment, but she didn't know what to say. Fate is such a wonderful thing. At first, she really just thought that Jiang Yao looked a lot like her grandfather, and she felt a little bit of goodwill towards him. It was Jiang Yao who approached her and told her that he was an orphan and wanted to find his family, which is why she decided to help this young man. Unexpectedly, after searching high and low, they ended up looking right at their own home. With tears in his eyes, Jiang Yongyuan hugged Jiang Yao tightly. Good child, you've suffered so much all these years. Chapter 26 Returning to the Wealthy Family, Reclaiming Everything Lost. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Find Your Relatives mission. You are rewarded with 3 chances to spin the prize wheel. Would you like to start now? Jiang Yao ignored the system and blankly pushed away Jiang Yongyuan, who was hugging him and crying with tears and snot streaming down his face. Excuse me, I don't quite understand. If I am Sister Zishu's younger brother, then why would I have grown up in an orphanage? The Feng family is the head of the 6 major families in the capital. If his background is so illustrious, why should he suffer in an orphanage? Moreover, judging from Feng Zishu's appearance, he clearly did not know that he had a younger brother who had been living away from home. A deep sense of guilt flashed in Feng Zishu's eyes. I'm sorry, things are a bit complicated. I'll give you an explanation once I've figured it out. Okay, I'll wait, Jiang Yao said calmly. He knows he's not in a peaceful state of mind right now, but damn it, who can stay calm in this kind of situation? A perfectly fine young master from a wealthy family was abandoned in an orphanage from birth, missing out on 20 years of happiness. Moreover, if the system hadn't issued this task, he might never have found his family in his lifetime. This is clearly someone's doing something wrong. Don't let him know who it is. Jiang Yao will definitely never let this mastermind get away with it. Thinking of his nephew who grew up in an orphanage and suffered countless hardships, Jiang Yongyuan felt a pang of heartache. He took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to him. Xiao Yao, there are 10 million in this card. Take it and spend it first. Consider it a gift from your uncle. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Yao readily accepted. He had no intention of playing hard to get. He had already endured 20 years of hardship, and this was what he deserved. Feng Zishu immediately realized what his uncle was doing. However, she didn't have her wallet on her, so she couldn't give her a card. Xiao Yao, send your bank card number to your sister, and she'll transfer you some pocket money. Okay, thank you, sister. Jiang Yao smiled obediently at Feng Zishu. But his hands moved quickly. He opened the bank's app, copied the bank card number, and sent it. Feng Zishu didn't think there was anything wrong with her brother's behavior at all. All she wanted to do now was make it up to him. She tapped a few times on her phone screen with her slender fingers, and Jiang Yao immediately received a notification that his bank card had been credited to his account. Balance plus 50 million. Jiang Yao stared wide-eyed in disbelief. It was actually 50 million. Wasn't it said that large transfers needed to be reported to the bank in advance? Use this money first, and tell your sister if you need more, Feng Zishu said with a smile, ruffling Jiang Yao's hair. My sister and uncle are so good to me. No one has ever been so good to me before. Jiang Yao chuckled, not forgetting to say a few nice words. He received a 60 million yuan red envelope in 3 minutes, which was no slower than making money by doing system tasks. This is the power of the wealthy. After discussing it, Jiang Yongyuan and Feng Zishu decided to find out the truth before bringing Jiang Yao back to the Feng family. We don't know who's behind this yet, and Feng Zishu is worried that it won't be safe for Jiang Yao to go back to the Feng family now. Another reason is that they don't want to alert the mastermind. If the mastermind behind the scenes becomes aware of the situation, their investigation into the truth may be hindered. Fearing that Jiang Yao might overthink things, Feng Zishu solemnly assured him, Xiao Yao, just wait a few more days, and I'll make sure you can rightfully become the young master of the Feng family again. Yes, I believe you, sister. Jiang Yao was not a child, and could fully understand Feng Zishu's worries. Just from the fact that this sister can transfer 50 million to him so easily, you can tell that she must value her brother, otherwise she wouldn't give him a single penny. Although Jiang Yao himself has over 100 million yuan in savings, who would complain about having too much money? Even those wealthy people with hundreds of billions or trillions of assets still work hard to make money. The little money he had was only enough to buy 2 decent apartments in Beijing. Therefore, returning to a wealthy family is imperative. He wants to reclaim everything he has lost. Feng Zishu made a phone call and summoned his mother to his uncle's house. As soon as Jiang Lia entered the door, she saw her older brother and daughter with serious expressions and subconsciously thought that the two had a fight. Big brother, Shushu is still a child. You should be more accommodating to her, Jiang Lia said, unconditionally siding with her daughter. Jiang Yongyuan didn't even bother to roll his eyes. Luckily, his niece was capable enough. Otherwise, with his sister's mindless pampering of the child would have been ruined long ago. Little sister, I called you here today because there's something very important I need to tell you. What's wrong? Is it about that young man named Jiang Yao? Jiang Lia asked her older brother, puzzled. Feng Zishu stepped forward and took his mother's hand. Mom, no matter what you hear next, promise me you won't get too excited. I'm here for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lia suddenly felt uneasy and unconsciously tightened her grip on her daughter's fingers. Shushu, what exactly happened? I came back this afternoon and plucked a few strands of your hair. I took them to Jiang Yao for a paternity test, and the results showed that you are biological mother and son. In other words, when you gave birth to your younger brother, something was done wrong, and your brother was switched. Feng Zishu was used to doing things quickly and decisively in the business world. At this moment, he didn't lay too much groundwork, but went straight to the point and told his mother the truth in the most straightforward words. Jiang Lia's eyelids twitched violently as she looked at her daughter in disbelief. You mean? That child? He's my son? Her voice trembled, and she could barely speak a single word. Jiang Lia did not doubt the truthfulness of her daughter's words. First, the paternity test could not be faked, and second, the child's appearance could not be faked either. She said that the reason she felt a special connection with that child was because it was her maternal instinct. Mom, don't worry. What's done is done. What we need to do now is figure out how to make amends to my brother and find the culprit behind the switch as soon as possible. Feng Zishu held her mother's hand tightly, trying to give her some strength. Jiang Lia, however, could not be as calm as her daughter. That's her son. She was switched at birth. How could she not be agitated and filled with hatred? Where is he? Shushu, take me to see him. Wah, I want to see him right now. Jiang Lia cried uncontrollably, collapsing into her daughter's arms. Feng Zishu quickly agreed. Okay, Mom. Don't cry. I'll take you to see him. Seeing his sister so heartbroken, Jiang Yongyuan felt quite distressed. His younger sister had always been the apple of the family's eye since she was a child. Whether before or after her marriage, she had a smooth life. He never expected her to encounter something like this. Little sister, I know you miss your child, but the most important thing now is to find out who switched the child, and whether Feng Xiaoming was involved, Jiang Yongyuan said, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 27 Getting picked up by a beautiful woman at the bar entrance. With the comfort of her older brother and daughter, Jiang Lia gradually calmed down. My emotions calmed down, and my mind became clear. She didn't miss a single prenatal checkup when she was pregnant with her son, and she had a natural birth, so she was certain that she wasn't carrying twins. But anyone with eyes can see how much Feng Zichen looks like Feng Xiaoming. She had always known that her husband was having an affair. Such things were common in wealthy families. At first, she cried and made a scene, throwing tantrums and beatings in front of Feng Xiaoming. But later she gradually became disheartened and no longer wanted to care about her husband's messy affairs. As long as no other women come before her, she will be content to be the Lady Feng. Back then, the two fell in love freely, and Feng Xiaoming had vowed to love her for life. Although their relationship changed later, Feng Xiaoming promised her that he would never have an illegitimate child, and that everything in the house belonged to her two children. Haha, she's so naive, she actually believed what a man said. Overwhelmed by guilt, regret, and hatred, Jiang Lia couldn't withstand the intense emotional impact and fainted. Mom, what's wrong? Uncle, quickly call the doctor. On the other side, as soon as Jiang Yao got home, he couldn't wait to start the lucky draw on the system's roulette wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a limited edition Richard Mille watch, a 24-hour lucky charm, and plus 20 strength. Note, the average grip strength of an average adult male is about 40-50 kilograms. Jiang Yao first took out the watch and the 24-hour lucky charm from his system backpack. He had seen this watch before. It was on Chu Jing's wrist. I remember hearing that at the entrance of the bar's private room. The watch on our young master Chu's wrist is the kind of price a poor guy could never earn in a lifetime of work. This really hit Jiang Yao where it hurt. Chu Jing might even have a whole cabinet full of watches like these, so they have the right to look down on Jiang Yao and mock him from a superior position. But now he owns the same watch as Chu Jing, and this is just the beginning. One day, he will stand taller than Chu Jing and return all the ridicule he received. Jiang Yao glanced at the watch on his wrist and put it back into his system inventory. Some things, once you get them, don't really feel that special. Even the most expensive watch is just a watch. Compared to the watch, Jiang Yao was clearly more interested in the 24-hour Lucky Charm. This Lucky Charm was about a size larger than Jiang Yao's thumb, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. How to use. Apply the Lucky Charm to the skin. It will bring good luck to the wearer for 24 hours. Jiang Yao felt that his luck had been pretty good lately, so he didn't need to use the Lucky Charm for the time being. He would save it for when he needed it later. The third reward drawn is plus 20 strength. Jiang Yao happened to have a simple gym at home, so he tried it out and found that he was indeed much stronger. If you want to increase arm strength through fitness, it will take at least several months to achieve the desired effect. Ha ha ha, this kind of effortless success is definitely more suitable for me. Jiang Yao laughed, hands on his hips. Hopefully, the system will reward him with a martial arts manual next time, so he can achieve his goal in one step and never have to worry about being provoked by ignorant people when he goes out. Ding dong. My phone beeped with a notification sound. Jiang Yao picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Shen Wu. Shen, Jiang Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Jiang, I haven't done anything. I'm just resting at home. Shen, are you free tonight? I'd like to introduce you to my best friend. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment before replying, okay, to Shen Wu. Shen Wu immediately sent him the address, which was at the same bar as last time. Jiang Yao later learned that Shen Wu's friend's brother owned shares in that bar. The night was as dark as ink. Jiang Yao parked his car in front of the bar, immediately attracting a lot of attention, and some people even took out their phones to take pictures. Whether this car is easy to drive or not is another matter, but it's great for showing off. Excuse me, handsome. A pretty young woman wearing a tank top and tight hot pants suddenly walked towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao stopped in his tracks and looked at the other person with a puzzled expression. What is it? The pretty young woman blinked and smiled sweetly. Excuse me, is this your car? I'd like to take a picture as a souvenir. Is that all right? Take as many pictures as you like, just don't scratch the car. Jiang Yao waved to her generously. The young woman's eyes lit up. She was prepared to be rejected when she tried to strike up a conversation, but she didn't expect this rich second generation to be so easy to talk to. Could you please take a full body photo of me in the car? It will only take a little bit of your time. Please, please. The pretty girl said to Jiang Yao in a sweet, coquettish voice, her hands clasped together and placed under her chin. Jiang Yao frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse, but then felt it was just a small favor. Taking a photo wouldn't take more than a minute. Give me your phone. Can I use yours? My phone camera broke last week and I haven't had a chance to replace it yet, the pretty girl said, intentionally or unintentionally gesturing with her ample bosom. Even Jiang Yao, who was usually quite naive, realized something was wrong. What kind of coincidence could there be in the world? His expression turned slightly cold. I'm sorry, my phone camera is also broken. Oh, handsome, do you think I'm lying to you? Okay, my camera is definitely not broken. I just wanted to ask you for your contact information, the pretty girl said shyly, sticking out her tongue. Her plan was to add his green bubble if Jiang Yao agreed to take a picture of her with his phone. With their contact information in hand, things became much easier. Seeing that Jiang Yao didn't speak, she pouted and continued to act coquettishly. Can I? It's just a green bubble. I promise I won't bother you. No, little sister, he already has a girlfriend. A smiling female voice rang out behind Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao turned around and saw Shen Wu wearing a bright red backless halter dress, with a perfectly proportioned figure, looking like a model on the runway. The pretty girl blushed when she saw Shen Wu intimately holding Jiang Yao's hand. I'm sorry, I didn't know he had a girlfriend. After saying that, she immediately turned and left. Jiang Yao could still vaguely hear her complaining to her friend. Ugh, so embarrassing. That handsome guy's girlfriend is so pretty. This handsome young man has quite the luck with women, Shen Wu said with a half smile, lifting Jiang Yao's chin. Sister, I didn't intend to give her my contact information, Jiang Yao quickly explained, worried that she might misunderstand him. Shen Wu smiled and pinched his cheek, praising him in a tone that coaxed a child. You did very well. Keep it up in the future. Jiang Yao was both amused and exasperated. Sister, I'm not a child. It's about the same, Shen Wu muttered softly. She had previously thought Jiang Yao was around 22 or 23 years old, but after they confirmed their relationship, she found out he was only 20 years old. She is 27 years old this year, a full 7 years older than Jiang Yao. Fortunately, Jiang Yao said he didn't mind. Then she felt even more embarrassed to mind, since she was the one who benefited. Let's go, my friend is waiting for us inside. Chapter 28. Jiang Yao is drunk and the two of them fall to the ground. "Oh, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome." A pretty girl in a pink dress smiled and winked at Shenwu. The man next to her had a head full of spikes, handsome and tall features, and well-developed arms, so he seemed to enjoy sports. Jiang Yao glanced at Shenwu's best friend discreetly. To be honest, Shenwu's best friend didn't look like someone who would go to a bar. However, appearances can be deceiving. One should not judge a person's behavior based on their looks. Shenwu affectionately held Jiang Yao's hand and smiled as she spoke to her best friend and her boyfriend. "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Yao. You can just call him by his name. Ah Yao. This is my best friend Gu Yenyun, whom I grew up with. This is her boyfriend Zhan Hongrui. They have been together for 8 years. Although the two broke up and got back together countless times over the past 8 years, they always managed to reconcile in the end." Shenwu admired their tenacity in getting back together. Shenwu whispered to Jiang Yao. "Jiang Xiaoyao, just call them Sister Yenyun and Brother Hongrui." Although Shenwu felt that having her boyfriend call her best friend sister made her feel like she was at a disadvantage. But since Jiang Yao is young, it would be a bit impolite to call him by his name directly. "Hello, Sister Yenyun. Hello, Brother Hongrui." Jiang Yao nodded politely to the two of them. "Oh my, Jiang Yao is not only handsome, but also has a sweet tongue. I'm so envious of you all. Where did you find such a good boyfriend?" Gu Yenyun teased with a charming smile. Zhan Hongrui, standing beside her, had a dark expression. He tightened his grip on her slender waist slightly, gritting his teeth inwardly. "Envious of Shenwu? Want me to find one for you too?" No, I was just joking. I have you. That's enough for me," Gu Yenyun quickly denied. Shenwu pulled Jiang Yao down to sit and rolled her eyes at Gu Yenyun. "That's enough. You two are always showing off your love in front of me. You don't get tired of it, but I do." You have a boyfriend too. You can show him off too," Gu Yenyun said confidently without feeling embarrassed at all. Zhan Hongrui was already used to the verbal sparring between the two. He got up and poured Jiang Yao a drink. "Can you drink?" "You can have a little," Jiang Yao replied cautiously, glancing at the vodka in his hand. He rarely drinks strong liquor. He drinks beer more often because it doesn't make him drunk easily, so he doesn't know his alcohol tolerance. Zhan Hongrui laughed heartily. "You'll get used to it after a few drinks. A man should work on his alcohol tolerance when he's out. You can't just get drunk after one drink. That would be too embarrassing." Gu Yenyun turned to look at him upon hearing this and pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard. "You think it's all because of you? Jiang Yao is such a well-behaved boy. Don't lead him astray." Okay, I'll be the worst, alright?" Zhan Hongrui's tone sounded a little sour. "You're bad to begin with, and you won't let people say it?" The two started arguing back and forth. Jiang Yao looked at Shenwu awkwardly. "Oh, do you need to persuade her?" "No need. This is their usual way of getting along. They don't really argue," Shenwu said with a smile and a shake of her head. Jiang Yao didn't understand, and could only say that he respected the individual's preferences. He took a small sip of the vodka, and found it to be rich and smooth. After drinking it, he felt a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. "If you don't like it, don't drink it," Shenwu said gently when she saw him frown. Gu Yenyun also chimed in. "Yes, if you can't drink, then don't. Getting drunk will only make you feel bad." Jiang Yao shook his head and finished the rest of the wine in his glass in one gulp. "It's okay. I can handle it." Men always care about their pride at times like this. They can't stand being told they're no good. "That's great. That's how a real man should be," Zhan Hongrui said with a hint of appreciation. "He's a straightforward person and doesn't like effeminate men." Although Shenwu's boyfriend is a bit young, he has a pretty good personality. Zhan Hongrui enthusiastically poured Jiang Yao another drink. "Come on, let's have a drink. It's our first time meeting. Let's get to know each other properly." What could Jiang Yao say? He could only obediently drink another glass. Seeing that he seemed fine, Shenwu didn't say anything more and pulled Gu Yenyun aside to chat about their private conversation. Since they parted ways at the bar, they haven't met offline again, and have been chatting directly on Green Bubble. Shenwu was too lazy to pay attention to this love-struck girl, while Gu Yenyun was busy being intimate with her boyfriend and had no time to deal with her best friend. After the two best friends finished chatting about the latest gossip, Jiang Yao's eyes were already a little dazed. "Jiang Xiaoyao, are you alright?" Shenwu touched his burning face. Jiang Yao pouted, looking aggrieved. "Sister, I feel so dizzy." Shenwu looked angrily at Zhan Hongrui. "How much did you drink with him?" "Not much, just 3 or 4 cups, I guess." Zhan Hongrui said guiltily, touching his nose. "He doesn't usually drink much. How could he drink so much all at once?" Shenwu was genuinely angry, and having known Zhan Hongrui for so many years, she had no problem arguing with him. Zhan Hongrui complained, He didn't know either. This kid just kept drinking. If he had said he couldn't drink anymore, he wouldn't have forced him. Never mind, I'll take him back first, and we can make another appointment next time, Shenwu said, helping Jiang Yao to his feet. Fortunately, although he was somewhat drunk, he was not completely unconscious and still knew how to walk. Gu Yinyun glared at her boyfriend, then turned to Shenwu and said, "Oh, do you need us to take you home? What kind of delivery? Which of you can drive?" Shenwu said, speechless. "Well, at least our Rui can help you lift someone up, right? Men are stronger." Shenwu waved her hand. "No need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own." "Okay, call me if you need anything." Shenwu had just had a drink, and it would take a long time to call her family's driver to pick her up, so she simply used her phone to call a ride-hailing service. While waiting for the car, Jiang Yao kept rubbing against Shenwu, saying, "Oh, I feel so dizzy, so hot. Just hang in there a little longer. We'll be home soon, and I'll make you some hangover soup when we get home." Shenwu gently comforted him. Jiang Yao didn't know whether he heard clearly or not, and quickly quieted down. A few minutes later, the ride-hailing car arrived. Shenwu didn't know if Jiang Yao had any ingredients to make hangover soup, and she was worried about him sleeping alone at night. What if he vomited in the middle of the night and choked on it? After thinking about it, she simply took him back to her house. Although Jiang Yao felt dizzy, he was still somewhat conscious. He smelled the fragrance emanating from the person next to him and felt his mouth was dry. "Stand still, I'll open the door," Shenwu said with difficulty, pulling her hand away from Jiang Yao's and trying to unlock the door. The door opened with a click. Jiang Yao suddenly leaned forward, pressing down on Shenwu, and the two of them fell to the ground together. Chapter 29. Jiang Yao, you started this fire, you're responsible for putting it out. Ah. Shenwu was startled and squeezed her eyes shut tightly. Just as she was bracing herself for the pain, she suddenly realized that their positions had been switched, and Jiang Yao had become her cushion. Shenwu lay on Jiang Yao and exhaled. She was terrified. When Jiang Yao pressed down on her, she had already planned how to call for an ambulance. Seeing her relieved expression, Jiang Yao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." "You're not drunk?" Shenwu asked, her mouth agape in surprise as she looked at Jiang Yao. "I woke up after falling just now," Jiang Yao said, his expression seemingly pained. "Are you all right? Did you fall anywhere?" Shenwu realized what was happening and hurriedly tried to get off him, but her high heels were unsteady, and she fell back onto him with a thud. Jiang Yao was hit hard somewhere and let out a muffled groan. This time, he was in trouble even though he was fine before. "Sister, if I cripple you, you must take responsibility for me. Where is it damaged?" "I'll take you to the hospital," Shenwu said anxiously, her small hands patting Jiang Yao's body. Jiang Yao was aroused by her touch. He stared at her beautiful and charming face for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out, grabbed the back of her head, and kissed her. Shenwu's eyes widened slightly, like a startled fawn. Jiang Yao touched the soft, sweet lips and was instantly hooked, unable to stop. The temperature inside the room is getting higher and higher. The moon outside the window was obscured by clouds, like a shy young girl. When Jiang Yao's hand touched a place he shouldn't have, Shenwu snapped out of her daze and stopped his misbehaving hand. No, she gasped, her refusal firm. Jiang Yao was about to explode with pent-up frustration, his voice pleading, "Sister Wu, I'm really in pain. Please help me, okay?" As he spoke, he guided Shenwu to touch that spot, which was as hard as iron. Shenwu's face turned bright red, making her already alluring face even more vibrant, as if it were about to burst into flames. You'll just have to bear with it," Shenwu said, sounding somewhat helpless and indifferent. "If you can't stand it, you're responsible for putting out the fire you started," Jiang Yao said, using both soft and hard tactics, and directly took action. Although Shenwu felt that they hadn't known each other for very long, they shouldn't be doing such intimate things. But she's also a normal adult woman, and it's really hard for her to resist being seduced by a handsome young man face to face. Finally, after much resistance, Shenwu was carried into the room by Jiang Yao. "I woke up the next day." Jiang Yao was momentarily stunned. "Who is he? Where is he?" "Let him think about it. Last night, he and Shenwu went to a bar to meet some friends. Then he got drunk, and then the two of them did something indescribable. All my memories came flooding back." Jiang Yao turned his head to look at the person sleeping peacefully beside him, and a happy smile appeared on his lips. Sure enough, men shouldn't hold back for too long. He felt as if he had taken a super tonic, and was full of energy. Feeling his gaze fixed on her, Shenwu's eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. Unable to maintain the facade any longer, she slowly opened her eyes. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Shenwu's expression seemed rather embarrassed and angry. She was angry with herself for not being able to control herself last night and letting Jiang Yao succeed. You have to understand that this was her first time. Although she had been in a relationship before, it was because her ex-boyfriend had pursued her for a long time, and she was moved by his sincerity. Perhaps being moved is not the same as love. She always felt that something was missing between them, so naturally, she wouldn't do anything intimate with him. Thinking about her indulgence last night, Shinwoo couldn't help but scream in her heart. Ah, my younger brother is too cunning. I can't compete with him at all. Oh, is so beautiful. I can't help but want to take a few more glances, Jiang Yao said with a grin. Shinwoo reached out and covered his dark, clear eyes. Don't look. Go wash up, I'm hungry. Hungry? It's my fault. I didn't feed Wu enough yesterday. Jiang Yao seemed a little guilty and stretched out his long arm to pull her into his arms. The woman's skin was soft and delicate, like the finest silk, making him unable to put it down. Shinwoo exclaimed in surprise, pressing her hands against his chest. That's not what I meant. I meant I'm hungry. Get up, I want to go out to eat. Okay, it seems I misunderstood what Wu meant, Jiang Yao said, suppressing a laugh and stopping teasing her. He casually threw off the covers and, right in front of Shinwoo, went into the bathroom naked. Shinwoo quickly covered her eyes, feeling both embarrassed and anxious. You should at least put on some clothes. But I don't have any clean clothes to change into, Jiang Yao said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Are you suggesting he wore what he was wearing last night? It reeks of alcohol, and even he himself finds it repulsive. There are bathrobes in the bathroom. Wear them for now, and I'll go to your house to get you some clothes later. Shinwoo didn't have any clothes suitable for Jiang Yao to wear. Jiang Yao couldn't fit into the t-shirt, so she couldn't very well give him a skirt. Fortunately, the two lived in the same neighborhood, so it wasn't too much trouble to go to Jiang Yao's house to get his clothes. 3 days later, Jiang Yao received a call from Feng Zishu, who asked him to meet up. Over the past 3 days, Feng Zishu and his uncle have worked together to investigate the entire matter. The investigation began when Jiang Lia became pregnant, with a focus on investigating several of Feng Xiuming's lovers. Sure enough, she noticed something was wrong. 21 years ago, not long after Jiang Lia became pregnant, one of Feng Xiuming's mistresses also became pregnant. Because Feng Xiuming had promised his wife he wouldn't have an illegitimate child, he transferred 10 million yuan to his mistress, asking her to abort the child. Feng Xiuming stopped caring about what happened after that, because he was certain that no woman would dare to disobey him. Little did he know that his lover had not aborted the child at all, but had secretly given birth to it. The months leading up to her due date were winter, and her lover's pregnancy wasn't very noticeable, so outsiders could hardly tell she was pregnant. On the day Jiang Lia gave birth, her lover also went to the hospital and had a premature cesarean section, giving birth to a boy. The hospital had her birth records, but the boy was not registered and disappeared after birth, as if he had never existed in this world. To Feng Zishu's relief, Feng Xiuming had cut off all contact with his mistress after she revealed her pregnancy. He was probably very unhappy with his lover's two-faced behavior. She had clearly told him not to get pregnant, but she still managed to have a child. Knowing that her son's being switched at birth had nothing to do with her husband brought Jiang Lia some relief from her anxiety. If her husband had been involved, she really didn't know what she would have done. She probably would have wanted to fight him to the death. But things aren't much better now. If he hadn't been messing around outside, his son wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Chapter 30. Returning to the Feng family's old residence. Twins? My child, I'm so sorry, I didn't protect you well, Jiang Lia said, unable to control her emotions, and burst into tears while holding Jiang Yao. This was her second time seeing Jiang Yao, but her feelings were completely different from the first time. Last time, she never imagined that this young man was actually her biological son. Jiang Yao was held tightly by his mother, and a strange emotion welled up in his heart. He tentatively patted her back. Please don't blame me. This isn't entirely your fault. The other party acted with ulterior motives, and Jiang Lia was also one of the victims. But it's unlikely that Jiang Yao truly doesn't blame his mother at all. She couldn't even protect her own son, yet she doted on her enemy's son for 20 years. Wasn't she completely blameless? However, since we are all adults, there's no need to bring some things to the surface. Seeing her mother lose control of her emotions, Feng Zishu also tried to persuade her. Mom, it's a good thing that your brother has been found. Your crying like this will put pressure on him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lia immediately tried her best to hold back her tears. Yes, it's good that Xiao Yao was found. I can't cry. Sister Zishu, has the matter been investigated and clarified? Jiang Yao's dark eyes were fixed on Feng Zishu. Feng Zishu nodded silently. Yes, it's been found out. It was Feng Zichen's biological mother who switched you with him back then. Feng Zichen. Jiang Yao had heard this name from other people many times before. This is the person who stole 20 years of my happy life. Although everyone was an infant back then, and Feng Zichen had no choice in the matter, Jiang Yao couldn't help but resent him because he was a beneficiary of the system. What do you plan to do with him? Jiang Yao asked calmly, his face revealing no emotion. Feng Zishu pursed her lips. There's something I have to tell you. Although Feng Zichen isn't mom's biological child, he is dad's child. It will be very difficult to kick him out of the Feng family. Jiang Yao was so angry he laughed and loudly questioned. So what? Let him continue to stay in the Feng family as the eldest young master? What am I then? What are the hardships he has endured over the years compared to this? While he was delivering food on his electric scooter in the wind and rain, was Feng Zichen driving a luxury car with his buddies or sitting in a lavish bar room laughing and joking with his friends? Xiao Yao, don't get agitated. We need to discuss this matter carefully, Feng Zishu said calmly, pressing on Jiang Yao's shoulder. Jiang Yao sneered. He's your own brother too, isn't he? Although they weren't born of the same mother, they spent 20 years together and were related by blood. His younger brother, whom he adopted halfway through life, might not necessarily be as good as the other person. Haha, how could he expect Feng Zishu to seek justice for him? How ridiculous. Feng Zishu couldn't deny it. Her 20-year-long sibling-like relationship with Feng Zichen was genuine. Even if she still complains about her younger brother being immature and unambitious, that's only after he grows up. When Feng Zichen was little, he was also a cute little dumpling who would wobble around behind her and call her sister. Moreover, she is no longer in charge of the Feng family. Feng Xiuming is now in charge. Previously, Feng Zichen was Feng Xiuming's only son, and one can imagine the emotions he had invested in him. It was impossible for him to simply give up on him. All right, I understand. Jiang Yao lowered his eyes, his heart feeling icy cold. Are you unwilling to accept this? Of course you are. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the one in a weaker position. Zhang Lia held Jiang Yao's hand tightly and assured him, Xiao Yao, don't be angry. From now on, all the property under my name will belong to you and Shu Shu. I will never give Feng Zichen a single penny. She couldn't interfere with how Feng Xiuming distributed his assets, but she would absolutely not give her things to the mistress's child. Zhang Lia also comes from a wealthy family. When she got married, her family gave her a lot of dowry. Over the years as the wife of the Feng family, her assets are countless. The wealth under her name alone is something that some small families can't compare to. Mom, you can leave your assets to Xiao Yao. I can earn my own money, Feng Zishu said. She felt guilty towards her younger brother and didn't want to fight with him for things anymore. Moreover, she owns her own company, so even without relying on her family, her future prospects are not bad. Jiang Yao remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. It's too early to talk about these things now. Unless Zhang Lia immediately transfers her assets to him, it's all just empty talk. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Feng Zishu knew that her younger brother had already formed a bond with her, and she sighed inwardly. Your father already knows about your situation. We are preparing to hold a family reunion banquet for you, so that you can officially return to the Feng family. Are you really willing to let Feng Zichen become an illegitimate child? Jiang Yao asked suspiciously. Feng Zishu choked, then pursed her red lips. Dad has decided to announce to the public that you and Feng Zichen are twins, and that you were separated from your family due to an accident and were only recently found. The two brothers happen to look like their father and mother respectively, so it won't arouse suspicion from outsiders. Jiang Yao pursed his lips. He knew it. How could the Feng family bear to let their precious young master suffer? Illegitimate children are common in wealthy families, but they do not have a high status and are often ostracized by legitimate children. If Feng Zichen suddenly becomes an illegitimate child, his status in the entertainment circle will definitely plummet. Jiang Yao was unhappy, but he did not refuse to return to the Feng family. He's not stupid. Why would he hand over his billions in assets to someone else? He insisted on fighting and grabbing, wanting to see who would have the last laugh. A few days before the family reunion banquet, Jiang Yao moved into the Feng family's old house at Feng Xiuming's request. This old house was built when Jiang Yao's grandfather was still alive, and it covers an area of over 100 acres. In addition to the main building, there are annex buildings for servants to rest, detached villas for guests to stay in, villas for banquets, leisure and entertainment areas, private gardens, and so on. Jiang Yao's first visit to the Feng family's old residence was quite an eye-opener. Compared to the Feng family's old house, his Lakeview penthouse is nothing. He finally understood why the novel described the female protagonist getting lost at the male protagonist's house. The car came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the main building, and Feng Zishu personally helped Jiang Yao carry his luggage. Actually, there wasn't much inside, just a few sets of Jiang Yao's clothes to change into. He didn't plan to stay at the Feng family's old house for long. After the family reunion banquet, he still had to go back to school. Xiao Yao, let's go in, she said with a gentle smile to her younger brother, trying to reassure him and tell him not to be so nervous. As soon as the two siblings stepped through the gate, Jiang Lia excitedly greeted them. Xiao Yao, Shu Shu, you're back. Mom and Dad, I brought Xiao Yao back, Feng Zishu said, pulling Jiang Yao to Feng Xiuming's side. This was the first time Feng Xiuming had seen his eldest son. He didn't look much like him, but rather resembled his wife more. It's good that you're back, he nodded lightly to Jiang Yao, then said to his youngest son beside him. Zichen, say hello to your brother. Chapter 31 Feng Zichen hates Jiang Yao. Feng Zichen already knows about his background and has vented his anger over the past few days. He smashed everything in the room, and the maid quietly cleaned it up and replaced the damaged items with new ones. Feng Zichen was furious. He, the eldest son of the Feng family, had suddenly become an illegitimate child. Was God playing a cruel joke on him? No wonder he felt his mother and sister were looking at him strangely a few days ago. They now know he's not his mother's biological son. Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel grateful that he still had his father's blood in his veins. So what if he isn't Jiang Lia's biological son? This is the Feng family, and he is Feng Xiuming's son as well, so he can stay in the Feng family with a clear conscience. He already knew that Jiang Yao was going back to the Feng family today, and he had mentally prepared himself for it. But when he actually saw Jiang Yao, he couldn't help but feel a surge of hatred. Why did you come back? Why did you come to ruin their family's happy life? Hello, brother. Feng Zichen greeted Jiang Yao with a big smile, looking every bit the well-behaved and innocent young master. Jiang Yao ignored him. He was already very courteous not to attack the thief who stole 20 years of his happy life. Did he expect him to greet him with a smile? A flash of disdain crossed Feng Zichen's eyes, and he turned to look at Feng Xiuming with a wronged expression. Dad, my brother doesn't seem to like me very much. Feng Xiuming's face darkened, and he looked at Jiang Yao with displeasure. Your brother is greeting you. Didn't you hear him? What younger brother? My mother only gave birth to my sister and me, Jiang Yao said with a forced smile. He knew he should act obedient and sensible like Feng Zichen, but he just didn't want to. He was already being treated unfairly enough by having to return to the Feng family as Feng Zichen's twin brother, but to have to act out a deep brotherly bond with Feng Zichen was an extra price to pay. Unless Feng Xiuming gives him 100 million right now, don't expect him to give Feng Zichen a friendly look. You brat. You grew up outside. You don't know any manners at all. Feng Xiuming slammed his hand on the sofa, expressing his dissatisfaction with his newly adopted son. Jiang Lia immediately became protective of her son, glaring angrily at her husband. Feng Xiuming, are you even speaking human language? Why did Xiao Yao grow up outside? Isn't that the result of your actions? You. I'm too lazy to talk to you, Feng Xiuming said guiltily, and simply turned his face away from his wife. Xiao Yao, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. Mom won't let you suffer any grievances in this family, Jiang Lia said with a loving smile. A feeling of gratitude welled up in Jiang Yao's heart, and he nodded slightly. Feng Zichen across from him was furious. This was clearly his mother. It's all Jiang Yao's fault, that bastard. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, Mom wouldn't be ignoring him like this now. From the day she learned the truth, Jiang Lia no longer allowed him to call her mom. Feng Zichen couldn't accept it at all. The mother he had called for 20 years was so cold and heartless to him. He was just a baby back then, and he didn't make the mistake. Why should he be punished? Hatred spread through Feng Zichen's heart. He not only hated Jiang Yao, but also harbored some resentment towards Jiang Lia. Feng Xiuming cleared his throat and announced in an unyielding tone, now that you've returned to the Feng family, your surname should be changed back. From now on, you'll be called Feng Ziyao. I don't want to. Jiang Yao refused decisively. He's been using the same name for 20 years. How can he possibly change it now? Besides, the name Feng Ziyao sounds like he's Feng Zichen's brother, which disgusts him. What did you say? Feng Xiuming could hardly believe that this kid would contradict him again and again. Who is he? The head of the Feng family is a man of his word, and he would never accept being disrespected by a junior. I'm telling you right now, don't even think about going back to the Feng family unless you change your name. When Feng Zichen saw his father's anger, a fleeting look of joy flashed in his eyes. This idiot actually dared to defy his father. Ha ha ha, he's really bitten off more than he can chew. So many people want the surname Feng but don't even have the chance, yet Jiang Yao refused. I wonder if he's out of his mind. Jiang Yao glanced at Jiang Liya out of the corner of his eye, then said with his head hanging low, I know I'm not popular. Maybe I'm just not meant to be with you. I won't bother your family anymore. As he spoke, he actually turned around and strode towards the door. Jiang Liya panicked and quickly stepped forward to grab her son's hand. Xiao Yao, don't go. As long as your mother is here, no one can kick you out of this house. Feng Xiuming, if you're going to kick my son out, then just kick me out too. I'll just take Xiao Yao back to my parents' home. Do you really think the Jiang family is some kind of impoverished family? Although the Jiang family moved overseas many years ago, they still have businesses in China. Not to mention she also owns shares in the Feng Group, all belonging to her own son. Wife, that's not what I meant. Why are you so unreasonable? Feng Xiuming looked at Jiang Liya with a helpless expression. He genuinely liked Jiang Liya when he was young, and he went to great lengths and put in a lot of effort to win her over. No matter how much a man loves his wife, he can't escape his inherent flaws. He'll keep the home fires burning while having affairs on the side. He had always thought he had done a good job. At least he hadn't fathered any illegitimate children. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao's appearance not only slapped him in the face, but also broke his promise to Jiang Liya. Feng Xiuming actually looked down on his son who was born in an orphanage, let alone compared him to Feng Zichen, the son he had raised by his side since childhood. But what could he do when his wife so fiercely protected him? Sigh. Seeing that her husband was willing to back down, Jiang Liya didn't press the matter further and said softly, Xiao Yao just got home. It's normal that he can't accept our presence right away. You should at least give him some time to adjust. All right, I'll listen to you. Let the kid get used to it for a while, but his surname definitely has to be changed. What kind of talk is it for a child of the Feng family to have a different surname? Feng Xiuming looked at his wife with a doting expression. Jiang Liya rolled her eyes inwardly. What a scoundrel. He's already fathered a child out of wedlock, and he's still pretending to be a loving husband. She's 50 years old and has long since given up on men's love. Now she just wants to protect her 2 children. Jiang Yao looked at Feng Zichen, whose face was ashen, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Hate it, don't you? That's the right thing to do. They were destined to be enemies from birth. It was either the east wind prevailing over the west wind, or the west wind prevailing over the east wind. In fact, whether or not Jiang Yao changes his surname is not that important, and not worth giving up his inheritance rights to the Feng family. He just wanted to see how far Jiang Liya would go for him, and thankfully his mother didn't disappoint him. At that moment, Jiang Yao understood what the saying, a child with a mother is a treasure meant. Jiang Yao's room is right next to Feng Zichen's room. Enemies meet on a narrow road, and their eyes are always filled with hatred. You country bumpkin, don't think you're anything special just because you're back in the Feng family. I'm Dad's favorite son. Chapter 32. Giving Jiang Yao 50 million and giving him only 1 million. The favoritism is down to the bone. Jiang Yao looked Feng Zichen up and down and said, Tisk, you're so proud of having an illegitimate child? You country bumpkin, do you want to die? Feng Zichen glared at Jiang Yao with eyes blazing with fury. The words illegitimate child are now a taboo subject for him. He used to look down on those illegitimate children in the industry, but now he has become one of them himself. It's like a blow to the head. I'm talking about you. Your own mother was someone's mistress and even switched someone else's son. What good could you be as her offspring? Jiang Yao's face was blatantly malicious. Feng Zichen's mind went blank for a second, and he lunged at Jiang Yao frantically, yelling, I'm going to kill you. Thump. Jiang Yao kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying 2 meters away. Useless trash, consider this a small lesson for you. The sins of the mother must be paid by the son. You will pay for what your mother owes me, Jiang Yao said coldly, looking at Feng Zichen, whose face was contorted in pain. Feng Zichen clutched his stomach. If you dare hit me, I'll tell Dad. Idiot, you were the one who started it. I was just acting in self-defense. I recorded it all, Jiang Yao said with a smile, waving his phone. When you're out and about, you always have to be careful, right? Feng Zichen gritted his teeth. You, insidious, shameless. Jiang Yao wasn't like this downstairs just now. He's a two-faced scoundrel. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Yao said with a smug smile, then slammed the door shut. Feng Zichen was filled with impotent rage and could only frantically punch the tightly closed door. Feng Zishu, who was hiding at the corner of the corridor, withdrew his gaze, turned around, and went upstairs. Her room was upstairs, not on the same floor as her brother's. She didn't leave immediately after dropping Jiang Yao off at his room, because she knew her 2 younger brothers wouldn't get along. Based on her understanding of Feng Zichen, she was originally worried that Jiang Yao would suffer a loss, and wanted to stay and help him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao not only didn't suffer any losses, but also had Feng Zichen completely under his control. As expected, they were siblings born of the same mother. Jiang Yao's intelligence was very similar to hers. As for Feng Zichen, well, he's just a spoiled rich kid. It's normal that he can't accept his sudden change of status overnight. Let's take it slow. Jiang Yao stayed at the Feng family's old house for 2 days. In the past 2 days, Feng Zichen has been provoking him quite a bit. Jiang Yao didn't tolerate him either. He would hit or scold him as he pleased, so Feng Zichen couldn't gain any advantage. As a result, this guy knew he couldn't outmaneuver Jiang Yao, so he actually resorted to tattling, deliberately showing off the bruises on his arm while eating breakfast. Xiao Chun, what's that bruise on your arm? Did you get into another fight outside? Feng Xiuming looked at his youngest son suspiciously. Feng Zichen quickly denied it. No, this injury was caused by my second brother's accident, but I can't blame him. Maybe I did something to upset him. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes. You green tea btch. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiuming's face darkened instantly, and his sharp gaze shot towards Jiang Yao. You hit your brother? Didn't he say that he provoked me first? The one who starts it is the one who's rude, so it's not a loss for him to get beaten up, Jiang Yao said calmly, putting down his knife and fork. Feng Xiuming's eyes widened, and a vein throbbed slightly on his forehead. Just because he messes with you doesn't mean you can hit him. What if I mess with you one day, and you want to hit me too? Of course not. Dad, you're overthinking it. Jiang Yao chuckled twice with a forced smile. He's not stupid. How could he not distinguish between the king and queen in the family? Feng Zichen hit him, so what? He'll just get a few scoldings at most. But if he dares to hit Feng Xiuming, even Zhang Lia probably can't protect him. Feng Xiuming was furious at his arrogant attitude, and after gritting his teeth and cursing him a few more times, he wiped his mouth, got up, and left. The house has been in chaos these past 2 days, and he doesn't want to stay there for even a moment longer. Jiang Yao didn't take Feng Xiuming's mild reprimand to heart at all. Let him scold me, it won't hurt me anyway. Looking at her son's calm expression, Zhang Lia's eyes were filled with heartache. Xiao Yao, don't worry about what your dad said. Don't you have a car yet? Mom will transfer 50 million to you. How about you buy a car you like when you have time? She didn't know how to cheer up her child. When she was unhappy, she would buy him clothes, bags, and jewelry. Boys like cars, so maybe buying him a car he liked would make him a little happier. Jiang Yao glanced at the bank card notification, subtly giving Feng Zichen a provocative look before feigning refusal. Oh dear, Mom, you don't actually need to transfer money to me. My sister transferred 50 million to me last time, and I haven't even started spending it yet. Your sister transferred money to you too? Zhang Lia glanced at her daughter, her eyes filled with relief. She didn't know that her daughter had also transferred money to her son, but she was happy to see that her daughter and son had a good relationship. Yes, my sister is very good to me. Look, I already have 100 million in my bank account. I've never seen so much money before, and I don't know how to spend it, Jiang Yao said with a grin. His words implied that he had lived a very difficult life in the past, that he was too poor, and that he didn't even know how to spend money. Zhang Lia's eyes were brimming with heartache as she hugged Jiang Yao tightly. My poor child, your mother is here. I won't let you suffer anymore. Buy whatever you like. Feng Zichen, watching from the side, was practically green with envy. 100 million. 100 million, damn it. They're both children of the Feng family, so why does Jiang Yao get so much pocket money at once, while he only gets 1 million a month? Damn it, that's not fair at all. No, ever since he caused that incident, he hasn't even had 1 million left. The Feng family has always followed a traditional model where the man is the breadwinner and the woman stays at home. Zhang Lia takes care of all the children's needs, including their food, clothing, housing, and allowances. Feng Xiuming was a very chauvinistic man and didn't care whether his children had money to spend, since they wouldn't starve. Feng Zichen stared longingly at Zhang Lia, and when he saw that she wouldn't even give him a spare glance, his heart ached for a moment. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and walked up to Feng Zishu, his eyes slightly red and his voice trembling with emotion. Sis, you're being unfair. You transfer so much pocket money to second brother, can't you transfer some to me too? I can barely afford to eat. Feng Zishu glanced at Zhang Lia subconsciously, but the latter had a cold expression, as if she hadn't heard Feng Zichen's words. Sister, I know I'm not Mom's biological child, and it's normal that Mom doesn't like me, but I'm still your brother. We're the siblings who grew up together. Feng Zichen's eyes trembled slightly, and large tears fell to the ground. Looking at Feng Zichen like this, Feng Zishu felt as if she had returned to her childhood, when her younger brother was just as well behaved and obedient. She couldn't help but soften her heart. I'll transfer you 1 million, but you can't mess around outside anymore. It wasn't that she was unwilling to transfer more money to Feng Zichen. It was just that this kid liked to act recklessly whenever he had a little money. Therefore, Zhang Lia has never dared to give her son too much pocket money. Yes, thank you, sister. I will be good. I know I was wrong before, and I have realized my mistake. Feng Zichen secretly resented Feng Zishu's stinginess, but on the surface he maintained a well-behaved expression. Giving Jiang Yao 50 million and giving him only 1 million is blatant favoritism. Haha, Jiang Yao won his mother and sister's affection by pretending to be well-behaved. Anyone can do that. He can pretend to be well-behaved too. Just wait. Sooner or later he'll make sure Jiang Yao can't stay in this house anymore. Seeing her daughter transfer money to Feng Zichen, Zhang Lia didn't say anything. From the day she learned that her son had been switched at birth, she had decided that she would never care about Feng Zichen again. Chapter 33. He started pulling out his black card the moment they met. Not long after breakfast, a stylist came to the door and brought the suit that Zhang Lia had customized for Jiang Yao. Zhang Lia happily pulled Jiang Yao upstairs. Xiao Yao, the suit that mom made for you has arrived. Go up and try it on to see if it fits. Okay, Jiang Yao replied readily. After putting on a suit, the stylist gave him a new hairstyle. He was already handsome, and this outfit immediately brought out his noble air, melting Zhang Lia's maternal heart. My son is so handsome, Zhang Lia said, her eyes shining. Jiang Yao felt a little embarrassed by her intense gaze. After all, this was the first time he had ever worn a suit. Madame Feng, the young master looks just like you. The two of you standing together look like siblings, the stylist said with a smile. Moreover, not only is the young master handsome, but you also have excellent taste. The suit you picked out for him looks even more handsome on him than on a model. Yes, all those celebrities and idols are nothing compared to young Master Feng. If young Master Feng enters the entertainment industry, they won't stand a chance, the assistant added in praise. Zhang Lia glared at the two of them and said, You two have such sweet tongues. I'll have Luna give you big red envelopes later. Luna is Zhang Lia's personal assistant, and she helps Zhang Lia with many things. Thank you, Madame Feng. All right, you guys go back first. Come back tomorrow, Zhang Lia waved to them. After the stylist left, Zhang Lia began taking photos of Jiang Yao. Come here, Xiao Yao, stand here and let mom take some pictures of you. Hey, that's it, it's absolutely awesome. Mom, is it ready yet? Jiang Yao asked helplessly, his face almost frozen from smiling. Almost done, take 2 more pictures. Zhang Lia excitedly took dozens of photos of Jiang Yao, and picked out the 9 most handsome ones to post on her WeChat moments. She had heard some rumors circulating in her circle these past 2 days, and the purpose of posting this on her WeChat moments was to dispel those rumors. If her best friend hadn't told Zhang Lia, she wouldn't have believed that anyone would speculate that Jiang Yao was Feng Xiuming's illegitimate son, whom he had taken in from outside. What kind of eyes do you have? Her son looks so much like her. How could he be Feng Xiuming's illegitimate child? The post on WeChat moments had only been up for a few minutes when it received a lot of likes. Many people below praised Jiang Yao for being handsome, and Zhang Lia thanked them in turn in a good mood. Afternoon. Zhang Lia took Jiang Yao with her to pick him up at the airport. Jiang Yao's maternal grandfather and his family flew back to China specifically to attend his family reunion banquet. Xiao Yao, look. Your grandpa and the others are coming out. Zhang Lia pointed to a group of people not far away and excitedly patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder. Jiang Yao followed the line of sight she was pointing at, and the first thing he saw was an old man wearing a white tang suit, which was embroidered with auspicious clouds. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He was accompanied by 2 tall, handsome men on either side of him. One of the men tried to help him up, but he pushed him away. Behind him was a middle-aged couple. The woman was dressed very fashionably with exquisite makeup and looked to be in her early 30s or 40s. Jiang Yao had seen the man before. He was his uncle, Jiang Yongyuan. Dad, eldest brother and sister-in-law, Xiao Shuo and Xiao Xiao, I miss you all so much. Zhang Lia rushed over and hugged the old man. When Jiang Zhen saw his daughter whom he hadn't seen for a long time, the wrinkles on his face seemed to have faded considerably. His gaze fell on Jiang Yao. This must be Xiao Yao, right? Zhang Lia wiped away her tears, pushed her son in front of her father, and introduced him. Dad, this is your grandson, Xiao Yao. Good. It's good that you've found him, Jiang Zhen said, looking at his grandson who had been missing for 20 years with a complicated expression. When he heard the news that his daughter's baby had been switched, he almost choked. He was filled with guilt. At such a crucial time as his daughter's childbirth, he had failed to protect her, resulting in the baby being switched at the hospital without anyone noticing. In addition, There was strong dissatisfaction with Feng Xiuming. When she begged him to marry her daughter to him, she made such sweet promises, saying she would treat Io well for the rest of her life. But after only a few years, she started having affairs with other women. Not to mention that all men are prone to having a few wandering thoughts, let alone a rich young master like Feng Xiuming, who comes from a top-tier wealthy family. But what she shouldn't have done was have an illegitimate child outside of marriage and switch his grandson with someone else. The thought that his beloved grandson was the child of a mistress made him so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Jiang Liu smiled and introduced Jiang Yao. Xiao Yao, this is your maternal grandfather, this is your uncle and aunt, this is your eldest cousin Jiang Yangshua, and this is your second cousin Jiang Yangxia. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, uncle and aunt. Eldest cousin, second cousin. Jiang Yao greeted them cooperatively, a standard toothy smile on his face. To be honest, he felt really uncomfortable with so many intense gazes from the other side. Aunt Bai Fei affectionately took Jiang Yao's hand. Oh my, Xiao Yao is so handsome. He looks just like Yi. To be honest, if you look closely, my cousin does look quite like my aunt. No wonder Feng Zichen doesn't look like my aunt at all. It turns out he's not my aunt's biological son at all. Jiang Yangxia stared at Jiang Yao curiously for a few seconds, then said casually. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. Bai Fei smiled and pinched her son's waist hard, saying, Why bring up Feng Zichen during a perfectly good time like this? Ouch, Mom, why are you pinching me? Jiang Yangxia cried out in pain, looking at Bai Fei with a wronged expression. Where did he say something wrong? Feng Zichen really doesn't look like his aunt. Don't make me slap you on such a nice day, Bai Fei said, grinding her back teeth and warning in a low voice. Seeing that the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to erupt, Jiang Yangxia instantly became as quiet as a chicken. We can't afford to mess with them. After scolding her son, Bai Fei turned to Jiang Yao with a loving expression. Xiao Yao, your aunt didn't know what you liked, so she bought you a watch abroad as a gift from your aunt. As she spoke, she took a small box out of her handbag and handed it to Jiang Yao. Thank you, Auntie, Jiang Yao said without hesitation, accepting the box readily. He knew the watch was definitely valuable without even opening it. Since entering the world of the wealthy, he has become accustomed to the price of a single item being in the hundreds of millions. As soon as Jiang Zhen saw his daughter-in-law, he immediately gave her the gift. He even took out the black card that he had originally planned to give her when he got home. He took Jiang Yao's hand with his aged hand and put the black card inside. Child, please keep this. It's a little something from your grandfather to make up for the lack of New Year's money I gave you over the years. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Yao's smile was visibly happy, and his voice was even louder. Receiving gifts the moment you meet someone is just so great. The awkwardness of meeting a relative for the first time disappears completely with this black card. What's so embarrassing? This is his maternal grandfather. Chapter 34 5% of Feng's group shares. The next day was the family reunion banquet. At Jiang Lia's insistence, Jiang Zhen agreed to stay at the Feng family's house for one night. Of course, he had other motives as well. Besides attending his grandson's family reunion banquet, he also planned to give Feng Xiuming a good lesson upon returning home. That damned bastard caused his grandson to be stranded for 20 years. If he doesn't get angry, people will think he, Jiang Zhen, is a pushover. As soon as the group arrived home, they saw Feng Xiuming and his son Feng Zichen waiting in the living room. Upon seeing his father-in-law arrive, Feng Xiuming immediately stood up to greet him. Dad, elder brother and sister-in-law, you must be tired from your journey. Huh, you still consider me your father? Jiang Zhen smirked, not even glancing at Feng Xiuming, and walked straight to the sofa to sit down. Feng Xiuming hadn't felt this awkward and powerless feeling in a long time. Standing at his level, he's practically untouchable in the capital. He's the one who embarrasses others. Who would dare to embarrass him? But what can you do when the other party is his father-in-law? You can only appease him. Dad, what are you saying? As soon as I heard you and my older brother and sister-in-law were coming, I immediately dropped my meeting and rushed back from the company. Do you think I don't care about you? Would Jiang Zhen be so easily fooled? Of course not. Don't try to evade the issue. You surely understand why I'm angry. Feng Xiuming glanced awkwardly at his youngest son beside him. The deed is done. The child is already 20 years old. Can he really put the child back into the womb? Feng Zichen looked at his grandfather, who used to dote on him, but now treated him like he was nothing from the moment he entered the door, and felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he were being pricked by needles. Grandpa. Feng Zichen stared blankly at Jiang Zhen with red eyes, sniffed twice, and desperately held back his tears. Jiang Zhen wavered for a moment. 20 years of relationship. How can it just disappear like that? If Feng Zichen had been switched at birth with someone else's child, he might still be able to treat him as his grandson. But unfortunately, Feng Zichen was Feng Xiuming's child with another woman, which was evidence of Feng Xiuming's wrongdoing towards his own daughter. Not to mention that because of his birth mother, Jiang Yao suffered for 20 years outside. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhan's heart instantly hardened again. Don't call me grandpa. I'm not your grandpa. Feng Zichen bit down hard on the soft flesh in his mouth. What had he done wrong? Why was he being treated like an enemy? Jiang Zhan ignored him, afraid that he would soften his heart if he saw too much, and turned to Feng Xiuming, saying, I came back this time partly to see Xiao Yao, and partly to seek justice for my daughter. Feng Xiuming thought he wanted him to kick Feng Zichen out of the Feng family, and his expression immediately changed. Dad, what happened back then was my oversight, but Xiaochun is also my son. I raised him for 20 years, and I would never just give up on him. I didn't ask you to give him up, Jiang Zhan said coldly. I remember you transferred 5% of the Feng Group's shares to him on his 20th birthday. I want you to give those 5% of the shares to Xiao Yao as compensation. Feng Zichen looked at Jiang Zhan in disbelief. Grandpa, are you really so heartless to me? What right do you, the illegitimate son of a mistress, have to take shares in the Feng Group? Jiang Yangxia's tone was nonchalant. Although the two are cousins, for some reason they have never gotten along well since childhood. Now that she knows Feng Zichen is not her aunt's son, Jiang Yangxia naturally doesn't give him a friendly look. Standing behind Jiang Lia, Jiang Yao glanced at his younger cousin with surprise. That's right, that really hit the nail on the head. Feng Zichen is an illegitimate child. Why should he get shares? All those things belong to him. The words illegitimate child stung Feng Zichen's nerves. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, almost drawing blood. That 5% stake is his biggest source of confidence right now. If he can't even protect his shares, what weight does his status as the young master of the Feng family carry? Dad. Feng Zichen looked at Feng Xiuming with pleading eyes. The shares have already been given to Xiaochun. Feng Xiuming's expression shifted, his eyes filled with conflict. Jiang Zhan slammed his hand on the table. Feng Xiuming, you bastard. Do you really want your illegitimate son to inherit the family business? If that's the case, then hurry up and divorce Xiaoya. I, Jiang Zhan, am not so poor that I can't support my daughter and grandson. Dad is right. I also support Xiaoya's divorce. It's a disgrace for any woman to find out that the son she raised for 20 years is her husband's illegitimate child, Zhang Yongyuan said with a dark face. Feng Xiuming's body jolted, and he retorted loudly. Absolutely impossible. Divorce? The two families have had many business dealings over the years, and a divorce at this point would definitely be a lose-lose situation for both sides. Not to mention that Zhang Lia also holds 10% of Feng's shares. When the two got married, he loved Zhang Lia dearly and gave her 5% of the company's shares as a betrothal gift. A few years ago, when the old man passed away, he gave Zhang Lia 5% of the shares. In addition, my daughter also received 5% when she turned 20. These shares are enough to cause considerable turmoil within the Feng Group. Moreover, divorce involves the division of assets and could potentially affect the group's stock price. If he dares to divorce Jiang Lia today, he will have to relinquish his position as the head of the 6 major families in the capital tomorrow. Feng Xiuming's expression shifted unpredictably. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, then transfer the 5% of the shares to Xiao Yao. They're all his sons anyway, so it doesn't matter who gets the shares. Moreover, Jiang Lia was also partly responsible for giving Feng Zichen 5% of the shares in the first place. In wealthy and influential families, not every child can receive shares. A mother's status rises with her sons, and a son's status rises with his mother's. Feng Xiuming's words exploded in Feng Zichen's mind like a thunderbolt. Dad, I don't agree. It was agreed that the 5% of the shares were for me. I am your own son. You can't do this to me. Please. He reacted violently, rushed to Feng Xiuming, knelt on the ground, hugged his leg, and cried and begged, trying to get Feng Xiuming to change his mind. Looking at his youngest son, whom he had doted on since childhood, Feng Xiuming sighed softly. Xiaochun, you should be content that you can still stay in the Feng family. Haha, content. Feng Zichen's laugh was more like a grimace. He should be content, but he's not satisfied. That's 5% of the Feng Group's shares, worth several hundred billion. You just give it to Jiang Yao like that? Seeing his son like this, Feng Xiuming felt bad and whispered in his ear. You should learn more from your sister. Once you join the group and achieve something, Dad can consider giving you some more shares. The majority of the shares he still holds are his, and he can give them to whichever child he wants. Even the Zhang family has no right to object. Hearing this, Feng Zichen felt a little better. It was enough that his father hadn't completely given up on him. In this family, his father was truly all he had left. Chapter 35. Annual dividends of several hundred million. Jiang Yao never expected that his maternal grandfather and uncle's family would so decisively help him regain his shares as soon as they returned. He still doesn't know what 5% of the Feng Group's shares mean. Later, when he learned from Feng Zishu that his 5% stake would bring him hundreds of millions in dividends every year, he was overjoyed. Fortunately, Feng Zichen hadn't had time to break up with him yet. Otherwise, he would have been furious. That's several hundred million. We absolutely cannot let Feng Zichen get it for nothing. The next day, a family reunion banquet. Jiang Yao was like a doll, letting the stylist dress him up. After finally finishing his hair and makeup, Jiang Yao felt like but was completely numb from sitting so long. This was the first time in his life he had ever lived such a refined life. Actually, he felt it was a bit of an exaggeration. This is just a family reunion dinner, not a celebrity awards ceremony. Regardless, Zhang Lia was very satisfied with the final look of her son. The banquet had not officially started yet, but some guests had already begun to arrive. Today's guests are all important people, and Feng Zishu is leading Jiang Yao, teaching him how to socialize little by little. Yao, what are you doing here? As soon as Lu Yunxi entered the banquet hall, her gaze involuntarily fell on the handsome and dashing Jiang Yao. When she first saw Jiang Yao in a suit, she almost thought she had mistaken him for someone else. But this is her boyfriend of 2 years. There's no way he could mistake her for someone else. When Feng Zishu saw Lu Yunxi rushing towards his younger brother, he gave her a friendly smile. Little she is here. Sister Zishu, did Io come to the banquet with you? Lu Yunxi asked curiously. Of all those present, only Feng Zishu and Jiang Yao had some connection. That night, it was Feng Zishu's assistant who hit Jiang Yao with his car outside the bar. Maybe the two had some kind of contact afterward that she didn't know about. Doesn't Xiaoxi know yet? Xiaoyao is my lost younger brother. Didn't he tell you? Feng Zishu raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't Lu Yunxi her younger brother's girlfriend? How could she not know about something so important? Lu Yunxi opened her eyes wide in disbelief, shocked and bewildered. Sister Zishu, you said Jiang Yao is your younger brother? What's going on? Isn't Jiang Yao an orphan? Lu Yunxi didn't add Zhang Lia's green bubble, so naturally she didn't see the other party's post on WeChat moments yesterday. She had only heard that the Feng family had recognized the son, but she hadn't paid any attention to what he looked like. Shi Shuier, who was following behind Lu Yunxi, was equally incredulous. Jiang Yao, a poor boy, is actually the lost son of the Feng family? It's unbelievable, like watching a TV drama. As if she had thought of something, Shi Shuier's gaze toward Jiang Yao gradually became more intense. Cici broke up with Jiang Yao a long time ago, so should she give it a shot? Yes, her behavior was immoral, and she let down her good friend Lu Yunxi. However, her family's influence is at the bottom of the social circle. If she weren't Lu Yunxi's best friend, she wouldn't even be qualified to attend the family reunion banquet hosted by the Feng family today. It's easy to imagine that the marriage partners her family would find for her later wouldn't be much better. Rather than marrying a playboy who only knows how to drink and chase women, Jiang Yao is clearly a better choice. At this moment, Shi Shuier had clearly forgotten that Lu Yunxi still couldn't forget Jiang Yao and was thinking about getting back together with him all the time. She subtly squeezed her ample bosom, walked to Lu Yunxi's side in her 10-centimeter heels, and affectionately took Lu Yunxi's arm, but her eyes were fixed on Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, I never expected you to be Sister Zishu's brother. Congratulations on finding your family. Jiang Yao's gaze swept lightly across her face, his eyes slightly cold. He naturally knew Shi Shuier. He hadn't had any particular feelings for this girl before, only knowing that she was his girlfriend's best friend and that she was quite cute, especially with her impressively full chest, which created a great contrast. But ever since Jiang Yao found out that she had brought people to bully Lin Yishan, his impression of her has plummeted. When Shi Shuier saw that Jiang Yao was ignoring her, her heart skipped a beat. Is Jiang Yao still bothered by what happened last time? If I had known this day would come, I would never have bullied Lin Yishan. Lu Yunxi, not caring about easing her best friend's embarrassment, stared stubbornly at Jiang Yao. Yao, why didn't you tell me you were a member of the Feng family? Jiang Yao didn't mention such a big thing to her at all. It's just too much. She had been fighting with her parents these past few days, trying every possible way to get them to agree to let her marry Jiang Yao. If she had known earlier that Jiang Yao was the son of the Feng family, her parents might have already agreed to let her marry him. Hearing her heartbroken question, Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. Miss Lu, we've already broken up. I shouldn't be obligated to tell you my private affairs, should I? What did you call me? How could you call me Miss Lu? Lu Yunxi's eyes glistened with tears, and she swayed as if she were about to collapse. Otherwise, what should I call you? Jiang Yao retorted. They've broken up, so he can't keep calling Lu Yunxi by her nickname. Jiang Yao, do you even have a heart? Do you know how hard I've tried to be with you? You know absolutely nothing. She suddenly raised her voice, drawing the attention of many people around them. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Feng Zishu coldly reminded her, Xiaoxi, be mindful of the occasion. This is not a place for you to cause trouble. Lu Yunxi blushed at her words and stammered an apology. Sister Zishu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Can I speak with Jiang Yao alone? There's been some misunderstanding between us. Feng Zishu looked at her younger brother. Xiao Yao, do you want to talk to her? Sister, you go and greet the guests first. I'll explain things to her, Jiang Yao said, knowing that if he didn't agree, Lu Yunxi would definitely not give up so easily. Seeing that the two were about to go to the backyard, Shi Shui'er immediately wanted to follow them. Lu Yunxi glanced at her and said in an unyielding tone, Shui'er, why don't you find a place to rest for a while? I'll come find you later. Cici, I want to go with you, Shi Shui'er said sweetly, pouting. Lu Yunxi didn't speak, but the rejection in her eyes was very obvious. She rarely treated Shi Shui'er so coldly, and fearing that she would upset her, Shi Shui'er dared not cause any more trouble. Okay, then I'll wait for you in this corner. Shi Shui'er pointed to a corner of the banquet hall. Lu Yunxi and Jiang Yao walked one after the other to the small garden in the backyard. Lu Yunxi, we've already broken up. Do you know what breaking up means? It means that it's impossible for us to be together anymore, Jiang Yao said, his voice filled with helplessness. He always felt that the two of them had different understandings of breaking up. Every time they met, Lu Yunxi would come over with pleading eyes and stare at him with accusatory eyes, as if he were some kind of heartless man. Chapter 36, the fight began. But you are now the eldest son of the Feng family. The difference in our status no longer exists, and my parents will not object to us being together. Ah Yao, let's get back together. I really miss you, Lu Yunxi said, tears welling in her eyes, as she threw herself into Jiang Yao's arms without a second thought. Don't do this, I already have. Jiang Yao's words were cut off by Lu Yunxi. Ah Yao, don't refuse me, Lu Yunxi said, her tone almost pleading. Jiang Yao could feel the soft tip of a tongue gently licking his lips, and a surge of heat rushed to his lower abdomen. Damn, how can he refuse? Jiang Yao changed his hand from pushing to gripping Lu Yunxi's shoulder, tightening it little by little, letting himself sink into this lingering, deep kiss. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Chu Jing immediately went to find Lu Yunxi. After searching around, we finally found Shi Shui'er in a corner of the banquet hall. Why isn't Cici with you? Chu Jing frowned as he looked at Shi Shui'er. Weren't the two always inseparable? Young Master Chu, you're here. Shi. Shi Shui'er gently bit her lower lip, feigning difficulty. Seeing her expression, Chu Jing had a bad feeling and asked urgently, What's wrong with Shi? Shi Shui'er glanced at him with a complicated expression and slowly said, She went to the back garden with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao? What's that poor kid doing here? Chu Jing wondered if he had misheard. This is the Feng family's old residence. Today is the Feng family's eldest son's family reunion banquet. What makes Jiang Yao, an orphan, have the right to attend such a high-level banquet? Shi Shui'er's eyes flashed. It seemed that Chu Jing also didn't know Jiang Yao's true identity. Thinking about Chu Jing's unwavering devotion to Lu Yunxi over the years, Shi Shui'er was filled with envy and jealousy. Lu Yunxi is incredibly lucky. Not only does she come from a good family, but the men around her are all handsome and of noble birth. An uncontrollable malice rose within her, and Shi Shui'er's lips curled into a slight smile. Young Master Chu, Cici has been trying to get back together with Jiang Yao all this time. It seems like she'll be able to get back together today. I'm really happy for her. Get back together, my ass. Lu Yunxi's brain is broken. Is yours broken too? Don't let me hear this kind of talk again. Chu Jing suddenly swore. Shi Shui'er pouted, feeling wronged. But Cici told me this herself. What's the use of getting angry at me? Does it stop them from getting back together? Maybe they're already kissing in the back garden right now. Shi Shui'er herself never expected that a casual remark would actually become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Chu Jing, his face dark, said to Shi Shui'er in a commanding tone, Take me to them immediately. This isn't a good idea. Cici won't let me go with her, Shi Shui'er said, clearly hesitant. Seeing that she dared to defy his orders, Chu Jing's anger intensified. Does what I said no longer matter? Believe me or not, I'll bankrupt your family tomorrow. Shi Shui'er was startled and frantically waved her hands, trembling. No, 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 young Master Chu, please don't touch my house. I'll take you to find Cici right now. When they found Lu Yunxi and Jiang Yao at the foot of the wall, they saw them kissing passionately, unable to bear the thought of parting. Chu Jing has good eyesight and immediately saw Lu Yunxi, who was being kissed by Jiang Yao, and looked completely intoxicated. She could also faintly hear the two of them breathing heavily with passion. Shi Shuai deliberately let out a startled exclamation. Oh my god, Cici is too impulsive. How could she do such a thing in someone else's house? Even if she likes Jiang Yao, she could wait until they get back to be intimate. Chu Jing was already harboring resentment, and hearing these deliberately provocative words only made her lose her temper completely. He strode over, clenching his fist as if to smash it into Jiang Yao. You bastard, I'll fuck your mother. Hearing the noise behind him, Jiang Yao instinctively tried to defend himself, but before he could move, Lu Yunxi shielded him behind her. A painful cry escaped Lu Yunxi's lips as Chu Jing's fist slammed straight into her shoulder. Chu Jing panicked. He had just seen Lu Yunxi standing in front of Jiang Yao, but it was too late to withdraw his hand. Even if he had reduced some of his strength, it was still more than Lu Yunxi, a pampered young lady, could withstand. Cici, are you alright? Chu Jing was at a loss, wanting to touch Lu Yunxi but not daring to. Lu Yunxi leaned against Jiang Yao's chest, tears wetting her long eyelashes. Yao, it hurts so much. Fool. Who told you to take the punch for me? Jiang Yao was both angry and heartbroken. He could take a punch, it wasn't a big deal. But Lu Yunxi had never suffered like this before, and she would probably be in pain for several days. I'm not stupid, I just don't want you to get hurt, Lu Yunxi muttered, her brows furrowed as she retorted to Jiang Yao. Shi Shuai's eyes darted around, and she walked to Lu Yunxi's side with a pained expression. Cici, are you alright? Young Master Chu really didn't know his own strength. How could he hurt you? After being reminded by her, Lu Yunxi also remembered the culprit. She glared angrily at Chu Jing. Why did you hit Yao for no reason? Cici, Chu Jing didn't know how to explain. Could he really say that he simply disapproves of Jiang Yao's intimacy with Lu Yunxi? What right does he have to disapprove? Don't cause trouble for Yao again, or we won't even be friends anymore, Lu Yunxi said coldly, her words extremely hurtful. Chu Jing could hardly believe it. Their friendship of over 10 years, from childhood to adulthood, was about to end because of Jiang Yao, a poor boy. Jiang Yao, you bastard. It's all your fault for seducing Shishi. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Chu Jing was blinded by anger and pounced on Jiang Yao without thinking. At this moment, he desperately needed someone to vent his anger on. Reluctant to vent his anger on Lu Yunxi, he could only unleash it all on Jiang Yao. Come on, I wasn't planning on letting you off the hook anyway, Jiang Yao sneered, shoving Lu Yunxi aside and beckoning contemptuously to Chu Jing. The two immediately started fighting. Chu Jing, as a member of a wealthy family, had learned many skills since childhood, and fighting was one of them. Although Jiang Yao had not specifically studied this skill, he had been in countless fights since he was a child, and his main strength was authenticity. You punch me, I kick you. Jiang Yao was still thinking about the banquet later, so he tried his best to avoid Chu Jing hurting his face, but he was not so merciful to Chu Jing. His fists seemed to have eyes, and were hitting Chu Jing's face. Lu Yunxi watched anxiously from the side. Yao, Chu Jing, stop fighting. As she spoke, she tried to rush over to break up the fight, but Shi Shuai stopped her, saying, Shishi, you can't go over there, you'll get hurt. We can't let them keep fighting. Shuai, you have to think of something. Lu Yunxi stamped her feet anxiously. Just then, Feng Zishu, who had been waiting for Jiang Yao to return, came looking for him. What are you doing? Stop it all. Chapter 37. Lu Yunxi's parents learned Jiang Yao's identity. Upon hearing Feng Zishu's voice, the two stopped what they were doing in perfect unison. Chu Jing's face was full of embarrassment. He had come to the Feng family's banquet and ended up fighting in their back garden. It was a shameful thing to talk about. Sister Zishu, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive, Chu Jing said, bowing her head and honestly admitting her mistake. But he didn't notice the sharp and disgusted look in Feng Zishu's eyes. Chu Jing, you're something else. You beat up my brother in my own home. You really don't respect the Feng family at all. Chu Jing suddenly looked up. What younger brother? He couldn't understand it. Xujing, Io is the eldest son that the Feng family just found, and he is also Sister Zishu's younger brother. Seeing his bewildered expression, Lu Yunxi knew he was unaware of the matter and quickly offered an explanation. Impossible. Jiang Yao is just a poor boy who grew up in an orphanage. How could he possibly be a child of the Feng family? Chu Jing refused to believe that the poor boy he looked down on was actually the eldest son of the Feng family, who was even more powerful than his own. Eh, Chu Jing, are you questioning the Feng family? Feng Zishu's eyes were icy, and for a moment it seemed as if the temperature around him had dropped considerably. Chu Jing was taken aback. That's right, what kind of family is the Feng family? How could they possibly have the wrong child? Since Feng Zishu has said that Jiang Yao is her younger brother, then Jiang Yao's identity is definitely correct. At this moment, Chu Jing felt as if he had been stabbed several times in the heart, which was worse than death. All the sense of superiority he had because of his wealthy family background was shattered at this moment. The more he had looked down on Jiang Yao's status, the more severely he was slapped in the face now. Feng Zishu withdrew her cold gaze and walked to Jiang Yao's side, asking with concern, Xiao Yao, are you hurt anywhere? My stomach hurts a bit. I accidentally got punched just now, Jiang Yao said, frowning as he clutched his stomach. Now that someone is backing him up, he won't pretend to be magnanimous. He absolutely won't hesitate to complain when the time comes. Stomach ache? Is it serious? Do you need to go to the hospital? Feng Zishu asked anxiously, wanting to check her brother's injuries, but he hesitated to lift his clothes because of his status. Jiang Yao shook his head, feigning strength. It's all right. The banquet later is more important. I'll go to the hospital to get checked out when I have time. Feng Zishu angrily tapped his forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? The banquet is nothing compared to you. Your health is 1,000,000 times more important than the banquet. Sister, you're so good to me. Jiang Yao felt a surge of emotion. Nonsense, I'm your sister. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Feng Zishu looked at him, both amused and exasperated. The three people watching the siblings interact were quite surprised. In wealthy families, siblings are always in competition. It's possible that siblings who grew up together might have a better relationship, but it's really rare for Feng Zishu to be so close to someone like Jiang Yao, who came back later in life. Lu Yunxi was genuinely happy for Jiang Yao. Shi Shuang's eyes lit up a little more when she looked at Jiang Yao. This meant that Jiang Yao was highly valued in the Feng family. If she could marry Jiang Yao, she wouldn't have to worry about her future status. Chu Jing curled her lip in disgust. What a pretentious jerk. Does he think he's some little kid? Getting into a fight, and then having to complain about it. Feng Zishu took in the expressions of the three people and said coldly to Chu Jing, Chu Jing, I will personally seek justice from Uncle Chu for bullying my brother. Sister Zishu, Chu Jing exclaimed anxiously. There's no need to involve the elders in matters between us younger generation, is there? Whether it's necessary or not is not up to you to decide, Feng Zishu said, his eyes filled with pressure and his whole being exuding authority. Chu Jing gritted his teeth inwardly, but there was nothing he could do about Feng Zishu. The two were simply not on the same level. Feng Zishu has been with the Feng group for several years and has achieved considerable success. He usually deals with Chu Jing's father and his generation. As for Chu Jing, he is still going to university in an orderly manner. Last year, his father urged him to do an internship at the group, but he declined with various excuses. Jiang Yao hadn't forgotten that Lu Yunxi had just shielded him. Cici, does your shoulder hurt? Should we put some medicine on it first? Xiaoxi is injured too? Feng Zishu frowned in confusion. Jiang Yao nodded. Yeah, Chu Jing tried to hit me just now, but she blocked it for me. Feng Zishu's face darkened completely. Chu Jing really needed to be taught a lesson. If he wasn't properly disciplined, he would probably really think he was the most important person in the world. The banquet is about to begin. Io, go find your father. I'll take Xiaoxi to apply the medicine. Lu Yunxi quickly refused. Sister Zishu, I'm fine. It's not too late to apply the medicine after the banquet. She didn't want anyone else to apply the medicine for her. She wanted to take advantage of Jiang Yao's guilt to try and get back together with him today. The group returned to the banquet hall. Just then, Feng Xiuming was also looking for Jiang Yao. When he saw him coming over, he scolded him with a stern face. Don't you know the banquet is about to start? What are you running around for? Dad, now is not the time to discipline your brother. You can talk to him slowly after the banquet, Feng Zishu advised calmly. Feng Xiuming's expression softened slightly. Let's go, come up on stage with me first. The father and son walked onto the banquet stage together, and the people in the banquet hall who were exchanging pleasantries immediately fell silent. Feng Xiuming stood upright, holding the microphone and speaking eloquently. Thank you all for attending my son's family reunion banquet. 20 years ago, he briefly explained why he lost his child. But of course, this was just a script he had created. The truth was absolutely not something he would tell anyone. If people find out that his mistress was so audacious as to switch the son born to his wife, the Feng family will lose all face. Xiao Yao, say hello to all the uncles and aunts. Feng Xiuming handed the microphone to Jiang Yao and patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. Jiang Yao calmly took the microphone. Hello, uncles, aunts and uncles. I am Jiang Yao. Thank you all for coming to my family reunion banquet. Jiang Yao read a prepared speech aloud word for word. His delivery was elegant and appropriate, which satisfied Feng Xiuming. The only thing to be dissatisfied with is that Jiang Yao is unwilling to change his name. Fortunately, Jiang and Jiang are homophones, so people might subconsciously assume that he took his mother's surname. The Jiang family used to be a prominent family in the capital. Taking the mother's surname is not a shameful thing. On the contrary, it will solidify Feng Xiuming's image as a loving husband. Before attending the banquet, the guests had various speculations, wondering if the son whom the Feng family had taken in halfway through would be presentable. Unexpectedly, he was impeccable in both appearance and temperament, and did not have the slightest hint of being petty. Sister, I didn't expect the son the Feng family just found to be so handsome, and he's also our senior from school. Su Qingyu whispered in her sister Su Qingyi's ear. Su Qingyi glanced at her sister with a half-smile. You've taken a liking to her? Su Qingyu's face instantly turned bright red. No, sister, don't talk nonsense. We're both adults now, so there's nothing wrong with dating. But I don't recommend you date someone in the entertainment industry. Be careful, or your elders might arrange an engagement for you. Su Qingyi said earnestly to her sister. Su Qingyu pouted angrily. I have no intention of dating, sis. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Okay, I won't say anything more, Su Qingyi said affectionately, gently pinching her younger sister's nose. Unbeknownst to the two sisters, their conversation had reached the ears of Lu Jinan and Lan Xian, who were standing nearby. These days, Lu Jinan and his wife are overwhelmed by their daughter Lu Yunxi's constant pestering. They had always known that their daughter had a boyfriend at school. After learning that their daughter was dating, Lu Jinan immediately had someone investigate the boy's family information and past experiences. He grew up in an orphanage, was good-looking, hardworking, and ambitious, and most importantly, doted on his daughter. All these qualities combined made him, in Lu Jinan's eyes, barely a good match for his daughter. After verifying that the other party's identity was correct, he stopped interfering in his daughter's romantic relationships. They're still young. Dating doesn't mean they'll get married in the future. They might break up at any time. There's no need for him to be the villain who breaks up the couple. Until a few days ago, when his daughter suddenly insisted on marrying that guy named Jiang Yao, Lu Jinan was almost driven mad with anger. Their daughter, whom they raised with the utmost care, is now determined to marry a penniless young man who has nothing. Isn't this self-degradation? Because of this, the couple couldn't eat or sleep well. They didn't pay much attention to the news that the Feng family had found their eldest son who had been missing for many years. They hadn't even resolved their own family matters yet, so they had no time to gossip about other people's affairs. It wasn't until they saw Jiang Yao follow Feng Xiuming onto the stage that the couple suddenly realized that the eldest son the Feng family had found was actually their daughter's boyfriend. Lu Jinan's firm opposition had already begun to waver slightly, and when he heard that the young lady from the Su family seemed to have taken a liking to Jiang Yao, he felt even more strongly that a marriage alliance with the Feng family was a feasible move. Personally, he would prefer his daughter to stay at home and find a husband, but now his daughter's heart is completely devoted to that boy Jiang Yao. Rather than having a conflict with my daughter over this, I'd rather let her marry someone she likes. At worst, they can have another child after they get married, and the child can take their family name, Lu. Chapter 38. The house next to Imperial University was given away for free. After the banquet, Lu Jinan and Lan Xian wanted to call their daughter home and talk to her about Jiang Yao. Lu Yunxi's heart was completely devoted to Jiang Yao, so she couldn't bear to go home now. Dad, you guys go back first. I'll come back by myself later. Are you going to find that kid Jiang Yao? Lu Jinan asked with a stern face and serious expression. Well, I need to talk to him about something, Lu Yunxi said guiltily, sticking out her tongue. She hasn't told her parents about breaking up with Jiang Yao yet, because she's afraid they'll have a problem with him. However, if I can take this opportunity to get back together with Jiang Yao today, there's no need to tell my parents about the breakup. Sigh. Go ahead, Lu Jinan waved his hand, a sense of melancholy welling up in his heart. Lu Yunxi's eyes brightened slightly. Dad, you don't object to me being with Jiang Yao anymore? What good would it do if I objected? Lu Jinan really wanted to roll his eyes, but he held back because he knew that such a gesture was not in keeping with his status. Lu Yunxi thought of how she had argued with her parents at home a few days ago, and pursed her lips shyly. Dad, Yao is now the eldest son of the Feng family. Our family will not suffer any losses by marrying into the Feng family. Lu Jinan agreed with his daughter's idea, but he still maintained a haughty demeanor. Let's talk about it later and see how that kid performs. I knew Dad was the best to me, Lu Yunxi said affectionately, linking her arm with Lu Jiannan's and resting her head on his shoulder. Looking at his daughter's adorable and charming appearance, even the hardest heart softened. Never mind, my daughter's happiness is the most important thing. When Jiang Yao saw Lu Yunxi coming to find him, he looked surprised. Cici, didn't you go back with your uncle and aunt? He clearly saw Lu Jiannan and his wife preparing to take Lu Yunxi home. My shoulder hurts so much, Yao. Can you help me apply the medicine? Lu Yunxi said sweetly, taking Jiang Yao's hand and shaking it. I don't know if we have any medicine at home, so I'll take you to the hospital instead. Lu Yunxi immediately shook her head. I don't want to go to the hospital. I just want you to help me apply the medicine. Where's your room? How about we go to your room to apply the medicine? Her words carried a subtle implication, which made Jiang Yao recall the lingering kiss in the back garden earlier. No. Jiang Yao shook his head abruptly. How could he dare go into the room alone with Lu Yunxi? Didn't he know his own limitations? If he really went into the room, he would be doomed. Cici, we can't do this. I have a girlfriend, Jiang Yao said through gritted teeth, forcefully shaking off Lu Yunxi's hand. Lu Yunxi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Didn't you say you broke up with Linishan? Are you lying to me? The thought of Jiang Yao deliberately deceiving her to protect other women made Lu Yunxi feel as if something was blocking her heart. Jiang Yao couldn't help but show a hint of guilt on his face. I'm not lying to you. My girlfriend is not Linishan. Less than a month after their breakup, he had already changed girlfriends twice. Jiang Yao, you. Lu Yunxi's chest heaved, too angry to speak. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart. The stinging and agonizing sensation made her feel like she was about to collapse. She. Jiang Yao saw that she seemed to be about to faint, so he quickly stepped forward and held her firmly. Lu Yunxi gripped Jiang Yao's sleeve tightly, her throat feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. Io, are you deliberately trying to make me angry? I shouldn't have lied to you back then. Please don't be angry anymore. She didn't believe Jiang Yao was the kind of womanizer who fell in love with every woman he met. He keeps changing girlfriends. He must be in too much pain after breaking up with her and wants to heal his heartbreak this way. She didn't blame Jiang Yao, as long as he broke up with the other woman. Cici, I didn't mean to upset you. I've moved on, and you should start a new life too. Jiang Yao sighed softly. He never expected Lu Yunxi to go to such lengths for him. As proud as Lu Yunxi was, he had humbled himself to the dust. He admitted that his breakup with Lu Yunxi was impulsive and out of spite. It can only be said that fate is cruel. If he had known from the beginning that he was the young master of the Feng family, he and Lu Yunxi might be an enviable couple now. But there are no what-ifs in life. The fact is they've already broken up. Nearly a month after their breakup, Lu Yunxi finally believed that Jiang Yao really wanted to break up with her. She slowly gave a bitter smile. I understand. I won't bother you anymore. I'll have the driver take you home, Jiang Yao said quickly as he saw her staggering out. No need. I'll have the driver from home pick me up, Lu Yunxi said coldly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Jiang Yao stared blankly at her departing figure, without trying to stop her. Feng Zishu suddenly appeared behind him and asked curiously, what happened between you and Xiaoxi? Weren't you two getting along very well before? In her opinion, her younger brother and Lu Yunxi were quite a good match. They came from similar family backgrounds and were both very good looking. She could imagine how beautiful the child these two would have. I broke up with her, and I already have a girlfriend. Feng Zishu was taken aback. You're talking about something new again? Jiang Yao said awkwardly, touching his nose. You decide for yourself. If you're going to date, date properly. Don't cheat or have affairs, Feng Zishu casually reminded him. Jiang Yao nodded, understood. Feng Zishu didn't ask who his new girlfriend was. Dating doesn't necessarily mean marriage. It's not too late to find out when you're ready to get married. The next day, Jiang Yao drove his newly purchased Panamera to school. Zhang Lia originally wanted the family driver to take him, but Jiang Yao was too lazy to bother, and since he didn't plan to go back to the Feng family home, there was no need to arrange a driver for him. When Zhang Lia heard that her son didn't want to go home anymore, her expression instantly turned anxious. Are you unhappy living at home, or has someone given you a hard time? Xiao Yao, you must remember that you are your mother's biological son. This is your home, and no one can give you a hard time. She mistakenly believed that Jiang Yao didn't want to stay at the Feng family home because of Feng Zichen's targeting of him these past few days. Jiang Yao smirked, walked over and sat down beside her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Mom, you're overthinking it. Nobody gave me any attitude. I just feel that home is too far from school. Exams are coming up soon, so I plan to live at school for the next period of time. Oh, I see. Zhang Lia breathed a sigh of relief. But are the dorms at school comfortable? I remember your sister has an apartment near Beijing University. I'll have her transfer it to you first. Jiang Yao quickly refused. No need. I'm graduating next year. He could take his mother's house without hesitation, but he felt a little embarrassed to take his sister's house. There's still a year left, it's okay. Your sister owns a lot of houses, she won't mind, Zhang Lia said with a smile. Actually, buying a new one would be better, but houses near Imperial University aren't something you can just buy on a whim. Besides, Feng Zishu's house is currently vacant, so it would be better to vacate it for Jiang Yao to live in. It was indeed as Zhang Lia said. Feng Zishu had no objection to this and immediately had his assistant transfer the house to Jiang Yao. I bought that apartment when I was in college. No one has lived there for several years. I'll arrange for someone to clean it up and replace all the furniture. You can stay in the dorm for the next couple of days. Thank you, sister. Jiang Yao smiled broadly. The house next to the Imperial University is more expensive than his Riverview penthouse. This sister really has a lot to say about him. Chapter 39 Exam. Brother Yao, what brings you to school? We were just about to talk to you about the exam. Wu Guangliang and the others were overjoyed to see Jiang Yao and quickly pulled up a chair for him to sit down. Exam? Has the time been set? Jiang Yao asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, in just 1 week. After the exams we can have summer vacation. They all said, their excitement palpable as they talked about the upcoming break. So fast, Jiang Yao sighed. A week is neither long nor short. I don't know if I can catch up on the lessons I've missed, and I also need to review what I've learned before. Wu Jun took out a notebook and placed it in front of Jiang Yao, saying as if showing off a treasure, Brother Yao, these are the notes we've taken in class these past few days. We'll review with you, and passing will definitely not be a problem. But getting a scholarship is a bit uncertain, Wu Guangliang said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Jiang Yao had the best grades in his dormitory and had received the national scholarship every year since his freshman year. Jiang Yao looked at the thick notebook, a warm feeling washing over him. He raised an eyebrow with a roguish grin and said, What scholarship? I'll be grateful if I can even pass. Besides, he's not short of money now. The scholarship should be reserved for those who need it more. That's settled. Absolutely no problem, Wu Guangliang said confidently, patting his chest. The 4 of them in the dorm have never failed a course. They can pass even the worst subjects with low scores. With only 1 week left until the exam, and having basically finished the coursework, there's no need to get up early for class anymore. At this point, it all comes down to the student's self-discipline. Before each exam, the library is always packed, and it's incredibly difficult to find a seat. Since Wu Jun and the others still needed to teach Jiang Yao the lessons he had missed, the 4 of them discussed it and decided to stay in the dormitory to review. Those who can get into Beijing University are not idiots, but Wu Jun and the others really didn't expect that Jiang Yao's brain was so sharp. They explained it to Jiang Yao briefly, and he immediately grasped the concepts. Later on, Jiang Yao even had to guide them in return. Holy crap, Yao Ji, you really didn't secretly tutor yourself at home behind our backs? A man with a stubble beard and prominent dark circles under his eyes looked at Jiang Yao with envy. In the past, the 4 of them would study together during this period before exams. Jiang Yao did study more thoroughly than the others, but he wasn't this good. With a serious expression, Ao Hao Yu pushed up his glasses and said, Brother Yao, give me a push from the tutor's green bubble. I want to sign up for a few sessions too. What a joke. Do you think I need to secretly take extra classes? Who do you think you are? Haha, I didn't expect the IQ boost from the system to be so amazing. It was as if a light had been turned on in his mind, knowledge that he had only half understood before suddenly became clear in an instant. A week passed quickly. During this time, Shenwu wanted to ask Jiang Yao to go out with her, but Jiang Yao politely declined. Shun, Jiang Xiaoyao, what have you been doing these past few days? You haven't talked to me much at all. What kind of boyfriend are you? Jiang, sister, I'm studying for my exams soon. I'll take you out to play after the exams, okay? Shun, the kitten is shocked. JPG. She almost forgot that Jiang Yao was still a college student. Shun, then study hard. Let's make a date after your exam. After replying to Jiang Yao's message, she turned around and went to complain to Gu Yanyan about it. Oh my god, do you know how I felt? I was completely numb, Shenwu said, covering her face. Ha ha ha, Shenao, you've finally met your match. Let's see if you dare to eat young grass like an old cow again. Gu Yanyan laughed so hard she was bent over, unable to stop. Shenwu used to mock her for being love-struck, but now the tables have turned, and it's her turn to mock Shenwu. Shenwu rolled her eyes at her, gritting her teeth and threatening. I'll give you a chance to say it again. Who's the old cow, and who's the young grass? Gu Yanyan raised her hands in surrender. I misspoke. You're not Lao Niu, I am Lao Niu. Is that alright now? Anyway, She was too embarrassed to call Jiang Yao an old cow. It would be too unethical. What do we do now? Jiang Yao doesn't have time. Why don't you go with Lao Zhan? I won't be a third wheel, Shenwu said helplessly, resting her chin on her hands. The two had planned to go to a newly opened resort in the suburbs together, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yao had to take an exam. What's the big deal? Just wait until your son finishes his exams before you go. There's no rush, Gu Yinyun said nonchalantly. Her family was well off. Otherwise she wouldn't have grown up playing with Shenwu. However, she wasn't as career-minded as Shenwu. After graduation, she used the New Year's money and pocket money she had saved over the years to open a dessert shop and earn some living expenses. After all, he graduated from a prestigious university, so he can't just be unemployed. Opening a dessert shop is a form of entrepreneurship, right? Shenwu nodded. Then let's wait until he finishes his exam. The exam week passed quickly. Jiang Yao, Wu Guangliang, and the others spent their days either taking exams or reviewing, working non-stop from the moment they opened their eyes. After the last exam, Wu Guangliang felt like letting out a few shouts. Damn, the exam is finally over. I'm going to sleep for days after I get home. Speaking of going home, Ao How you suddenly asked, Brother Yao, Liangzi, Lao Wu, do you guys want to come to Huaqing with me for a few days? He had wanted to invite his roommates over to play before, but Jiang Yao had to work every summer vacation, so he never mentioned it. Jiang Yao is not short of money now, and Wu Jun and Wu Guangliang would just sleep in anyway if they went home. Why not go to Huaqing with him for a few days and treat it as a vacation? Wu Guangliang was a little tempted. He had never been to Huaqing before in his life. I'm fine with it. Just ask Yao Gu and Lao Wu. If they go, I'll go too. Wu Jun shrugged. I'm fine with it. Anyway, my parents don't have time to spend with me when I go home. I just stay at home alone playing games during the day. The three of them turned their gazes toward Jiang Yao in unison. Jiang Yao awkwardly rubbed his nose. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet, but Shenwu invited me to the resort last night. Why don't you come with me? They knew about Jiang Yao changing girlfriends and were quite envious of him. Although Shenwu is a few years older than them, older sisters have their advantages. She is not as willful as a little girl and can take care of people. Most importantly, Shenwu is beautiful, and she is a completely different type from Lu Yunxi and Lin Yishan. Oh, that wouldn't be right. We'd be third wheels. You should just have fun with your sister Shenwu, Wu Guangliang said, winking. Yes, you two haven't seen each other for so long. Sister Shenwu must really want to spend some time alone with you. Jiang Yao had gotten used to being teased. Ever since he called Shenwu's sister on the phone in the dorm last time, these guys started teasing him in the same tone. It's not just her and me going to the resort this time. Her friends are also there, so your trip won't have any impact. Are you going or not? I'll cover all the expenses. You might not get such a good deal next time. The three exchanged a glance and said in unison, Go. Chapter 40 The room on the right is for you and Xiaojiang. Shenwu had no objection when she heard that Jiang Yao wanted to take his roommate to the resort. She had already met Jiang Yao's roommate at the bar that day, so they weren't exactly strangers. Moreover, it's more fun to go to a resort when there are more people. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Shenwu drove to the gate of Imperial University. From afar, she saw Jiang Yao standing in the crowd, and his handsome face made her heart race uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaoyao, Shenwu honked the horn. Jiang Yao turned around upon hearing the sound and gave Shenwu a bright smile. Have you been waiting long? Shenwu asked him. Jiang Yao smiled and shook his head. No, we just arrived a few minutes ago. These three are my roommates, the ones you met last time. Hello, Sister Shenwu. The three of them said in unison, using the greeting they had agreed upon beforehand. Hello, Shenwu said gently, nodding tenderly to the three of them. Get in the car first. My friends have already left. We'll meet up at the resort. Wu Guangliang and the other two went to the back seat without hesitation, leaving the passenger seat to Jiang Yao. It takes more than 3 hours to drive from Imperial University to the resort, and Shenwu thoughtfully prepared a lot of snacks and fruits in the car. Take whatever you want to eat. There are water and drinks in the storage compartments by the car door. You can drink if you are thirsty. Thank you, Sister Shenwu, Wu Guangliang said with a grin, secretly thinking how great it was to be in a relationship with his sister. Jiang Yao had brought Lu Yunxi with them before, and she would sit on the side like a princess, waiting for others to serve her. She was never as considerate as Sister Shenwu. He felt that he could consider finding a partner a few years older than himself in the future. With his carefree personality, he needed a stable and reliable spouse. Shenwu glanced at Jiang Yao and asked in a low voice, Have you had breakfast? I ate. Liangzi and the others bought steamed buns and soy milk. What did you eat, sister? Jiang Yao asked in return. Shenwu pointed to the unfinished cup of coffee on the cup holder. I ate a sandwich and coffee. By the way, how did your exams go? Did they go smoothly? Shenwu asked casually. It went fairly smoothly, Jiang Yao replied rather conservatively. Wu Guangliang picked up a bottle of mineral water and opened it. Upon hearing this, he didn't even bother to drink the water anymore. Sister Shenwu, our brother Yao has won the national scholarship every year. His academic performance is impeccable. Wow, that's amazing. Shenwu looked at Jiang Yao in surprise, a hint of shock in her eyes. Jiang Yao slightly raised his chin to express his dissatisfaction. Can't you see it? I can't tell, Shenwu said honestly, shaking her head. Good students don't wear those words on their faces. On the contrary, Jiang Yao's face looked like that of a popular figure in school, the kind that many girls would chase after. Thinking of this, Shenwu looked at the three people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Is Jiang Yao very popular at school? Well, Wu Guangliang drawled, unsure how to answer. Saying Jiang Yao is popular might make Shenwu jealous, while saying he's unpopular would make him seem uncharming. Shenwu seemed to have guessed what they were thinking and said gently, Tell me about it. I won't be angry. I just want to know more about Yao. This time, Wu Guangliang was smart enough not to answer directly and bluntly, but instead cautiously asked Jiang Yao in the passenger seat. Brother Yao, may I speak? Either is fine, Jiang Yao said indifferently. He had nothing to hide at school, and he believed that Wu Guangliang wouldn't be completely oblivious. Having received Jiang Yao's assurance, Wu Guangliang grew bolder and began to talk endlessly, starting from the day they entered university. Wu Jun would occasionally chime in with a few words, while Ao Haoyu maintained his quiet demeanor, keeping his head down and playing on his phone. In a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, the 3+ hours passed quickly. When the car arrived at the resort entrance, Wu Guangliang was a little taken aback. We're here already? We've arrived. Remember to take out your trash and throw it away when you get off the bus, Shenwu reminded her with a smile. She quite liked Jiang Yao's roommates. Each had their own personality. Some were extremely boisterous, and others were exceptionally quiet. This resort is built in a bamboo forest. As soon as you enter, you can feel that the air here is fresher than in the city, and the scenery is also very charming. Although the location is somewhat remote, it quickly became popular with various online influencers after opening, and many people are willing to bring their family and friends to play for a few days and enjoy a slow-paced life. The resort features dozens of eco-friendly wooden villas, all constructed from logs, furnished with wooden furniture and boasting spacious, clean rooms with complete amenities. The 3 meals a day consist of all natural food produced by the resort itself, including green organic vegetables, free-range chickens raised in the mountains, and animals such as pigs, sheep, and cattle, all of which are purchased from surrounding farmers. In addition, there are various recreational activities, such as hot spring pools, swimming pools, popular water slides, game arcades, outdoor movies, mountain biking, fruit picking gardens, barbecues, fishing ponds, etc., so you can have different activities every day. Gu Yinyun and Zhan Hongrui were already waiting for them inside the villa. Shenwu gave her name to the staff, and they were immediately led to the villa by the staff. Oh, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Gu Yinyun giggled and pounced on Shenwu. There are 3 rooms in the villa. Arui and I have chosen the one on the 2nd floor, the one on the left side near the stairs. The one on the right is for you and Xiaojiang. The double room downstairs is for Xiaojiang's roommate. What do you think of this arrangement? When Shenwu heard that she had been assigned to the same room as Jiang Yao, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she looked at Jiang Yao with a questioning gaze. Sure. Thank you, Sister Yinyun. Jiang Yao readily accepted the arrangement. He and Shenwu had already done more intimate things, so it was perfectly normal for them to share a room. Wu Guangliang and his group have no problem at all. They're grown men, so all they need is a bed, or they can sleep on the floor. Seeing that everyone had no objections to her arrangements, Gu Yinyun clapped her hands forcefully and said in a strong voice, Everyone, please go back to your rooms and put your luggage down. I'll have someone bring the food over here. It should be here in about 10 minutes. The resort offers free buffet meals 3 times a day, but it's already almost 1 a.m., so there's probably not much left at the buffet. After asking the staff, Gu Yinyun learned that she could order dishes separately, but it would require additional payment. Thinking that since they were already out having fun, they didn't mind spending a little more money, so Gu Yinyun ordered a table full of dishes and had the staff deliver them to the villa. Shenwu and Jiang Yao went upstairs to their room. As soon as they put down their luggage, Jiang Yao couldn't wait to pull Shenwu to lie down on the big bed together. Ah! Shenwu suddenly fell onto the bed, unable to help but let out a short gasp. Chapter 41. A talented, rich, and handsome man. What are you doing? We're going out to eat later, Shenwu said, playfully punching Jiang Yao's chest and giving him a coquettish glare. Jiang Yao put one arm around her waist and let out a comfortable sigh. I'm too tired. I want to lie down and rest for a while. Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing? Shen Wu's eyes flickered, and she awkwardly retorted, No, I didn't think you were trying to do anything. Oh no, this is so embarrassing. She thought Jiang Yao wanted to do that kind of thing, but it turns out she was overthinking it. Jiang Yao suddenly flipped over and pinned her beneath him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, Sister, if you really want to, that's fine too. We can just skip dinner. No, I wasn't thinking about any unhealthy things. Get away from me. Shen Wu pushed and shoved him haphazardly a few times, unaware that her actions were tantamount to starting a fire. Jiang Yao felt hot all over from her small hands touching him. He pressed his hand down hard and said in a low, husky voice, If you touch me again, I really won't be able to hold back. After he finished speaking, he kissed her hard on the lips with a hint of venting his anger. Shen Wu sensed his impulse. Her body instantly stiffened, and she stammered, I'm not moving. You should get up now. Yanyun and the others are still waiting for us downstairs. Jiang Yao chuckled and stepped away from her. I'm not a man-eating monster. Why do you look so afraid of me? Shen Wu pursed her lips. He was indeed not a man-eating monster, but it was still quite a challenge to deal with a 20-year-old male college student. When the two came downstairs, the others were already seated at the dining table, which was filled with fragrant food. Oh dear, I thought you didn't have time to come down for dinner, Gu Yanyun said with a mischievous grin, winking at Shen Wu. Shen Wu pulled out a chair and sat down, giving her a disapproving look. Do you think you can become an immortal by not eating? Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Zhan Hongrui quickly mediated. All right, you two can talk later. Let's eat first. Everyone's pretty hungry. These dishes look really good. They're perfect in color, aroma, and taste, Jiang Yao said exaggeratedly, taking a deep sniff. This remark drew everyone's attention to the food. They were already hungry, and before anyone knew who would start eating, they all began to devour their food. After finishing their meal, Gu Yanyun sent a message to the staff, asking them to come and tidy up while they went off to have some fun. Do you want to play separately or together? Gu Yanyun asked. Without thinking, Wu Guangliang said, Let's play separately. He didn't want to be a third wheel, and besides, they weren't familiar with each other, so he felt uncomfortable hanging out together. Gu Yanyun had a similar idea and readily agreed. Okay, let's have a barbecue together tonight, and then we can have free time in the afternoon. The 7 people split into 3 groups, with Jiang Yao naturally going with Shen Wu. Oh, where would you like to go first? Shen Wu's eyelashes fluttered, and she couldn't help but yawn. I'm fine with anything. She had been driving all morning and had just eaten, so she couldn't help but feel sleepy. But having finally managed to get out and have some fun, she felt too embarrassed to say that she wanted to go back to sleep. Let's go to the movie room to watch a movie first, Jiang Yao said. Seeing that her eyes were so sleepy, she could barely keep them open, and thought of a good place to go. Shen Wu nodded quickly. Watching a movie was great. She didn't have the energy to run around outside right now. The resort's movie rooms are all small rooms, each capable of accommodating about 8 people at a time. Jiang Yao chose a foreign art film that would make him sleepy. Sure enough, Shen Wu fell asleep less than 10 minutes into the movie. Seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, Jiang Yao couldn't resist taking a half-hour nap himself. It's not advisable to nap for too long, as it can easily cause dizziness and headaches. So, about an hour later, Jiang Yao woke Shen Wu up. Shen Wu was surprised to find herself asleep and couldn't help but cover her face, saying, I'm sorry, I'm just too sleepy. Knowing you were sleepy, I brought you here to rest for a while, Jiang Yao said with a smile, gently pinching the tip of her upturned nose. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Although Jiang Yao was a bit younger, he was really thoughtful. Many men of Shen Wu's age might not be as considerate as he was. Do you want to continue watching? Let's not watch it. This movie is too boring. Shen Wu thought for a moment and said, I heard that this resort has a huge, popular water slide. Why don't we go check it out? Let's go. Jiang Yao immediately got up from the sofa. This water slide was very popular online before. It cleverly incorporates the terrain of the mountain and is built around a bamboo forest. It has several bends and steep slopes with a total length of more than 700 meters. Tourists sit on specially designed skateboards and glide down the water at high speed, which is both exciting and fun. Many people want to come back for more after trying it once. When Jiang Yao and his group arrived, there were already quite a few people queuing up ahead of them. Looking at the long queue, Shen Wu felt a wave of dizziness. So many people. She felt that all the tourists from the resort had come here. I'll go ask the staff how long the wait will be, Jiang Yao said, then turned and walked towards the staff. The staff member glanced at the queue and replied, "It will take about an hour. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back later. There's a swimming pool nearby where you can play for a while." "Okay, thank you." Jiang Yao nodded to the staff member in thanks. Shenwu wasn't far away, and she heard what the staff said. She frowned slightly and said, "More than an hour is too long. Why don't we go play in the pool for a while?" She had originally planned to do water sports, so she brought her swimsuit with her so she could swim a few laps in the pool first and warm up. "Let's go somewhere else," Jiang Yao said, looking a little embarrassed. Could he tell him that he couldn't swim? Ding. As a qualified second-generation rich kid, you should be proficient in various skills. Please learn to swim within 24 hours. Completing the task will reward you with one spin on the lucky draw wheel. Jiang Yao was almost caught off guard when he heard the system suddenly issue a task. He hadn't heard the system's voice for a while since it issued 2 highly difficult tasks in a row. But isn't it a bit of an overestimation to think he can learn to swim in 24 hours? Seeing that Jiang Yao's expression was off, Shenwu's eyes widened slightly, and she asked with a smile, "Jiang Xiaoyao, you don't actually know how to swim, do you?" Jiang Yao pretended to be embarrassed and angry, pinching her fair cheeks with both hands. "Congratulations on guessing correctly, but there is no reward." "Haha, I didn't expect you really can't swim. It's okay, I can teach you. I know all kinds of swimming, whether it's freestyle, butterfly, breaststroke, or backstroke." Shenwu's cheeks were being pinched by him, and her words were somewhat muffled, but her joyful mood could be felt even from her voice. Chapter 42, one of Lu Yunxi's simps. Jiang Yao's eyes nearly popped out when he saw Shenwu gracefully walking out of the women's changing room. The bright red one-piece swimsuit perfectly outlined her graceful curves. She was slim where she should be and curvy where she should be. Jiang Yao finally understood why people say that a woman is most alluring when she is partially exposed. Shenwu's one-piece swimsuit wasn't particularly revealing. Apart from her hands and feet, the rest of her body was completely covered, unlike a 3-piece bikini. But it still had a unique allure. "What are you standing there for? Come on, do you still want to learn to swim?" Shenwu walked up to Jiang Yao, smiling and waving her hand in front of his face. "I don't want to study anymore," Jiang Yao said honestly. He had no interest in learning to swim right now. The thought of such a beautiful woman teaching him to swim made him feel all hot and bothered. Shenwu glared at him, annoyed. "I've already changed into my swimming clothes, and you're saying I don't want to learn anymore?" "Just kidding. Let's go," Jiang Yao said with a smile, taking her hand as he asserted his ownership. Don't think he didn't see the hungry wolves in the pool. Each one of them practically wanted to stick to Shenwu. This feeling is both proud and infuriating. I want to gouge their eyes out. The two went directly to the shallow end of the pool. Shenwu said gently, "I'll teach you the breaststroke today. It's easier for beginners to learn. Let's get used to the water temperature in the shallow area first, and then I'll guide you through practicing holding your breath and exhaling." Shenwu said she would teach Jiang Yao to swim, and she really taught him very seriously. Influenced by her, Jiang Yao didn't have the mind to think about those other random things. "Yes, very good. Relax your whole body and let your body float naturally. Be careful to keep your body straight and avoid lifting your head, which will cause you to sink." Shenwu is a very good teacher and is never stingy with her encouragement to her students. Fortunately, Jiang Yao was not stupid and learned very quickly. He mastered all the basic points in no time. "Not bad. You've learned very well." Shenwu casually wiped the water droplets from her face, a bright smile on her face, clearly very satisfied with this smart student. "Wait a moment, I'll hold your hand in front of you. You practice the leg movements first. Pull in, flip, kick, and squeeze. After you've mastered the leg movements, we'll practice the hand movements and breathing." "Okay," Jiang Yao nodded seriously. He is now highly enthusiastic about learning and has an inexplicable confidence that he can learn it right away. Jiang Yao took a deep breath, floated in the water, his chin slightly raised, his eyes and nose above the surface. Shenwu pulled his hand and moved him back. "Good. Relax. Pay attention to tucking your legs in." "Ah." Before she could finish her sentence, Shenwu suddenly exclaimed and abruptly released Jiang Yao's grip on her hands. Without guidance, Jiang Yao instantly lost his balance and sank into the water. Water with a strong disinfectant smell poured into his nose and throat from all directions. Jiang Yao kicked and thrashed around several times before finally stepping onto the bottom of the pool. Cough, cough. He let out a painful, heart-wrenching cough, his lungs burning with pain. Shenwu swam over hurriedly and cupped his face in her hands with heartache. "Yao, are you all right?" "I'm so sorry. Someone bumped into me just now, and I accidentally let go of your hand." "And nothing." Jiang Yao waved his hand and looked behind Shenwu. This was quite a surprise. It turned out the other person was someone I knew. Ma Wenxi, are you fucking crazy? Jiang Yao cursed angrily, his eyes red. If it were a stranger, perhaps the other person did accidentally bump into Shen Wu. Being bumped into in a swimming pool is not an uncommon occurrence. But the other party was Ma Wenxi, and Jiang Yao was 200% certain that he did it on purpose. Ma Wenxi is a classmate of Jiang Yao in the same department, and is also one of Lu Yunxi's suitors. He tried everything, spending money and gifts, but failed to win over the goddess, only to have her snatched up by Jiang Yao, a poor guy. He couldn't have been more resentful. He had targeted Jiang Yao several times at school before, but they were all minor squabbles, and Jiang Yao was too lazy to bother with this defeated opponent. But today's incident really went too far. The moment he sank into the water, Jiang Yao felt like he almost went to see his great-grandmother. The man, wearing black swim trunks and sporting a large six-pack, glared at Jiang Yao with disdain. How dare you talk to me like that? You actually cheated on Lu Yunxi with other women. How can you face Lu Yunxi's sincere feelings for you? Shen Wu's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Yunxi? Was she Jiang Yao's ex-girlfriend? Sure enough, Jiang Yao's words the next second confirmed her guess. Are you crazy? I broke up with Lu Yunxi a long time ago. She's my real girlfriend. You think you can steal my mother's love? Ma Wenxi stared wide-eyed in shock. Holy crap. When did you break up with Lu Yunxi? How come I didn't know? Jiang Yao almost laughed out of anger. Who gives you the right to say that? Why should we tell you our private matters? Ma Wenxi choked, his face turning as black as if ink were about to drip out. Why did you break up with Lu Yunxi? Could it be that you cheated on her? If that's really the case, he will definitely not let Jiang Yao off the hook. Lu Yunxi was already suffering enough dating a poor guy like Jiang Yao. If Jiang Yao didn't appreciate it, then Lu Yunxi would definitely teach Jiang Yao a lesson on his behalf. Ma Wenxi, you idiot, do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling in everything? Jiang Yao rolled his eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. He looked down at Shen Wu and asked with concern, did he hurt you when he bumped into you? It's all right. I just bumped my shoulder, Shen Wu said, touching her slightly aching left shoulder. The word shoulder instantly reminded Jiang Yao of the time Lu Yunxi shielded him from the blow, and he wondered if her injury had healed yet. Jiang Yao's mood inexplicably became irritable. His dark eyes were fixed on Ma Wenxi, and his voice suppressed anger. Apologize to my girlfriend right now. I'm not apologizing. What can you do about it? Ma Wenxi made a provocative expression, looking rather smug. Worried that Jiang Yao would get into a conflict with the other person, Shen Wu took his hand and said, don't pay attention to this lunatic. Let's go somewhere else to continue learning. Jiang Yao, you stop right there. Ma Wenxi roared, his tone filled with accusation. Are you feeling guilty, kid? Did you really do something to wrong Lu Yunxi? Shen Wu suddenly stopped in her tracks. Although she didn't know why this boy thought Jiang Yao was cheating, she felt it was necessary to explain clearly. She didn't want to be unjustly accused of being a mistress. Jiang Yao sensed her pause and guessed that she was also concerned about the answer to this question, so he turned to look at Ma Wenxi. Chapter 43. Jiang Yao was bitten by a dog. Lu Yunxi and I broke up because of differing views. Neither of us cheated. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll sue you for spreading rumors, Jiang Yao explained earnestly. It was less an explanation for Ma Wenxi and more an explanation for Shen Wu. Are you kidding me? You two have been together for 2 years. Why didn't you say you had different views before? Ma Wenxi didn't believe Jiang Yao's nonsense at all. We're all men. We all know each other. In his view, Jiang Yao must have cheated on Lu Yunxi, which is why he deliberately used the excuse of differing views to break up with her. Thinking of this, Ma Wenxi suddenly felt extremely angry. That was the goddess he had been longing for, but could not have, and Jiang Yao had gotten her, but did not know how to cherish her. Ma Wenxi's gaze swept over Shen Wu. So what if she has a better figure? She looks a bit flirtatious. How can she compare to his goddess Lu? Moreover, this woman looks several years older than them. Could she be a rich woman that Jiang Yao found? Thinking he had discovered the truth, Ma Wenxi's eyes were filled with disdain. Jiang Yao, Lu Yunxi was blind to have chosen you. I never thought you would be such a snob. You're a snob? Are you talking about me? Jiang Yao asked incredulously. If he were materialistic and snobbish, he wouldn't have broken up with Lu Yunxi in the first place. Do you dare say you didn't break up with Lu Yunxi because this woman is rich? Ma Wenxi pointed at Shen Wu and questioned her with an air of certainty. Shen Wu twitched her lips. What kind of idiot is this? Although she didn't know the specifics of Jiang Yao's family situation, the fact that Jiang Yao could afford a Koenigsegg and live in Cloud Realm number 1 meant he couldn't possibly be poor. If Jiang Yao is really dating her for money, then he's overestimating her. She doesn't have the means to support a rich second-generation heir. Jiang Yao was amused by Ma Wenxi's stupidity. Do you know Lu Yunxi's identity? You don't know anything, and you still dare to spout nonsense here. To be honest, I really admire your courage. What do you mean? What is Lu Yunxi's identity? Ma Wenxi asked with a suspicious expression. Everyone at school knew that Lu Yunxi's parents were ordinary people, but she never bowed to money, like a lotus rising from the mud, pure and noble in character. But now Jiang Yao is saying that Lu Yunxi has a hidden identity. Is that possible? No, perhaps Jiang Yao is just trying to smear Lu Yunxi. He shouldn't believe Jiang Yao's nonsense. Jiang Yao looked at him with a half smile, as if he were looking at a clown. If you want to know, you can look it up yourself. Why should I tell you? Ma Wenxi sneered dismissively. Whether you don't want to tell me, or you're just talking nonsense, you know the answer in your heart. Fine, I'm just talking nonsense, okay? You're the smartest person in the whole world, Jiang Yao said, too lazy to argue with him. What's that saying again? You can never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Even if he revealed now that Lu Yunxi was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Ma Wenxi would probably think he was making it up. Of course, he wouldn't tell Ma Wenxi this secret. He wouldn't meddle in other people's business until Lu Yunxi himself admitted his identity. Humph, I can't be bothered with a spineless coward like you who only knows how to live off women. Ma Wenxi spat at Jiang Yao, then walked past him and tried to go ashore and leave. Although he didn't seem to believe Jiang Yao's words on the surface, he had a vague feeling that Jiang Yao wasn't lying to him. Ma Wenxi just wants to find out Lu Yunxi's true identity as soon as possible. If he can't find out the answer, he'll probably be too anxious to sleep tonight. With a plop, Ma Wenxi felt a sharp pain in his buttocks and fell straight into the water. Caught completely off guard, he choked on several mouthfuls of water. Cough, cough. Jiang Yao, are you fucking crazy? Ma Wenxi coughed as he climbed out of the water, his lips trembling with anger, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Jiang Yao showed no remorse upon seeing his miserable state. Instead, he burst into laughter. Serves you right. Who told you to deliberately bump into my girlfriend? This is a little lesson for you, Jiang Yao said with a mocking expression, completely disregarding Ma Wenxi's anger. Ma Wenxi felt the gazes of others around him, and he felt that he had lost all face and dignity, and was on the verge of collapse. Like an enraged bull, he clenched his fists and charged fiercely towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, you bastard, I'm going to kill you today. Holy crap, Jiang Yao was startled by his desperate look and turned to run to the shore. The water is not his main battlefield. If he were pushed into the water, he would be like a dead fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. It is safer to go to the shore. Just as Jiang Yao retreated to the shallow water, Ma Wenxi roared and pounced on him, splashing water all around. Yao. Shen Wu, watching from the side, was both angry and anxious. She wanted to go forward to help, but didn't know where to start. The onlookers in the pool quickly moved aside, making room for the two who were fighting, their faces full of expressions of anticipation. Ma Wenxi's fist flew through the air and smashed towards Jiang Yao's face. Jiang Yao suddenly bent over to avoid the attack, grabbed the other man's waist with both hands, and threw him down. Ma Wenxi was no pushover either. He grabbed Jiang Yao's leg in the water and forcefully pulled him into the water. The two fought fiercely, their battle so intense that a faint red ripple even appeared on the water's surface. Stop! Stop right now. In the end, several lifeguards worked together to pull the two apart. Shen Wu rushed to Jiang Yao's side immediately and checked his body. Yao, how are you? Where are you hurt? It's all right. I just got bitten on the hand, Jiang Yao said, wincing in pain as he showed Shen Wu his right hand, which now bore a bite mark. Shen Wu grasped his hand, her brows furrowing slightly. It's a little scratched. I don't know if I should get a tetanus shot. The resort should have a medical room. I'll go with you to get it checked out later. Seeing that Jiang Yao was being cared for, Ma Wenxi, who was being restrained by the lifeguards, instantly broke down. You bastard. I'm calling the police. You'll be going to jail. His nose was still bleeding, and he had been punched in the eye. He looked terrible. Go ahead and report it. At most, it's just a fight between us. Jiang Yao shrugged nonchalantly, not afraid of his threat at all. He's no longer an orphan anyone can trample on. He's the eldest son of the Feng family. The Feng family can't possibly send him to jail, can they? If things really escalate, they could crush Ma Wenxi with money. As far as he knew, Ma Wenxi's family should have some money, but compared to the Feng family, it was nothing. Jiang Yao gave Ma Wenxi a provocative look, then followed Shen Wu out of the pool and went to the resort's medical room. We don't know if Ma Wenxi has any infectious diseases, so it's safer to disinfect the area as soon as possible. Do I need a tetanus shot in Chapter 44? Shen Wu accompanied Jiang Yao to the resort's medical room. After examining Jiang Yao's wound, the doctor performed a simple disinfection. Doctor, do I need a tetanus shot? Jiang Yao asked the doctor with some concern. In the past, he wouldn't even bother to disinfect such minor injuries. He'd be fine with either living or dying. But things are different now. He has hundreds of millions in his account, as well as luxury cars and mansions. His health cannot tolerate any accidents. He must live to be 100 years old. The doctor lifted his eyelids to look at him. Your wound is only slightly broken, so you shouldn't need an injection. That's good. Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the infirmary, Jiang Yao wanted to take Shun Wu to the swimming pool. Going again? Shun Wu now has a psychological aversion to swimming pools. Jiang Yao said firmly, Go. I must learn to swim today. If he really can't learn the breaststroke, he'll at least learn the dog paddle. Shun Wu didn't understand why he was in such a hurry. You were just injured. Why don't you learn it tomorrow? Jiang Yao frowned. The system stipulated that the task time was 24 hours. He could make it by tomorrow morning. But who could guarantee that he would be able to learn it by tomorrow morning? Wait for me a moment, Jiang Yao said, then turned and ran back to the infirmary. A moment later, he came out with a waterproof dressing, grinning as he waved it at Shun Wu. Now there's no problem. Shun Wu. All right, considering how hard Jiang Yao is working, she has to teach him how to swim today. On the other side, after leaving the pool, Ma Wenqi didn't even bother to treat his wound. He immediately went to the locker room to find his phone. He usually has a wide circle of friends and has joined many groups for rich kids, which is now proving useful. A team of billionaire tycoons. Ma, brothers, I need your help. It's extremely urgent. Does anyone know Lu Yunxi's identity? Lu Yunxi? Isn't that your goddess from before, brother Ma? You've been chasing her for so long, and you don't even know who she is? Zhang. Ha, Ma Wenqi, you're really something. Stop embarrassing yourself. Brother, I'm embarrassed for you. Horse, roll. Ma, if any of you know, please message me privately. I'll offer a reward of 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan is nothing to these rich kids. They can easily spend tens of thousands on a handbag for their girlfriends. But earning 50,000 yuan with just one sentence is practically like picking it up for free. They're like the foolish sons of a landlord, not really fools. Why wouldn't they take the money? Within 2 minutes, Ma Wenqi received a private message. Lu, brother Ma, I've heard of the name Lu Yunxi, but I'm not sure if it's the same person you're talking about. Ma, just say it directly. Lu, the only daughter of the Lu family, one of the 6 major families in the capital, is also named Lu Yunxi, but I heard she is studying abroad. Ma Wenqi stared at the newly popped-up message, his mouth agape in astonishment. The only daughter of the Lu family? Impossible. Ma Wenqi's fingers tightened around his phone. He knew, of course, that the Lu family had an only daughter who was about the same age as him. However, right after the college entrance examination, the Lu family spread the word that Miss Lu was going to study in Country A. This is perfectly normal in wealthy circles. Although Imperial University is the top-ranked university in the country, it still lags behind in the world university rankings, and many wealthy families prefer to send their children to study abroad. Who would have thought that it was all fake news spread by the Lu family? Miss Lu herself secretly enrolled at Imperial University and became the most popular campus belle, and no one even noticed. Wrong. It's not that no one noticed. Ma Wenqi suddenly remembered a small thing he had forgotten. He had seen the eldest son of the Chu family having dinner with Lu Yunxi. Back then, he mistakenly thought that young Master Chu was also captivated by Lu Yunxi. Now it seems that the two of them must have known each other for ages. After all, the Lu family and the Chu family are both among the 6 major families, and it's impossible for their children not to have some connection. They might even be childhood sweethearts. As for Ma Wenqi, although his family has some money, it is far from being on par with top-tier wealthy families, and they are completely out of sync with the social circles. Therefore, it's normal that he didn't know, given that Lu Yunxi intentionally concealed her identity. He said, "How can a woman treat money like dirt?" Throughout history, how many beauties of Lu Yunxi's caliber have been willing to marry ordinary people? It turns out they themselves are from a wealthy family, so of course they look down on these carefree rich kids. Ma Wenqi couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred at this thought. Jiang Yao, that bastard, how could a poor boy from an orphanage win the heart of a beauty? If it weren't for Jiang Yao, he might have been able to win over Lu Yunxi. It's all Jiang Yao's fault. He ruined my chance to date a top-tier rich and beautiful woman. I'll remember this grudge, and I'll never let that kid get away with it next time. Lu, Ma Wenqi, where are you? Lu, what happened to the promised payment? You're not playing me for a fool, are you? Watch out, or I'll expose you. The new message that popped up on his phone infuriated Ma Wenqi, and he angrily transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party. Ma, here you go. It's just 50,000 yuan. Don't act like you've never seen money before. Lu, you son of a bitch. I don't even care about your 50,000 yuan. Don't let me see you again, or don't blame me for being impolite. He meant well by helping Ma Wenqi, but ended up making an enemy of him. Ma Wenqi's heart skipped a beat when he saw the message. He had been too emotional and had taken his anger out on Lu Mingtao. The other person's family background was similar to his, but his maternal grandfather's family was much better off. If he really offended Lu Mingtao, it wouldn't be easy for him to get along in the industry in the future. Ma, brother Lu, don't be angry. I accidentally said the wrong thing. You must accept the money. I'll transfer another 50,000 to you. Jiang Yao diligently followed Shen Wu's instructions for 2 hours to learn the breaststroke. His skin became wrinkled from being in the pool, but he finally managed to learn how to swim. Shen Wu admired his perseverance. Although his movements weren't perfect, he could at least swim, which was quite impressive for a beginner learning to swim for the first time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and receiving one chance to spin the prize wheel. Would you like to start now? Jiang Yao wiped the water droplets from his face, said something to Shen Wu, and then got up and went to the dressing room not far away. System, start the lottery. Jiang Yao entered an empty dressing room and silently recited in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 3 centimeters increase in height. Complete the transformation immediately. Jiang Yao's eyes widened suddenly. Is it really that awesome? He coughed lightly twice as a tactic, then found a ruler and measured it. Holy crap! Jiang Yao's eyes widened in surprise. He had actually grown taller. The system was his god. Chapter 45 Drinking affected Jiang Yao's performance. As Jiang Yao emerged from the locker room, he seemed to walk with a swagger, his smile stretching almost to the back of his ears. Ah Yao, you look strange. Shen Wu asked, her eyes filled with doubt. What's strange? Jiang Yao shifted his feet somewhat awkwardly. He wondered to himself. Could she have figured it out? That shouldn't be the case. The location is quite secluded, and his pants aren't tight-fitting. How should I put it? It's just that you seem more confident than before, and you're even standing up straighter than before. Shen Wu frowned slightly, expressing her incomprehension at Jiang Yao's change. Could learning to swim really change a person so much? Jiang Yao was a little disappointed upon hearing this. He had thought that Shen Wu had really figured it out. He is currently in a very conflicted state, not wanting Shen Wu to discover his secret, but also hoping that Shen Wu will notice the changes in him. But it's okay, he'll make sure Shen Wu has a good time tonight. When the two returned to the villa, everyone else had already come back. Upon seeing the two enter, Gu Yanyan rushed over and hugged Shen Wu tightly, her face full of ambiguous smiles. Oh, baby, where have you two been? Why are you so late? What filthy thoughts are you having? Shen Wu asked, as if she had a premonition, raising her hand to block her face from getting close. What I think isn't important. What's important is what you did, Gu Yanyan said with a mischievous wink. Shen Wu showed her hands, which were a little pale from being soaked in water. What else can I do? Swimming, of course. Oh my god. Oh, what happened to your hands? Gu Yanyan grabbed her pale hands, her face scrunched up with heartache. It's normal. After all, it was soaked in water for 2 or 3 hours. Shen Wu smiled nonchalantly. Although soaking in the pool for a long time was a bit uncomfortable, she still felt a great sense of accomplishment today, because she successfully taught Jiang Yao how to swim. Gu Yanyan poked her forehead in dissatisfaction. Are you stupid? Why are you staying in the pool for so long? It's like you've never swum before. Jiang Yao, why does it sound like you're insulting me? So what if I've never swum? It's just that I didn't have the chance before. Oh, forget about swimming. Didn't you say you were having a barbecue tonight? Is everything ready? Shen Wu looked around, but didn't see any ingredients. Zhan Hongrui said with a smile. Everything is in the kitchen, just waiting for you to come back. Let's get started quickly, my stomach is growling with hunger, Shen Wu said pitifully, clutching her stomach. There was an open space in the villa's yard where a barbecue grill was set up in advance. Everyone moved the ingredients and seasonings to the table next to the grill. Wu Guangliang sidled up to Jiang Yao and asked, Brother Yao, you guys didn't just go swimming all afternoon, did you? Huh? What's wrong? Jiang Yao turned his head to look at him and asked. Wu Guangliang's tone was tinged with regret. What's the point of swimming? You have no idea how many fun activities this resort has. The 3 of us went horseback riding at the horse farm this afternoon, and we also went mountain biking. I heard there's a really popular water slide, but we didn't have time to go. Yes, we're planning to go again tomorrow. We can also go to the hot springs after dinner, Wu Jun said excitedly. Jiang Yao smiled slightly. If you guys have fun, that's fine. Come back and play for a few more days next time you have time. With money, why worry about not having anything to do? Go wherever you want. Brother Yao is so generous, Wu Guangliang said with a grin, giving a thumbs up. but I won't do it again. Even if you're good friends, you can't always take advantage of each other. This resort is not cheap. A 3-day trip like this would cost several thousand yuan per person. If Jiang Yao hadn't offered to treat them, Wu Guangliang and Wu Jun really wouldn't have been willing to come to a place like this. As for Ao Haoyu, although his family is wealthy, they are quite strict with him and don't have much money to squander. At most, he would occasionally treat his friends to a meal at school to improve their diet. After a group of people happily finished their barbecue, Wu Guangliang started clamoring to go soak in a hot spring. Gu Yanyan was also very interested and planned to relax in a hot spring, wanting to bring Shenwu along. You go with Lao Zhan. I've had enough this afternoon. Shenwu waved her hand frantically, looking utterly displeased. All right, then you two get some rest, Gu Yanyan said with a regretful expression. She had originally planned to chat with Shenwu while soaking in the hot spring. Everyone else left, leaving only Jiang Yao and Shenwu in the villa. Shenwu rubbed her sore shoulders and said to Jiang Yao, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm really tired today. I need to go to bed early. Sister, do you need my help? Jiang Yao smiled roguishly and reached out to put his arm around Shenwu's slender waist. No need. Shenwu tried to back away warily, but Jiang Yao held her still. She pouted and pushed against Jiang Yao's chest. You bad guy, let go of me now. Don't let go. Jiang Yao lowered his head, his nose touching hers, his warm breath spraying onto Shenwu's lips. Shenwu couldn't help but lick her lips. Jiang Yao's eyes darkened, and he kissed her directly. His tongue gently pried open her pearly teeth, and their tongues intertwined, as if they were about to become one. Ooh, Shenwu couldn't help but let out a groan, and realizing her reaction, her cheeks instantly turned red. She punched Jiang Yao's chest, somewhat angrily, and said, You let go of me right now. I'm going to take a shower. This time, Jiang Yao didn't stop her and let her run upstairs quickly. He slightly curled his lips and followed them unhurriedly, then went back to his room to get a clean set of clothes and took a quick shower in Wu Guangliang's room. When Shenwu came out of the bathroom, she saw that Jiang Yao was already lying in bed. The room's air conditioning was at a comfortable temperature, and she wasn't hot at all wrapped in the blankets. On the contrary, she felt very comfortable. Jiang Xiaoyao, you actually went straight to bed without taking a shower. Shenwu stomped her feet angrily, her expression a mixture of reproach and anger. Jiang Yao smiled brightly, revealing a set of white teeth. I've already gone downstairs to wash up. If you don't believe me, you can check it out, sister. You really washed it? Shenwu walked over with some doubt and lifted the blanket as if to check. The sight of a completely naked body was incredibly striking, and she hurriedly covered her face, exclaiming, Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Even though the two had been intimate once, she was still incredibly embarrassed to suddenly see Jiang Yao completely naked, and she didn't know where to look. Jiang Yao reached out and pulled the person into his arms, then grabbed the blanket and covered them both. For the next hour, Shenwu endured unprecedented torture. No matter how much she cried and begged for mercy, Jiang Yao showed no intention of letting her go. Before falling asleep, Shenwu was still thinking about why this experience was completely different from the first one. Could it be that the alcohol she drank last time affected Jiang Yao's performance? Chapter 46, Shi Shui'er and Chu Jing's Secret Conspiracy. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto Jiang Yao's face. He slowly woke up, picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. They actually went to bed very early last night, but they were too excited last night and used up too much energy, so they couldn't get up at all today. Jiang Yao glanced at Shenwu, who was sleeping soundly, and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he got out of bed, his phone rang. He strode towards the bathroom while answering the phone. Hello? Sis, what's up? Yao, have you finished your final exams? Feng Zishu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yeah, the exam's over. I'm out having fun, Jiang Yao said in a low voice. Oh, then have fun. It's Madame Lu's 70th birthday in 3 days. Remember to come back and attend. Jiang Yao was taken aback. Old Madame Lu? Sister, the Madame Lu you mentioned is? Jiang Yao asked hesitantly. Feng Zishu smiled slightly. That's right, she's Xiaoxi's grandmother. She knew that the relationship between her younger brother and Lu Yunxi was a little awkward, but those were minor squabbles, and Jiang Yao absolutely could not refuse to attend old Madame Lu's birthday banquet because of such a small matter. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao sighed softly. His last encounter with Lu Yunxi wasn't pleasant, and the thought of seeing her again gave Jiang Yao a headache. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Shui'er also received an invitation to the banquet. It was personally delivered to her by Lu Yunxi. Shui'er, my grandma's 70th birthday, is in 3 days. Remember to come and attend. Okay, I wonder what Grandma Lu likes. Cece, why don't you come with me to pick out a birthday gift for Grandma Lu? Sure, Shuayer said with a smile, affectionately taking Lu Yunqi's arm. Logically speaking, given her family's status, she shouldn't be qualified to attend a banquet like old Madame Lu's 70th birthday celebration. But since she's Lu Yunqi's best friend, her treatment is naturally different from others. Sure, Shuayer dragged Lu Yunqi to the mall to choose a gift for her, a silk scarf. The scarf was reasonably priced, within her budget. Sure, Shuayer didn't deliberately spend a lot of money to buy jewelry to please Madame Lu, because she knew very well that the gifts she gave didn't even deserve to be opened by Madame Lu herself. She's lived for so many years, what good things hasn't she seen? Besides, she's not some important person. At most, it's because she's Lu Yunqi's friend that old Madame Lu happened to see her a few times. After leaving the mall, Lu Yunqi prepared to go home. Shuayer, I might be quite busy these few days. Let's meet up again in a while. Okay, we can go on a trip together then. Shuayer nodded with a smile, and didn't forget to ask Lu Yunqi a few words of concern. Cece, you need to eat well at home. If I find out you've gotten thinner again, I'll really be angry. Hearing Shuayer's feigned anger, Lu Yunqi felt a warm current flow through her heart. She was in a bad mood lately, had little appetite, and lost several pounds. Shuayer stayed by her side, trying to cheer her up and urging her to take care of her health. She knew that many people looked down on Shuayer, thinking that she was only befriending her to curry favor with the Lu family, but only Lu Yunqi knew that Shuayer genuinely cared for her as a friend. I understand, little housekeeper. I'll head back now. You should go home early too. Lu Yunqi waved gently to Shuayer, then turned and got into the white Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. Watching Lu Yunqi leave, Shuayer slowly wiped the smile off her face, her expression thoughtful. It's Madame Lu's 70th birthday celebration. Jiang Yao will definitely attend. After attending the Feng family's family reunion banquet last time, Shuayer realized a very real problem. Without Lu Yunqi, she wouldn't even have had the chance to see Jiang Yao, let alone develop feelings for him. A glint flashed in Shuayer's eyes, and she picked up her phone to send a message to Chu Jing. Bar. As soon as Chu Jing entered the private room, he saw Shuayer sitting on the sofa wearing a black tight-fitting tank top and a short skirt, showing off her great figure. His gaze lingered on Shuayer's swollen chest for a couple more seconds before he quickly revealed a disdainful expression. He'd seen plenty of women like that. They weren't anything special to him. Shuayer, what do you want from me? Chu Jing asked expressionlessly as he sat down on the empty sofa opposite her. Shuayer poured him a glass of wine at a leisurely pace. Young Master Chu, don't be in such a hurry. Let's drink and chat at the same time. Chu Jing snorted coldly, a hint of malice hidden in her eyes. I wouldn't dare drink with a woman like you. Who knows if you're trying to get me drunk and do something bad. Shuayer's face froze for a moment, and she cursed Chu Jing in her heart. Bah, what's so great about the eldest son of the Chu family? Everyone knows that the head of the Chu family's heart is completely devoted to his half-siblings. It's not certain who will inherit the Chu family in the future. The more viciously Shuayer cursed in her heart, the brighter her smile became on her face. Young Master Chu is joking. I know your feelings for Cece. How could I dare to offend you? It's good that you know what's going on. Chu Jing nodded in satisfaction, but then felt inexplicably downcast. Even an outsider could see his true feelings for Lu Yunqi, but Lu Yunqi, that foolish woman, couldn't see it at all. Shuayer put down her wine glass and said with a smile, Young Master Chu, in 3 days it will be old Madame Lu's 70th birthday. As the eldest son of the Feng family, Jiang Yao will definitely come to attend the birthday banquet. Upon hearing her mention Jiang Yao, Chu Jing's face instantly darkened. Let him come. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Young Master Chu, that's not what I meant, Shuayer quickly explained. You know how much Cece feels about Jiang Yao. Even though they've broken up, Cece can't forget him. You saw how deep Cece's feelings for Jiang Yao were at the family reunion banquet last time. These words struck a nerve with Chu Jing, who suddenly stood up and kicked the coffee table, shattering the wine bottle and glasses into pieces. You asked me out just to piss me off, didn't you? Shuayer was startled by his sudden outburst and secretly cursed in her heart. No wonder Lu Yunqi didn't like him. What woman could like such an unpredictable personality? If I really marry him, I'm afraid I'll be subjected to domestic violence every day. Young Master Chu, please don't be angry. The reason I asked you out this time was actually to help you, Shuayer said with a smile, suppressing her fear. The violence on Chu Jing's face slowly subsided. He sat back down on the sofa and casually gestured with his chin towards Shuayer. Tell me, How do you plan to help me? Chapter 47. Chu Jing drugged Jiang Yao. The Lu matriarch's birthday banquet is in 3 days. If Jiang Yao does anything out of line at the banquet, even if Lu Yunxi likes him a lot, there will be no chance for them. Shi Shui'er wore a charming smile, but her words were blatantly malicious. Chu Jing looked up and stared at her for 2 seconds, then clicked her tongue twice. Lu Yunxi still considers you her best friend. She would never have imagined that her best friend is actually a venomous snake. Being called a venomous snake by him made Shi Shui'er's smile falter, and she pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction. Young Master Chu, what you're saying is a bit much. I have no intention of harming Cici, and you don't want her to be with Jiang Yao either, do you? I don't want her to be with Jiang Yao, but I never intended to use any underhanded tactics against her, Chu Jing said confidently. At this point, Shi Shui'er became a little angry. Fine, I was just being presumptuous. Just pretend you never saw me today. She rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Even a clay figure has some temper. She's not really desperate, so there's no need for her to put up with Xu Jing's temper here. Wait! Chu Jing called out to her just as her hand was about to touch the door. What else does young Master Chu want to do? Shi Shui'er asked sharply. Tell me your plan first, and I'll see if it works, Chu Jing said to Shi Shui'er in a condescending tone, leaning back on the sofa. Shi Shui'er lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment, then walked back to the sofa and sat down, biting her lip and saying pitifully, I am very serious about talking to Mr. Chu, and I hope you will stop playing me for a fool. Stop rambling and get to the point, Chu Jing said impatiently, waving her hand. Men's chivalry is selective, and clearly, Shi Shui'er was not within his scope of chivalry. Shi Shui'er understood this point, and, too lazy to beat around the bush any longer, lowered her voice and said, Here's what I'm thinking. Young Master Chu, you can drug Jiang Yao on the day of the banquet. Then I'll take Jiang Yao to my room, and then arrange for Shishi to catch him in bed with me. At that time, I'll say that Jiang Yao bullied me, and Shishi will definitely not forgive Jiang Yao. As for whether Lu Yunxi will become distant from her, she can't care about that now. As long as she can get close to Jiang Yao, Lu Yunxi, her best friend, will seem less important. Chu Jing frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something and glared angrily at Shi Shui'er. Are you treating me like an idiot? Have you been eyeing Jiang Yao for a long time? He wondered why this woman would suddenly be so kind as to help him. It turned out she wanted to use him to take down Jiang Yao. He did something bad, and this woman became the victim instead. What did he gain from that? You're dreaming. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me, Chu Jing said with a dark face. Shi Shui'er did not deny her purpose, revealing a confident expression. Cici has given up on Jiang Yao, which is the perfect opportunity for you, young Master Chu, to take advantage of her vulnerability. How can you say it won't benefit you? Is young Master Chu sure you don't want to do it? That's fine too. Actually, I think Cici and Jiang Yao are a really good match. They're a handsome couple, and their children will definitely be very cute, Shi Shui'er said, shaking her head. These words gave Chu Jing a heart attack. He glared angrily at Shi Shui'er. Why didn't you drug Jiang Yao yourself? Shi Shui'er covered her mouth, as if she had heard a funny joke. Young Master Chu, you really overestimate me. That was a banquet hosted by the Lu family. If it weren't for Cici, I wouldn't even have been qualified to attend. Do you think I have the ability to arrange for someone to drug the eldest young master of the Feng family? Of course, most importantly, once the matter is exposed, her family simply cannot withstand the blows from the Feng and Lu families. It would be different if it were Chu Jing. Even if they knew he was the one who administered the drug, he would only suffer some physical pain. The Feng family couldn't just bankrupt the Chu family, could they? Why should I let you benefit for nothing? I can arrange other women for Jiang Yao, Chu Jing said, unwilling to let Shi Shui'er reap the benefits. As long as Jiang Yao is caught in bed with Lu Yunxi, it doesn't matter who it is. Shi Shui'er calmly replied. How could I be the same as other women? I'm Cici's best friend. As long as I say that Jiang Yao bullied me, she will definitely believe me. If it were any other woman, Cici would just think that they took the initiative to climb into Jiang Yao's bed, and she might even feel sorry for Jiang Yao being taken advantage of. Are you so sure Cici will believe you? Chu Jing thought there was some truth to what she said, but she still didn't want to let her succeed so easily. Of course, I was the one who suggested she pursue Jiang Yao, and I have never shown any affection for Jiang Yao in front of her, so Cici will definitely not doubt me. Shi Shui'er had already planned it all out. She would drink a few more glasses of wine in front of Lu Yunxi, and then say that she had gone to the wrong room and didn't have the strength to push Jiang Yao away. Chu Jing slammed her hand on the table, wishing she could strangle Shi Shui'er. So, it was you who helped Shishi pursue Jiang Yao. Shi Shui'er realized she had misspoke and blinked guiltily. What difference does it make whether I offer advice or not? Does young Master Chu think Jiang Yao can resist Shishi's charm? Jiang Yao didn't agree to Lu Yunxi's request immediately simply because he felt inferior. That's true, Chu Jing said, deflated. All right, I'll arrange the drugging. Just remember not to make any mistakes. Shi Shui'er, having achieved her goal, smiled with delight. Don't worry, young Master Chu, there will be absolutely no mistakes on my end. With the matter settled, Chu Jing had no interest in sitting and chatting with Shi Shui'er, so he got up and left the private room. Shi Shui'er didn't rush to leave. She hadn't finished the wine she ordered yet, and she couldn't let it go to waste. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her phone and sent a message to her Plastic Besties group. Before long, several girls entered the private room. Shi Shui'er was fawned over by these people like a princess, her face full of arrogance. These girls all wanted to curry favor with Lu Yunxi but failed, so they could only settle for currying favor with Shi Shui'er, Lu Yunxi's best friend. As long as they keep Shi Shui'er happy, she will occasionally drag Lu Yunxi out to play with these people. Lu Yunxi usually won't refuse her for such small things. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for Madame Lu's birthday banquet. Jiang Yao made a point of returning to the Feng family's old house the night before. He couldn't be too casual when attending a formal banquet. All the suits Zhang Lia had customized for him were left at the old house. Since he was going back to the old house to change clothes anyway, he might as well stay here for the night. Zhang Lia was overjoyed to see her son, whom she hadn't seen for some time. Knowing that Jiang Yao was preparing for his exams, she didn't dare to bother him. When she missed him, she could only send him 1 or 2 messages, afraid that he would find her annoying. On the contrary, Feng Zichen, who used to dislike being at home, now comes back every day, and Zhang Lia always makes a point of avoiding him. Chapter 48. Make Jiang Yao disappear? Zhang Lia's feelings for Feng Zichen are very complicated. It's absolutely impossible for her to continue treating Feng Zichen as her son without any reservations. But she couldn't bring herself to deliberately do something against Feng Zichen. The best way is to completely ignore him, as if he doesn't exist in the family. But Zhang Lia didn't know that her indifference towards Feng Zichen contrasted sharply with her thoughtfulness towards Jiang Yao, planting a thorn in Feng Zichen's heart. This thorn made Zhang Lia regret countless times afterward that she should have dealt with this hidden danger sooner. Jiang Yao came downstairs wearing a custom-made suit. Zhang Lia immediately got up from the sofa and said to Feng Zishu with a smile, "Xiao Shu, don't you think your brother looks even more handsome in this royal blue suit than in that gray one last time? They're all pretty cool. Next time, we can try making a few more colors," Feng Zishu said with a smile. Zhang Lia immediately nodded. Yes, I'll have someone make a few more outfits for Xiao Yao tomorrow. Are you coming or not? If you keep dawdling, the banquet will be over, Feng Xiuming urged, seeing the mother and her 2 children talking nonstop. Zhang Lia rolled her eyes. If you want to leave, then leave. Who made you wait? So, all that waiting for you guys turned out to be a mistake? Feng Xiuming muttered in dissatisfaction. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Do you think anyone cares about you? Zhang Lia curled her lips in disgust. Feng Xiuming fell silent. What did it mean for him to attend the banquet alone? People would think he had a troubled family life if they saw him. Well, things aren't exactly harmonious right now either. Feng Xiuming glanced at Feng Zichen, who was sitting silently in the corner, and sighed inwardly. This child had indeed suffered some injustice recently. Xiao Chun, you'll ride in the same car with me later. Upon hearing this, Feng Zichen showed an expression of both surprise and admiration. Thank you, Dad. You child, why are you being so polite with your own father? Feng Xiuming felt a pang of heartache seeing his cautious demeanor. Wife, Xiaochen has called you mom for 20 years. Can't you show him some concern too? Xiaochen used to be such a cheerful child, but now he's silent and withdrawn every day. Doesn't it break your heart to see him like this? Hearing Feng Xiuming's accusations, Zhang Lia calmly lifted her eyelids and said, "It's enough that he has his own mother to care for him." One sentence choked Feng Xiuming's remaining words, and also turned Feng Zichen's face pale. Speaking of Feng Zichen's biological mother, after switching the 2 children, she took the money given to her by Feng Xiuming and went abroad to live a carefree life. I haven't been back to China for so many years. I don't know if I died abroad or if I'm just too comfortable and don't want to come back. Feng Xiuming hired people to investigate the woman's whereabouts, but received no news for a long time. That's understandable, since that woman went abroad 20 years ago, and it's not something that can be found out in a short time. But Feng Xiuming never intended to let the other party off the hook. Daring to do something like the substitution of the prince by a cat, he didn't take him seriously at all. That woman had better die abroad, otherwise he would never let her get away with it. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yao spoke up. Mom, sister, let's go. Okay, can the three of us ride in one car? Jiang Lia asked cautiously, worried that Jiang Yao might not be willing. Sure. Jiang Yao smiled nonchalantly. The three of them chatted and laughed as they got into the car, leaving Feng Xiuming and Feng Zichen looking at each other in bewilderment. Feng Xiuming patted his youngest son on the shoulder and said in a heavy tone, Don't blame your mother. She just can't accept it in a short time. She'll probably be fine after a while. Dad, I know, I won't blame Mom, Feng Zichen said obediently. Of course, he wouldn't blame Jiang Lia. He remembered all the kindness she had shown him in the past. It's all Jiang Yao's fault. He took Mom and sister away from him. Perhaps only by making Jiang Yao disappear can everything return to normal? A sinister glint flashed in Feng Zichen's eyes, but the moment he looked up again, he transformed back into his innocent and harmless self. Seeing his previously unruly son suddenly become so obedient and sensible, Feng Xiuming felt gratified but also a little sad. Didn't you say you had your eye on a Lamborghini last time? Dad will have his assistant buy it for you. Upon hearing this, Feng Zichen revealed his most genuine smile of the day. Thank you, Dad. You're so good to me. From the moment Jiang Yao returned to the Feng family, although Feng Xiuming's attitude towards him did not change, he still felt a vague unease in his heart. Honestly, although Jiang Yao grew up in an orphanage, he was far more outstanding than him. He was very worried that one day Feng Xiuming would suddenly favor Jiang Yao. Then he would really have no status in the Feng family. But the fact that Feng Xiuming is still willing to buy him a sports car worth more than 20 million yuan proves that Feng Xiuming still cares about him as his son. It seems that his act of behaving well during this period has been effective. Feng Xiuming would never have bought him a sports car before. Every time, he would be sent to find Jiang Lia, but Jiang Lia was very strict about this. The family had so much money that they couldn't spend it all, yet she still controlled Feng Zichen's allowance, saying she was worried he would go astray. Silly boy, why are you being so polite with your dad? Do you still have any pocket money? Feng Xiuming asked, as if he had suddenly remembered this question. Feng Zichen shook his head awkwardly. No, I accidentally made my mother angry before, so she stopped giving me my allowance. Feng Xiuming was genuinely unaware of this development. These kinds of matters were usually not his concern. Moreover, this wasn't the first time Jiang Lia had cut off Feng Zichen's allowance. She wouldn't specifically tell him every time. Dad will transfer 5 million to you first. Tell Dad when you've spent it all, Feng Xiuming said, taking out his phone and tapping a few times. The 5 million was immediately transferred to Feng Zichen's account. Feng Zichen's eyes were filled with filial piety. Thank you, Dad. I will be careful with the money. No need to save money. Our family isn't short of a few dollars, Feng Xiuming said with a smile, rubbing his head. The father and son walked outside while talking. Jiang Lia and her 2 children had already set off, and they also needed to hurry up. Unbeknownst to Feng Xiuming, the moment they left the villa, the maid cleaning in the corner immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Lia. Xiaohua, Madam, the master just said he wanted to buy a Lamborghini sports car for young Master Zichen and also transferred 5 million to him as pocket money. Jiang Lia, who was chatting and laughing with her daughter and son, instantly lost her smile upon seeing this message. Mom, what's wrong? Feng Zishu asked in confusion. Why did she suddenly become unhappy? Jiang Lia snorted. It's all because of your father. He actually bought Feng Zichen a sports car behind my back, and even transferred pocket money to him. Xiao Yao has been back for so long, and he hasn't bought Xiao Yao a single gift. Jiang Yao's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected Feng Zichen to have some skills. He had really won over Feng Xiuming's heart. Chapter 49, The Problematic Champagne. Jiang Yao forced a smile and said in a muffled voice, It's okay, my mom and sister will buy me gifts, that's enough. That's what he said, but the disappointment that inadvertently showed on his face revealed that he wasn't really indifferent to Feng Xiuming's attitude. Jiang Lia held his hand tenderly. No, my son must have what Feng Zichen has. I'll talk to your dad about this when we get home tonight. That damn scoundrel. His son's been back for so long, and he hasn't said a word about it, but he did know to buy Feng Zichen a sports car. At this moment, Jiang Lia had completely forgotten that Feng Xiuming had transferred the 5% of shares that he had given to Feng Zichen to Jiang Yao. His decision to buy Feng Zichen a sports car was partly an attempt to compensate Feng Zichen. Compared to 5% of the Feng Group's shares, what is a sports car? Dad really went too far this time. Xiao Yao, pick a sports car you like, and your sister will buy it for you. Feng Zishu said generously. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up, and he said with feigned modesty, Thank you, sister, but I already have a car. It would be a waste to buy too many and leave them unused. Looking at his sensible younger brother, Feng Zishu felt a strange pang in his heart. What boy of this age would think about whether it's wasteful or not? Doesn't Feng Zichen own a car? He's always thinking about buying the newest model. The contrast between the two situations highlights how exceptionally sensible Jiang Yao is. Feng Zishu thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll transfer you 20 million. You can buy it when you want." "Thank you, sis." Jiang Yao's sis was incredibly sweet. He genuinely liked his older sister, who would often give him 8-figure allowances. Seeing how close the siblings were, Jiang Lia felt a surge of joy, and even her resentment towards Feng Xiuming was forgotten. 2 cars stopped one after the other in front of the Liu family's house, and servants immediately came to greet them. "Madam Feng, Miss Feng, young Master Feng, this way please." Jiang Lia nodded lightly, standing still until Feng Xiuming arrived before taking his arm and walking towards the villa. This is the dignity of adults. No matter how big the conflict is in private, they still have to pretend to be a loving couple in public. Feng Zishu took Jiang Yao's arm and glanced apologetically at Feng Zichen. "Xiao Yao has only been back for a short time, and he doesn't know many people yet, so I'm showing him around." "It's okay, sis, I'll go find my friend myself," Feng Zichen said, forcing a bright smile, but his eyes remained icy cold. In the past, when the family of 4 went out to banquets, his sister would always hold his arm, but now he has become the superfluous one. "Jiang Yao." Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and muttered those 2 words in his heart, wishing he could devour his flesh raw. Jiang Yao, completely unaware that he had unintentionally stirred up another wave of hatred, was currently thinking about Liu Yunqi. He was torn about whether or not he should take the initiative to greet Liu Yunqi when he saw her later. Isn't it said online that every good ex should be like their dead? Perhaps not disturbing each other is the most dignified thing to do? Upon entering the banquet hall, one finds that quite a few people have already arrived. Upon seeing that it was the Feng family, everyone immediately gathered around to greet Feng Xiuming. "Hello, Mr. Feng. Hello, Mrs. Feng. Mr. Feng, could you please reconsider that project from last time?" Feng Xiuming raised his hand to stop him from continuing. "Today we are here to attend Madame Liu's birthday banquet, so let's not talk about work for now." The other person sensed the rejection in his words, and their face was filled with frustration. Soon, someone pushed him aside and started a new topic. These CEOs chatted with Feng Xiuming, while their wives fawned over Jiang Lia. The younger generation was also busy, crowding around Feng Zishu and calling her Sister Zishu affectionately. Although Feng Zishu is a girl, her abilities are outstanding among the younger generation, and everyone truly admires her. "My younger brother Jiang Yao, you've all met him before, right? You can invite him to any future events," Feng Zishu said, taking the opportunity to introduce Jiang Yao to the others. At the last banquet, she took the initiative to introduce Jiang Yao to some elders, as these younger people hadn't had much contact with Jiang Yao yet. Upon hearing Feng Zishu's words, everyone immediately patted their chests and agreed. "No problem. Come on, young Master Feng. Let's add a green bubble. We can arrange to play together next time." "Me too, I want to join." "Hey, don't push, let me finish sweeping first." Jiang Yao patiently held up the QR code and added everyone. "These are all connections for the future. You never know when you might need them. It doesn't hurt to get their contact information first." "Xiao Shu." A clear male voice came from behind. Everyone turned their heads to look, and after recognizing who it was, they immediately made way for them. "Hello, Brother Mu Feng." "Hello, young Master Mu." Mu Feng nodded slightly to them, his gaze fixed on Feng Zishu, his eyes filled with an undisguised gentle smile. "Oh, the busy man is back in the country," Feng Zishu said, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Yes, I just got back yesterday." Mu Feng stepped forward and stood next to Feng Zishu. He glanced at Jiang Yao beside him, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this the younger brother you just found?" At the family reunion banquet, Mu Feng was abroad on business, so it was the first time he had met Jiang Yao. "Yes, let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Jiang Yao. Xiao Yao, this is the eldest young master of the Mu family. You can call him Brother Mu Feng." Jiang Yao gave Mu Feng a polite smile. "Hello, Brother Mu Feng." "Hello," Mu Feng said, still smiling, but unlike when he was with Feng Zishu, this time his smile carried a clear sense of distance. Jiang Yao could tell that he didn't want to talk to him, nor did he want to waste his time on him. "Sis, you talk to Brother Mu Feng. I'm going to get something to eat." "Okay, you can take this opportunity to make some more friends," Feng Zishu thoughtfully advised. Jiang Yao nodded to indicate that he understood, and walked towards the long table where cakes and pastries were placed not far away. Mu Feng raised an eyebrow. It seems you have a good relationship with this younger brother you just found. He knew Feng Zishu well. If she didn't genuinely like this younger brother, she wouldn't have been so considerate as to keep him by her side. He's my own brother. If I'm not good to him, who else can I be good to? Feng Zishu tilted his head and asked rhetorically. What you said does seem to make some sense. Mu Feng casually agreed, but only he knew what he was really thinking. The waiter, who had been observing from the corner, noticed that Jiang Yao was alone and immediately went over with drinks. Hello, would you like a glass of champagne? Jiang Yao glanced at the wine glasses on the tray, thought for a moment, and then reached out and took one. Thank you. You're welcome, it's my duty, the waiter said with a bright smile, bowing his head as he retreated. In a corner where Jiang Yao couldn't see, the waiter poured the remaining 2 glasses of champagne from the tray into the trash can. Chapter 50 I've been poisoned, please help me. A glass of champagne wasn't much, and Jiang Yao finished it in 2 gulps, then ate a piece of cake to tide him over. After all the guests had arrived, Madame Lu, supported by Lu Yunxi, slowly walked down from the 2nd floor and sat down in the seat that had been prepared in advance. Next came the birthday greetings from the younger generation of the Lu family and close relatives and friends. Everyone took turns presenting their prepared gifts and saying a few words of congratulations. Feng Zishu represented the Feng family, and Jiang Yao only needed to observe from the sidelines. After watching for a while, Jiang Yao felt a fever, but he didn't pay much attention to it, assuming it was just because there were too many people in the hall. In a corner, Chu Jing gave Shi Shui'er a look, and Shi Shui'er immediately understood, knowing that the matter had been accomplished. A determined glint flashed in her eyes as she subtly stared at Jiang Yao's location. A few minutes later, Jiang Yao felt something was wrong with his body and left his seat to go to the restroom. She immediately followed him. Inside the restroom, Jiang Yao turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face a few times, which managed to suppress the heat in his body somewhat. At this point, he didn't realize that he had caught the virus. Instead, he guessed that the air conditioning had been set too low the night before, causing him to catch a cold and develop a fever. As Jiang Yao came out of the bathroom, he saw Shi Shui'er waiting at the door. He frowned, pretended not to see it, and planned to walk around the other person and leave. Jiang Yao, wait a moment, Shi Shui'er suddenly called out to him. Is there something you need? Jiang Yao's tone wasn't exactly friendly. Shi Shui'er gently bit her lip. I want to talk to you about you and Cici. Hearing her mention Lu Yunxi, Jiang Yao's expression softened slightly. What happened to her? Ever since the last banquet, she has been in a bad mood, often unable to eat, and has lost several pounds, Shi Shui'er said, her voice full of concern for Lu Yunxi. Jiang Yao thought of Lu Yunxi, whom he had just seen. She was indeed thinner than before, so Shi Shui'er probably wasn't lying to him. I've already broken up with her, it's no use you coming to me, Jiang Yao said calmly. Shi Shui'er seemed somewhat angry. How could you do this? You're the one who caused Cici to be so upset. Don't you feel any remorse at all? Jiang Yao found it amusing. Why should I feel guilty? I didn't do anything to wrong her. You. Shi Shui'er was speechless, utterly bewildered by his words. During the time the two were talking, Jiang Yao's body temperature rose again, and the strange feeling made him irritable. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. As Lu Yunxi's best friend, instead of wasting your time looking for me, you should go and show more concern for her. Jiang Yao, wait a minute. Shi Shui'er pretended to have something to say, but didn't finish. She stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Yao's clothes, and deliberately rubbed her chest against him. A sweet, cloying aroma wafted over, causing Jiang Yao's lower abdomen to tighten. He quickly pushed the person away. Just talk, don't get physical, Jiang Yao said with a look of disgust, patting off imaginary dust from his suit. Shi Shui'er was furious. She was indeed not as pretty as Lu Yunxi, but she was still a hot and beautiful girl. Was it necessary to look down on her like that? Jiang Yao, your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Shi Shui'er asked with concern in her watery eyes. Jiang Yao gritted his teeth and denied it, saying, I'm fine. How could you be all right? Are you feeling unwell? Let me help you upstairs to your room to rest, Shi Shui'er said tentatively. As she spoke, she reached out to help Jiang Yao up. The moment she touched him, Jiang Yao, who was already in pain, felt as if his lower abdomen was about to explode. Large beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. He wanted to push Shi Shui'er away, but found that his body was somewhat out of control, and he was actually moving closer to Shi Shui'er against his will. Jiang Yao was startled and quickly refused. I don't need to rest. You should leave now. It's okay. I'll just talk to Cici, Shi Shui'er said firmly, grabbing Jiang Yao's arm and pulling him upstairs to his room. If Jiang Yao still couldn't sense that something was wrong at this moment, then he would truly be a fool. Shuier, did you do something to me? Jiang Yao bit down hard on the soft flesh inside his mouth, trying to clear his head. Shuier smiled sweetly. What are you talking about? How could I possibly do anything to you? Jiang Yao believed her, and suppressing his anger, he growled in a low voice. Let me go right now. Do you hear me? If you really don't want me to help you, you can push me away. Shuier looked down at the hand that was tightly gripping her and smiled smugly. Two little figures were fighting fiercely in Jiang Yao's mind. One told him to push away this hateful woman, while the other advised him to follow his heart. Anyway, this woman came to him willingly, so he, a grown man, shouldn't suffer any loss. Seeing that Shuier had already led him into the room, Jiang Yao suddenly pushed her away and turned to run out. He can initiate a relationship with any woman, but this absolutely does not include women who actively scheme against him. Shuier might have some ulterior motive for using such underhanded tactics on him, so it's best to be on guard. Jiang Yao had barely reached the stairwell when he bumped into someone coming upstairs. Are you alright? A clear female voice rang in Jiang Yao's ears. He shook his head, trying to stay conscious. And nothing. The woman looked at his face, which was flushed red, and frowned slightly. You don't look like you're alright. Are you drunk? Jiang Yao couldn't quite hear what she was saying. Every cell in his body was screaming that he needed to vent. But a sliver of reason made him clearly remember that this was the Liu family home, and he was a guest attending a banquet at the Liu family home. He couldn't do anything shameful in public. All right, let me help you to the guest room to rest, the woman said softly, seeing him clenching his teeth as if he were in great pain. She then helped him into the guest room closest to the stairs. This villa was originally designed as a venue for banquets, and guests can freely relax or tidy themselves up in the guest rooms on the second and third floors. The doors slowly closed, and at the same time, the little devil in Jiang Yao's mind, clamoring for him to obey his will, was released. He suddenly grabbed the woman's slender waist and kissed her fiercely. The woman was taken aback by his sudden action, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion, and she instinctively pushed Jiang Yao away with both hands. Ugh, don't. I've been poisoned, please help me, Jiang Yao said, his hot breath spraying onto the woman's face. Chapter 51. How could a young girl like her resist his seduction? Shuier endured the pain and got up from the ground, a flash of uncontrollable anger in her eyes. She never expected that Jiang Yao would suddenly push her away when things had come to this crucial moment. Is she really that unattractive? Would Jiang Yao rather suffer embarrassment in public than have a relationship with her? For the first time, Shuier began to doubt her own beauty and figure. However, the most important thing now is to find Jiang Yao. She must successfully win him over today, otherwise all her efforts will have been in vain. Shuier casually straightened her skirt and walked out of the room in her high heels. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed today. Jiang Yao was nowhere to be seen in the corridor. She even went to the banquet hall on the first floor, but still couldn't find him. Shuier's face was gloomy. She secretly guessed that Jiang Yao was probably hiding in a guest room on the second or third floor, but she didn't dare to knock on each door. No one knew which important person was resting in those guest rooms, and she couldn't afford to offend any of them. Chu Jing, who was chatting with Lu Yunxi, saw Shuier's furtive figure, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. What the hell is this woman doing here? Shouldn't she be in the room making love with Jiang Yao? He had planned to take Lu Yunxi upstairs to catch them cheating in 10 minutes. But this is what happened? Cici, I'll go get some food. What would you like to eat? Chu Jing said gently to Lu Yunxi. Lu Yunxi gently shook her head. I don't have much of an appetite. Chu Jing frowned. You haven't eaten anything tonight, have you? How about I get you a small matcha cake? Listen to me. Your stomach won't be able to handle it if you don't eat. Okay. Lu Yunxi pursed her lips. Chu Jing got up and walked towards the long table where the snacks were laid out. As she passed Shuier, she slowed her pace and lowered her voice to press for an answer. What happened? Why aren't you with Jiang Yao? Shuier's face was also very pale, with a hint of barely perceptible grievance. He ran away. Idiot. Chu Jing was almost furious. He spent a lot of money and effort, both getting the drugs and bribing people to administer them, and all he got was a simple excuse that the person had escaped. The person has run away. Why aren't you going to go find them? He must be hiding in one of the guest rooms, but I don't dare to go looking for him, Shuier said, biting her lip in distress and gripping the hem of her skirt tightly with her fingers. Chu Jing took a deep breath. What use are you? You're just a waste of my energy. He shouldn't have trusted that stupid woman. He should have been prepared for both possibilities. What do we do next? Shuier asked cautiously. What else can we do? Just let it be. Chu Jing rolled her eyes at her and walked away without looking back. Shuier stood there, watching him present the small cake to Lu Yunxi with a look of pride, her nails clenching tightly into her palms. She used every means to climb the social ladder, while Lu Yunxi only needed to sit there, and people would offer her their hearts. How could she not be jealous? An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the dimly lit room. After venting his anger twice, Jiang Yao finally regained his senses. He looked at the woman beneath him, who was still sobbing softly, and a look of guilt appeared on his face. He admitted in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself just now." "You bad guy." Su Qingyu stared accusingly at Jiang Yao with her big, watery almond eyes, her thin, cherry-colored lips opening and closing, causing Jiang Yao's lower abdomen to surge with heat again. He closed his eyes, rolled off her, and said sincerely, "I was wrong to do this. You can have whatever compensation you want." Su Qingyu pouted and said with a wronged expression, "This is my first time. Do you think you can just brush it off with a word of compensation?" "I'm sorry, so what do you want?" Jiang Yao continued to apologize dryly. Actually, Su Qingyu had a chance to push him away just now. No matter how much of a scoundrel he is, he would never force a woman to do something like that. He didn't know why the other person didn't push him away. The two of them ended up rolling together, half pushed and half pulled. But no matter what, he took advantage of the other party, and he deserves the compensation he is entitled to. "I want you to be my boyfriend," Su Qingyu said with a charmingly naive expression, her tone revealing a strong personality that was completely opposite to her usual demeanor. Jiang Yao was taken aback. "But I already have a girlfriend." "What?" Su Qingyu exclaimed in shock, then kicked him in the shin in anger and burst into tears. "How could you do this to me? You have a girlfriend, and you still treat me like this? You've gone too far." She didn't even know Jiang Yao had a girlfriend, otherwise she wouldn't have done that kind of thing with him just now. To be honest, Su Qingyu is already starting to regret it. She shouldn't have drunk alcohol in the banquet hall earlier, otherwise she wouldn't have acted so irrationally without thinking. It was precisely because she had been drinking and was feeling a little dizzy that she wanted to rest in the guest room on the second floor for a while, which led to her bumping into Jiang Yao. In addition, Jiang Yao was indeed to her liking, and knowing that he was drugged, she was able to half-heartedly give in to his advances. But all of that is predicated on Jiang Yao being single. If we tell her now that Jiang Yao already has a girlfriend, then what is she? My sister was right. Drinking really does lead to trouble. She'll never drink again. Su Qingyu cried bitterly. She hadn't cried this loudly when Jiang Yao heard her earlier. Jiang Yao hurriedly covered her mouth. "Don't cry. It's not good if someone hears you." He was fine, but Su Qingyu was the daughter of the Su family. If people found out that she slept with a man at the banquet, her reputation would be completely ruined. Ugh. Su Qingyu struggled to push Jiang Yao away, but her little strength was no match for Jiang Yao's. "Don't cry, and I'll let you go," Jiang Yao said to her in a conciliatory tone. Su Qingyu nodded gently, and Jiang Yao immediately let go of her hand when he saw that she had agreed. "Let's try a different condition. Anything I can do is fine, but anything I can't do is not an option." After saying this, Jiang Yao felt like a scumbag who would deny everything after he had done it. Su Qingyu kept her eyes closed and didn't speak for a while before finally saying, "Then you have to agree to 3 conditions." "What are the conditions?" Jiang Yao pressed. "I haven't thought about it yet, but I'm sure you can do it," Su Qingyu said, puffing out her cheeks. Her fair and rosy face seemed to glow in the dim room. Jiang Yao nodded. "Sure, as long as it's not illegal or criminal." Su Qingyu glared at him, annoyed. "What would I ask you to do if you dared to do something illegal or criminal? I wouldn't even dare to say anything. She is a law-abiding and good citizen." "That would be perfect," Jiang Yao said, a slight smile playing on his lips. Su Qingyu was stunned by his handsome face and thought to herself, "Damn it, this man is trying to seduce me again." She was just a young girl who had only recently come of age. How could she resist his seduction? Chapter 52. Su Qingyi is furious and wants to settle accounts with Jiang Yao. When the two of them finished getting ready and came out of the guest room, the banquet downstairs was almost over. Feng Zishu had been searching everywhere for Jiang Yao. When he saw him appear, he immediately went over and asked anxiously, "Yao, where have you been? Why can't I get through to you on the phone?" Unable to find him for a long time, she was so anxious that she almost turned the entire Lu family home upside down. This was Jiang Yao's first time attending a banquet. Before leaving, Zhang Lia specifically told her to take good care of her younger brother, as she didn't know how to explain it to her mother if anything went wrong. "I had a few drinks and felt a little dizzy, so I went to the guest room to rest for a while," Jiang Yao said calmly, showing no sign that he had just experienced a passionate encounter. Feng Zishu exhaled a breath of stale air, his tone becoming more serious. "Next time you encounter something like this, Remember to send me a message first. By the way, why can't I get through to your phone? Jiang Yao asked in confusion. Can't get through? Maybe you're out of credit. Feng Zishu was speechless. He took out his phone from his bag and recharged it with 5,000 yuan. Jiang Yao was stunned when he saw the text message confirming the payment. Is this how rich people spend their money? Sis, why did you top up my phone credits so much? His phone number only costs 38 yuan a month for a plan. 5,000 yuan could last him 10 years. It's okay, we'll need it anyway, and it'll save you from forgetting to top up your phone credit next time. Feng Zishu waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Yao. Another corner of the banquet. Su Qingyi also found her younger sister. Looking at her listless younger sister, a hint of worry appeared on her face. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Why aren't you replying to my messages? I fell asleep just now and didn't check my phone. Su Qingyu said, her eyes darting around as she spoke, not being very good at lying. Su Qingyi, who hadn't suspected anything at first, immediately sensed that something was wrong. If she had just fallen asleep, there would be no reason for her to feel guilty. So what exactly did she do during that hour? Su Qingyi moved closer to her sister and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Will you confess honestly on your own, or do you want me to torture you? Sister, Su Qingyu hugged her sister's arm and shook it a couple of times in a flattering manner. I'm an adult now. Can't I have some secrets of my own? Su Qingyi's expression froze for a moment upon hearing this, followed by sadness. That heartless little brat. She and her sister have never been separated since birth, and now she's suddenly becoming distant from her. It's truly disheartening. Fine, I won't ask anymore, Su Qingyi said, her expression indifferent. Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Her sister was angry. Her sister always had this expression when she was angry. Well, actually, Su Qingyu stammered. Su Qingyi raised her eyelids and glanced at her. Actually what? Su Qingyi looked conflicted. I'm telling you the truth, but you can't get angry. Forget it, I don't really want to hear it either. After all, everyone should have their own secrets, Su Qingyi said, feigning indifference. Su Qingyu, who was initially a little conflicted, suddenly perked up when she heard that her sister didn't want to know her secret. No, I have to tell you. Sis, do you want to listen or not? Pay attention to me. She shook Su Qingyi's arm, pleading incessantly. Su Qingyi seemed annoyed by her and pulled her hand back in disgust. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Hee, little brat, she can't handle this little girl. A blush crept onto Su Qingyu's face, and her voice was barely audible. I just slept with the eldest young master of the Feng family. What did you say? Su Qingyi looked at her twin sister in disbelief. Ugh, this brat has caused such a huge mess when I wasn't watching her for a moment. I'm so angry. We agreed not to get angry. Su Qingyu knew she had done something wrong and was worried that her sister would lose control and scold her on the spot, so she quickly grabbed her sister's arm. Su Qingyi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Su Qingyu, are you speaking human language? Why can't I understand you? Su Qingyu felt extremely guilty. I had a little to drink, and then the eldest young master of the Feng family was drugged. When I went upstairs, I accidentally bumped into him. I thought he was drunk, so I kindly wanted to help him to the guest room to rest. As soon as we entered the room, he suddenly hugged me. Damn it, how dare he force you? Su Qingyi felt a surge of anger, her expression looking like she wanted to kill someone. I'm going to find my parents right now. Do you really think the Su family has no one left? If I don't break that kid's legs today, I'm not a member of the Su family. Sister, please don't tell mom and dad. Su Qingyu wailed, clinging to her sister's arm to stop her from telling their parents. She didn't know if her parents would break Jiang Yao's leg if they found out she slept with him, but she knew she would definitely lose her leg. I'll just ask you one question. Did he force you? Su Qingyi asked coldly. Su Qingyu lowered her eyes guiltily. I struggled, but I couldn't push him away, and then... Okay, without even asking, I know this girl definitely did it willingly. Su Qingyi was filled with regret. Why did she let her sister go upstairs to rest alone? If she had gone with her, this might not have happened. But what's done is done, and it's too late for regrets. Jiang Yao is a good match for his younger sister in terms of family background, appearance, and age. Thankfully, my sister wasn't tricked by some blonde guy outside, which is a blessing in disguise. Su Qingyi asked in a serious tone, Xiaoyu, do you want to get engaged to the eldest son of the Feng family? If you are willing, I will tell mom and dad when I get back. Although getting engaged now is a bit too early, this brat has fallen for him, and we can't just let her follow him without any status or recognition. Su Qingyu pouted, looking a little aggrieved. I asked him if he wanted to be my boyfriend, and he said he already has a girlfriend. What? Su Qingyi's voice rose again. This is truly infuriating. How could someone have a girlfriend and still do this kind of thing with her sister? Where's her knife? She's going to kill that bastard Jiang Yao. Seeing that Su Qingyi was about to cause trouble for Jiang Yao, Su Qingyu quickly pulled her back. Sis, don't be impulsive. If Mom and Dad find out, I'm dead. Su Qingyi stopped in her tracks and sighed deeply in her heart. My sister's words sound a bit exaggerated, but they're not far off. Their parents were very strict with the three siblings from a young age. At the age when children love to play, the three siblings were forced to learn a lot of things, and their grades had to be in the top 3 of their grade. If they failed to do so, they would be punished. Su Qingyi and her older brother Su Qingheng are more composed. No matter what they think in their hearts, they always manage to meet their parents' requirements on the surface. Su Qingyu has always been a free spirit, and the stricter her parents were, the more rebellious she became. Su Qingyi couldn't imagine the consequences if her parents found out what her younger sister did with a man. She gently patted her sister's head. Don't worry, I won't tell Mom and Dad. I'll talk to Jiang Yao in private. Chapter 53 Jiang Yao. Sis, someone's trying to kidnap me. After the banquet ended, Jiang Yao returned to the Feng family home with Jiang Lia and Feng Zishu. On the way back, Jiang Yao suddenly said, Mom, I'm thinking of going to Shi City tomorrow and staying there for a few days. I just wanted to let you know. Jiang Lia asked in confusion, why are you suddenly going to Shi City? Did you make plans to travel with your friends? No, Jiang Yao shook his head. I want to go back to the orphanage to visit the director and the younger children there. Jiang Lia was stunned. She had almost forgotten that her son had grown up in an orphanage. It's time to go back and take a look. Or should Mom go back with you? She also took the opportunity to thank the director of the orphanage for taking care of Xiao Yao for so many years. No need. I can go back by myself. Jiang Yao refused her suggestion without even thinking. As the matriarch of the Feng family, Jiang Lia's visit to the orphanage will certainly be grand, and the director will have to put in a lot of effort to entertain her. It would be better if he went alone. That way, everyone would feel more at ease. To put it bluntly, he himself is not very familiar with Jiang Lia yet. They have only spent a few days together in total. After hearing Jiang Yao's explanation, Jiang Lia felt it made sense. Then Mom will transfer 10 million to you. Please pass it on to the dean for me. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. This time, Jiang Yao didn't refuse. He grinned and said, I thank you on behalf of the children from the orphanage. Silly child, didn't I tell you? You don't need to thank your mother, Jiang Lia said, patting Jiang Yao's hand affectionately. The next day, Jiang Yao drove to the mall early in the morning, intending to buy some gifts for the director and the children. It takes about 2 hours by high-speed rail and about 5 hours by car from the capital city of Shishir. To make things easier, Jiang Yao plans to drive there himself, so he won't have to transfer all the time. With plenty of money, Jiang Yao became somewhat unrestrained in his shopping. By the time he had loaded the last batch of items into the car, the trunk was already full. Fortunately, he didn't need to carry anyone in the back seat, so he simply folded it down, which immediately made the trunk space much larger. Just as Jiang Yao was about to start the car, 2 burly men in black suits and sunglasses suddenly appeared and blocked the way. Beep, beep. Jiang Yao frowned and honked the horn twice to remind the other party to move aside, but the other party seemed deaf and stood motionless in front of the car. Damn, you idiot, right? Jiang Yao also got angry, stormed out of the car, and started yelling at the big man. Are you fucking crazy? Didn't you hear me honk the horn? If you want to die, go somewhere else. Don't die under my car. Young Master Feng, please come with us. In the blink of an eye, 2 more men in identical suits appeared silently behind Jiang Yao and spoke to him in a serious tone. Jiang Yao was startled and patted his chest repeatedly to calm himself down. Holy crap, don't you know that scaring people can kill you? Excuse me, but I'd like to trouble you to come with us, young Master Feng, the man in black said, his voice still devoid of warmth, like a robot. Jiang Yao frowned. These people called him young Master Feng, which clearly meant they knew his identity. But their attitude seemed hostile. Could they be planning to kidnap him? In an instant, Jiang Yao's mind flashed through many news stories he had seen before, such as a rich man's son being kidnapped and killed by the kidnappers immediately after the ransom was paid. Jiang Yao quietly moved towards the car door, looking warily at the 4 burly men opposite him. Who are you? Where do you want to take me? You'll know when young Master Feng arrives, one of the burly men in black said coldly. At the same time, 4 people slowly approached Jiang Yao, seemingly intending to kill him if he didn't cooperate obediently. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes inwardly. Would he dare to go if he didn't make it clear? He wouldn't even know how he died. His eyes darted around, and he shouted at the 4 burly men in black behind him, Dad, what brings you here? As expected, the 4 burly men were drawn by his cry of Dad, and all looked behind them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Yao rushed into the car, closed the door, and started the engine. By the time the four burly men realized what was happening, it was too late. They turned around, got into the car next to Jiang Yao, started the gas, and gave chase. Jiang Yao saw the group chasing closely through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn." Judging from the way these people are acting now, it's hard for him not to suspect their motives. If you genuinely want to invite him over, you should at least make a phone call or send a message. Why try to kidnap him right away? Jiang Yao drove towards the highway entrance, with the black car following closely behind. "Third brother, what should we do?" the burly man in black driving asked his companion. The burly man, called Third Brother, calmly commanded, "Hit him and force him to stop." "This isn't a good idea. What if we hit someone and hurt them?" The big man hesitated. The young master of the Feng family was in that car. If something really happened, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. Third Brother glared at him. "Then what do you suggest we do? How are we going to explain if we fail to complete the mission?" "Third Brother is right. Sixth Brother, stop being so wishy-washy. It'll be a real problem once he gets on the highway," said the burly man in black sitting in the back. Old Lu gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the moment while waiting at a red light, rammed straight into the back of Jiang Yao's car. With a loud bang, Jiang Yao was caught off guard and his chest slammed into the steering wheel, causing him to let out a muffled groan of pain. He looked up at the rearview mirror and saw that 2 burly men in black had gotten out of the car, and one of them knocked on his window. "Young Master Feng, please get out of the car. It's very difficult for us if you don't cooperate. We're just doing this for money." Jiang Yao raised a middle finger at the 2 men and cursed, "Idiots." Immediately after, he stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward again. "Damn, is this kid a mudfish?" Third Brother kicked the air and cursed under his breath. "Third Brother, should we continue the pursuit?" Third Brother took a deep breath. "What else can we do but chase after them? These days, money is hard to earn and life is tough. If you don't complete your tasks, your bonus will be deducted. If your employer gets really angry, you might lose your job. The economy has been bad these past few years, and it's not easy to find a high-paying job. He certainly doesn't want to be hit with unemployment." Jiang Yao's mind suddenly cleared up after being hit. Wait a minute, why didn't he ask someone for help? Sigh. "I was too nervous when I encountered something like this for the first time. I had no experience." Jiang Yao glanced at the rearview mirror and, sure enough, saw the familiar black car still following behind him. He quickly took out his phone and called Feng Zishu. Fortunately, the other party answered the phone shortly afterward. "Hello? Yeah, what's up? I'm in a meeting." "Sis, someone's trying to kidnap me. Come save me." Jiang Yao shouted into his phone. Feng Zishu was startled and jumped up from his chair. "Where are you? I'll send someone over right away." Chapter 54. Break up with your girlfriend and get engaged to Xiaoyu. To be honest, Jiang Yao didn't even know where he was right now. "Sis, let me share your location with you." "Okay," Feng Zishu said anxiously. Jiang Yao opened Green Bubble with one hand free and had just sent a location-sharing invitation to Feng Zishu when he suddenly heard a piercing horn blare. It turned out that an SUV attempting to overtake was deliberately blocked by the truck in front, causing it to fail to overtake and about to collide with Jiang Yao. The current situation is that there is a white SUV opposite Jiang Yao, a blue truck next to him, and a black car chasing closely behind him. As luck would have it, there was another electric scooter on the right, with an older woman carrying a 6 or 7-year-old boy. When you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause problems. Jiang Yao's heart was pounding uncontrollably, his adrenaline was surging, and he knew that turning the steering wheel to the right was the safest option, but his moral compass wouldn't allow him to do so. All of their vehicles were made of metal, except for the elderly woman and child on the right. Forget it, this isn't on a highway, so a collision at this speed shouldn't kill anyone. Just as Jiang Yao closed his eyes, awaiting the onset of pain, the system's mechanical voice rang in his mind. "Host, would you like to use the 24-hour lucky charm?" Jiang Yao's eyes snapped open, and he nodded without hesitation. "Yes, yes, yes." With a loud bang, Jiang Yao collided with the white SUV on the other side, and the black car behind him also crashed into him, leaving Jiang Yao sandwiched between the two. The violent collision caused the airbags to deploy instantly, and Jiang Yao felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, completely stunned. When he came to his senses, he found that he had no injuries whatsoever, not even a small cut. Phew, Jiang Yao breathed a long sigh of relief, and at the same time secretly thanked the system in his heart. If the system hadn't reminded him in time that he could still use the lucky charm, he really wouldn't have remembered that he even had it. This lucky charm is really a great thing. I hope the system will reward him with more in the future. Yao? Yao, what's wrong? Don't scare your sister. Feng Zishu's anxious voice came from the phone, which was still in use. Jiang Yao bent down and frantically pulled up the phone that had fallen to the ground. Sis, I'm fine. It was just a minor car accident. Upon hearing that there had been a car accident, Feng Zishu became even more worried, his voice cracking as he asked, Are you injured? I'm not injured. I'm perfectly fine. It's just that I don't know if the car is totaled. That's good. Don't worry about the car. I'll buy you a new one. Feng Zishu finally felt relieved. Wait there for a moment. The people I arranged will be here soon. Jiang Yao responded with a okay. Just as Jiang Yao hung up the phone, he heard a knock on the car window. He looked up and saw a burly man in black with blood streaming down his forehead, staring intently at him. Jiang Yao was speechless. How badly injured was he? Shouldn't he be rushing to the hospital? How could he still be thinking about grabbing him? Third brother casually wiped away the blood that had trickled down his brow bone and said to Jiang Yao expressionlessly, Young Master Feng, please come with us. No, bro, aren't you being a little too dedicated? You're making me want to poach you from the company, Jiang Yao said jokingly. Third brother paused for a moment, then replied, It's not impossible. Young Master Feng, how much salary are you planning to offer me? This guy is quite interesting. Jiang Yao became interested and asked with a smile, How much do you get per month now? 100,000 yuan a month, bonuses are extra, the third brother replied honestly. Jiang Yao clicked his tongue in amazement. An annual salary of over 1 million? No wonder he worked so hard. An ordinary person might not even earn 100,000 yuan after a year of hard work. A job with such a high salary definitely requires dedication, as there are countless people lining up to do it. Brother, may I ask who your employer is? Jiang Yao asked tentatively. He really wanted to know who was trying to kidnap him. Jiang Yao hadn't held out much hope, but to his surprise, the other party hesitated for a moment and then actually spoke. Miss Su. Who did you say? Jiang Yao asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Miss Su, you should know young Master Feng, right? Could you please come with us? Our young lady really has no ill intentions towards you, the third brother said, sounding slightly guilty. After all, the young lady's tone and expression when she asked them to bring Jiang Yao over didn't seem malicious. On the contrary, it sounded like she was going to kill him. But that was definitely an illusion. Their young lady was known for her ladylike manners. How could she possibly kill someone? Perhaps this young Master Feng has some romantic entanglement with their young lady, and the young lady is so angry that she asked them to bring him over to teach him a lesson. Jiang Yao never expected that the culprit who wanted to kidnap him was actually Miss Su. Didn't the two of them reach an agreement yesterday? Why are they suddenly sending people to arrest him? Did he go home and toss and turn all night thinking about it, feeling that he had been taken advantage of, and want to grab him and teach him a lesson? Unable to guess what the other party was thinking, Jiang Yao was too lazy to dwell on it any longer. Fine, I'll go with you. He also wanted to see what that girl wanted to do after going to so much trouble to capture him. Third brother was surprised that Jiang Yao immediately agreed as soon as he mentioned the young lady's name. He was extremely annoyed. If he had known it would be so simple, he should have mentioned the young lady's name from the beginning. Third brother left two brothers to handle the traffic accident, while he and sixth brother took Jiang Yao back to report. On the way, Jiang Yao sent a message to Feng Zishu, saying that the kidnapping was a misunderstanding and that he was going to find his friend. The message had just been sent when Feng Zishu called, confirming Jiang Yao's safety before he was relieved. Half an hour later, Jiang Yao followed two burly men in black to the entrance of a villa. Miss, we have invited young Master Feng over. Su Qingyi frowned slightly. Why did it take you so long? A hint of embarrassment flashed in third brother's eyes. There was a small accident on the way. Jiang Yao stared at Su Qingyi for a few seconds before realizing he had made a mistake. He had mistakenly thought that the person who wanted to see him was Su Qingyu, but he didn't expect it to be Su Qingyi. The two sisters have almost identical faces, but their temperaments are completely different. Su Qingyu is the cute and charming type, while Su Qingyi is more dignified and ladylike, exuding a noble aura. Jiang Yao didn't say who was better, but personally, he felt that Su Qingyu's type was easier to get along with. Miss Su, may I ask what brings you here after going through all this trouble? Jiang Yao asked. Su Qingyi snorted and sneered. You still have the nerve to ask me if you've forgotten what you did to my sister yesterday? Jiang Yao awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Yesterday was an accident, and I have already promised to compensate Miss Su. Compensation? Your so-called compensation is just empty words? Xiaoyu is so naive and innocent, you fooled her. I'm not as easy to talk to as she is, Su Qingyi said, her fair face tense and her expression angry. Jiang Yao wasn't intimidated by her fierce tone and asked good-naturedly. So, what does Miss Su want? I want you to break up with your girlfriend and get engaged to Xiao Yu. Su Qingyi finally revealed her true intentions. Chapter 55. You don't seem to be short of money, so you wouldn't mind donating some, would you? Impossible. Jiang Yao was disgusted by her speaking to him in such a commanding tone. If a grown man can't even make his own decision about breaking up with his girlfriend, he might as well just kill himself. Miss Su, I can't meet your request, and I don't think we have anything to talk about, so I won't bother you any longer, Jiang Yao said and tried to leave. Su Qingyi hadn't expected him to reject her so readily, and a hint of anger flickered across her delicate face. I'm not discussing this with you. You must take responsibility for Xiao Yu, or I won't let you off the hook. Jiang Yao stopped and looked at her defiantly, saying each word clearly. I'm not joking with you. I said no, and that means no. You bastard. Su Qingyi was so angry at his shameless attitude that her head was spinning. She strode towards him and raised her hand to hit him. A soft clicking sound rang out, and the heel of her high heel suddenly broke. Losing her balance, she fell straight toward Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao didn't expect her to suddenly attack. He was knocked back 2 steps and fell onto the sofa. Su Qingyi's lips landed perfectly on Jiang Yao's lips, and the two kissed. The burly men in black, who had been watching the two closely, turned around at the sight of this. Do not look at what is improper. Su Qingyi was stunned for several seconds. After realizing what she had done, her face suddenly turned bright red. Ugh, why did these shoes suddenly break? She never wants to buy anything from this brand again. Aren't you getting up yet? Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and asked with a half smile. Su Qingyi panicked and tried to get up from Jiang Yao. Just as her hand touched Jiang Yao's chest, she found that her waist was restrained by a large hand. She was both ashamed and angry. What are you doing? Let me go. Jiang Yao laughed shamelessly, deliberately teasing her. You just molested me. Do you really think you can just let it go like this? I didn't do it on purpose, Su Qingyi retorted, blushing. Oh, so it's okay to kiss other people without it being intentional. Then I can kiss you too. Jiang Yao deliberately dragged out the last syllable, with an eager expression. Su Qingyi quickly raised a hand to cover her mouth and mumbled. No. Jiang Yao is her future brother-in-law. How could she do such a thing with him? Thinking about how they had already kissed, Su Qingyi felt extremely annoyed. Why did she have to wear high heels today? If she had worn flats, none of this would have happened. Seeing that her face was so red it was almost bleeding, Jiang Yao stopped teasing her and put her on the sofa by pinching her waist. Stop biting. It was just a little touch. Just think of it as a foreign cheek kiss. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Jiang Yao pinched her chin, telling her to stop biting her lip, or it would bleed. Su Qingyi glanced at him in surprise, thinking he would continue to dwell on the matter, but unexpectedly he took the initiative to show concern for her. It seems this man isn't as bad as she thought. After the farcical incident, Su Qingyi had no desire to cause trouble for Jiang Yao. She waved her hand and said, Forget it. I don't care about what happened between you and my sister. You can leave now. She really wanted to have someone bring Jiang Yao over today to teach him a lesson, whether by coercion or bribery, to make Jiang Yao take responsibility for his sister. In Su Qingyi's eyes, Jiang Yao was a bad man who seduced her younger sister. As her own sister, how could she not see that Su Qingyi had fallen for Jiang Yao? It was precisely because she saw it that she wanted to help her younger sister. She was too impulsive. Leave. Jiang Yao scoffed. Miss Su, Jiang Yao, am not a man you can summon and dismiss at will. Do you know what happened to you today? Jiang Yao pointed to several burly men in black not far away, then paused. Bodyguard, this is my bodyguard, Su Qingyi added cooperatively. Oh, so these are your bodyguards. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were gangsters. They almost killed me today. Su Qingyi's eyes widened slightly. What do you mean? You can tell your young lady yourselves. Jiang Yao gestured with his chin toward his third brother and the others. The third brother looked embarrassed and lowered his head to sincerely admit his mistake. Miss, we failed in our duties. Please punish us. Explain clearly what happened. I don't recall telling you to take action. Su Qingyi commanded coldly. Having no other option, the third brother could only briefly explain the cause and effect. Su Qingyi looked embarrassed. Jiang Yao had actually been in a car accident. Fortunately, he was all right. Otherwise, not only would she be in trouble, but her parents would also have no way to explain to the Feng family. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi glared at her third brother and the others. You didn't even tell me about such a big thing right away. Miss, I'm so sorry. I was so focused on completing the task you assigned me that I didn't have a chance to tell you yet, third brother said sincerely, admitting his mistake. Su Qingyi suppressed her anger for the time being and looked at Jiang Yao apologetically. Young Master Feng, my people were in the wrong. I apologize to you on their behalf. Just an apology? All the fright I suffered was for nothing? Oh right, and the gifts in my trunk. Jiang Yao suddenly slapped his thigh. I don't know if any of those things were damaged. He carefully picked them out one by one, and it took him a lot of effort. Although Su Qingyi didn't know what the gift he was talking about was, she still readily said, "Just name a price, and I'll compensate you." Jiang Yao couldn't stand her arrogant and conceited attitude, as if money didn't matter to her. Do you think I'm short of money? Those gifts were all carefully selected by me, and they are much more valuable than money. Then tell me how I should compensate you? Su Qingyi asked tentatively. Jiang Yao stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, "I don't think you're short of money, so you probably wouldn't mind donating some." "I don't mind," Su Qingyi said, slightly surprised by his request, but readily agreed. This wasn't the first time she had donated money. She had been doing so almost every year since elementary school. "How much money do you want me to donate?" "Send me your account number," Su Qingyi said, picking up her phone. Jiang Yao was fairly satisfied with her attitude. "You decide how much to donate. I'll send you the account number now. Remember to note that it's a gratuitous donation." Su Qingyi copied the account he sent and found that the account name was Shishir Children's Welfare Institute. She thought for a moment and transferred 1 million, then looked at Jiang Yao and asked, "I've just come of age, and I have limited pocket money. Is 1 million okay?" "Of course, I thank you on behalf of the children in the orphanage." Jiang Yao's smile became much more sincere. Su Qingyi asked curiously, "Why did you ask me to donate to this welfare home?" Shi City isn't exactly close to the capital, and she couldn't understand how Jiang Yao could be involved with this children's welfare home. "Don't you know? I grew up in this orphanage," Jiang Yao said calmly. Su Qingyi really didn't know. She only knew that Jiang Yao was the son that the Feng family had suddenly found. As for where he grew up for the first 20 years, she wasn't curious. "I didn't expect Jiang Yao to have grown up in a children's welfare home. Doesn't that mean he suffered a lot as a child?" Su Qingyi suddenly felt that her behavior was a bit excessive, and that she had almost caused Jiang Yao to have a car accident today. "So you were actually planning to go to the orphanage just now?" she asked Jiang Yao guiltily. Chapter 56. Su Qingyi wants to go to the orphanage with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao nodded, his tone revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. "Yes, I got up early this morning to go to the mall to buy gifts, and I was just about to leave for Shi City when your bodyguard got involved. You have no idea how scary your bodyguards were. They had such stern faces when they tried to take me away. I thought someone was trying to kidnap me," Jiang Yao said, both amused and exasperated. Su Qingyi hadn't expected such a misunderstanding, and blinked guiltily. "I'm sorry, I didn't explain it clearly." "Forget it. The misunderstanding is cleared up." Jiang Yao waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on it anymore. He knew that if he told Zhang Lia and Feng Zishu about this, they would definitely seek justice for him from the Su family, but his affair with Su Qingyu would also be exposed. Taking everything into consideration, it's best not to say anything. Furthermore, the girl's attitude in admitting her mistake was acceptable, and he didn't want to be unreasonable. "Are you still going now? Or should I go with you?" Su Qingyi said somewhat impulsively. Jiang Yao frowned and looked her up and down. "Where are you going?" Su Qingyi disliked his tone and retorted, "I just donated 1 million yuan. Can I go see the children at the orphanage?" "It's not impossible, considering the $1 million sum. My car just happened to be damaged in the accident. Can you arrange another car for me?" Su Qingyi nodded with a smile. She not only arranged for a car, but also had a batch of supplies purchased. With a professional driver in the car, Jiang Yao simply took a nap in the car. By the time he woke up, they were almost there. "Jiang Yao, you're finally awake." Su Qingyi's crisp voice rang in Jiang Yao's ears. "You really can sleep. You didn't even wake up when we stopped at the service area." Jiang Yao yawned. "Maybe I got up too early today. Another reason is that the car is too comfortable." Su Qingyi considered that the journey was relatively long, so she specially asked the driver to drive a spacious and fully functional car. The chair not only comes with a massage function, but can also be adjusted to the most comfortable position, making it very comfortable to sleep in. 10 minutes later, the car slowly came to a stop in front of the Shishir Children's Welfare Institute. Having been away from home for so long, Jiang Yao felt a strange mix of homesickness and trepidation and hesitated to get out of the car. Uncle Tang, the gatekeeper, noticed a car parked motionless in front of the welfare home and couldn't help but walk over to ask, "Hello, parking is not allowed here. If you want to park, please find a parking lot." Jiang Yao saw Uncle Tang's familiar face, rolled down the car window, and smiled. "Uncle Tang, it's me." "Oh my, it's Yao? What brings you back?" Uncle Tang beamed with joy when he saw who was in the car. "Didn't you work a summer job this summer? Get off the bus quickly. The dean will be so happy to see you back." Jiang Yao opened the car door and got out. "Yes, I didn't work this summer." Su Qingyi got out of the car with Jiang Yao. When Uncle Tang saw that Jiang Yao was followed by such a pretty young girl, he immediately revealed an ambiguous smile. Is this your girlfriend? Wow, you're really thoughtful. He assumed Jiang Yao had a girlfriend at school and had brought her back to show the dean. Uncle Tang, you've misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend. We're just ordinary friends, Jiang Yao quickly explained. Uncle Tang nodded with a smile. Okay, no. He said that, but his expression showed that he didn't believe Jiang Yao's explanation at all, attributing it directly to the fact that young people are thin-skinned. If she weren't his girlfriend, why would he bring her to the orphanage on purpose? Jiang Yao was both amused and exasperated. Why don't you believe me? It's really not true. All right. If it's not true, then it's not. You go in and see the dean. She's been thinking about you a lot these past 2 years, Uncle Tang urged. Jiang Yao felt a surge of warmth in his heart upon hearing this. The dean was like a mother to him. However, this mother was quite busy. With so many children in the orphanage, her heart had to be divided among many. Jiang Yao wasn't a particularly likable person, so she thought the director wouldn't particularly care about him. I should have known he would come back to visit more often these past 2 years. When they went in, the headmistress was under the eaves, watching with a loving expression as the older children played games with the younger ones. If you do the math, the dean's mother is already in her early 50s, and she should be retiring soon. Dean Jiang, come and see who's back, Uncle Tang shouted. Jiang Shaoling looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately saw Jiang Yao standing behind Uncle Tang. Shock flashed in her eyes, and she jumped up from the small stool. Xiao Yao, why are you back? Why didn't you call Jiang's mother beforehand? She could have picked you up, Jiang Shaoling said excitedly, hugging Jiang Yao and chattering to herself. Jiang Yao hugged her back and said with a smile, I wanted to give you a surprise. What a surprise. Jiang's mother is so surprised. Jiang Shaoling smiled so much that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were all squeezed together. She released Jiang Yao and glanced at Su Qingyi standing next to him. Is this girl your girlfriend? No, she's just an ordinary friend of mine, Jiang Yao quickly explained, knowing without a doubt that his mother had also misunderstood. Jiang Shaoling and Uncle Tang had the same reaction. Neither of them really believed Jiang Yao's explanation. It's not a big deal for someone your age to be in a relationship. Strictly speaking, Jiang Yao is already past the legal marriage age. So, let alone dating, he could even get married without any problem. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Jiang Yao didn't bother to explain. You're right. Brother Jiang Yao? A little boy with white hair and white eyelashes tentatively approached. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. Xiao Hao still remembers his brother? 3 years ago, this little guy only reached his waist, but now he's already up to his chest. If it weren't for his signature hair color, Jiang Yao might not have been able to recognize him at a glance. Su Hao nodded shyly. I remember. Aunt Jiang said that my brother went to university in the capital. Once the first child greeted Jiang Yao, the rest of the children rushed over, calling out, Brother Jiang Yao, repeatedly. Some of the younger children didn't quite remember Jiang Yao, but seeing their older brothers and sisters gather around, they followed suit. Jiang Yao hadn't seen these children for a long time and missed them, so he greeted them one by one. Your brother brought you some gifts this time. Do you want them? Yes, the children exclaimed in unison, some of the younger ones jumping up and down excitedly. Jiang Yao gestured to Su Qingyi. Have the driver bring the gifts in. What gift? Xiao Yao, you're still in school. You should keep the money you earn for yourself. Why buy a gift? Jiang Shaoling said disapprovingly. Chapter 57 10 million isn't enough to buy a piece of jewelry. Jiang Yao smiled broadly. These things aren't worth much money. They're just some school supplies and toys for my younger siblings. Jiang Shaoling looked at the big boy she had taken care of since childhood, and a complex emotion welled up in her heart. She felt sorry for Jiang Yao, who had to go to school and support himself all by himself, but she was also relieved that he still cared about the children in the orphanage. Don't buy it again next time. Kind people often give things to the children. They don't need these things. You can save the money you don't spend. There are many days ahead of you, she said seriously, holding Jiang Yao's hand. Jiang Shaoling knew that Jiang Yao often did part-time jobs during holidays and after school, so he was capable of earning money. You might not feel much pressure now that you're in school, but the pressure will come when you graduate and need to buy a car, a house, and get married. Jiang Yao grasped Jiang Shaoling's hand in return, his tone mysterious. Mother Jiang, I actually wanted to tell you some good news when I came back this time. Oh, what good news? Jiang Shaoling cooperated with an expectant expression. Even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed love and tenderness. I found my biological parents, Jiang Yao said succinctly, but it shocked Jiang Shaoling. Tell me properly what happened. How did you suddenly find it? Could it be some kind of scam? It's not that Jiang Shaoling is overthinking things. It's just that Jiang Yao is good-looking and talented, so it's quite normal for someone to want to impersonate his family. Who wouldn't be happy to get such an outstanding child for free? Jiang Yao hadn't expected Jiang Shaoling to have such a wild imagination, and explained with a mix of amusement and exasperation. They're not scammers. I've done a paternity test with them. Are you sure the paternity test wasn't faked? Jiang Shaoling remained skeptical. She had read online that these reports were easy to manipulate and could be forged using computers. Seeing that Jiang Shaoling still didn't believe it, Su Qingyi couldn't help but speak up for her. Aunt Jiang. Jiang Yao's parents are definitely his biological parents. He looks a lot like Aunt Jiang. Little girl, have you met Xiao Yao's parents? Jiang Shaoling asked with a slightly strange expression. Goodness, he said she wasn't his girlfriend, but he's already taken her to meet his parents. Su Qingyi, unaware of what she was thinking, nodded honestly. Yes, I've met not only his parents, but also his maternal grandfather and uncle's family. Jiang Yao looks somewhat similar to them. That's wonderful. Jiang Shaoling's doubts completely dissipated, and Jiang Yao was genuinely happy. Xiao Yao, are your biological parents good to you? Do you have any other siblings? She pulled Jiang Yao aside and asked him a lot of questions. Jiang Yao knew she was concerned about him, so he answered them all patiently. After Jiang Shaoling had asked all the questions she wanted to know, Jiang Yao finally spoke. My mother knew that I came to Shishir to visit you and my younger siblings, so she specially transferred 10 million yuan to me and asked me to pass it on to you, saying it was a small token of her appreciation. How much did you say? Jiang Shaoling's pupils dilated suddenly. Jiang Yao knew she would have a hard time accepting it in a short time, otherwise he wouldn't have spent so much time building up the story before finally saying it. You heard me right, it's 10 million. My biological parents are not short of money, so you can keep this money without worry. Speaking of money, Jiang Shaoling suddenly remembered. This morning someone suddenly transferred 1 million to our welfare home's fundraising account. Could it have been you who transferred it? Although the welfare home receives some donations regularly, it has never encountered an amount like 1 million. She had been wondering in the morning which kind person had done this good deed, but now she felt more and more that it was related to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao hadn't originally planned to tell the truth, but seeing Jiang Shaoling's uneasy expression, he decided to do so anyway. This million was transferred by this Miss Su, Jiang Yao said, pointing to Su Qingyi standing next to him. Feeling a little embarrassed at being called out, Su Qingyi said, Aunt Jiang, I've almost spent all my allowance. Please don't think it's too little. Compared to the 10 million Jiang Yao offered, she felt that her 1 million was far from enough, and she should have borrowed more from her brother. Jiang Shaoling swallowed hard. Not enough? Look how arrogant she is. Many people can't even save 1 million in their entire lives. How dare she complain that it's not enough? She's not out of her mind. Xiao Su, do your family members know about your donation to the welfare home? Jiang Shaoling asked cautiously. She could tell that Su Qingyi was quite young, and that a huge sum of money like 1 million couldn't be given away so easily. It had to be approved by her parents first. Su Qingyi subconsciously looked at Jiang Yao and found him winking at her, immediately understanding what he meant. Yes, my family knows that I donate to the welfare home, and they support me very much. Hearing that the parents had given their permission, Jiang Shaoling breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thank you on behalf of the children at the orphanage. She smiled gratefully at Su Qingyi, then said to Jiang Yao, Xiao Yao, 10 million is too much. Actually, donating 1 million is more than enough. Take the rest back and give it to your family. She knew that Jiang Yao's mother must have donated so much money at once to thank the orphanage for raising Jiang Yao. But these are things they should do anyway. The welfare home receives government funding every year, so it's more accurate to say that the government raised Jiang Yao than that the welfare home did. Their small welfare home doesn't cost 10 million. 2 million would be enough to last them a long time. Any extra money can be donated to other places in need. Aunt Jiang, please accept this money without worry. My biological parents are very wealthy. This amount of money is nothing to them. Jiang Yao winked at Su Qingyi, signaling her to say a few words on his behalf. Su Qingyi nodded frantically. Yes, Jiang Yao didn't lie to you. His family is really rich. 10 million isn't even enough for Aunt Jiang to buy a piece of jewelry. The two of them, speaking in unison, completely baffled Jiang Shaoling. 10 million isn't even enough to buy a piece of jewelry. How rich must their family be? Xiao Yao has finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. In that case, I'll accept it without worry. Jiang Shaoling said with a smile. Xiao Yao, remember to thank your mother for me when you get back. I'm so grateful to her. Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she finally stopped refusing. No problem. The main gate of the welfare home. Su Yin greeted Uncle Tang while carrying a bag of fruit and handed him a few apples and bananas. Uncle Tang, why is there a car parked at the door? Has someone come? Uncle Tang smiled and kept everyone in suspense. Hee hee, why don't you go in and take a look? It's guaranteed to be a surprise. Ah, could it be someone I know? Su Yan's eyes widened slightly. Go in and see for yourself. Uncle Tang waved to her. Su Yan's curiosity was piqued, and she walked inside carrying the bag, mentally going through everyone she knew. Chapter 58 The King breaks his skills in the cool weather. Yin Yin, come here quickly, look who's back. As soon as Su Yin entered the courtyard, Jiang Shaoling spotted her and waved to her with delight. Jiang Yao looked in the direction of the sound and saw Su Yin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Her pretty face no longer had the brightness he remembered. Instead, it showed a haggardness that shouldn't be there for someone her age. Su Yin also saw Jiang Yao, and her first reaction upon seeing him was to lower her head and try to escape. Jiang Shaoling asked in confusion, Yin Yin, where are you going? You must be so happy to see your brother come back. Aunt Jiang, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do. Su Yin stopped and stammered. You silly girl, even if you're busy, you should at least say hello to your brother, Jiang Shaoling said, looking at Su Yin with disapproval. She didn't know what had happened between the two children, but in her view, family members shouldn't hold grudges overnight. That's right, it's family. Unlike the other children in the orphanage, Jiang Yao and Su Yin had been registered under the same household registration for 2 years. When Jiang Yao was 5 years old, Su Yan's parents came to the orphanage to adopt him. They were a very kind couple who had their daughter, Su Yin, when they were 40 years old. When Su Yin was 5 years old, she cried and wanted a younger brother or sister, but her mother's health was not suitable for having more children. After discussing it, the couple decided to adopt a child from the orphanage to keep their daughter company. When Su Yin arrived at the orphanage, she immediately chose Jiang Yao. The two children were also about the same age and could go to school together, so Su's parents readily agreed. From then on, Su Yin had an older brother, and Jiang Yao also had a family. However, their happy life was short-lived. After only 2 years of blissful living, Su's father died in a car accident. Su's mother was already in poor health, and her husband's death was a huge blow to her, causing her to fall seriously ill. No relatives were willing to take care of 2 children, so after the 2 children lost their parents, they returned to the orphanage together. Jiang Yao treated Su Yin like his own sister, and the 2 children had a very good relationship. It wasn't until they entered high school that, for some unknown reason, Su Yin moved out of the orphanage, and then Jiang Yao moved out as well. Jiang Shaoling talked to the 2 children, but neither of them told her the reason. Later, Jiang Yao was admitted to university in the capital, while Su Yin, for some reason, did not go to university and stayed in Shi City. Seeing the 2 silent figures, Jiang Shaoling sighed. Xiao Yao, why didn't you say hello to Yin Yin? Didn't you used to care about Yin Yin the most? Upon hearing this, Su Yan's tears, which she had been holding back, burst forth like a flood, and her eyes were filled with guilt as she looked at Jiang Yao. She had long regretted not listening to her brother, which not only ruined her own life, but also caused her to lose the brother who loved her most. But there's no going back in life. Over the years, she's tried countless times to contact her brother, but she's never had the face to do so. She was afraid that Jiang Yao would say he was unwilling to forgive her, so she thought it better to keep her distance and leave him with a lingering hope. Seeing Su Yin squatting on the ground, covering her face and sobbing softly, Jiang Yao felt bad too. But he was too proud to take the initiative to talk to her, since Su Yin had personally said that she didn't recognize him as her brother and told him to stop caring about her. Hey, aren't you going to check on her? Su Qingyi nudged Jiang Yao with her elbow and said softly. She could tell that Jiang Yao definitely had feelings for this girl, otherwise his expression wouldn't have been so complicated. Jiang Yao felt a lump in his throat, and his tone was sharp. She doesn't need my cheap concern. What do you mean by cheap concern? Can't you even speak properly? Su Qingyi pouted in dissatisfaction. Su Yan's body tensed involuntarily upon hearing their conversation. Sure enough, her brother still harbored resentment towards her. Cheap concern was the harsh thing she said to Jiang Yao back then. She never expected that Jiang Yao would still remember it so clearly after all these years. Seeing that the two were stuck in this stalemate, and with so many people watching, the two were too embarrassed to back down. So Jiang Shaoling simply pulled Jiang Yao and Su Yin into a room alone. Xiao Yao, Yin Yin, you are both sensible and good children. I don't know what misunderstanding you had back then. Since you are both here today, let's lay things out and make them clear. Life is only a few decades long, so don't do things you will regret. After saying that, Jiang Shaoling left the room and closed the door behind her. Su Yin stared blankly at Jiang Yao for a few seconds, then spoke through her tear-filled eyes. Brother, actually, I've always wanted to apologize to you. I was blinded by greed back then, and those words weren't my true feelings. You are my only family in this world, and I really regret saying so many hurtful things to you. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just want to apologize to you. As she said this, Su Yin seemed relieved, realizing that some things weren't so hard to say after all. Is he good to you? Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Although no name was mentioned, both of them knew perfectly well who he was. Su Yan's face turned pale instantly, and she twisted her hands together tightly. I broke up with him a long time ago. Jiang Yao scoffed. You broke up? Didn't you swear back then that he was your soulmate, that you would marry him, and that you would have his children? Jiang Yao almost died of anger after saying those words. His younger sister, whom he had protected like the apple of his eye, turned out to be a hopeless romantic. She stopped studying and abandoned her brother for a man. I was wrong, Su Yin said, her lips trembling and her voice choked with sobs. She also wondered if she had been possessed by a demon. How could she have abandoned her brother for Wang Buqiao? Did I tell you back then that you would regret it? Do you remember how you answered me? Jiang Yao raised his finger and forcefully poked Su Yan's fair forehead. Speak up. Why are you mute? You used to be very talkative. Su Yan frowned, looking aggrieved. Brother, be gentle, it hurts. Does this hurt? When that bastard led a group to beat me up, did you even ask me a single question? Jiang Yao became angrier as he spoke. Before seeing Su Yan, he had almost forgotten that he still had a great grudge to settle. That bastard Wang Buqiao not only abducted his sister, but also dared to lead people to beat him up. At that time, he was powerless and had no one to back him up, so he had no ability to take revenge. With the Feng family backing him up, dealing with a mere child like Wang Buqiao would be a piece of cake. Ding. As a qualified rich second generation, it's time to master the Heavenly Cold King's destruction skill. Please make the Wang family bankrupt within 1 week. Completing the task will reward you with 2 spins on the lucky draw. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Jiang Yao smiled. The system really understood him. Chapter 59. That 10,000 yuan was given by Su Yan. As Jiang Yao accused her word by word, Su Yan's face turned deathly pale. Endless guilt spread through her heart, growing wildly like weeds. She ignored Jiang Yao's advice and insisted on dating Wang Buqiao, which caused her grades to plummet. After Jiang Yao found out, he forced her to break up with Wang Buqiao, believing that Wang Buqiao had led her astray. The two had a fierce conflict, and Jiang Yao even hit Wang Buqiao. Afterwards, Wang Buqiao was furious and led a group of his brothers to teach Jiang Yao a lesson. Su Yin was young at the time, and when she saw her brother and boyfriend fighting fiercely, she panicked and impulsively said a lot of hurtful things to Jiang Yao. Actually, she regretted it as soon as she said it. She didn't really think Jiang Yao was annoying. She just didn't want her brother to have any more conflicts with Wang Buqiao because of her. But perhaps her words were too cruel, because Jiang Yao never paid any attention to her again after that day, and would pretend not to see her when he saw her. In addition, Wang Buqiao forced her to choose between the two of them. Su Yin, driven by love, moved out of the orphanage and into the house that Wang Buqiao rented for her. The two had no contact since then, and only met again today. Su Yin knew she shouldn't expect her brother to forgive her. She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I still have some things to finish at the shop, so I'll have to go now. Brother, you can come back and visit Aunt Jiang more often when you have time. She misses you a lot. Jiang Yao did not stop Su Yin from rushing out the door. People have to take responsibility for their choices, don't they? However, while the reasoning was sound, Jiang Yao didn't feel as relaxed as he appeared. Actually, if Su Yin were willing to plead with him more, he might be able to forgive her. This girl is still so stubborn. A few minutes later, Jiang Shaoling knocked on the door. Xiao Yao, may I come in? Okay, come in, Jiang Yao replied indifferently. Jiang Shaoling sat down next to Jiang Yao with a kind smile. Haven't you cleared up the misunderstanding with Yin Yin yet? It's not exactly a misunderstanding. I have nothing to say to her, Jiang Yao said stubbornly. Sigh, you two children. Jiang Shaoling shook her head and sighed. Do you remember when you got into university? Didn't I give you a red envelope? Jiang Yao was taken aback. Of course he remembered. There was 10,000 yuan in that red envelope. That red envelope was actually given to me by Yin Yin to give to you, but she told me not to tell anyone. What? Jiang Yao suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. Su Yin was only 18 years old at the time, so where did she get 10,000 yuan? Jiang Shaoling said earnestly. Yin Yin has always been thinking about you, and in the past 2 years she has always pretended to casually inquire about you from me. I don't know what she did to make you so angry. I don't know the whole story, so I can't interfere too much. You should think it through yourself. Her tone sounded slightly weary, and her eyes were fixed on the sky, as if lost in memories. When you're young, you always feel that many things are insurmountable obstacles, but when you look back on them as you get older, you realize that they weren't so bad after all. Jiang Shaoling worries that once these two children get married and have their own families, they may not see each other more than a few times in their lives. She fears they might regret it later. Jiang Yao clenched his fists tightly, then suddenly relaxed them, looking at Jiang Shaoling with a serious expression and asking, "Jiang's mother, how has she been these past 2 years?" "She seems to be working at a coffee shop now, earning enough to support herself, and occasionally buying things for the children." Jiang Shaoling didn't hide anything and told Jiang Yao everything she knew about Su Yan. When Jiang Yao and Jiang Shaoling came out of the room, they saw Su Qingyi gently playing games with the children. Looking at the smiling girl standing in the sunset, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, never expecting that this rich young lady had this side to her. When Su Qingyi saw Jiang Yao come out, she ran towards him and complained in a sweet voice, "Oh, I'm so tired. Jiang Yao, you play with them. I need to rest for a while. Are you hungry? Shall I take you to eat?" Jiang Yao asked with a smile. Su Qingyi's eyes lit up. "Okay." She had barely finished speaking when she slapped her forehead in frustration. "Oh no, the supplies I had sent haven't arrived yet. I'll wait until they arrive before we eat." "Okay." About half an hour later, the people Su Qingyi had arranged to purchase supplies finally arrived. A medium-sized truck was loaded with all kinds of supplies, including food, daily necessities, clothing, and school supplies. "Miss, where should we unload the things?" the middle-aged man asked respectfully, waiting for Su Qingyi to speak. Su Qingyi didn't know either, so she could only open her big eyes and ask Jiang Yao, "I'm asking you, where should I take it off?" "I'll ask Jiang's mother to open the gate and drive the car in," Jiang Yao said, turning around and going inside to find Jiang Shaoling. Jiang Shaoling was stunned when she saw the mountain of supplies. "Why did you buy so much stuff? How much money did this cost?" "It's not much money. It's just a small token of my appreciation for the children," Su Qingyi said with a smile. She still feels she didn't buy enough and will have to buy more next time. It was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Jiang Yao and Su Qingyi left the orphanage. Jiang Shaoling did not force the two to stay at the orphanage for a meal. She realized that the girl Xiao Yao brought back came from an extraordinary family, and she might not be able to get used to their simple meals. She suggested that Xiao Yao take her to a restaurant outside. As soon as he got into the car, Jiang Yao looked at Su Qingyi beside him and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "This is my first time in Shi City. Can you recommend some good restaurants?" Su Qingyi asked lazily, leaning back in her chair. Jiang Yao shook his head. "I don't know either." "Impossible. Haven't you lived in Shi City for 18 years? Su Qingyi found it unbelievable. Jiang Yao gave a wry smile. "Miss, I'm just an orphan. I'm already lucky if I can have enough to eat. Do you think I have the money to eat at a restaurant?" I'm sorry, I didn't think that much about it," Su Qingyi said with an apologetic smile. In her view of life, it is hard to imagine that someone could not even afford to eat a meal at a restaurant. Although her family is wealthy, she doesn't eat gourmet food every day. She has also gone to affordable trendy restaurants with her friends, where a meal can be quite good for just a few dozen or 100 yuan per person. Jiang Yao smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay. There's a noodle shop near my high school that's pretty good. Want to try it?" The noodles at that shop are all made fresh daily by the owner, and they have a particularly chewy texture. Jiang Yao used to have little money. At most, he could only afford to eat an 8 yuan bowl of egg noodles, while the secret recipe beef noodles cost 15 yuan a bowl. At that time, he secretly vowed that when he had money in the future, he would definitely come back to this store and not only eat the secret recipe beef noodles, but also add double the amount of beef. Chapter 60: Returning to Familiar Places. Following Jiang Yao's instructions, the driver parked the car in front of Li Ji Noodle Shop. "Boss, 2 bowls of secret recipe beef noodles, with double the amount of beef," Jiang Yao said eagerly as soon as he entered the store. The boss, who was scrolling through short videos, immediately stood up and replied with a smile, "Okay." He put down his phone and looked at the 2 customers who had entered the store. This young man looks somewhat familiar." "Handsome, have you eaten noodles at my shop before?" the owner asked, looking puzzled. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise. It had been 3 years since he last visited this store, and he hadn't expected the owner to still remember him. "That's right. I ate noodles at your house when I was studying at number 1 high school," he said with a smile. The boss gave him a knowing look. "I knew it. I knew I'd seen you before. You must still be in college, right?" Jiang Yao took a tissue and wiped the stool clean for Su Qingyi, then gestured for her to sit down, casually answering the boss's question. "Yes, I'll be graduating next year." Graduation is good. You can start working right after graduation, the boss said with a smile as he went to the kitchen. His small shop caters to nearby residents and students. During summer vacation, when students are not in school, business is not as good as usual. Selling 2 orders before closing time is a pleasant surprise. Su Qingyi spent half a day mentally preparing herself before hesitantly sitting down on the dark-looking stool. She cautiously peeked at the owner through the window, then leaned closer to Jiang Yao and whispered, "Is this the noodle shop you were talking about that has good taste?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Jiang Yao asked, feigning ignorance. He could tell that Su Qingyi was probably not used to eating at such a small shop, and this was probably a new experience for the young lady. Su Qingyi placed her hands neatly on her lap and forced a smile. "There's nothing wrong. I just feel that the hygiene of this store doesn't seem very good." "Really? I think it's all right. You haven't seen a truly dirty and chaotic shop." Jiang Yao chuckled as he told her about some of the takeout shops he had seen while working part-time as a deliveryman. Those were truly filthy and chaotic. The ingredients at this noodle shop are at least fresh, and the owner himself eats there often. Some takeout shops add antidiarrheal drugs directly to their food in order to cover up problems with the ingredients themselves. Su Qingyi was shocked and her brown eyes were filled with disbelief. How can there be such heartless and immoral people in the world? "Ha, conscience. What's that worth?" Jiang Yao said with a sneer. "But we can't harm the customer's body," Su Qingyi retorted disapprovingly. She understands that if someone wants to make money, they can't be too concerned about their conscience, but she cannot condone doing things that harm others in order to make money. She doesn't believe that every food delivery shop owner is heartless. It's just that some people have lost their conscience. Jiang Yao chuckled softly, his tone slightly complicated. "A rich young lady like you would never understand." "Handsome guy, beautiful lady, your noodles are ready," the owner said with a smile as he placed 2 bowls of cooked noodles on the counter at the food pickup point. "Okay, thank you, boss," Jiang Yao said, getting up to get his noodles. Su Qingyi asked in confusion, "Why doesn't the boss send it over to us?" In her mind, no restaurant should require customers to serve themselves. The shop was relatively quiet, and the owner heard Su Qingyi's soft chirping of crickets and explained with a smile, "Miss, if you want me to bring it to you, that's fine too. I'm just letting you come and pick it up so you can add chili and side dishes." He pointed to a row of side dishes next to the window, including scallions, minced garlic, cilantro, chili oil, pickled cowpeas, and shredded pickled mustard greens. Su Qingyi realized she had misunderstood her boss, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. "I'm sorry, this is my first time eating here." "It's nothing," the boss waved his hand dismissively. He's been running his shop for decades and has encountered all sorts of customers. This young girl's attitude is already quite good. "Try it. These side dishes are all made by the owner himself. They taste especially good." Jiang Yao scooped some side dishes into Su Qingyi's noodle bowl. Just as Su Qingyi was about to eat, her phone suddenly rang. "Hey Xiaoyu, what's up?" Su Qingyi's slightly complaining voice came through the phone. "Sis, why aren't you home yet? My sister said early this morning that she had something to take care of and couldn't go shopping with me. I don't know what important it is, because it's almost 8 o'clock and she still hasn't come home. I'm still outside. I probably won't be able to go back tonight." Su Qingyi looked up at Jiang Yao across from her, feeling a little guilty for some reason. "Ah, where are you? Why aren't you home? Did you tell Mom?" Su Qingyu jumped out of bed excitedly when she heard that her sister wasn't coming home tonight. Su's mother was very strict with the 2 sisters. The curfew at home was set at 9:30 p.m. If they didn't come home by 9:30 p.m., they would be bombarded with phone calls and wouldn't be allowed to go out for the next month. Of course, there are exceptions, such as attending a dinner party with one's parents, going on a trip, or socializing with other wealthy heiresses. Su Qingyi's expression froze. Oh right, she hadn't told her mother yet. It's almost 8 p.m. now, and even if she takes a plane, she won't be able to get home before 9:30 p.m. "Xiaoyu, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to call my mom first," Su Qingyi said quickly and hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, I opened my best friend's green bubble chat window. "Su Qingyi, Ningning, are you there? Help. Sun Ning, I'm watching TV. Okay, what do you need my help with?" "Su Qingyi, I arrived in Shi City today and couldn't get home before curfew. Could you call my mom for me later and tell her I'll be staying at your place tonight?" Sun Ning, "No problem, but why did you go to Shi City?" Su Qingyi, "It takes more than a few words to explain. I'll talk to you about it next time we meet." Su Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief when Sun Ning sent her a message saying it was all done. Jiang Yao ate his noodles while watching her type on her phone screen. "Is your family that strict?" "Yeah, that's how my grandpa disciplined my mom, and now my mom is doing the same thing to me and my sister," Su Qingyi said with a helpless expression. She sighed, listlessly picked up a piece of the secret recipe beef and put it in her mouth, instantly awakening her taste buds. Wow, this beef smells so good. It's just as good as my chef's cooking. Jiang Yao smiled and said, eat as much as you like, I'll make sure you're full. Su Qingyi put her worries aside, completely unaware that her lie was about to be exposed. Chapter 61 Wang Buoqiao comes knocking. That evening, Jiang Yao and Su Qingyi stayed at the best hotel in Shi City. With Miss Su Qingyi around, we couldn't settle for anything less, so we booked the hotel's presidential suite directly. Not only does it have 2 bedrooms, but it also has a living room, dining room, and conference room. This is the first time Jiang Yao has stayed in such a luxurious hotel, and it has certainly broadened his horizons. The next day, after getting up, Jiang Yao did not rush back to the capital. He lay in bed thinking for a long time last night, and decided to go and see where Su Yan works. The reason he stopped caring about Su Yan back then was mainly because he was heartbroken. His sister, whom he had protected for so long, had distanced herself from him for a man and even abandoned her studies. But when Jiang Yao learned from his mother what Su Yan had secretly done for him, his heart, which had been chilled, began to warm up again. It turns out that Su Yan wasn't as heartless as he thought. She still cared about him as her brother. Since that's the case, he, as the older brother, can't be too cold-hearted. I should at least go and see if my sister is doing well, and maybe slip her some money. Jiang Yao has no shortage of money right now. He can also receive dividends from Feng's group shares at the end of the year. He can't spend it all. He simply can't spend it all. Miss Su, please wait for me at the hotel for a moment. I'll be back in about 2 hours, Jiang Yao said, planning to hitch a ride back to the capital with Su Qingyi later. Taking the high-speed rail is indeed faster than driving, but he finds it troublesome because it involves transferring several times. Besides, why not take a ride when there's a car readily available? When Su Qingyi heard that he didn't plan to take her along, she blinked twice and said, I want to go with you too. What are you going to do? Jiang Yao asked, oblivious to the romantic atmosphere. Could Su Qingyi say that she went to see gossip? Of course not. I just want to go with you. This is my first time in Shi City. Are you going to leave me alone in the hotel? When her gentle approach didn't work, Su Qingyi started to act like a rogue. Jiang Yao had no choice but to say, fine, let's go together. Hee. Su Qingyi revealed a triumphant smile. Jiang Shaoling had already given Jiang Yao the address yesterday, and he simply had the driver navigate to Lanchi Coffee Shop. At this moment, at the entrance of the coffee shop, Su Yan looked at Wang Buoqiao holding roses, and her delicate face instantly lost all color. Yin, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wang Buoqiao apologized to Su Yan with a fawning expression. Ever since Su Yan moved out of her home, he has been unable to find her anywhere. He was really lucky to have a friend who told him he saw Su Yan at this coffee shop, otherwise he might still be searching for her. Xiao Hong, a colleague at the coffee shop, watched the handsome man in the BMW, holding roses, groveling before Su Yan, and couldn't help but speak with a hint of jealousy. Su Yan, you have such a handsome boyfriend, and you didn't tell us? Are you afraid we'll steal him from you? Xiao Hong, don't say that. Xiao Yan isn't that kind of person. Another slightly older colleague, Sister Lu, tugged at Xiao Hong's sleeve, signaling her to shut up. She couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. It was one thing to be jealous of Su Yan's beauty, but why couldn't she even spare her boyfriend? Look at that face, practically glued to everyone else. TSK, doesn't he even know what he looks like? Xiao Hong angrily pulled back her sleeve, pouting as she said, I was just joking with Su Yan. Sister Lu, please don't make such a big deal out of it, okay? Sister Lu twitched the corners of her mouth. All right, it was my fault. The young couple clearly had something to say, so let's not stay here and disturb them. Xiao Yan, you and your boyfriend have a good talk. Xiao Hong and I are here at the shop, so there's no rush to come back, Sister Lu said to Su Yan, thinking she was being considerate. A hint of fear flashed in Su Yan's eyes as she grabbed Sister Lu's arm and said, Sister Lu, don't go. He's not my boyfriend. We broke up a long time ago. Huh? Sister Lu was surprised by this turn of events and looked embarrassed, her eyes filled with reproach as she looked at Wang Buoqiao. This young man didn't say that to me just now. He said he was Su Yan's boyfriend and that he had made Su Yan angry, so he hoped Sister Lu could help him call her out. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up, and she casually tossed her hair. So you two broke up. If you hadn't said so earlier, she wouldn't have been so polite. Wang Buoqiao stared intently at Su Yan, who was avoiding him like the plague. We're not breaking up unless I agree. Yin, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Look, this is the engagement ring I bought especially for you. I came here today to propose to you. He took out a small box from his pocket and opened it. The box contained a dazzling diamond ring, which appeared to be about 2 carats. I know you've always wanted a home of your own. Once we get married, I'll add your name to the property deed. Su Yin was momentarily moved when she heard the word home, but the thought of how terrifying Wang Buqiao was brought back to her senses. I don't want it. Take your broken ring and get out of here. I will never get back together with you. Xiao Hong was almost frantic. Don't give it to her. She really wants it. Such a large diamond ring must be worth tens of thousands of yuan. If she could marry the man in front of her, she would have no worries for the rest of her life. Little Red rolled her eyes and said, Su Yin, I think this gentleman's attitude is quite sincere. Don't keep harping on such trivial matters. Su Yin looked at Xiao Hong in disbelief. What do you mean by a little thing? Do you know what he did? What did you do? Xiao Hong asked curiously. Su Yin bit her lip and said resolutely, he hit me. This was not only a painful memory for Su Yin, but also a disgrace. The man she loved so desperately when she was young turned out to be a scumbag. It's shameful to even mention it. No way. Shock flashed across Xiao Hong's face. This handsome guy who looks decent actually hit a woman? Wang Buqiao noticed the strange looks he was receiving and quickly explained. Yin Yin, I really didn't mean to last time. I was just in a hurry and accidentally bumped into you. Please give me another chance, okay? Oh, it was a misunderstanding. Su Yin, you're being too petty. This gentleman has so humbly apologized to you. Can't you be a little more generous? Look at you now, you're doing just fine. Xiao Hong glanced at Su Yin from head to toe, her meaning clear. Since Su Yin was unharmed, it meant that Wang Buqiao hadn't hit her too hard. Su Yin bit her lip hard, trembling with anger. She was beaten by her ex-boyfriend, but Xiao Hong made it her fault? Sister Lu glanced at the handsome Wang Buqiao and also advised, Xiao Yin, think it over carefully, don't let yourself regret it. It's not easy to find a handsome and wealthy man. If you miss this opportunity, you might not get another one. It's normal for couples to have some friction. Seeing that he had gained the support of the onlookers, a hint of pride flashed in Wang Buqiao's eyes, and he smiled as he reached out to grab Su Yan's hand. Yin Yin, let's talk in the car. We're blocking the entrance, so it won't affect the store's business. I don't want to, Wang Buqiao, let me go right now. Su Yin was terrified by him and frantically pounded on his arm, trying to escape his hold, but her strength was like a tickle to Wang Buqiao. Chapter 62 The sole of his shoe stepped on his face. Seeing Su Yan's intense reaction, Sister Lu hesitated whether to step forward and stop her. Xiao Hong grabbed her arm and said, Sister Lu, it's just the young couple flirting. Let's not meddle in their business. But, Sister Lu wanted to say something more, but Xiao Hong forcibly pulled her into the store. No buts, the customers in the store are waiting for us to serve them. If the boss finds out that we have abandoned our posts, he might deduct our wages. These words successfully persuaded Sister Lu to stop. She glanced back at Su Yin, who was being dragged to the car by Wang Buqiao, pursed her lips, and ultimately said nothing. As Su Yin watched Sister Lu and Xiao Hong leave, she felt increasingly desperate. She tried to scream for help, but Wang Buqiao covered her mouth, and she could only make muffled noises. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and take a look at the scene, but seeing that the man was driving a BMW and was young and handsome, they just assumed it was a young couple having a fight. He can't possibly be a human trafficker, right? A handsome guy with some good looks would be better off finding a rich woman to live off than becoming a human trafficker. As soon as Jiang Yao arrived at the entrance of Lanchi Coffee Shop, he saw Su Yin being forcibly taken into the car. Stop the car! Jiang Yao shouted anxiously. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the tires screeched as they rubbed against the pavement. Jiang Yao opened the car door and rushed out, punching Wang Buqiao in the face, then grabbed Su Yan's wrist and pulled her behind him. Damn it! Who is it? Wang Buqiao was punched in the cheekbone, making him wince in pain. The moment Su Yin saw Jiang Yao appear, it was as if she had seen a savior. She hid behind Jiang Yao, carefully tugging at his clothes with both hands. Brother! How did you get here? She thought Jiang Yao would never want to talk to her again. Oh, so it's you. Wang Buqiao immediately remembered who Jiang Yao was when he heard Su Yin call him Brother Jiang. The skinny little boy from back then had grown taller than him after a few years, which made Wang Buqiao feel a surge of resentment. He stared at Su Yin with a gloomy expression. So that's why you insisted on breaking up with me. It turns out your old flame came knocking on your door. What old flame? What nonsense are you spouting? A surge of shame and indignation welled up in Su Yan's heart, making her eyes red with anger. Don't think I don't know. This kid had a crush on you back then, and he was so jealous when he saw you dating me, Wang Buqiao said with a confident look. Su Yin looked at Jiang Yao with confusion, wanting to ask him for confirmation. Jiang Yao flicked Su Yan's forehead hard with his finger. You don't actually believe him talking nonsense, do you? Although we're not blood-related siblings, We were officially on the same household registration when we were kids. If I had those kinds of feelings for you, how could I face Mr. and Mrs. Su? After hearing Jiang Yao's explanation, Su Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She said that Jiang Yao couldn't possibly have those kinds of feelings for her. Wang Buqiao shouted angrily. You dare to say you don't like Su Yin at all? You even fought with me for her sake and forced me to break up with Su Yin. Don't let his skinny appearance fool you. He was ruthless when he got into a fight, and people insisted that he was the one who corrupted Su Yin. He's just dating. It's not like he's broken any laws. Su Yan's unwillingness to study is her fault, right? But in the end, he didn't suffer any loss. It's ridiculous that an orphan with no parents dared to provoke him. Wang Buqiao looked at Su Yin hiding behind Jiang Yao, his eyes red with jealousy. Look at how clingy you two are. Could it be that you've been getting together behind my back for a while now? Damn it, I'll make you spew filth. Jiang Yao couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his right fist and struck Wang Buqiao's face with a whooshing sound. Wang Buqiao was prepared this time. Just as Jiang Yao's fist was about to hit him, he quickly slid backward, and Jiang Yao's fist narrowly grazed his chin. Wang Buqiao didn't give Jiang Yao a chance to catch his breath. He then delivered an elbow strike to Jiang Yao, who instinctively raised his left arm to block. With a muffled thud, their arms collided violently. Jiang Yao shook his arm, which had gone numb from the impact, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He spun around and kicked Wang Buqiao in his vulnerable spot. Wang Buqiao's pupils dilated suddenly. He bent down, grabbed Jiang Yao's ankle, and flung him away with a sudden jerk. Damn, what kind of martial ethics do you have? Wang Buqiao patted his chest with lingering fear. If Jiang Yao had succeeded with that kick, he might have lost his happiness for the rest of his life. Jiang Yao did a somersault in the air, barely managing to steady himself, and stared at Wang Buqiao with a suspicious look, asking, Did you secretly sign up for a class? It doesn't make sense that he could beat Wang Buqiao a few years ago, but now he can't do anything to him. Ha, you guessed it. I've been learning freestyle fighting for several years. Dealing with you is a piece of cake, Wang Buqiao said with a smug smile. After losing to Jiang Yao in a one-on-one duel, he felt it was a great humiliation that he couldn't even beat a skinny little guy. Afterwards, he learned his lesson and hired a free fighting coach to teach him how to fight. As it turns out, the money was well spent. He hasn't suffered any losses in the past few years, even when he had conflicts with others. Jiang Yao's expression was complicated. It's no wonder that Su Yin was so infatuated with this guy back then. He's good-looking, rich, and knows how to learn from his failures to improve himself. The biggest problem with her lack of money was probably her dislike of studying. If Wang Buqiao hadn't taken Su Yin out of school to play every day, causing her grades to plummet, Jiang Yao wouldn't have been so opposed to them being together. Wang Buqiao rubbed his aching cheekbone and groaned as he spoke to Jiang Yao. Kneel down and apologize to me now. For Yin Yan's sake, I might consider forgiving you for punching me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Wang Buqiao, you've gone too far, Su Yin said urgently, standing in front of Jiang Yao when she heard him demand that Jiang Yao kneel down. Take your moves at me, but don't hurt my brother. Wang Buqiao's eyes lit up. Okay, then if you get back together with me, I won't hold it against him. Su Yin had finally gotten rid of Wang Buqiao, so how could she possibly get back together with him? But she was also worried that she would cause trouble for Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao glanced at the annoying smile on Wang Buqiao's face, walked up to Su Qingyi who was leaning against the car door with her arms crossed, watching the commotion, and said, Lend me your personal space. Okay, but you'll owe me a favor, Su Qingyi said with a smile, taking advantage of the situation. Okay, Jiang Yao reluctantly agreed. It's his own fault for being so useless. No way, when he gets back to the capital, he'll find himself a few coaches. Su Qingyi winked at the driver. Uncle Li, teach that kid a lesson. Yes, miss. Uncle Li nodded and walked over to Wang Buqiao, who was still haggling with Su Yin. In the first exchange, Uncle Li broke both of Wang Buqiao's arms, and then tripped Wang Buqiao to the ground with a sweeping leg kick. In an instant, only Wang Buqiao's screams could be heard in the air, each one more miserable than the last. Su Yin, who witnessed the whole thing, was stunned. Wow, this uncle is amazing. She didn't even see where this uncle came from before, and with a few quick movements, Wang Buqiao was lying on the ground, unable to get up. If she had that kind of skill, she wouldn't have been afraid of that scumbag Wang Buqiao. Jiang Yao was also surprised for a moment. He knew that the person following Su Qingyi was definitely not simple, but he didn't expect him to be even more powerful than he imagined. His only intention was to teach Uncle Li a lesson, but who knew that Uncle Li would be so swift and decisive, breaking both of his hands right away. Since that's the case, he can't appear too indecisive. Jiang Yao walked up to Wang Buqiao, stomping his shoe on Wang's face without any politeness, his tone full of contempt. Hey, you've been studying freestyle fighting for years, huh? If you've got the guts, get up and keep showing off. Chapter 63. Jiang Yao wants to intern at Feng's group. A surge of humiliation and hatred welled up in Wang Buochao's heart, and his voice was muffled. You don't talk about martial virtue. If it were a one-on-one fight, the outcome would be uncertain. Jiang Yao, shameless as ever, actually sought outside help. Jiang Yao seemed to have heard a joke, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of his lips, and he gradually increased the pressure on his feet. How am I not practicing martial ethics? Oh, finding helpers is not practicing martial ethics? Didn't you know the saying, fortune turns around, when you found someone to beat me up? Having resources and not using them is foolish. Does he have foolish written on his face? Wang Buochao's face was distorted from being trampled. He looked at Su Yin pleadingly and tried to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Yin, save me. Su Yin, are you going to save him? Jiang Yao asked Su Yin with a cold face. He also wanted to know if this love-struck girl would come to her senses. If her answer disappointed him, Jiang Yao would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. Su Yin shook her head repeatedly. Brother, don't bother with such a scoundrel. Let's go. It's best to leave before assaulting someone in public, as there's no guarantee that someone won't secretly call the police. Jiang Yao misunderstood her meaning, thinking she wanted to plead for Wang Buochao. At a time like this, you're still feeling sorry for him? Su Yin, have you lost your mind? Su Qingyi walked to Jiang Yao's side and nodded frantically. Yes, you can't be love-struck, little sister. I wouldn't even look at someone like him if he were given to me for free. You should listen to your brother. Miss Su, who are you calling your sister? She's older than you. Jiang Yao reminded her helplessly. Su Qingyi awkwardly touched the tip of her nose. I didn't know. I just saw her call you brother, so I just called her sister. It's okay. Su Yin smiled nonchalantly. She had already accepted Su Qingyi's status as her sister-in-law in her heart. Even if the other party was younger than her, it was only right for her to call her little sister. Brother, it's not that I feel sorry for Wang Buochao. It's just that I'm afraid he'll cause you trouble later, Su Yin explained worriedly. Jiang Yao's expression softened considerably. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of him causing me trouble if I have someone teach him a lesson. Perhaps because no one had ever been there to protect him since he was a child, Jiang Yao never did anything for the sake of momentary pleasure. Looking back, it was indeed very irrational of him to teach Wang Buochao a lesson for Su Yin. However, that was the only time. After that, Jiang Yao rarely initiated conflicts with others. That's right. You should be heading back to the capital soon, so even if he wants to cause you trouble, he won't be able to find you. Su Yin felt a little down when she thought about not seeing Jiang Yao again. Do you want to come back to the capital with me? Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Su Yin looked up in disbelief. Is that okay? Let's forget it. I don't want to cause trouble for my brother, she said, biting her lip and using all her reason to say it. She really wanted to go to the capital with Jiang Yao, but she didn't want to become a burden to him. No trouble at all. If you want to continue your studies, I'll find you a school in the capital. If you want to work, I can also arrange a job for you. You don't need to worry about money. Money is the last thing your brother needs right now. Su Yin was unaware that Jiang Yao had found his biological parents. When she heard him say that he didn't lack money, her first reaction was that he was just putting on a brave face. I'm already this old. I can support myself long ago. Brother, you don't need to worry about me, Su Yin said, pretending to be relaxed. She's a girl. She doesn't need to get married, buy a car or a house, and she doesn't have parents to support. She can support herself by finding any job. The more she refused, the more determined Jiang Yao became to take her back to the capital. As long as Su Yin doesn't take his help for granted, lending a hand to her is an easy thing for Jiang Yao right now. Stop talking nonsense and take me to your place to pack my luggage, Jiang Yao commanded forcefully. Su Qingyi, being very perceptive, pulled Su Yin into the car with her, followed closely by Jiang Yao and Uncle Li. Wang Buochao, who had both hands broken, lay alone on the ground, crying, Yin, don't go. I can't lose you. No one paid attention to his calls. Instead, they frightened passers-by, who thought he had fallen ill. I'm willing to call the police, but what if I get myself into trouble? If I just say, I didn't make the call, why did you call the police? They might end up losing everything. Xiao Hong, who had been hiding inside the shop observing the situation outside, rushed out as soon as Jiang Yao and the others left. Sir, what's wrong? Wang Buochao seemed to see a savior. Quick, call the police for me. No, let's call 120 first. Revenge can wait. His hand needs immediate medical attention. He cannot accept the possibility of becoming disabled. Okay, Xiao Hong smiled and took her phone out of her pocket. Thanks to that idiot Su Yan, she was given a perfect opportunity to save the hero. Not long after, Wang Buochao was taken away by ambulance, and Xiao Hong naturally went to the hospital with him under the pretext of taking care of him. Sister Lu was incredibly busy at the coffee shop. This morning, only the three of them were on duty, but now they've all left, leaving her alone in the shop. Hello? Boss, Su Yan and Zheng Hong need to take some leave. Could you please call them back to work? Su Yan got into the car in a daze and gave the address in a daze. She lives not far from the coffee shop, about a 20-minute walk, or even faster by car. Su Yan kept the small 20-square-meter single room very clean. Jiang Yao didn't have any particular thoughts. He just told Su Yan to pack up anything she could use and take it with her. Su Qingyi looked surprised. Yin Yan, did you live here before? How can anyone live in such a small place? She was too embarrassed to say that the apartment Su Yan lived in was smaller than her bathroom. It's all right. I can cook, take a shower, and sleep. I think it's great, Su Yan said with a shy smile. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Qingyi with a half smile, and said in a slightly teasing tone, Miss Su, do you think everyone is as lucky as you? Ordinary cattle and horses are already lucky to live in a house like this. What do you mean I'm lucky? Don't you, the eldest young master of the Feng family, have a bad life? Su Qingyi retorted, pouting. After saying that, he felt something was off. Jiang Yao, as the eldest son of a wealthy family, had suffered for 20 years. No matter how you look at it, he couldn't be considered to have a good life. Su Qingyi smiled sheepishly and apologized honestly. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. It's okay. Jiang Yao waved his hand dismissively. When someone praises his good fortune, he has no reason to be angry. Does he only feel happy when others think he has a miserable life? Young Master Feng? What does that mean? Su Yan asked tentatively. Jiang Yao suddenly realized that Su Yan was unaware of his background, so he explained, I found my biological parents last month. They're quite wealthy, so I guess you could call me a rich kid now. Really? That's wonderful. Su Yan's eyes sparkled, genuinely happy for Jiang Yao. So don't worry about money. Money is the last thing I lack right now, Jiang Yao said confidently, patting his chest. After returning to the capital, Jiang Yao told Zhang Lia about his idea of interning at the group. He didn't tell Feng Zishu directly because he wasn't sure if Feng Zishu would be wary of him getting involved in the group's affairs. After all, strictly speaking, he and Feng Zishu are competitors. Feng Xiuming has not yet designated anyone as the successor to the group. Not only him and Feng Zishu, but also Feng Zichen are eligible to inherit. Chapter 64 The $200 Million Villa. Of course, unless Jiang Yao dies, Feng Zichen will never become the heir to the Feng group. As for Feng Zishu, she's always treated him well since they met, and she'll definitely not mistreat him even after she inherits the Feng group. Feng Zichen and he are mortal enemies, like fire and water. Once Feng Zichen becomes the heir, he will definitely not let him have a good life. Conversely, even if he becomes the heir, he won't let Feng Zichen enjoy the good life. When Zhang Lia heard that Jiang Yao wanted to intern at the group, she agreed without hesitation. She held Jiang Yao's hand with a look of relief. Speaking of which, you'll be a senior in college when school starts, so it's time to prepare for your internship. Which department do you want to join? I'll have your dad arrange it. I'm quite interested in the food and beverage industry, Jiang Yao said with a smile. I remember you studied computer science, right? Zhang Lia asked, looking puzzled. Jiang Yao nodded. He did study computer science, but that didn't necessarily mean he loved the subject. He just wanted to find a good job after graduation. He had seen someone online say that graduates from the computer science department of Beijing University could start with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan, and with enough experience, an annual salary of 1 million yuan was not a dream. This was especially suitable for someone like him who had neither resources nor money. But things are different now. The money in his account is a huge sum that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. It's impossible for him to work, but inheriting the family business is something he can consider. Since he is inheriting the family business, what he needs to learn is business management, not improving his computer skills. His computer skills weren't top-notch at the Imperial University. With so many brilliant seniors and juniors waiting to be discovered, he decided not to compete with them for work. Feng Xiuming is only 50 years old, and it's still a long time before he retires, so there's no rush for him to inherit the family business. His most important task now is to complete the system's mission and bankrupt Wang Buochao's family. The Wang family owns 2 hotels in Shishir. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory. He needs to understand the operation of the hotels in order to figure out how to bring down the Wang family's hotels. Of course, Jiang Yao couldn't say these things to Zhang Lia, so he made up a reason, saying that when he was a child, He envied others who could go out to eat fancy meals with their parents, while he had nothing, which is why he became interested in the food industry. As the saying goes, the more you lack something, the more you want it. As Jiang Yao listened to his pitiful recounting of his childhood experiences, her heart ached so much that tears almost welled up in her eyes. The catering industry, right? Mom remembers that the group has a 5-star chain hotel management company. How about your dad arranges for you to be a manager there? Wow, he's a manager right off the bat? Jiang Yao felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Mom. Can I join the purchasing department? Jiang Yao looked at Jiang Liu with admiration and made his request. Jiang Liu was overflowing with maternal love at this moment. Even if her son only wanted to be a manager in the purchasing department of a subsidiary, she would still want to be a manager in the head office. Seeing Jiang Liu agree so readily, Jiang Yao had a feeling of unreality. Won't Dad have any objections? Feng Xiuming didn't like him much to begin with, so would he agree to let a greenhorn who hadn't even graduated yet become a manager in the company? Don't worry, Mom will persuade them. Jiang Liu patted Jiang Yao's hand reassuringly, revealing a smile that said, leave it all to me. That evening, Jiang Liu brought up the matter with Feng Xiuming. No, Feng Xiuming rejected his wife's suggestion without even thinking. He hasn't even graduated from university yet. What kind of manager can he be? Let him gain some experience at the grassroots level for 2 years first. Jiang Liu frowned unhappily. Xiao Yao is only 1 year away from graduating, and besides, I remember that Xiao Shu started as a department manager when she first joined the company. Can he compare to Xiao Shu? Xiao Shu received elite education from a young age, while he grew up in an orphanage. Does he know how to manage a department? These words were extremely harsh, and to Jiang Liu, they were proof that Feng Xiuming looked down on her son. If you hadn't been messing around outside and given that woman the opportunity to switch our son, how could Xiao Yao have grown up in an orphanage? And now you still dare to look down on Xiao Yao. Fine, fine. You, Feng Xiuming, are the most powerful and awesome. My son and I are not worthy of your presence. Tomorrow I will take Xiao Yao back to my parents' home. I will use my own money to start a new company for my son. Jiang Liu turned around angrily, opened the door, and was about to leave. She didn't want to see Feng Xiuming right now, afraid that she would lose control and strangle him. Feng Xiuming quickly stepped forward and pulled her back. Wife, don't be angry. I didn't say I disagreed. Didn't you say so? Did I say that? I think I did, but after thinking about it, it's actually not bad to let Xiao Yao gain some experience. Jiang Liu softened her tone slightly. Don't you mind that Xiao Yao hasn't received an elite education? Well, this can be learned slowly. How about we make Xiao Yao the assistant manager first, and let the manager mentor him? Feng Xiuming suggested cautiously. Jiang Liu understood that her son didn't understand many things at this age, and it would be better if someone could take care of him. I'll go ask Xiao Yao what he thinks first. Feng Xiuming complained again. Why do we need his permission? Wife, aren't you spoiling that kid too much? What do you mean by spoiling him? Xiao Yao has suffered so much outside. Isn't it only right that I pamper him more? Jiang Liu suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I asked you to prepare a gift for Xiao Yao a couple of days ago. Have you prepared it yet? Are you ready? Feng Xiuming touched his nose somewhat guiltily. Well, judging from his reaction, Jiang Liu knew he was definitely unprepared. Feng Xiuming, don't you think you're being too biased? Feng Zichen has enjoyed 20 years of happiness at home, and you still feel you've wronged him. Xiao Yao has suffered so much outside, and you don't feel sorry for him at all. Of course I feel sorry for him. Xiao Yao is our son. Of course I know who I should love more. Feng Xiuming immediately stated. Jiang Liu raised her chin. All right, you bought Feng Zichen a luxury car worth 20 million. What are you planning to buy for our Xiao Yao? Knowing he wouldn't bleed much today and wouldn't be able to appease his wife, Feng Xiu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, what do you think about transferring that villa in Yushan Manor to Xiao Yao's name? Yushan Manor is a property developed by the Su family. They even reserved a villa for each of the other families. Now it is worth more than 200 million yuan. Jiang Liu was barely satisfied. Not bad. Remember to get the formalities done tomorrow. Neither of them noticed the dark figure standing outside the door. Through the crack in the door that wasn't closed properly, Feng Zichen heard their conversation clearly. Chapter 65, Destroying the Wang Family Hotel. Feng Zichen returned to his room and let himself fall onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. So, no matter how much he tried to please his father, it wasn't as effective as a single sentence from Jiang Liu. All her father did was buy her a car worth 20 million. But Jiang Liu couldn't even tolerate that and insisted on earning a share for her son as well. What he found most unacceptable was that Jiang Yao received various benefits without lifting a finger. When Feng Zichen thought of Feng Xiuming's promise not to mistreat him, he couldn't help but sneer. Giving him a car worth 20 million and a villa worth 200 million, is this what Feng Xiuming means by not mistreating him? Feng Zichen had a premonition that if things continued to go on like this, he would eventually lose all his standing in the family. No, he can't just sit here and wait to die. Have you heard? We're getting a new deputy manager coming in from outside our department. Was that so sudden? Who told you this? What about our current deputy manager? It seems she was transferred to another position, but I'm not sure of the specifics. TSK, it seems this new deputy manager has connections. Everyone be careful not to offend anyone, or you won't even know how you lost your job. Oh my God, what you're saying is terrifying. What if this deputy manager is difficult to get along with? Should we put up with it? Or should we put up with it? Nonsense. In the current economic climate, having a job is already a blessing. If you lose your job, will your whole family starve? Amidst the apprehension of several colleagues in the purchasing department, they witnessed their manager personally leading the deputy manager into the office. Everyone, please stop what you're doing. This is our department's new deputy manager. Hey, Manager Jiang, why don't you say hello to everyone? Manager Kai said to Jiang Yao with a smile. His eager demeanor made those who knew Jiang Yao think he was his ancestor, while those who didn't might have mistaken him for Jiang Yao's superior. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Yao. I hope you will give me your guidance in the future. Come on, let's give Manager Jiang a warm welcome to the company. Manager Kai gave his subordinates a look and started clapping enthusiastically. Everyone naturally cooperated obediently, their faces displaying standard fake smiles in perfect unison. Jiang Yao wasn't completely clueless about social etiquette and asked with a smile, "Does everyone have any other plans after get off work today? I'd like to invite everyone to Pinwaixuan for dinner." Upon hearing the name Pinwaixuan, the previously listless crowd instantly perked up. They absolutely had to make time for it. They wouldn't normally afford to eat at a restaurant like Pinwaixuan, where the average cost per person is over 500 yuan. But if the boss is treating them, they might as well go. Then it's settled. Manager Kai, please take me to my office, Jiang Yao said politely to Kai Ming. After receiving the message from above, Kai Ming immediately vacated his office, so he took Jiang Yao directly to his office. Manager Jiang, just let me know if there's anything you need to purchase, and I'll have someone arrange it for you. Jiang Yao looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It has everything it needs. No need to add anything extra. Manager Jiang, would you like to take a break? Kai Ming had never intended for Jiang Yao to do any work in the first place. Please, this is the eldest son of the Feng family. If he dares to order the young master around, he probably doesn't want to work for the company anymore. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao rejected Kai Ming's proposal. Manager Kai, I remember that the company also has 2 hotels in Shishir. That's right, Manager Jiang wants to. Kai Ming looked puzzled, unsure whether Jiang Yao wanted to insert someone or had some other idea. Jiang Yao naturally wouldn't tell his thoughts to someone he'd only met once. It's nothing, just send me the contact information for the suppliers in Shi City. He gave the order as if it were perfectly reasonable, and Kai Ming readily agreed. Neither of them felt there was anything wrong with a subordinate giving orders to a leader. Jiang Yao's initial idea was to target the suppliers and cut off the Wang family's hotel from supplies. However, after careful study, he discovered that a mere supply chain disruption was not enough to cause the Wang family's hotel to go bankrupt in a short period of time, and that his mission would fail once the deadline given by the system was exceeded. Ugh, this is so annoying, Jiang Yao said, throwing the documents in his hand onto the table and letting out a long sigh. He suddenly realized that coding is quite relaxing, much easier than the business battles. Jiang Yao's first day at work went smoothly. He took his colleagues to Pinwaixuan for dinner, and they visibly became more enthusiastic towards him. Kai Ming secretly reported Jiang Yao's performance to Feng Zishu. She was very pleased to learn that her younger brother was working hard at the company, and she even made a special call to Jiang Yao to check on him. Xiao Yao, feel free to ask me anything you don't understand at work in the future. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. Sister, I happen to have a problem that I can't solve right now, and I'd like to ask you for advice. What is it? Tell me. If I want to make a hotel go bankrupt in a short period of time, is there any way I can do it? Jiang Yao asked cautiously. Feng Zishu on the other end of the phone raised an eyebrow. Has anyone offended you? No wonder she guessed so accurately. If someone hadn't offended Jiang Yao, given his personality, he wouldn't have done something like ruining someone else's hotel. Jiang Yao briefly explained his grudge against Wang Buochao. That kid is too hateful. I can't get rid of this anger without teaching him a lesson. Why didn't you say so sooner? Feng Zishu was wondering why her younger brother had suddenly become interested in hotel management. It turned out he wanted revenge. This is easy. I'll help you solve it. Jiang Yao grinned and said coquettishly, "Sis, could you teach me while you're at it? I can't keep asking you for help every time I encounter something like this again." Feng Zishu thought it made sense, so he agreed. Actually, her method was quite simple. She just spoke to the higher-ups, and the Wang family's hotel immediately suspended operations for rectification on the grounds of substandard hygiene. Meanwhile, the suppliers of the Wang family hotel also received news that the Wang family had offended a powerful figure, and the suppliers were willing to break their contracts rather than continue to cooperate with the Wang family. In addition, there has been a surge of negative news about Wangjia Hotel online. Wang Yongjun has been extremely busy with the hotel's affairs these past few days, seeking help from all sides. Director Liu, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please give me the inside scoop. Who exactly is trying to frame me? If Wang Yongjun, who has been in business for so many years, couldn't see that this incident was man-made, then he would have wasted all those decades of his life. Director Liu sighed. I don't know the specifics, but I heard it was a message from the capital. The capital? Wang Yongjun asked, looking puzzled. He didn't remember offending anyone in the capital. He was just honestly making a little money in Shishir, so he probably wouldn't offend any big shot. I can't tell you much more, but I see that they're coming on strong this time, so they probably won't let it go easily. If you have connections, you can have someone pass on a message and apologize to them properly. Leave room for maneuver in all things, so that you may meet again in the future. As long as Wang Yongjun's attitude is sincere enough, the other party probably won't necessarily want to kill him. Chapter 66 You Unfilial Son. After begging and spending money, Wang Yongjun finally managed to find out who was behind it all. The Feng family of the capital. Just hearing those 4 words made Wang Yongjun feel dizzy and disoriented, as if he could die on the spot at any moment. Good heavens, what merit does he have that he would trouble the Feng family of the capital to deal with him? They are not even in the same league. The problem is that he can't figure out exactly when he offended the Feng family. He doesn't even know why he offended the other party, so even if he goes to apologize, it won't make a difference. Besides, he can't just see the Feng family whenever he wants. Finally, an old friend gave Wang Yongjun some inspiration. Old Wang, why don't you go home and ask Bo Chao if he accidentally offended a junior member of the Feng family while he was out having fun? Bo Chao. Wang Yongjun pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that his little brat had really offended someone outside? He said that the little brat came back a few days ago with both hands broken, and he lied to himself that he fell off his motorcycle, but he was probably beaten up. Wang Yongjun slapped himself in frustration. He was getting senile. He had actually believed that brat's words. Wang Yongjun rushed home without stopping, only to find Wang Boqiao lying in bed watching TV. His hands were in thick casts, but thankfully modern TVs have voice control, otherwise he would have difficulty pressing the remote. Dad, why did you suddenly come back in broad daylight? Wang Boqiao looked like he hadn't woken up yet, and his hair was all messy. Wang Yongjun glared at him angrily. Look at yourself. You slept until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon again today, didn't you? How are you any different from a piece of trash? Dad, am I still your biological son? Who talks about their own son like that? Wang Boqiao's pride was hurt, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. Wang Yongjun was too lazy to argue with him, since he knew it wouldn't change anything anyway. Tell me honestly, did you offend someone outside and have your hand broken? No, I said I fell off my motorcycle by accident, Wang Boqiao denied without even thinking. You still dare to lie to me now? They've come to our door saying you've offended them and they want you to apologize, Wang Yongjun said deliberately, just to trick him. He knew his unfilial son quite well, and he had often cleaned up his messes. It wasn't uncommon for him to offend people outside. But since his son had never suffered any major losses before, Wang Yongjun hadn't paid much attention. Now, the boomerang had finally hit him. Wang Boqiao's eyes widened violently. He still dares to come knocking on our door, I'll fucking dog. A string of curses came out of his mouth, and Wang Yongjun, growing impatient, interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me who the other person is first, so I can decide whether or not to apologize to them. Wang Boqiao hesitated whether to tell her that his father had always disapproved of his relationship with Su Yin, disliking her because she was an orphan with no parents. If she knew he had secretly gone to see Su Yin again, she would definitely be furious. Say something. I'm your own father. Would I ever harm you? Wang Yongjun said impatiently. Wang Boqiao thought about it and realized that this made sense. Although his father complained about him, he was actually quite good to him. After all, he was his only son. He briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. This time, Wang Yongjun did not pay attention to Su Yin, but focused on Jiang Yao and the rich girl he was involved with. Don't ask Wang Buochao how he knew that girl was a rich girl. From her clothes and demeanor to her luxury cars and bodyguards, what else could she be but a rich girl? Do you know who that rich young lady is? Wang Yongjun asked hurriedly, sensing that the hotel incident was caused by her. Wang Buochao shook his head. I don't know. Wang Yongjun was furious and slapped him on the head. You don't know anything. Where did you get the guts to offend people outside? I didn't offend her. I just want to get back together with Yin Yan. Who told Jiang Yao to be so blind and insist on stopping me? Wang Buochao retorted indignantly. He hadn't even said a word to that rich girl, so how did he offend her? Could it be that he acted out of spite for his lover? Does that poor guy Jiang Yao even deserve her? A glint flashed in Wang Yongjun's eyes. Oh right, there's also Su Yan. Bo Chao said that the two men planned to take her to the capital, so she must know the identity of that rich heiress. Can you still contact Su Yan now? Wang Buochao awkwardly shrank his neck. It seems she blocked me. Useless. Wang Yongjun slapped his son on the back of the head again. Give me her phone number. I'll call her myself. Su Yan followed Jiang Yao to the capital in a daze and moved into a luxurious penthouse that she had only ever seen on TV before. She felt like she was dreaming. That night, as she lay on her soft, comfortable bed, she suddenly understood why Su Qingyi had been surprised when she saw her rented apartment. Jiang Yao's house has a private bathroom in every room, and the bathroom alone is almost bigger than the rental apartment she used to live in. Jiang Yao told her to rest at home for a few days and think about what kind of life she wanted to live in the future. Su Yan was very obedient and stayed at home watching TV without even going out. She was torn between the two choices Jiang Yao offered. She was indeed very disappointed that she didn't get into university, but although she said she was 20 years old this year, she had already celebrated her 20th birthday and was 21 years old in the traditional Chinese way of counting age. She felt embarrassed to go back to high school, especially since she has been working for several years and has forgotten most of her high school knowledge. It would be quite difficult for her to pick it up again. If Jiang Yao were to arrange a job for her directly, she worried that because of her low educational background, people might look down on her behind her back, even if they didn't say it to her face. Seeing how conflicted she was, Jiang Yao knew she wouldn't be able to figure it out anytime soon. So he suggested, since you're so conflicted, why don't you work while taking the adult college entrance exam? But I've heard that part-time degrees are not very useful and many companies don't recognize them, Su Yan said hesitantly. It's definitely not as valuable as a full-time degree. It doesn't matter if companies don't recognize it, as long as the country recognizes it. With Jiang Yao around, Su Yan wouldn't need to go to other companies for interviews. He could easily arrange a job for her that was both easy and well paid with just a word. It sounds bad to say you're using connections, but it would be foolish not to use them if they were available. Nobody's money is going to be spent on others, so it's perfectly normal for someone from their own company to get a few people in. Is the mission in Chapter 67 going to fail? Hello, is this Su Yan? I am Wang Yongjun, Wang Buochao's father. Upon hearing the male voice coming from the phone, Su Yan's brows furrowed instinctively. She had known for a long time that Wang Buochao's father disliked her, despising her for being an orphan without parents and unable to help Wang Buochao in the future. She even had a conflict with Wang Buochao over this matter, but in the end, she was coaxed back by Wang Buochao's sweet words. However, she never saw Wang Buochao's father again after that meeting until she broke up with him. She never expected that he would call her again. Wait a minute, is Wang Yongjun here to cause trouble? Su Yan's face paled. Life in the capital had been too comfortable, and she had almost forgotten that Su Qingyi's driver had broken both of Wang Buochao's hands last time. Uncle, is there something you need that you called me about? Su Yan asked tentatively. Wang Yongjun smiled and said in a very friendly voice, Yin Yan, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Why didn't you come to our house with Buochao? Su Yan wasn't used to this strange enthusiasm, don't you know? Wang Buochao and I have already broken up. Oh, young people, it's normal for them to break up and get back together, Wang Yongjun said, seemingly regarding their breakup as a conflict between young lovers. I heard you went to the capital with your brother, right? Su Yan replied calmly, without denying it. Last time Jiang Yao said he would bring her to the capital, Wang Buochao was listening in the background. Anyway, the capital is so big, she doesn't believe Wang Buochao can find her. This isn't Shishir, where Wang Buochao's cronies are everywhere. Haha, going to the capital is great. Young people should broaden their horizons, Wang Yongjun said with a smile. Su Yan frowned. Uncle, I'll hang up if you have nothing else to say. Wait. Wang Yongjun quickly stopped him. He knew he was talking nonsense. He just wanted to get closer to Su Yan. He was worried that Su Yan would block him right away if he questioned her from the start. Yin Yan, do you know which family's daughter that girl who came to Shishir with your brother last time is? Tell your uncle, okay? Consider it an obligation I owe you, Wang Yongjun said, speaking to a junior in such a humble tone for the first time. But there's nothing we can do. If he refuses to back down now, his family could go bankrupt in no time. There will be a time when he has to bow down later. Suyin suddenly realized that they were asking her about Su Qingyi. Would she tell Wang Yongjun? Of course not. I'm sorry, uncle. I'm not quite sure either. Wang Yongjun became anxious, and his words lost their previous tact. How could you not know? Isn't that your brother's girlfriend? Please, I'm begging you. I gave Bo Chao the money to rent a place for you. You can't forget all the kindness your uncle has shown you. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Su Yan's face. She was young at the time and was coaxed by Wang Buchao to move out of the orphanage. She believed his nonsense about giving her a home. She never considered where the money would come from. She only knew that Wang Buchao was willing to do anything for her, so he must genuinely like her. Now, hearing Wang Yongjun bring up old grievances, she is filled with regret. I'll transfer the money back to you how much it cost you back then, Su Yan said in a hoarse voice after a moment of silence. Oh, that's not what I meant. I really care about this money. I would have asked you to pay me back a long time ago. Why would I wait until now? Seeing that Su Yan was unmoved, Wang Yongjun gritted his teeth and said, Uncle will tell you the truth. These past few days, someone has been making things difficult for our hotel. Uncle suspects that it was your brother's girlfriend who did it, and I want you to help plead for them. How could this be? Su Yan asked, her face showing surprise. Wang Yongjun continued to plead. Yin, I'm really desperate. Please help me this time, and I'll treat you like my own daughter from now on. Su Yan bit her lip, not readily agreeing. I don't know what happened yet. I'll go ask my brother. Okay. Wang Yongjun was already very satisfied to hear that she was willing to help. Girls are generally soft-hearted, so if he begs a little longer, he'll probably succeed. It's working hours now, and Jiang Yao isn't home. Su Yan called Jiang Yao and carefully asked him about the Wang family hotel. Brother, are you aware of this? I know, Jiang Yao readily admitted. Su Yan suddenly didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, Did you ask Miss Su to deal with the Wang family? In her opinion, Su Qingyi had no grudge against the Wang family, and that she probably only attacked the Wang family because of Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao chuckled lightly, his tone indifferent. There seems to be a misunderstanding. It's not Su Qingyi who's going after the Wang family. It's me who's going after the Wang family. Isn't this going too far? Wang Buchao should take responsibility for what he did. Uncle Wang is innocent too. Brother, please stop targeting Uncle Wang, Su Yan said innocently. You're so adorably naive. Jiang Yao laughed in exasperation. Did you think I was standing up for you? Isn't that right? Su Yan tilted her head and asked in confusion. You're thinking quite a lot. I'm just settling a personal score. Have you forgotten what happened when Wang Buchao led a group to beat me up in high school? You don't think I'm an easy target, do you? He just didn't have the ability to retaliate before, but he held onto the grudge in his heart. Su Yan was taken aback. It seemed there was such a thing. Since Jiang Yao was settling a personal grudge, she had no right to advise him to let it go. In short, don't worry about this. If you feel sorry for Wang Buchao, go back to Shishir by yourself. I won't stop you, Jiang Yao said coldly. Su Yan quickly denied it. I didn't. I thought my brother was helping me get revenge. I just didn't want to involve innocent people. Innocent my foot. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Wang Buochao's misfortunes are partly due to his father's actions. Jiang Yao cursed directly. He's really annoyed right now. Tomorrow is the deadline set by the system, but the Wang family's bankruptcy seems a long way off. It looks like his mission is going to fail. Su Yan was afraid of upsetting Jiang Yao, so she quickly said, I know. I won't meddle in the Wang family's affairs anymore. Brother, don't be angry. Jiang Yao's premonition was correct. He heard the system notification sound the next day. Ding. Mission to bankrupt the Wang family within a week has failed. No penalty or reward. Ding. Host abilities are insufficient. The task difficulty has been automatically reduced. Please bankrupt the Wang family within 1 month. Completing the task will reward you with 1 spin on the prize wheel. Jiang Yao was stunned. The mission failure was within his expectations, but the system's user-friendly operation was beyond his expectations. Not only is there no penalty for failing a task, but it also automatically lowers the task difficulty. It's practically a top 10 system. If there were competitions in the system community, his system would definitely be among the best. Chapter 68, I must go abroad immediately. Wang Yongjun waited anxiously at home all day, but when he tried to call Su Yan the next day, he found that the phone was no longer reachable. Unable to cause trouble for Su Yan, he could only vent his anger on Wang Buchao. Wang Buchao, who had been scolded for no reason, was also unhappy. Dad, It's Su Yan's problem that she's ignoring you. What's the use of you scolding me? If you hadn't been so blind as to fall for that girl, would our family be in such big trouble now? Wang Yongjun's hair had turned half white from worry, and he looked several years older than he had a few days ago. Our hotel is going out of business, and your good days are over. It can't be that serious. It's just a 2-week shutdown, a few less days of profit, Wang Buochao said nonchalantly. He had never been involved in hotel management and really didn't know what the problem was with the suspension of operations for rectification. You idiot, you're going to be the death of me. Wang Yongjun covered his face, exuding an aura of dejection. I used to think my son was still young and that he would settle down after a few more years of playing around. Now I really regret it. I shouldn't have spoiled him so much. Seeing that his son was no longer a possibility, Wang Yongjun now had to consider how to minimize the losses. Su Yan's decision to block his number actually revealed a message. The mastermind behind it all was indeed the two people he suspected, and they had no intention of reconciliation. Although he didn't know the other party's exact identity, Wang Yongjun was also self-aware enough to know that the wealthy people in the capital could crush him with a single finger. He's not stupid. He's built his fortune from scratch and accumulated millions. How can an egg fight a rock head-on? Since the other party was determined to get him, he simply went along with their wishes. A few days later, Jiang Yao received news that the Wang family was preparing to transfer the two hotels at a low price. I never expected that Wang Buochao's father was so smart. How could he have such an idiot as his son? But in the face of absolute power, even clever tricks seem insignificant. The system's task was to bankrupt the Wang family. By transferring the hotel, the Wang family could earn millions in transfer fees. How could Jiang Yao possibly let Wang Yongjun have his way? Wang Yongjun had already found people to help him, and the transfer price of his two hotels was 30% lower than the market price. There will never be a shortage of people in this world who want to find a bargain. On the day the contract was to be officially signed, the other party suddenly reneged. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I'm having some financial problems, and I may not be able to take over your hotel. It's a real shame. Wang Yongjun's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of anger in his eyes. Bossly, didn't we agree on everything the day before yesterday? I trusted you. That's why I didn't accept the deposit. How can you go back on your word? Mr. Li helplessly spread his hands. I can't do anything about it. I'm having a funding problem. I can only raise $1 million at most right now. If you're willing to transfer the hotel to me for $1 million, we can sign the contract right now. Li Changda, you dare to mess with me. Wang Yongjun slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his eyes blazing with fury. The transfer fee he offered was already much lower than the market price. If you push it down to $1 million, he'd be willing to give it away for free. When someone pointed a finger at Li Changda and started cursing, his smile vanished, and he spat angrily onto the ground. Pa, Wang Yongjun, don't push your luck. You've offended some important people in the capital and are about to go bankrupt, yet you still dare to act arrogantly in front of me. You'll regret this later. He generally doesn't like making enemies, since you never know when the other party might rise up again. It's better to have more friends than more enemies. But Wang Yongjun's attitude was infuriating. If he didn't retaliate, would they really think he was a pushover? How did you know I offended a powerful figure in the capital? Oh, I see. Wang Yongjun suddenly realized. He wondered why Li Changda would suddenly change his mind. He had initially thought Li Changda was deliberately playing a trick on him, but now it seemed that someone from the capital had definitely intervened. Wang Yongjun's face was so gloomy it could drip water. What deep-seated hatred could possibly drive him to such a deadly end? Brotherly, I was wrong just now, Wang Yongjun said, a fawning smile returning to his face. You know what I've been up to lately? I'm really overwhelmed. I lost my temper just now. Come on, brotherly, let me toast you as an apology. Seeing his sincere attitude, Li Changda did not dwell on what had just happened. I can understand your difficulties, but the important people in the capital have spoken, and I, a nobody, can't help you much. Yes, brotherly, it's already very kind of you to come out and have this meal with me today, Wang Yongjun said with a smile, and then toasted him again. Brotherly, if it's convenient for me to tell you, which important person in the capital is trying to get me? You didn't know? Li Changda asked, looking surprised. Wang Yongjun smiled wryly. I really don't know. It must be someone my son offended outside. A hint of sympathy flashed across Li Changda's face. How pitiful. The family business he had worked so hard for over decades was about to be ruined by his spendthrift son. I don't know much either. If I tell you, don't betray me. Don't worry, brotherly. I will never betray you, even if you kill me, Wang Yongjun assured him, patting his chest. Li Changda leaned closer to Wang Yongjun and whispered in his ear, the Feng family of the capital. Wang Yongjun opened his mouth wide, stunned for a long time before stammering. You mean the Feng family, the head of the 6 major families in the capital? Besides that Feng family, which other Feng family could there be? Li Changde shook his head, took his leave, and departed. He's just too soft-hearted. He doesn't realize that saying one more thing might get him into trouble. Sigh. I knew he shouldn't have said anything. Wang Yongjun slumped weakly into a chair, lamenting. Heaven is going to kill me. Heaven is going to kill me. How could that brat have gotten involved with a behemoth like the Feng family? No, he had to go back and find out right now. There's a cause for every grievance, and a debtor for every crime. Why should he, the father, have to clean up the mess that brat made? He was suffering. After Wang Yongjun called the waiter to settle the bill, he hurriedly rushed home. What Feng family? How could I possibly have any connections with the Feng family? Wang Buochao looked at his father speechlessly. If he were lucky enough to get in touch with the Feng family, he would be too busy fawning over them to risk offending them. Wang Yongjun was skeptical. You really haven't offended anyone from the Feng family? Could it be that the rich heiress you mentioned last time is a daughter of the Feng family? He had previously guessed that Jiang Yao's girlfriend was the daughter of a wealthy family in the capital, but he didn't dare to guess that it was the Feng family. Impossible. Wang Buochao shook his head violently, unwilling to believe the fact. How could Jiang Yao, a poor boy, have such good fortune? How could an orphan like him possibly climb up to the Feng family's daughter? Wang Buochao became increasingly angry, her eyes turning red with jealousy. Wang Yongjun thought about things more and more deeply than his son. With the Feng family's power, it would be too easy to bankrupt him. He was worried that the Feng family wanted more than that. What's worse than bankruptcy? Of course, it's the destruction of your family and the loss of your loved ones. The Feng family could kill them, father and son, as easily as playing a game. Even after they died, no one would seek justice for them. No. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Buochao was startled by his father's sudden shout. Wang Yongjun grabbed Wang Buochao's arm urgently. Son, we have to go abroad immediately, or it will be too late. Chapter 69. The Wang family father and son go to the capital. Dad, are you crazy? How can I go abroad with my hand in a cast? Wang Buochao raised his arm, gesturing for his father to look at his hand. At home, he has a nanny to take care of him, but who knows what the situation will be like abroad. Not to mention that his hotel and house haven't been dealt with yet. Even if he wants to go abroad, he has to wait until his assets are settled. Otherwise, what will he eat and drink when he goes abroad? Wang Yongjun was well aware of this principle, but compared to money and other material possessions, his life was clearly the most important thing. Don't worry. Even if you go abroad, your dad won't let you go hungry. We're just going abroad to avoid trouble. We'll be back in a year or two. To the Feng family, they were like ants to be toyed with at will. Who would keep thinking about an ant forever? They might forget about it after a while. Upon hearing this, Wang Buochao felt relieved. He could accept going abroad for a while. Since he had broken both hands and nowhere to go, he could treat it as a trip to see the sights. Dad, could you please help me pack my luggage? I can't move my hands right now. Wang Yongjun bought 2 plane tickets to country A and packed up the valuables belongings of the father and son, only bringing 2 sets of clothes and shoes. Fortunately, my passport and visa hadn't expired, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome to go abroad directly. Fearing complications, Wang Yongjun did not tell anyone that he and his son were going abroad. But he forgot to remind his son, and that evening Wang Buochao boasted in his group of friends that he was about to go on a trip abroad. His intention was to let those people know that even if his hotel had some problems, he, Wang Buochao, had not fallen so low as to be ridiculed. Don't think he doesn't know just because he doesn't go out. Those guys are all talking behind his back that his family is doomed this time. The next day, the father and son carried their suitcases and took a taxi to the airport. While checking in, they were suddenly informed by staff that their tickets had been canceled. What happened? Is my flight delayed? Can I rebook? At first, Wang Yongjun didn't realize the problem and just thought he was unlucky. The staff member looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, we don't support rescheduling at the moment. Wang Yongjun's bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. Too lazy to argue any further, he said directly, buy me 2 plane tickets to country B today. I'm sorry, sir, there are no direct flights to country B from our airport today. Impossible. I saw it when I bought my plane ticket yesterday. There was a direct flight to country B at 3 p.m. Please don't make things difficult for me, the staff member said with a smile on the surface, but was secretly furious inside. Wang Yongjun finally realized something was wrong. Will I still be able to buy a plane ticket today? Hee. The staff member chuckled without saying a word. Wang Buochao didn't have the same good temper as his father. He rushed forward and cursed at the staff. Damn it. What's wrong with your airport? Why won't you sell us tickets? Believe me or not, I'll file a complaint against you. The staff member's face instantly darkened. How would I know who you've offended? I'm just a lowly employee. What's the point of making things difficult for me? I'm sorry, the child is still young and doesn't understand. Wang Yongjun quickly apologized to the staff and took his son to a corner. Can you not be so impulsive? Will impulsiveness solve anything? Wang Buochao said defiantly. Then what do you suggest we do? How are we supposed to go abroad if we can't buy plane tickets? Why don't you just call the consumer hotline and complain about them? I don't believe no one can do anything about it. Silly child, Wang Yongjun said with a wry smile. What's the point of calling a consumer hotline? Those top-tier wealthy families exist above the rules. The plan to go abroad ended in failure. Wang Yongjun was unwilling to lie down and wait for death, so he tried to use his connections to meet the daughter of the Feng family. Although his general direction was wrong, mistakenly believing that Su Qingyi was the daughter of the Feng family, it was actually Feng Zishu who ordered people to target the Wang family, so he hadn't really found the wrong person. However, everyone he knew was in his circle, and none of them had the ability to arrange a meeting with Feng Zishu for him. Having exhausted all other options, Wang Yongjun decided to go directly to the Feng family headquarters in the capital to request an audience with Feng Zi. This decision was risky, as forcibly going to request an audience could easily displease the other party, but if successful, the Wang family's crisis would be resolved. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Mr. Shu, Wang Yongjun wants to see you downstairs. He has been waiting downstairs for 2 days. Would you like to meet with him? If it weren't for Wang Yongjun's perseverance, the receptionist wouldn't have called Xiao Ji. As the general manager of the Feng Group, Feng Zishu is not someone that can be seen without an appointment. If anyone could see Feng Zishu just by saying a few words, she would be exhausted. Who is Wang Yongjun? Feng Zishu looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. Xiao Ji chuckled lightly. You've forgotten. It's the person the young master asked you to help deal with last time. Oh, it's him, Feng Zishu suddenly realized. Go ask Xiao Yao and see if he's willing to see me. She herself would definitely disdain meeting that kind of person. It would be a waste of her time. Yes, Xiao Ji nodded, and after leaving the office, she called Jiang Yao to explain the situation. Upon hearing that Wang Yongjun had actually come to the capital, Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise. I understand. Leave this matter to me. Upon arriving at the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Yao indeed saw the Wang family father and son sitting in the waiting area. Jiang Yao? What are you doing here? Wang Buochao's face was full of disbelief. Jiang Yao smiled and walked towards him. Don't you know? I thought you came here specifically to see me. What do you mean? Wang Buochao found his words inexplicable. Buochao, is this young man a friend you knew before? Wang Yongjun asked tentatively. Wang Buochao rolled his eyes. What kind of friend is he? He's Su Yan's brother from the orphanage, and the culprit who broke my hand. So you're Yin Yan's brother. Hello, I'm Buochao's father, Wang Yongjun said with a smile, extending his hand to Jiang Yao, as if he hadn't heard his son say that Jiang Yao had ordered someone to break his hand. What good would it do to know? With the Feng family's daughter backing him up, he might not dare to cause trouble for anyone. Jiang Yao glanced at him indifferently, showing no intention of shaking hands. Wang Yongjun awkwardly withdrew his hand, smiled, and said nothing. Wang Buochao, however, wasn't so easygoing and glared fiercely at Jiang Yao. What do you mean? My dad tried to shake your hand, and you ignored him. A child without parents is no better than a child raised without a home. Wang Yongjun slapped his son on the shoulder. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Jiang, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a dog's mouth that can't produce anything worthwhile, Wang Yongjun said with an apologetic smile to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze towards Wang Buochao carrying a chilling coldness. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. I went too easy on you before. Chapter 70, Becoming Addicted to Gambling. A shadowy glint flashed in Wang Yongjun's eyes as he looked intently at Jiang Yao and said in a deep voice, Young man, you should be lenient with others when you can. I don't know how my son Buochao offended you, but you're pushing my son and me to the brink of death. Be careful, or we'll both end up losing. Go ahead and try. I'd love to see how you're going to fight me to the death, Jiang Yao said with a half smile, his expression utterly contemptuous. Seeing that his threats were ineffective, Wang Yongjun cursed inwardly, thinking, Damn little beast, he's determined to kill him and his son. Knowing that admitting fault and giving in would be useless, Wang Yongjun, with a what's the use attitude, gritted his teeth and cursed. You're just a gigolo who relies on women. What if the Feng family's daughter leaves you one day? Let's see how arrogant you'll be then. Ha ha ha, am I a gigolo? Jiang Yao was amused by his words. Oh, right. These father and son don't know his true identity yet. Should he let them die knowing why? Just as Jiang Yao was about to tell them the truth, Wang Buochao suddenly spoke up. I want to see Su Yan. Let me see her. Dream on. You'll never see her again in your life, Jiang Yao said, his face dark and his words deliberate. Love-struck individuals are prone to too many uncertainties. What if Su Yan softens when she sees Wang Buochao in such a pitiful state? Wouldn't he be caught in the middle? What right do you have to stand up for Yan Yan? You're not her biological brother, Wang Buochao shouted, his face flushed and his neck stiff. Jiang Yao kicked him to the ground and looked down at him. As long as Su Yan acknowledges me as her brother, I can control her. If you're not happy, then shut up. When Wang Yongjun saw his son being kicked to the ground, he quickly went over and helped him up. Buochao, are you all right? Jiang Yao, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Buochao roared in a fit of impotence and rage, shaking off Wang Yongjun's hand and slamming his head down into Jiang Yao's stomach. Jiang Yao stretched out his arm and pressed it against his head, then chuckled and mocked. You're a cripple, yet you dare to lay a hand on me? Have you lost your mind? Young man, don't go too far. Wang Yongjun felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife as he watched his son being humiliated like this. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit Jiang Yao. Today is destined to end badly, so why should he play the coward and wrong himself? The receptionist, who had been watching the commotion closely, saw that the group was about to start fighting and immediately called for security. Stop. Stop it all. What do you think this place is? You dare to cause trouble in the phone group building? Don't you want to die? Jiang Yao coldly ordered the security guards. Throw them out and don't let them step into the Feng's building again. Who are you? The security guard didn't recognize Jiang Yao either, probably because he hadn't been working at Feng's for very long. Jiang Yao wasn't angry. After all, it's inevitable to ask a few questions when a stranger is giving you orders. Feng Xiuming is my dad. Do I need to call him to confirm? Jiang Yao said to the security guard with a smile. Well, it's finally his turn to rely on his father's connections. This feeling is actually quite nice. He used to think people were stupid when they saw them competing with their fathers on TV, but it turns out it was because he didn't have a powerful father before. The news that the Feng family had found their eldest son was known to everyone in the Feng Corporation employees, and the security guard immediately believed Jiang Yao's words upon hearing it. Several security guards saluted Jiang Yao in unison. Greetings, young master. All right, drag these two out. Jiang Yao calmly waved to the security guard. Wang Buochao was dragged out by two security guards. After his violent resistance failed, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Are you all idiots? You believe everything he says? He's just an orphan with no parents, not some rich young master. You're the idiot. The young master is so handsome and looks so much like President Feng. How could we possibly mistake him? The security guard spat viciously at Wang Buochao. This is the Feng family mansion. What idiot would dare to impersonate a young master of the Feng family here? They must be tired of living. As for Jiang Yao being an orphan without parents, isn't that normal? The young master was lost for 20 years and was only recently found. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Yao be the young master of the Feng family? Wang Buochao shook his head frantically. The poor boy he looked down on turned out to be the eldest son of a top-tier wealthy family, which was more painful for him than killing him outright. Wang Yongjun stared blankly, muttering, It's over, it's over. He thought his son had offended a gigolo who was trying to climb the social ladder by marrying into a wealthy family, but little did he know that his son had offended the eldest son of a wealthy family. He's filled with regret now. He shouldn't have stopped his son from being with Su Yan. If his son were still dating Su Yan, Jiang Yao wouldn't take action against them, even out of respect for Su Yan. But there's no going back in this world. After returning to Shishir, Wang Yongjun fell ill for several days, feeling listless and losing his fighting spirit. The hotel could no longer be kept open, and no one dared to take it over, so it was essentially stuck in his hands. One day, a friend he hadn't seen in a long time invited Wang Yongjun out to dinner, and he went because he was bored at home. After dinner, his friend suggested playing cards. Wang Yongjun was initially not in the mood, but he reluctantly sat down at the card table after being persuaded by his friends. He was surprised and delighted to win 200,000 yuan in one night, experiencing a sense of exhilaration he hadn't felt in a long time. Son, Dad won 200,000 last night. 200,000. Wang Yongjun excitedly told Wang Buochao the good news. Dad, didn't you always warn me never to gamble, saying that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose? What kind of gambling is playing mahjong? I'm not stupid. Wang Yongjun waved his hand dismissively. Wang Buochao was speechless. You won 200,000 in one night, and that's not gambling? Don't play such high-stakes games next time. Playing mahjong is normal, and many people enjoy it, but the winnings and losses in a night are at most a few hundred or a few thousand. Playing for such high stakes as Wang Yongjun and his friends is a very dangerous thing. If he can win 200,000, it also means he can lose 200,000. We don't even know if the family hotel can continue to operate. We don't have to worry about living on our previous savings and several houses. But if Dad gets addicted to gambling, our family will be finished. Dad, listen to me. You absolutely can't gamble anymore, Wang Buochao said, unusually smart for once. Wang Yongjun nodded perfunctorily. I know. He agreed verbally, but the next day when his friend invited him to play cards, he happily went. This time I didn't win 200,000, but I still won 50,000. Having won money twice, Wang Yongjun became obsessed with mahjong, sitting at the table every day without fail. In just a few days, he lost 2 million in small amounts. The more he lost, the more he wanted to gamble and win back the money he had lost. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. He had already mortgaged his hotel and house. Young Master Feng, the matter you instructed has been completed. This is the money and property we won from Wang Yongjun, as well as the hotel mortgage agreement. Well done, you can keep it for yourself. When Wang Buochao learned that his house and hotel were gone, he almost went crazy. Dad, are you getting senile? What did you promise me? You said you wouldn't gamble. You wouldn't gamble. Son, I've just had bad luck these past few times. You still have a house under your name, right? Why don't you sell it? I have a feeling that next time I'll definitely win back everything I've lost. You're crazy. Wang Buochao couldn't understand how his usually shrewd father could be so muddle-headed. Those people were clearly cheating and setting him up, but he was deeply trapped in it and couldn't extricate himself. I'm going to call the police and have all those scammers arrested. No, you can't call the police. I was involved too. If you call the police, I'll get arrested as well. Chapter 71 Feng Zichen and the Wang family father and son cooperate. Calling the police is out of the question. Even if those people were arrested, Wang Yongjun wouldn't get his money back. Gambling is illegal, and gambling funds are confiscated and not returned to the gamblers. The family was already bankrupt, and Wang Yongjun didn't dare to offend those people again, for he might have to ask them for help someday. As for Wang Buochao, he wouldn't dare to do it. He might make a few sarcastic remarks, but he'd chicken out if he actually had to go against someone. Just when the Wang family was shrouded in gloom, someone suddenly came to their door. Don't you want to know who's behind this? Feng Zichen sat calmly on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He fiddled with a lighter in one hand, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the Wang father and son. The calculating glint in his eyes made him look anything but a good person. Wang Yongjun didn't trust this stranger who had suddenly come to his door and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that?" Feng Zifeng skillfully lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Feng, the Feng of Feng Group. You're from the Feng family? What's your relationship with Jiang Yao? Wang Buochao asked, his voice agitated as he glared fiercely at Feng Zichen. He's my brother, Feng Zichen said, his eyes filled with deep disgust. Whether he admits it or not, Jiang Yao is indeed his half-brother, and of course, there's no need to tell outsiders about that. Wang Buochao immediately tried to drive the man away, but Wang Yongjun pressed his shoulder down firmly. He looked at Feng Zichen tentatively and asked, "Young Master Feng and Jiang Yao don't seem to have a good relationship, do they?" "Congratulations on guessing correctly, but there's no reward," Feng Zichen said, leaning back on the sofa, squinting as he exhaled a ring of smoke, his smile not reaching his eyes. Wang Yongjun breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they weren't deliberately targeting him and his son. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He guessed that Feng Zichen's purpose in coming to their door this time was not pure. Perhaps he wanted to use them to deal with Jiang Yao. "Boss Wang, I heard you've lost a lot of money gambling lately?" Feng Zichen suddenly changed the subject. Wang Yongjun's face instantly darkened. "I am truly flattered that such a trivial matter has reached young Master Feng's ears. Tisk, stop pretending. You've lost almost all your savings over the years, haven't you? Ha. Jiang Yao's scheme was really clever. He easily destroyed your decades of hard work in one fell swoop." Feng Zichen's voice was tinged with schadenfreude. It's true that he wanted to cooperate with the Wang family father and son to deal with Jiang Yao, and it's also true that he thought the Wang family father and son were foolish. Jiang Yao had only used a minor trick, but Wang Yongjun actually jumped into the pit. "Young Master Feng, are you saying that Jiang Yao sabotaged my dad's gambling?" Wang Buochao suddenly stood up from the sofa and asked excitedly. Feng Zichen snorted. "Are you all idiots? Can't you even see such an obvious trap?" Wang Yongjun was so verbally abused that he became withdrawn. After his mind cleared up, he realized that someone had set him up, but he realized that the mastermind was Jiang Yao. If the Feng family wanted to deal with him, wouldn't it be simple? Why use such a roundabout method? I don't know that. I don't even know why you two became enemies with Jiang Yao. Why don't you tell me now? Feng Zichen said with a gossipy expression. Wang Buochao's eyes flickered slightly as he briefly recounted the complicated relationship between himself and Su Yan. Feng Zichen's expression was quite subtle after hearing this. You mean you led a group to beat up Jiang Yao and also hit the younger sister he adopted at the orphanage? No wonder Jiang Yao was so determined to kill the Wang family. If he were Jiang Yao, the Wang father and son would probably have been thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Young Master Feng, please help us. Wang Yongjun knelt down in front of Feng Zichen with a thud. Wang Buochao's expression changed instantly. He felt that his father's behavior was too embarrassing, and he shouted unhappily, Dad, get up right away. Wang Yongjun shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had already reached a dead end, so he no longer cared about saving face. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. He's used to being a boss, and he can't stand the thought of going out to work to make a living and earning a few thousand yuan a month just to cover his basic needs. Feng Zichen is Jiang Yao's younger brother, and unlike Jiang Yao, he has been living away from home since childhood. He is definitely more capable than Jiang Yao, and maybe the only person who can help him now. He would be willing to kneel down to Feng Zichen, let alone kowtow to him. A dark glint flashed in Feng Zichen's eyes. If you want me to help you, no problem. Do me a favor, and I'll arrange for you and your son to go abroad, and I'll give you another 5 million. Young Master Feng, please give your orders. I, Wang, will do my utmost to fulfill them, Wang Yongjun assured, patting his chest. Kill Jiang Yao for me. The 6 words felt like 6 heavy stones pressing on Wang Yongjun's heart. He looked at Feng Zichen in shock. Young Master Feng, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Feng Zichen asked expressionlessly. Wang Yongjun waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can't do it. That's murder. Putting aside whether it would succeed, even if it's an attempted murder, you'd still be locked up in jail. It's not worth it, really not worth it. Feng Zichen looked at Wang Buochao. Your dad, that coward, wouldn't dare. Do you dare? 5 million is too little, Wang Buochao said, without saying whether he dared to or not, but he was dissatisfied with the conditions offered by Feng Zichen. He now hates Jiang Yao to the core. Even if Feng Zichen doesn't come knocking on his door, he'll still want to kill Jiang Yao when he's really driven to despair. But it's one thing to want to do something yourself, and another to ask Feng Zichen to do it. Who are you trying to fool with 5 million? He might spend it all in a few years abroad. Are you going to make him work for someone else then? Wang Yongjun looked at his son disapprovingly. Buochao, don't be foolish. Murder is no small matter. If you get caught, you'll go to jail. Dad, don't worry about this, Wang Buochao said impatiently. If Wang Yongjun hadn't become addicted to gambling, his family wouldn't have gone bankrupt, and he wouldn't have been able to endure a single day of hardship without money. Taking advantage of this opportunity to extort money from Feng Zichen and then smuggle himself abroad is his ideal life. A flicker of disgust crossed Feng Zichen's eyes as he asked, How many do you want? At least 50 million, Wang Buochao demanded, making an outrageous demand. Are you crazy? Feng Zichen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. 50 million is enough for me to hire a mercenary. Do you think you're worth that price? Then there's nothing to talk about. Wang Buochao thought Feng Zichen was very insincere. As the young master of the Feng family, wouldn't he be able to easily come up with a mere 50 million? He wanted to save Jiang Yao's life, but he didn't want to take any risks or make any sacrifices. Where in the world is there such a good thing? 50 million is impossible. I only have 10 million. Just say the word whether it's okay or not, Feng Zichen said, getting up from the sofa as if he was ready to leave at any moment. If he hadn't overheard Feng Zishu and Jiang Yao's conversation, he wouldn't have known about the existence of the Wang family father and son. He just wanted to get rid of Jiang Yao, and the Wang family father and son, as Jiang Yao's enemies, were his natural allies. But that doesn't mean he's a sucker. Giving 10 million to the Wang family father and son is already enough to make him bleed, let alone 50 million. Seeing that he was really getting up to leave, Wang Buochao quickly stopped him, saying, Wait, let's compromise and make it 20 million. Feng Zichen didn't say anything and walked straight out the door. No wonder Wang Buochao and Jiang Yao are enemies. That kid is really not likable at all. Okay, 10 million it is. It's better than nothing. Anyway, once this opportunity is gone, it's gone forever. Chapter 72, Drawing the Golf Mastery Skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. for completing the mission and receiving one chance to spin the prize wheel. Would you like to start now? The long-awaited system notification sounded, and Jiang Yao rubbed his hands together excitedly. System, start the lottery. He hasn't participated in a lottery in a long time, so I wonder what good things he'll win this time. It's really something to look forward to. The large spinning wheel slowly began to spin, increasing in speed until Jiang Yao shouted stop, and the pointer slowly stopped on a certain option. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the golf mastery skill. Huh? Jiang Yao's face was full of confusion. The system's rewards are getting weirder and weirder. Why does he need the golf proficiency skill? He doesn't even play golf. It would be better to give him a couple more lucky charms. System, let's make a deal. Can you please stop with all this useless stuff next time? Naturally, the aloof system ignored Jiang Yao. Alright, a reward is good enough, so Jiang Yao didn't dwell on it anymore. However, on the other hand, golf is a pastime for the wealthy, and he might actually come in handy in the future. Having multiple skills is never a bad thing. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yao had been working for a month and received his first paycheck of 50,000 yuan. This amount of money isn't enough for him to buy 2 sets of clothes right now, but it's money he earned himself, so it has a different meaning. Jiang Yao used the money to buy a gift for everyone around him, and of course, his girlfriend Shun Wu was not left out. During this period, he had to go to work, and Shun Wu's own company was also quite busy, so the two saw each other less often. Jiang Yao took the opportunity of getting paid to invite Shun Wu out for dinner, and Shun Wu naturally agreed happily. As soon as Jiang Yao picked her up, he handed Shun Wu a small box. Shun Wu blinked in surprise. Wow, is this a gift for me? This is a gift I bought for you with my first paycheck, so don't complain about how cheap it is, Jiang Yao said, opening the box as if presenting a treasure. The box contains a pair of flower-shaped earrings, which are cute yet delicate, and are a versatile style that is hard to go wrong with. The price isn't exactly cheap. A small pair of earrings costs several thousand yuan. Most people would absolutely not be willing to buy such expensive earrings. Shun Wu was in a great mood after receiving the gift, and immediately asked Jiang Yao to put it on her. Does it look good? It looks great. Good-looking people look good in anything, Jiang Yao praised with great insight. Shun Wu couldn't help but smile. You have such a sweet mouth. Let's go to your house for dinner later, I'll reward you properly. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and was feeling restless. But he quickly remembered that Su Yin was at home, so he said, It's not convenient at my house. Let's go to your house instead. Why is it inconvenient? Jiang Xiaoyao, you wouldn't be hiding a mistress, would you? Shun Wu teased jokingly. Jiang Yao gave him a speechless look. Do you think I'm that kind of person? However, there are other people in my family. The younger sister I told you about last time is still staying with me for the time being. That's the little sister you brought back from Shi City. What's her name again? Su Yin. Oh, is she working now? Does she need my help? Shun Wu blinked and said with a smile. She actually felt that it wasn't right for Jiang Yao to let Su Yin stay at his place all the time. After all, they are not blood-related siblings, and there is a difference between men and women. It is not very convenient for the two of them to live under the same roof alone. To put it another way, it would be better if an elder in the family lived with you. But she's just Jiang Yao's girlfriend, not his wife, so there are some things I shouldn't interfere with too much. Jiang Yao shook his head and refused. No need. I've arranged a job for her. What kind of job does she have? I remember you said she's the same age as you. Shun Wu asked curiously. Yes, I work as a receptionist at the company. The front desk job doesn't require a high level of education. It mainly involves reception work and has relatively low technical requirements. As long as you are proficient in computer operation, careful in your work, and good at communication, you can handle it. The salary level in the capital city is much higher than in smaller cities, especially in the subsidiaries of the phone group, where the benefits are good, averaging 8,000 yuan a month. But with higher wages come higher expenses. Renting a decent place would cost 3 or 4,000. So Jiang Yao let Su Yin stay with him to save on rent. Shun Wu smiled casually and tentatively said, But it's not convenient for her, a young girl, to stay at your place all the time. Jiang Yao didn't catch the hidden meaning in her words. It's okay. I'm starting school soon, so I won't be going back to Cloud Realm number 1 often. Oh, that's fine too, Shun Wu said with a forced smile. The thought of a young girl living with her boyfriend made her feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yao didn't notice her unusual behavior at first, until he tried to start a conversation with her several times, but Shun Wu showed little interest. He finally realized something was wrong. Oh, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just a little tired after a day of work. You're lying. You were clearly happy just now, and suddenly you're unhappy. Jiang Yao wasn't stupid. He wouldn't miss such an obvious change in emotion. Shenwu wasn't the type to be coy, so when Jiang Yao pressed her for details, she revealed her true feelings. Oh, so you were jealous. You should have said so earlier, Jiang Yao suddenly realized. He had never encountered a situation where his girlfriend was jealous before. When he was with Lu Yunxi, he was very obedient to her and doted on her every day, so Lu Yunxi never had a chance to be jealous. Yes, I am jealous. If I lived with a brother who wasn't related to me by blood, wouldn't you be jealous? Shenwu pouted and said unhappily. Jiang Yao thought about that scene, and it did feel a little unpleasant. Then I'll move out. I happen to have an apartment near Imperial University. This was the quickest solution Jiang Yao could think of. As for buying Su Yin a house, he hadn't thought about it. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he understood the principle that a little kindness breeds resentment. He could help Su Yin appropriately out of consideration for their childhood friendship, arranging jobs, and providing accommodation for her, but he wouldn't directly give her a house worth hundreds of millions. A person's appetite grows gradually, and he never expected that he would end up helping an enemy. Shenwu was fairly satisfied with Jiang Yao's decision, but it was somewhat different from what she had expected. She thought Jiang Yao would take the opportunity to propose living together with her. If you invite me to stay at your place, that's not a bad idea, Jiang Yao said with a mischievous smile. You wish, Shenwu glared at him irritably, her eyes full of allure, which made Jiang Yao's heart flutter. After dinner, the two went to see a movie before driving to Shenwu's house. The next day happened to be the weekend, and neither of them had to work, so they indulged themselves a little. The next day, the two were awakened by a scream. Jiang Yao opened his eyes and was startled to see someone standing at the door. Chapter 73. Shen Wu's mother saw them sharing a bed. Mom, what brings you here? When Shen Wu saw who was standing at the door, she was so shocked that her voice cracked, and she instinctively hid under the covers. Help! Can anyone tell her what to do in this situation? She really wanted to slap herself for telling her mother the house code. Jiang Yao was equally embarrassed and closed his eyes, pretending to be dead. It's okay. As long as he doesn't open his eyes, he can pretend that the other person didn't see him. Heavens above, earth below, why did he have to encounter such an embarrassing situation? Jiang Xiaomei blushed as she looked at the young man and woman lying on the bed and the clothes scattered all over the floor. She explained dryly, I called you but you didn't answer, so I said I'd come see you and bring you some braised beef. Well, you guys keep sleeping, I'm going back. After saying that, she didn't give Shenwu any time to go home and slammed the door shut. Shenwu, how could she possibly fall asleep? You can sleep a little longer. I'll go out and see my mom off, Shenwu said to Jiang Yao, her voice trembling with tears, before slipping into her nightgown and leaving the room. Jiang Xiaomei had just put the braised beef into the refrigerator when she saw her daughter come out. Mom, how could you do this? You just walked into my room without knocking, Shenwu said, her voice filled with complaint. It's fortunate they were sleeping. If they were doing morning exercises, they would be too ashamed to show their faces later. Jiang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at her. Why didn't I knock? I only opened the door when no one answered. Besides, she didn't know there was a man hiding in her daughter's room. Otherwise she wouldn't have opened the door even if she begged her. How dare you blame me? Why didn't you tell me and your dad that you had a boyfriend? Jiang Xiaomei asked, hands on her hips, staring intently at her daughter. Shenwu blinked guiltily. We've only been talking for a short time, and I was thinking of telling you after things stabilized. You're already sleeping in the same bed, and you're still not stable? Jiang Xiaomei said bluntly, making Shenwu blush with embarrassment. She glanced towards the bedroom and whispered a reminder. Mom, could you please watch your words? Jiang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at her daughter again. What are you being careful about? You dare to do it. Why are you afraid of what I'll say? I won't stay long today. I'll bring your boyfriend home for dinner another day so your dad and I can meet him. Shenwu stamped her feet anxiously. Mom, didn't I tell you we just started dating? Let's talk about dinner later. Wait? How long do you want to wait? Shenwu, you're 27 today, not 17. In a few years, you'll be almost an elderly mother, Jiang Xiaomei said, gently poking her daughter's forehead with her index finger, her tone filled with disappointment. In short, I must see him at home within 3 days, or don't blame me for personally inviting him to my home. After saying that, Jiang Xiaomei picked up her bag and left. Shenwu collapsed weakly onto the sofa, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. What should we do? Can she take a rocket and go live on another planet right now? Her mother only glanced at her briefly and probably didn't realize Jiang Yao's age. If her mother found out that her boyfriend was still in college, she would definitely want to strangle her. Jiang Yao came out of the bedroom and sat down next to Shenwu. What did Annie say? Why do you look like you've given up on life? She asked me to take you home for dinner. Shenwu looked up at Jiang Yao, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Don't you want me to come to your house? Jiang Yao asked, puzzled. He shouldn't be that embarrassed, right? Shun Wu slapped her forehead. Big brother, this isn't a matter of whether I want to or not. Do you know why she wants me to bring you home for dinner? Jiang Yao pondered for a few seconds and said, Want to help you vet someone? Worried you'll be deceived by a man. No, they just want to pressure me into getting married. The air fell silent after those words were spoken. Both of them knew perfectly well that the chances of them getting married were very low, at least not now. Xinwu looked at Jiang Yao, who remained silent, and forced a smile. It's okay, I can handle my parents, you don't need to worry. Jiang Yao nodded gently. He didn't want to make hypocritical promises that he couldn't possibly keep. Putting aside the fact that he hasn't graduated from university yet, even if the two of them really got married, Xinwu would be in her 30s in a few years, and he wasn't sure if he could maintain his original intentions. The outside world is vast and full of temptations. Can he really resist those temptations? Jiang Yao admitted that he was an ordinary person and that he couldn't do it. The two didn't continue the topic. Xinwu went to the kitchen to make fried eggs with toast, and Jiang Yao left after finishing his breakfast. Xinwu stared quietly at the closed door, letting out a mocking laugh. She was actually hoping that Jiang Yao would take the initiative to suggest going home with her to meet her parents. She clearly only wanted to have some fun at first. How did she become so greedy? Some things should never have happened in the first place. When Jiang Yao arrived home, Suyin was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. Brother, why are you back at this hour? What would you like to eat? I'll cook some rice again, Suyin said quickly when she saw Jiang Yao return. She didn't know Jiang Yao would come back, so she only cooked enough rice for herself. No need to bother, I'm not hungry, Jiang Yao said, slumping onto the sofa. Okay. Suyin nodded and went back to the kitchen to continue chopping vegetables. She was making lunch, and since she was eating alone, she planned to make stir-fried carrots and pork. A dish can be prepared quickly. Jiang Yao had only been scrolling through a few short videos when Su Yan's dish was already on the table. You're eating this all by yourself? Jiang Yao frowned as he looked at the stir-fried carrots and pork in the bowl, which had hardly any meat on it. During this period, every time he ate with Su Yan, there were 3 dishes and a soup on the table. He had no idea that Su Yan ate so meagerly when she was alone. Su Yan smiled nonchalantly. There's meat and vegetables. I think it's great. Anyway, I can't eat that much by myself. I remember there are shrimp and steak in the fridge. You should eat more nutritious food when you eat alone. You're so thin, a gust of wind could blow you away. Su Yan smiled and picked up a piece of carrot and put it in her mouth. It's not that exaggerated. Brother, didn't you say you were going to your girlfriend's house? Why don't you just have lunch outside with your girlfriend and come back? It's only 11 o'clock now. She got up late and simply ate breakfast and lunch together. Normally, it's not lunchtime yet at this time. Jiang Yao felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of the awkward moment earlier, and replied perfunctorily. She had something to do, so I came back. Oh, okay. Su Yan didn't ask any more questions and focused on eating. Jiang Yao didn't go out in the afternoon either. He just lay on the sofa and watched TV with Su Yan. During this time, he also received an invitation to Wei Shua's birthday party. Feng Zishu had previously instructed Jiang Yao that if the young masters and ladies of the 6 major families invited him to play, he should try to attend and make more connections, as it would not do him any harm in the future. So when Jiang Yao received Wei Shua's invitation, he agreed without much hesitation. After replying to Wei Shua's message, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that Su Yan hadn't made any friends in the capital for so long, so he asked her if she wanted to come with him. Su Qingyi should be going too, then you can play with her. Su Yan was somewhat tempted. Won't it be troublesome? What's the trouble? It's just a matter of everyone getting together to eat, drink, and chat. They should all be people of similar age. Just from the fact that Wei Shua directly invited him to Green Bubble, you can tell that the other party's birthday celebration wouldn't be a big one. Otherwise, the invitation would have been sent directly to the Feng family's old residence. Okay, I'll go with my brother, Su Yan nodded shyly. Chapter 74: An encounter at a luxury clothing store. The next day, Jiang Yao took Su Yan to the mall and bought her some clothes and shoes. Wei Shua's birthday party will definitely be attended by wealthy young masters and ladies. If Su Yan dresses too cheaply, she might be looked down upon. Jiang Yao doesn't want to play that slap-in-the-face game again. It's not like I'm broke. Why do I have to endure being looked down upon? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Su Yan didn't know at first that her brother brought her out to buy her clothes, until she followed Jiang Yao into a luxury brand clothing store that she had only seen online. See if there are any styles you like. Pick a few and try them on in the fitting room, Jiang Yao said to Su Yan with a wave of his hand. Su Yan immediately waved her hand and refused. No need. Brother, I have enough clothes to wear, I don't need to buy new ones. Jiang Yao was too lazy to persuade her and directly said to the salesperson next to him, "Could you please pick out a few dresses that are suitable for my sister? Price is not a problem." "Okay, sir," the saleswoman said with a standard smile, her eyes sparkling. Based on her experience, she was certain that she would get a commission from today's deal. This lady has fair skin, so I think this glacier blue dress would suit her quite well. And this white dress would be more suitable for everyday wear. The saleswoman didn't go too far. She introduced about 3 or 4 dresses and said to Su Yin with a smile, "Miss, let me take you to the fitting room to try it on first. If you're not satisfied, I can introduce you to other styles." "Brother, I really don't need to buy clothes," Su Yin said nervously, looking at Jiang Yao for help. "Listen to me. Go and try it first," Jiang Yao said forcefully. Su Yin couldn't refuse him, so she had no choice but to obediently follow the salesperson into the fitting room. The first dress she tried on was that glacier blue sleeveless dress. The light blue hue gave it a fresh and refined feel, while the Chanel-inspired design added a touch of elegance and sophistication. The skirt was quite short, not even covering her knees, which made Su Yin very uncomfortable. She came out of the fitting room somewhat awkwardly, her hand unconsciously tugging at the hem of her skirt. "Brother, I don't think this dress suits me very well. I'd better change it." Not only was the style unsuitable for her, but the price was also unsuitable. A simple dress costing over 60,000 yuan? That's highway robbery. "I think it looks great. It makes you look very elegant. But you should probably change your shoes. White shoes would probably look better," Jiang Yao said, stroking his chin. The salesperson immediately nodded in agreement. "Sir, you have excellent taste. White shoes would definitely look better. We happen to have some in our store. Would you like to try them on?" "Okay, get her a pair," Jiang Yao said before Su Yin could refuse. "After changing into suitable shoes, I immediately felt more elegant, like a rich heiress." She changed into several more outfits: white, pink, and black. Su Yin is beautiful, and every piece she wore looked like it was tailor-made for her. Jiang Yao waved his hand and was about to swipe his card. "Wrap up all the ones my sister just tried." The saleswoman was beaming. She knew this handsome guy was generous. "Okay, I'll go pack them up for you two right now." Su Yin's brow remained furrowed the entire time. She pulled Jiang Yao aside and whispered, "Brother, are you crazy? These clothes must cost hundreds of thousands. She might have to work for several years without eating or drinking to afford these few pieces of clothing. You don't need to worry about the money. Your brother can come up with the money," Jiang Yao said with a smile, patting her head. "Have you forgotten that I'm taking you to a friend's birthday party next week? Your awful outfit is not only embarrassing for you, but it will also make me lose face." Su Yin, who was about to refuse, was speechless upon hearing this. It doesn't matter if she loses face, but it's absolutely unacceptable for Jiang Yao to lose face along with her. "Okay then, but just this once, I really don't need to wear such expensive clothes." "Don't worry, your brother's money didn't grow on trees. Even if you beg me to buy it for you later, I might not be willing," Jiang Yao said jokingly. In fact, these words were a way of giving Su Yin a heads up. He could spend money on his younger sister, but Su Yin couldn't ask him for things on her own initiative. Su Yin didn't know whether she understood or not, and she pretended to be angry and snorted lightly. "I won't beg you to buy them. I don't even like these clothes. Dresses that cost a few hundred yuan can still be very beautiful. These dresses are just branded, yet the price has increased several hundred times. That saying is true. Luxury goods don't rip off the poor." The two were chatting and laughing happily when suddenly someone called out Jiang Yao's name. Jiang Yao looked towards the store entrance, and his eyes met Lu Yunxi's. Of course, the person who called out Jiang Yao's name was not Lu Yunxi, but Shi Shui'er, who was beside her. "Jiang Yao, what a coincidence. We actually bumped into each other here," Shi Shui'er said as she stepped into the shop with Lu Yunxi by the arm, her gaze subtly sweeping over Su Yin. "By the way, is this beautiful woman your girlfriend?" When Shi Shui'er asked this question, Lu Yunxi also looked at Jiang Yao, waiting for his answer. Jiang Yao had no intention of paying attention to Shi Shui'er. This woman was no good. He hadn't even had time to deal with her after what happened last time, and he didn't expect her to dare to come to him like this. Su Yin felt the atmosphere was too awkward, so she took the initiative to say, "Hello, I am not Jiang Yao's girlfriend, I am his sister." "Sister? I've never heard of Jiang Yao having a sister. Have you heard of Cici?" Shi Shui'er's eyes turned a little strange. "What sister? Could it be a lover's sister?" Lu Yunxi replied in a very cold tone. "I don't know." Su Yin was almost dying of embarrassment. She secretly tugged at Jiang Yao's clothes, hoping he would say something. She had assumed the two people were Jiang Yao's friends, and it seemed impolite to ignore them. If she knew the other person wasn't a good person, she wouldn't even open her mouth. Aren't you being too nosy? We don't seem to be that close. Do I need to report to you whether I have a sister? Jiang Yao asked sarcastically. Now it was Shi Shuang's turn to feel awkward. She gritted her teeth inwardly, annoyed that Jiang Yao hadn't given her any face. She failed in her scheme against Jiang Yao at the last Lu family banquet, and she still doesn't know how Jiang Yao managed to counteract the effects of the drug. Afterwards, she lived in fear for a while, worried that Jiang Yao would tell Lu Yunqi about it, and then she would really lose everything. Fortunately, Jiang Yao didn't seem to intend to tell Lu Yunqi. She remained Lu Yunqi's best friend. Just as the atmosphere was becoming heavy, the saleswoman came over carrying several bags. Miss, your clothes and shoes have been packed. Would it be convenient to exchange contact information? I can send you the newest items when they arrive. Oh, okay, Suyin said. Although she felt she wouldn't come to this store to buy clothes again, she was too embarrassed to refuse the other party's request, so she took out her phone and added a green bubble. Jiang Yao put his hands in his pockets and gestured to Suyin. Let's go. Shi Shuang's eyes darted around, and she began to sow discord between Lu Yunqi and Shi Shuang. Cici, look at Jiang Yao. He bought so many clothes and shoes for that woman. It's too much. He's never bought you anything this expensive. Chapter 75 Attending Young Master Wei's birthday party. Stop talking. He has nothing to do with me now. I can spend money on whomever I want, Lu Yunqi said coldly. As the daughter of the Lu family, she wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Otherwise, she would be too short-sighted. Seeing that her attempt to sow discord had failed, Shi Shuang awkwardly shut her mouth. Shi, let's continue looking at clothes. Didn't you say you wanted to buy 2 new dresses? This shop doesn't have anything I like. Let's go to another one, Lu Yunqi said, and walked out of the shop first. Shaw, what are you pretending for? You must be furious to see Jiang Yao shopping with other women. Before we knew it, it was Wei Shua's birthday. He held his birthday party at a private estate. When Jiang Yao drove Suyin there, he saw that the parking lot was already full of all kinds of colorful luxury cars, at least dozens of them. Wow, quite a few people have come. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. Judging from the number of cars, there must be at least 100 or 200 people. After getting off the bus, Suyin clung tightly to Jiang Yao, as if afraid he would disappear in the blink of an eye. This was her first time visiting such a high-class place, and she felt safe only when she was by Jiang Yao's side. The staff led the two into a large hall. Wei Shua immediately greeted Jiang Yao with a smile. Hello, welcome young Master Feng. Hello, happy birthday, Jiang Yao said with a smile, handing over the prepared gift. Wow, thank you so much, young Master Feng. You're too kind. You even prepared a gift for me, Wei Shua said with a hearty smile, accepting the gift generously. Jiang Yao gave a helpless smile. Brother, stop calling me young Master Feng all the time. It sounds weird. Just call me Jiang Yao. Wei Shua awkwardly touched his nose. He didn't want to keep calling him young Master Feng because they weren't familiar with each other. They had only met twice in total, and both times were at banquets. You can't just call someone by their full name right away. That would be too impolite. However, since Jiang Yao had brought up the issue, he readily changed his tune. Okay, we're about the same age, so you can just call me Wei Shua. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is my younger sister, Suyin. She happened to be off today, so I had her come with me to your birthday party. I hope we didn't bother you, Jiang Yao said with a smile, turning his head slightly towards Suyin. Suyin smiled shyly at Wei Shua. Happy birthday. No bother, no bother. It's my honor to have my sister come to my birthday party, Wei Shua said with a dashing flick of his hair and a beaming smile. Although he didn't know where Jiang Yao's sister came from, and had never seen her in the industry before, since Jiang Yao said she was his sister, then she must be his sister, so Wei Shua didn't plan to ask any more questions. But then again, Jiang Yao's younger sister is quite pretty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend yet. As the three chatted and laughed, other guests arrived. Wei Shua smiled and said to the two of them, There's food and drinks over there. You guys rest for a bit and have something to eat. I'll go say hello to my friends. Go ahead, Jiang Yao waved to him. There were already quite a few people in the hall, but most of them were unfamiliar faces, so Jiang Yao didn't need to greet anyone specifically. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first? Jiang Yao asked Suyin. I want to eat a piece of cake, Suyin said, licking her lips unconsciously as she looked at the exquisitely designed and adorable cake on the long table. Those little cakes looked so beautiful, they made her really hungry. Go get it. I'll wait for you over there, Jiang Yao said, pointing to the sofa not far away. He had barely sat down when suddenly the seat next to him sank. We meet again. Was that your girlfriend just now? Su Qingyu asked, sitting next to Jiang Yao, her big eyes filled with curiosity. For a moment, Jiang Yao mistook her for Su Qingyi, but the next second, he realized something was wrong. Su Qingyi knew Su Yan's identity and would definitely not ask such a strange question. No, she's my sister, Jiang Yao explained. Su Qingyu asked in confusion, why didn't you bring your girlfriend with you? She also wanted to see what Jiang Yao's girlfriend looked like, something that could make him so devoted, even surpassing her, the daughter of the Su family. She's busy. Jiang Yao casually made up an excuse. In fact, he hadn't been in contact with Shun Wu since they broke up last time. The pressure from Shun Wu's family to get married put an invisible strain on Jiang Yao, who felt he was holding her back. So he had been waiting for Shun Wu to give her opinion on whether or not they should continue their relationship. Marriage is out of the question. If Shun Wu really wants to get married, Jiang Yao will have no choice but to break up with her. Su Qingyu said, okay. When Su Yan returned with the cake, she saw someone sitting next to Jiang Yao and looked pleasantly surprised. Qingyi, you're here. Do you want some cake? Huh? I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. My sister went to the restroom. Su Qingyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that Su Yan had mistaken her for someone else. But then again, why would Jiang Yao's younger sister know her older sister? Su Yan was unaware that Su Qingyi had a twin sister. When she heard Su Qingyi say that she had mistaken someone for someone else, she was stunned for a few seconds. I'm so sorry, she said awkwardly to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu waved her hand with a smile. It's okay. People often mistake me for my sister. How did you and my sister meet? We met in Shi City, Su Yan answered honestly. Su Qingyu's smile froze, and she frowned as she asked, Shi City? When did her sister go to Shishir? How come she didn't know? Could it be because of the time her mother scolded her last time? The older sister lied to her mother, saying she was playing at Sun Ning's house. However, the next day, her mother happened to be playing cards with Sun Ning's mother and found out that Sun Ning hadn't gone out at all that day, and Su Qingyi hadn't gone to Sun's house at all. This was a clear violation of her mother's rules, and as punishment, her sister is not allowed to go out to play this month. Although she wasn't put in solitary confinement, her sister couldn't go out to play, and it wasn't fun for her to play alone, so she stayed at home with her sister for a month. Just as Su Qingyu was about to ask the question that was on her mind, Su Qingyi walked over. You are all here, Su Qingyi said, looking at her younger sister sitting next to Jiang Yao, feeling a little uncomfortable for some reason. Sister, do you know this young lady? Su Qingyu asked curiously. Su Qingyi nodded gently. How did you two meet? Why did you go to Shi City last time? Why didn't you take me with you? Su Qingyu continued to press. Su Qingyi glanced at Jiang Yao secretly, then slapped her sister on the forehead. Why do you talk so much? If you want to go, then go. She didn't want her younger sister to know that she had gone to Shi City with Jiang Yao. She had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Fortunately, the party started before Su Qingyu could ask any more questions. Chapter 76 The Battle for the Main Table. A woman in a light yellow dress slowly walked onto the stage with a microphone in her hand. Su Yan stared wide-eyed for a few seconds, then excitedly patted Jiang Yao's arm. Brother, look, isn't that the host from Hunan TV on stage? I think so. Jiang Yao thought the other person looked familiar, but he didn't watch variety shows much, so he wasn't very familiar with these hosts. After the host took the stage, he gave a fluent opening speech, followed by the birthday celebrant taking the stage to express his birthday wishes. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party, handsome men and beautiful women. Please eat, drink, and have fun. If there is anything I haven't done well, please let me know. Don't hold back. Don't worry, I definitely won't hold back. A young man in a white suit in the audience chuckled and egged them on. Wei Shuo rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. You're not included, Mu Shaoer. If you have any complaints, keep them to yourself. TCH, Wei Xiaobao, you're so uncouth. I even prepared a birthday surprise for you today, Mu Lu said disdainfully, giving Wei Shuo on the stage the middle finger. Only he would dare to be so disrespectful to the birthday boy. After all, these two are best buddies who grew up together, and everyone else knows about their relationship. So, they all laughed when they saw their interaction. Brother Lu, what birthday surprise did you prepare for Brother Shuo? Yeah, it's really piqued my curiosity. Let's take it out and show it to everyone. Mu Lu snorted. What's the rush? Wei Xiaobao hasn't even blown out the candles yet. Let's talk about it after we cut the cake. Mu Shaoer, I told you not to call me by my nickname, and now I'm really going to turn on you. Wei Shuo on the stage was so angry that he jumped up and down. You're so stingy. My brother can call me that, so why can't I? Mu Lu asked, unconvinced. Can you compare to Brother Mu Feng? Wei Shuo said through gritted teeth. Xiao Bao was the nickname his parents gave him. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it when he was a child, but it's really embarrassing to be called that name by people now that he's grown up. Although Mu Feng would occasionally call him by his nickname, it was only in private when no one was around, and he would give him some face in public. Only his mischievous friend Mu Lu would deliberately tease him regardless of the situation. Having a good brother like Mu Lu is truly a blessing he's accumulated over 8 lifetimes. The host next to her was practically frozen from smiling. The scheduled time to blow out the candles was almost over, and the birthday girl was still arguing with someone. She was unsure whether to go up and remind her. Fortunately, Wei Shuo wasn't completely oblivious to the situation, and he completed the process of blowing out the candles and cutting the cake perfectly on time. Next came the meal. The people who came to celebrate Wei Shuo's birthday had varying statuses, so their seats were not randomly assigned but were arranged in advance. The scions of the 6 major families naturally sat at the main table. Aside from Feng Zishu and his group of older children and a few younger siblings, there were a total of 9 members from the 6 major families attending the birthday party today. This presents a problem. There's an extra seat at the 10-person table. As Lu Yunxi's close follower, Shi Shui'er tacitly accepted that the extra spot was hers, as had always been the case before. Everyone accepted her joining out of respect for Lu Yunxi. Of course, this is on the premise that there are enough seats. If there aren't enough seats, Lu Yunxi's influence won't help. Today, Shi Shui'er had secretly planned her seat carefully and was feeling quite pleased with herself for being able to sit at the main table when she was about to take her seat and discovered that all 10 seats at the main table were already taken. "Cici, it seems like someone else is sitting in my seat," Shi Shui'er said to Lu Yunxi with a wronged expression, her eyes constantly glancing at Su Yin sitting next to Jiang Yao. This little bitch who appeared out of nowhere actually took her spot. Ugh, she's so angry. Before Lu Yunxi could speak, Su Qingyi couldn't help but retort. "What do you mean by your seat? What right do you have to sit at the same table as us?" "My sister is right, who are you? Why are you sitting at the same table as us?" Su Qingyu delivered a steady performance, and her sister immediately joined in. Shi Shui'er dug her nails into her palms and pointed at Su Yin defiantly. "Then what about her? Why is she sitting at the head table?" Jiang Yao lifted his eyelids and said coldly, "She is my sister, Jiang Yao. She has the right to sit at the head table. If you have any objections, you can come at me directly. The Feng family is the head of the 6 major families, so in theory, he should be the one with the highest status here. Therefore, Jiang Yao is not afraid of anyone at all." Upon hearing Jiang Yao speak, Wei Shuo immediately said, "Miss Shi, please go to another table. There's no room here." After being publicly humiliated by the birthday celebrant, Shi Shui'er's cheeks turned so red they were almost bleeding, and she wished she could faint on the spot. Feng Zichen, sitting a few seats away from Jiang Yao, suddenly chuckled, mercilessly undermining Jiang Yao's composure. "Brother, are you mistaken? I don't remember having any younger sisters at home." "Really? What a coincidence. I didn't even know I had a younger brother. My mom only had my sister and me," Jiang Yao retorted, not one to back down easily. The people at the main table looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they had speculated about the identities of Jiang Yao and Feng Zichen, the Feng family had publicly declared that the two were twins, so everyone accepted this fact. Jiang Yao suddenly says that he and Feng Zichen didn't have the same mother. What does that mean? One of them must be an illegitimate child. Feng Zichen hadn't expected Jiang Yao to expose this secret in public. He glared at Jiang Yao, furious but unable to speak, but dared not continue, fearing that if he said too much, Jiang Yao would recklessly reveal everything. With nowhere to vent his anger, Feng Zichen suddenly roared at Shi Shui'er, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find a seat. We need to eat, even if you don't. Shui'er, there are still empty seats over there. Why don't you sit there?" Lu Yunxi finally spoke, her eyes filled with a hint of guilt as she looked at Shi Shui'er. She did want to advocate for Shi Shui'er, but her family's status was inferior to the Feng family's, and Jiang Yao's words were more effective than hers. However, given Shui'er's status, she wasn't qualified to sit at the main table anyway. It's just a meal, so there's no need to be so particular. I think Shui'er probably won't mind. Seeing that Lu Yunxi wasn't even willing to fight for her, Shi Shui'er was so angry that her eyes turned red, and she silently walked towards the empty seat not far away. Some girls who didn't get along with Shi Shui'er saw this and made no attempt to hide their mockery of her. Some people think that finding a good master will turn a pheasant into a phoenix, but they don't know that a pheasant will always be a pheasant. If you ask me, some people just don't know their place. Does someone like her deserve to sit at the head table? Shi Shui'er's hands, gripping the chopsticks, were bulging with veins, as if she wanted to crush them. At this moment, the atmosphere at the main table was also somewhat heavy. Everyone could see the discord between Jiang Yao and Feng Zichen, and Wei Shuo, as the protagonist, was having a headache. As Wei Shuo's good brother, Mu Lu finally played a role this time. Chapter 77 Girl Group Performance. Hey Wei Xiaobao, it's your birthday today, so I've prepared a surprise for you, Mu Lu said with a grin. What surprise is it? Let me see, Wei Shua said impatiently. He was incredibly embarrassed, caught between the two Feng brothers. Taking sides with either of them would offend the other. The best solution was to shift the focus. Mu Lu raised an eyebrow, clapped his hands 3 times, and the lights in the hall suddenly went out. The other guests were startled, and some of the more timid ones even gasped in surprise. However, the music playing in the hall soon calmed everyone's restless hearts. What's going on? I don't know, it was probably a deliberately designed part. Look at the stance. Holy crap, isn't that Evershine, the girl group that's been all the rage lately? Wow, that's impressive. As expected of young Master Wei, he really has the clout to bring Evershine over. Isn't that obvious? Don't you know who our young Master Wei is? It's their honor to perform at young Master Wei's birthday party. Jiang Yao also looked at the stage with great interest. For tall, long-legged, curvy beauties dressed in revealing clothes were dancing energetically to the music. Every move they made was very energetic, which made people's blood boil. Although Jiang Yao doesn't know much about the entertainment industry, this group has been very popular recently, and he had come across it by chance while scrolling through short videos. I never expected to see all 4 of them dancing live today. It was a real surprise. After seeing the faces of the 4 beauties on stage, Wei Shua excitedly patted Mu Lu on the shoulder and yelled, Evershine. Brother Lu, you really are my good brother. I love this surprise so much. It's clear he's genuinely happy. He's even willing to call Mu Lu Brother Lu, something he never does normally. Wei Shua grinned from ear to ear. He had casually mentioned to Mu Lu that he liked the group Evershine, but he never expected that Mu Lu would secretly invite them over. It's nothing. Just remember the good things I've done for you. Next time it's my birthday, remember to prepare a surprise for me too, Mu Lu said with a smile, hooking his arm around Wei Shua's neck. Absolutely, Wei Shua said, patting his chest. Evershine is currently at its peak, and inviting them to perform would definitely cost a hefty fee. Mu Lu's wallet is really bleeding money this time. Good brothers need to give and take to maintain a lasting friendship, so he can't give Mu Lu a light response next time it's his birthday. The guests below the stage ate and chatted, enjoying the 4 beautiful women singing and dancing energetically on stage. The atmosphere was brought to a climax, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. Suyin felt like she was dreaming. She really liked Evershine and even followed their social media accounts, but she never thought she would be able to meet them in person one day. In her mind, Evershine was a high-profile superstar, while she was just an ordinary person. Today, while the big stars are performing on stage, she's enjoying delicious food in the audience. It feels like a dream. All of this is thanks to Jiang Yao. Without him, she might never have been able to attend such an event in her life. Su Yin glanced gratefully at Jiang Yao, and when she looked away, she inadvertently glanced at Wei Shua. This young master of a wealthy family, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, was truly enviable. The saying, some people are born in Rome, some are born to be beasts of burden, is indeed true. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little resentful of the rich. In this messed up world, why couldn't there be one more rich person like her? Evershine performed several shows on stage, and the guests had almost finished their meal. These people weren't really there for the meal, they just wanted to have a quick bite. The girls in skirts, in particular, were afraid to eat too much, lest their bellies bulge out and affect their appearance. Wei Shua was naturally cheerful, and after eating and drinking his fill, he was full of energy and rushed onto the stage in one stride. Would you ladies mind singing a duet with me? He asked with a mischievous grin, casually tossing his hair. The group's leader nodded with a smile. Of course, what song would you like to sing, young Master Wei? Damn it, my ears are going to suffer again today, Mu Lu said, looking at Wei Shua on the stage with a look of utter despair. The other expressions weren't very good either. Only Jiang Yao and Su Yan were completely confused. Su Qingyu smiled and winked at him. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough. Jiang Yao quickly understood what they meant. Others sing for money, but Wei Shua's singing is truly deadly. How does he manage to sing every note out of tune? Doesn't your throat hurt from shouting so loudly? What Jiang Yao couldn't understand the most was where this kid got the courage to go on stage and perform, even though he led 4 professional singers off key. Even the most ear-piercing voice couldn't be more devastating. I really wish I could share half of my inferiority complex with it. When Wei Shua finished playing his song, the guests in the audience were already numb from the torture, but they still had to applaud in accordance with the music. Friends, how was my singing? Did I not perform well? Wei Shua asked excitedly, holding up the microphone, having already taken off his jacket halfway through the song. It sounds so good, so incredibly good. I hereby declare that Wei Xiao is the new king of singers. Oh dear, I forgot to record the audio. I really want to record Wei Xiao's singing and play it on repeat every day. Wei Shuo was overjoyed by the praise and laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Ha! You all have great taste. Don't you feel like you haven't heard enough? No problem. I've decided to sing another song for everyone next time. This time, he didn't plan to sing a duet with the 4 members of the Evershine group. Instead, he chose the group's leader and asked her to sing a love song with him. Mulu quietly took a deep breath, telling himself to be patient and not hold it against the guy since it was his birthday. He could tolerate it, and others could barely tolerate it, but Jiang Yao couldn't. Jiang Yao stood up abruptly and shouted at Wei Shuo on the stage. Brother Wei, I'm begging you, please stop singing. Can't you leave the professional stuff to the professionals? Wei Shuo, who was about to begin his immersive performance with a microphone in hand, was dumbfounded and looked at Jiang Yao in disbelief. What do you mean by that? You think I sing badly? What do you think? Jiang Yao asked back, rubbing his ears. I think it's pretty good. Don't they all think it sounds good too? Wei Shuo's expression didn't seem fake. He genuinely thought he sang quite well. Jiang Yao instantly understood. He glanced around the hall and concluded, Wei Shuo has become so confident, and everyone here bears some responsibility for that. Hey, don't include me. Mulu protested, raising his hand. I told this kid a long time ago that he sings terribly, but he didn't believe me. Wei Shuo's confidence took a heavy blow, and he asked hesitantly, Didn't you say I sang badly just out of jealousy? Mulu slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage. Which bastard said that? Jia Tianrui. Wei Shuo betrayed his underling without hesitation. Jia Tianrui, who was singled out, was so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear into a hole in the ground. Wah, this was a classic example of a failed attempt at flattery. Chapter 78, Feng Zichen's Plan. Mulu glared angrily at Jia Tianrui. So it was you who did this. Now tell me how you're going to compensate me for my emotional distress. Brother Lu, I was wrong, Jia Tianrui said, putting his hands behind his head in a gesture of surrender. Now it was Wei Shuo's turn to be unhappy. Jia Tianrui, what do you mean? Do you also think I sing badly? No, Brother Shuo's singing is not bad at all. Jia Tianrui shook his head frantically in denial. Wei Shuo no longer believed a single word he said and bluntly questioned, Then why do they all think I sing badly? Jia Tianrui was almost in tears. For the first time, he felt that living was so difficult. Jiang Yao burst out laughing. No way, buddy, you're too funny. You're trying to flatter someone, but it backfires. Jia Tianrui looked at Jiang Yao with a bitter expression, his eyes filled with resentment. How could Jiang Yao still be laughing under these circumstances? If he hadn't publicly exposed Wei Shuo's terrible singing, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? It's not like everyone just found out that Wei Shuo sings badly. It's just that most people are just trying to please him by deliberately flattering him. As for people like Mulu, who were of similar status to Wei Shuo, they rarely went to KTV with him and would usually make excuses to avoid it. Only a lackey like Jia Tianrui, who couldn't bear to give up the opportunity to curry favor with Wei Shuo, would endure the torment of Wei Shuo's ear-piercing singing and accompany him to sing karaoke. Brother Wei, that's enough already. I finally got to see a beautiful woman perform up close, and you stole my thunder, Jiang Yao said jokingly to Wei Shuo. Fine, I won't sing anymore, Wei Shuo said reluctantly, pouting. He suffered a major setback in his life today and needs to calm down. Who knows? I always thought I was the king of singing in the capital, but it turns out I was born tone deaf. Seeing Wei Shuo step down, all the members of Evershine secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, it's really not easy to make money from the rich. After the birthday party ended, everyone prepared to go home and find their own mothers. Because he planned to drive back, Jiang Yao didn't drink a drop of alcohol the entire time. Just as Jiang Yao said goodbye to Wei Shuo, Su Qingyu called him back. Jiang Yao, could you please take my sister and me home? Su Qingyu blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Yao expectantly. Didn't you drive? Jiang Yao asked back. Su Qingyu playfully stuck out her tongue. We haven't finished our driver's license test yet, and it will take time for the family driver to come. I don't want to wait that long. Can you take us home? Su Qingyi, standing to the side, was utterly ashamed to look at her sister, who was lying through her teeth without batting an eye, even though the family driver was clearly waiting outside. However, she didn't intend to expose her sister's scheme. She knew her sister's little trick was to take the opportunity to get closer to Jiang Yao. Where do you live? Let me see if it's on my way. Jiang Yao didn't want to bother if it wasn't on his way. He was quite sleepy at this hour. The Su family's driver was paid to do his job, so there was no reason for him to help them with their work. Su Qingyu gave Jiang Yao an address, but he immediately refused, saying, "Sorry, it's not in the same direction as me. Aren't you going back to the Feng residence?" Su Qingyu asked, looking puzzled. "I'm not going back. I live outside." "Okay." Su Qingyu pouted, somewhat disappointed. Feng Zichen, who had been watching Jiang Yao from a short distance away, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. If Jiang Yao really agrees to send the Su sisters back, then his plans will have to change. Chapter 79 Car Accident. At a certain intersection, Wang Yongjun sat in the center of a blue truck, smoking irritably. The cab was filled with smoke, making it impossible to see his expression. He disapproved of his son's collaboration with Feng Zichen from the very beginning, because some things, once done, can never be undone. But his son was determined, and he couldn't stop him, so he had to take the risk upon himself. The worst-case scenario is that he gets arrested in the end, but his son is still able to use the money Feng Zichen gave him to go abroad. He wasn't worried that Feng Zichen would go back on his word. If that kid dared to break his promise, he would expose him, and they would all be finished. 10 million is nothing to a young master from a wealthy family like Feng Zichen. He simply doesn't believe the other party would risk losing more than they gain. Just as Wang Yongjun finished smoking his cigarette and was about to light another one, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Get ready, he's off," the person on the other end said quickly before hanging up. Wang Yongjun casually tossed the cigarette pack onto the passenger seat, picked up the bottle of liquor from the cup holder, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. He had prepared this wine especially for himself, partly to bolster his courage, since it was the first time he had ever committed murder. It was already past midnight, and there wasn't much traffic on the road. A silver Koenigsegg was driving towards the intersection. Wang Yongjun's eyes lit up, and his blood began to boil. He pressed down hard on the accelerator with his right foot, and the truck lurched toward the Koenigsegg. Inside the Koenigsegg at this moment, holding her phone like a cat that had stolen a fish, Su Yin couldn't help but grin. "Brother, I'm so happy today. I never thought I'd get to take a photo with a celebrity in my lifetime." She never dared to dream of such a thing before, always thinking that celebrities were high and mighty. "Look at you, so pathetic. It's just a photo. Your brother is rich now. I'll invest in a few movies in the future and let you see celebrities to your heart's content," Jiang Yao said casually. Su Yan's eyes lit up. "Really? Brother, you're really planning to invest in a movie? Can I work as an extra in the film crew?" These words suddenly brought back Jiang Yao's memories. When they were little, Su Yan once said that she hoped to become a star when she grew up, earn lots and lots of money, buy a big house, and live with her brother. That's just a child's joke. For someone without power or influence to make it in the entertainment industry is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Don't be fooled by the seemingly glamorous lives of those who achieve the 208 mark in the entertainment industry. Only a small minority of stars can actually reach that level. Just like in other industries, the top performers are always a select few. Things are different now. The Feng family is powerful and influential, and if Jiang Yao really wants to promote Su Yan, it's just a matter of a word. "Yin Yin, do you still want to be a star?" Jiang Yao asked suddenly, looking at Su Yan's radiant face. Su Yan's appearance may not be considered stunningly beautiful, but she is certainly outstanding among ordinary people. She was the school beauty queen for many years when she was in school. If she weren't pretty, Wang Buqiao wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to pursue her. After all, Wang Buqiao was a well-known rich kid at school at that time. Su Yan was taken aback, then shook her head with a smile. "I can't do it. I can't sing or act." Jiang Yao disliked her tendency to deny everything beforehand, and frowned as he asked, "Why can't you? You're just as good looking as those female celebrities. You can learn to sing and act. If you really want to be a star, I can help you find a way. It's not that you have to be a top-tier celebrity. Even a minor celebrity can earn more money than an average person. It's definitely better than being a company receptionist." To put it bluntly, even if Su Yan works as a receptionist her whole life, she will never be able to afford a house in Beijing. As for those jobs with high technical requirements, Su Yan has neither education nor experience, so even if Jiang Yao could help her get them through connections, she still couldn't do them. Instead of doing that, she might as well try her luck in the entertainment industry. With Jiang Yao around, she should be able to avoid being subjected to unspoken rules. Su Yan was naturally tempted when she heard Jiang Yao say that. But she's no longer a fresh-out-of-school kid. She's long lost that adventurous and daring spirit. Just as Su Yan was about to say something, she suddenly saw out of the corner of her eye an out-of-control truck rushing towards them from the left. "Brother, be careful," Su Yan exclaimed, her eyes wide. Jiang Yao glanced out the car window subconsciously and saw a truck with no lights on approaching them at a speed far exceeding normal driving speed. Jiang Yao's heart stopped for a moment, and his fingers on the Koenigsegg's carbon fiber steering wheel tightened involuntarily. At this critical moment, There was no time for hesitation. Jiang Yao swerved sharply to the right, the car drawing a blinding arc on the road, its original straight trajectory veering off onto the right-hand sidewalk. As Wang Yongjun watched the Koenigsegg change direction, he panicked and instinctively turned the steering wheel to follow suit. However, trucks have much greater inertia than sports cars. When driving at high speed, a sudden sharp turn of the steering wheel can cause the heavy truck body to tilt noticeably. The truck's right wheel crashed hard against the curb of the sidewalk with a loud bang. On the other side, Jiang Yao gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to get the car back on track. However, due to his overly abrupt steering wheel movement, the car's tires had lost control, and the front of the car crashed heavily into the traffic light pole at the intersection. The immense impact caused the airbag to deploy instantly. Jiang Yao's forehead struck the airbag, and he lost consciousness as everything went black. Su Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was awakened by a pungent, burning smell. She instinctively covered her head the moment the car went out of control, and the impact she suffered was less than that of Jiang Yao. Outside the car, wisps of black smoke billowed from the gaps in the deformed hood, clearly visible under the streetlights. Sparks suddenly shot out from under the chassis, instantly igniting the leaking fuel. With a boom, flames erupted and spread upwards along the gaps in the car body. As Su Yan tried to open the car door, she anxiously shouted to Jiang Yao, "Brother, wake up." She was lucky. The car door wasn't jammed, and she quickly opened it. Then she swiftly moved around to the driver's side and tried to pull Jiang Yao out as well. Jiang Yao's entire upper body slumped over the steering wheel, blood still seeping from his forehead. Su Yan couldn't help but gasp, Brother, wake up. The car is on fire." Su Yan didn't know if Jiang Yao had any other injuries, so she didn't dare to move him and try to wake him up with her voice. But Jiang Yao remained motionless. If Su Yan hadn't felt his pulse still beating, she would have thought he was dead. Chapter 80 Unconscious, Seeking Help. The flames had gradually reached the edge of the car door, and Su Yan had no time to hesitate. She could only grit her teeth, lean out of the car, and use all her strength to pull Jiang Yao out of the car. She didn't know if her actions would worsen Jiang Yao's injuries, but if she left Jiang Yao in the car, and the car caught fire, that would be the real disaster. Jiang Yao is a grown man who is over 1.8 meters tall, while Su Yan is only over 1.6 meters tall. After she managed to get Jiang Yao out of the car, she had to half support and half drag him to the road more than 10 meters away from the car. The moment Su Yan put Jiang Yao down, flames suddenly erupted not far away, almost engulfing the entire car body, accompanied by crackling sounds. Su Yan belatedly burst into tears, sobbing, "Wah, that was terrifying." She wanted to call the police for help, but found that her phone was left in the car. Jiang Yao's phone was also in the car. She was so focused on saving people that she didn't remember about her phone at all. If it were daytime, someone would have come to help them by now. But it was the middle of the night, and on a road with very little traffic, not a single car had passed by for half a day. Su Yan looked helplessly at the unconscious Jiang Yao. "No, brother must go to the hospital immediately. What should I do?" That's right. Su Yan suddenly remembered the truck not far away. Yes, the truck didn't catch fire. The driver must have a cell phone. She could borrow his phone to make an emergency call. Having found a solution, Su Yan immediately ran towards the truck without hesitation. The truck was overturned. Su Yan tentatively knocked on the window a few times. "Hey, can the people inside hear me?" After waiting a few seconds without hearing a response, Su Yan climbed onto the passenger side of the truck and struggled to open the door. She must have made too much noise to wake the person inside. Blood slid down Wang Yongjun's forehead. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound, where he met Su Yan's gaze. As Wang Buochao's ex-girlfriend, Su Yan had met Wang Yongjun before. The moment she saw his face clearly, Su Yan's first reaction was that she had mistaken him for someone else. Wang Buochao's father is clearly in Shishir. How could he possibly be in the capital? There are so many people in the world, surely some of them look alike. Su Yan took a deep breath and said, "Hello, could I borrow your phone for a moment? I need to make an emergency call." Wang Yongjun remained silent, his face flushed an unnatural red, his slightly cloudy eyes staring straight at Su Yan. "Hey, can you hear me?" Su Yan raised her hand and waved it in front of the other person's eyes, her tone not particularly friendly. She could smell the alcohol in the car, and seeing the flush on the other person's cheeks, she knew without a doubt that he was driving under the influence. Such people are truly hateful. They harm both themselves and others. "Su Yan, why were you in that car too? Is that kid dead?" Wang Yongjun suddenly asked. A look of disbelief flashed in Su Yan's eyes. "Are you really Wang Yongjun? Is Jiang Yao dead or not? Tell me now." Wang Yongjun asked excitedly, reaching out to grab Su-Yan's arm. Su-Yan was so frightened that she hurriedly backed away. Are you crazy? You're trying to kill someone on purpose. Now that things have come to this, what doesn't she know? Wang Yongjun definitely hit them on purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Jiang Yao was also in that car. Su-Yan didn't dare to linger any longer and turned around to run towards Jiang Yao's direction. She needed to get Jiang Yao away quickly. Wang Yongjun had gone mad, and she wasn't sure if he would come back to finish her off if he found out Jiang Yao wasn't dead. However, Jiang Yao's physique was too large for her to carry. Su-Yan struggled to carry Jiang Yao for only a short distance before she was panting heavily, like a leaky bellows. Just as Su-Yan was in despair, a white Rolls-Royce suddenly stopped beside them. Do you need any help? The driver asked, rolling down his window. Su-Yan nodded gratefully to the man. Uncle, could you please take us to the hospital? Please help us. With Wang Yongjun posing a threat nearby, she dared not stay where she was waiting for rescue, fearing that he might attack at any moment. The driver wanted to help, but unfortunately the car wasn't his, so he could only turn around and ask his young mistress for her opinion. Miss, can you help them? There's a hospital on the way back. It won't take much time. Cece, let's not let random people get on the bus. We can just call 120 for us. What if someone dies on the way? It's terrifying to even think about. An affected female voice rang out. Lu Yunxi was conflicted. On the one hand, she felt that taking the other person to the hospital was just a small favor, but on the other hand, she also felt that Shuer was right. What if the person really died in the car? Help them call the police, and also call an ambulance, Lu Yunxi said softly. Hearing his young mistress speak, the driver didn't know what to say and turned to look at Su-Yan apologetically. I'm sorry, it might be inconvenient to take you to the hospital, but I can call 120 for you. Because the driver's side window was down, Su-Yan could clearly hear the conversation between the driver and the two people in the back seat. She could understand the other person's concerns. After all, her request was indeed a bit excessive. Letting an unconscious person into the car could lead to being staged for an accident at any time. She herself might not have dared to help either. It's already very kind of them to be willing to call 120, emergency services. She shouldn't morally pressure them to take them to the hospital. Thank you, Su-Yan said gratefully to the driver, biting her lip. The driver sighed softly, and the car started moving again. Just a second before the car was about to drive off, Lu Yunxi sensed something and rolled down the window, glancing at the girl with messy hair who was wiping sweat from her brow. Uncle Li, wait. Lu Yunxi's heart suddenly clenched. The driver, who had just placed his foot on the accelerator, quickly stepped on the brake. Miss, what's wrong? Lu Yunxi didn't speak, but quickly opened the car door and walked around to Su-Yan, her voice choked with emotion. You're Jiang Yao's sister? Then the person on your back. No, absolutely not. It can't be Jiang Yao. Miss Lu. Su-Yan was surprised to find that the person in the back seat of the car was Lu Yunxi, who had been eating at the same table with him earlier. Please help me. Please take my brother to the hospital. He's in critical condition. Su-Yan was unsure whether to tell Lu Yunxi that someone was deliberately trying to murder them. Before she could hesitate, Lu Yunxi stepped forward and took Jiang Yao's arm. She clearly couldn't move a big man, so she quickly instructed the driver. Uncle Li, come down and help. Hey, they're here. The driver thought to himself, marveling at the coincidence. He hadn't expected the other person to be someone his young lady knew. Luckily, he had stopped the car earlier. Chapter 81. Don't you remember being in a car accident? Jiang Yao was injured and unconscious, so Lu Yunxi couldn't bear to let him squeeze into a seat. She had the driver hold Jiang Yao and lay him flat on the back seat. She got into the car from the other side, letting Jiang Yao's head rest on her lap to prevent him from falling off the seat and aggravating his injuries. Upon seeing this, Su-Yan quickly opened the passenger door and silently got in, with the driver following closely behind. Shuer was a step too slow. By the time she wanted to get on the bus, there were no seats left. Cece, what should I do? She cried anxiously outside the car, her high heels thumping against the ground. Lu Yunxi looked at her apologetically. Shuer, wait here for a while. I'll have Uncle Li come back to pick you up right away. No way. Shuer refused without even thinking. It's the middle of the night, Cece. How can you bear to leave me alone in the middle of nowhere? What if there are bad people around? But there's no room in the car, Lu Yunxi said with some difficulty, glancing down at the unconscious Jiang Yao. Shuer pointed at Su-Yan in the passenger seat. Then let her get out. Why should I give up my seat to her? Su-Yan had long anticipated that she would make things difficult for her, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten into the car first. Su-Yan didn't respond to Shuer's words, but turned to Lu Yunxi and said, Miss Lu, my brother is in danger right now. Let's go to the hospital quickly. Yes, yes, to the hospital. Uncle Li, drive quickly. Lu Yunqi didn't care about anything else now. The most important thing was Jiang Yao. Shi Shui'er watched helplessly as the car got further and further away from her, and screamed wildly. After venting her frustrations, she began to feel afraid again, looking around suspiciously. Suddenly, she saw a figure hiding under a tree not far away, which startled her so much that she almost fainted. She had just told Lu Yunqi that she was afraid of bad people, but she was just trying to make the situation sound more serious. She didn't expect there really were people nearby. She didn't know whether she should run away or pretend she hadn't noticed the other person. Although it seemed that the person didn't intend to get close to her, Shi Shui'er was still very scared. She was so beautiful, and it was the middle of the night. If that person wanted to do something bad to her, she would be helpless. At this moment, she felt incredibly resentful. It was all Jiang Yao's shameless sister's fault. If she hadn't taken her place, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. On the other side, the driver drove smoothly to the hospital entrance, and Su Yin immediately opened the car door and rushed into the hospital to call for medical staff. Su Yin collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, only after Jiang Yao was wheeled into the operating room. What exactly happened? How did you and Jiang Yao get into a car accident? Lu Yunqi asked Su Yin, puzzled. Normally, car accidents shouldn't happen while driving, especially in areas with very little traffic. Su Yin shook her head and said in a hoarse voice, Miss Lu, could you help me contact my brother's family? Our phones have all been burned. Okay, Lu Yunqi said, noticing that she didn't want to answer, and didn't press the matter further. After thinking about it, she decided to call Feng Zishu first. Workaholic Feng Zishu was working overtime when she heard that her younger brother had been in a car accident, so she rushed to the hospital as fast as she could. Lu Yunqi made a point of arriving early at the hospital entrance to wait for her. Little stream. Sister Zishu, you've arrived. Where's Xiao Yao? How is he? Feng Zishu was still wearing a suit, his face showing fatigue and worry. As Lu Yunqi led her toward the surgery, she replied, he has a moderate concussion and a fractured humerus in his left shoulder. The doctor is performing surgery on him. Feng Zishu frowned. How could he be injured so badly? Wasn't he at Wei's kid's birthday party? I don't know the specifics. I ran into them on my way home and brought them to the hospital. Lu Yunqi shook her head and explained softly. Them? Who was Xiao Yao in the car accident with? Feng Zishu asked, puzzled. Don't you know, Sister Zishu? Jiang Yao said that girl is his sister. Upon hearing the words sister, Feng Zishu suddenly realized. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Jiang Yao had mentioned Su Yan's situation to her and Jiang Lia, and they had no objection to Jiang Yao wanting to help the young girl. Jiang Yao's return to the Feng family does not mean that he wants to erase his past. The friendship he has grown up with is very precious. Besides, Jiang Yao is already in his 20s, and they do not want to interfere in his private affairs. The two walked together to the door of the operating room, and saw Su Yin squatting against the wall with her face pale and her head resting on her knees. Su Yin, are you alright? Lu Yunqi nudged her, but received no response. Feng Zishu immediately sensed something was wrong. She seems to have fainted. Quickly call a doctor. Ah! Lu Yunqi exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape. She hadn't realized that Su Yin was also injured. Otherwise, she would have definitely asked the doctor to treat her as well. The doctor performed a series of examinations on Su Yin, and Lu Yunqi then learned that Su Yin had broken 2 ribs, but she had been enduring the pain without making a sound. Lu Yunqi couldn't help but admire her. She knew that she herself would never have been able to do it, and would probably have been writhing on the ground in pain. It's getting late. You should go back and rest, Feng Zishu said to Lu Yunqi. Lu Yunqi thought for a moment that there was no point in her staying here. Then, Sister Zishu, I'll go back first, and come to visit Jiang Yao again tomorrow. Okay, thank you so much for today, Feng Zishu said with a smile, ruffling her hair. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Lu Yunqi was very glad that she recognized Jiang Yao. If she had let Uncle Li leave back then, she would have hated herself to death. Jiang Yao woke up once after leaving the operating room, but fell asleep again soon after due to dizziness and nausea. Feng Zishu didn't have time to ask him about the cause and effect of the car accident. If it were daytime, Feng Zishu could have had someone immediately check the surveillance footage of the incident location, but now it's past midnight, and it's not appropriate to force someone to get up and work. What's that saying again? Even the lives of cattle and horses matter. Even if she's a capitalist, she can't go too far. The next day, Jiang Yao woke up first, and the nurse immediately went next door to wake Feng Zishu, as Feng Zishu had instructed the night before. Miss Feng, your brother has woken up. Feng Zishu slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her throbbing temples. What time is it now? It's already past 6 o'clock, the caregiver replied. Okay, Auntie, you should go and rest too. I'll look after my brother for now. Feng Zishu went to the bathroom to wash her face and clear her head before pushing open the door to Jiang Yao's ward. Xiao Yao, you're awake. Is there anything else that hurts? I feel dizzy and a little nauseous, Jiang Yao said, his face pale and bloodless. Sister, what's wrong with me? Don't you remember being in a car accident? Chapter 82. Wang Yongjun confessed. Jiang Yao shook his head in confusion. I don't remember. I just remember attending Wei Shua's birthday party. You were in a car accident on your way back from the banquet, Feng Zishu said, frowning. The doctor had told her that Jiang Yao might experience temporary amnesia, but even though it actually happened, she couldn't help but feel worried. The head is the most complex part of the human body, and she was very worried that Jiang Yao might have other after effects. Where is Su Yan? Jiang Yao suddenly thought of a question. Su Yan attended the banquet with him and should have gone home with him, but he couldn't see her now. She's in the next ward, and her condition is a little better than yours. She has a minor rib fracture, while you have a moderate concussion and a severe fracture of the humerus. You've already had surgery, Feng Zishu said. It happened so suddenly yesterday, and it was the middle of the night. I haven't told my parents about you yet. I'll call them now, she said as she took her phone out of her pocket. Jiang Yao stopped her, saying, let's not tell them for now, so they don't worry. The main problem is that it's useless to talk about it. It can neither take away his suffering nor cure his illness. He might even have to spend energy comforting Jiang Lia. He can already foresee the scene when Jiang Lia finds out that he is injured. No, if Mom finds out I didn't tell her about something this important, she definitely won't let me off easily. Feng Zishu shook his head in disapproval. Hearing her say that, Jiang Yao didn't stop her anymore. Oh well, let him say it. At worst, he can just pretend to be asleep later. Just as Jiang Yao had predicted, upon learning that her son had been in a car accident, Jiang Lia almost fainted on the spot from the shock. Fortunately, Feng Zishu told her in time that Jiang Yao was not seriously injured, so Jiang Lia forced herself to ask the driver to take her to the hospital. When Su Yan woke up, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. She subconsciously searched for Jiang Yao and, not seeing him, immediately wanted to get out of bed to look for him. Ms. Su, you can't get out of bed yet. The caregiver noticed Su Yan's movement in time. Su Yan frowned. May I ask who you are? I am your caregiver. You can call me Aunt Zhang. Do you know where my brother is? He's the one who came to the hospital with me yesterday, Su Yan asked anxiously. She suddenly fainted yesterday and didn't even have time to tell anyone about Wang Yongjun. She also doesn't know if Wang Yongjun has already escaped. He's in the next room. Should I go and tell him if you're awake? Okay, thank you, Aunt Zhang, Su Yan said politely with a smile to the caregiver. Less than 2 minutes later, Feng Zishu followed Aunt Zhang back into the ward. Your name is Xiaoyan, right? I am Feng Zishu, Xiaoyao's older sister. Xiaoyao is not fit to get out of bed right now, so I came to check on you on his behalf. Su Yan, who worked as a receptionist at the phone group, knew what Feng Zishu looked like. Upon seeing her approach, she immediately struggled to get out of bed. Sister Zishu, I have something very important to tell you. The truck that hit us yesterday did it on purpose. He is my ex-boyfriend's father. He knew that the driver was my brother. Don't get agitated. The person has been brought under control. There's no need to worry, Feng Zishu said with a smile, trying to reassure him. Upon hearing that Wang Yongjun had been arrested, Su Yan breathed a huge sigh of relief. She was too scared yesterday and didn't handle many things well. She didn't even call the police in time to arrest Wang Yongjun. If Wang Yongjun escapes because of this, it would be too unfair to Jiang Yao for offending him. It was thanks to Shi Shui'er that Wang Yongjun was able to be arrested in time. She was abandoned on the roadside and frightened by the furtive figure, so she called the police without thinking. Whether she's a good person or a bad person, let's send her to the police station first. Besides, what good person would be sneaking around staring at strangers on the street in the middle of the night? They're definitely up to no good. When the police arrived, they found blood on Wang Yongjun and a clear fracture in his right leg. There had also been a serious car accident nearby. An investigation revealed that the accident was caused by Wang Yongjun's drunk driving, and he was immediately taken into custody. This morning, after waking up, Feng Zishu immediately ordered someone to investigate the details of Jiang Yao's car accident. Upon learning that the perpetrator's name was Wang Yongjun, he instantly realized something was wrong. She had heard of this name before. Her younger brother had even asked her to help deal with this person. She didn't believe that such a coincidence could happen in the world, that someone from Shi City would come to the capital to drive a truck and just happen to crash into Jiang Yao's car. Currently, Wang Yongjun insists that he was drunk and accidentally hit Jiang Yao's car, and refuses to admit that it was premeditated murder. The police are still trying to find a way to investigate the whole story. Feng Zishu wasn't sure if Wang Yongjun had anyone else backing him, but her intuition told her that this matter was not simple. Last night, Jiang Yao attended a party hosted by the Wei family. How could Wang Yongjun, a bankrupt small business owner, know Jiang Yao's whereabouts? If he had that kind of power, he wouldn't have been so easily bankrupted. However, it has been too short since the accident, and the investigation will take some time. We can't rush it. Feng Zishu said gently to Su Yan, I heard that you carried Xiao Yao out of the car yesterday. On behalf of the Feng family, I thank you. She had seen pictures of the accident scene. The car Jiang Yao was driving was burned beyond recognition. If he hadn't been rescued in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No need. It's what I should do. Jiang Yao is also my brother, Su Yan said shyly, her cheeks flushed. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. You should still thank them. You should rest well in the hospital for a few days, and after you are discharged, you can go to the Feng family with Xiao Yao to recuperate for a while. Upon hearing that she was to go to the Feng family, Su Yan quickly refused. No need. I'll stay with my brother. She had lived with Jiang Yao for over a decade, so living together didn't feel awkward. But if she were to move into the Feng family's house, it wouldn't feel the same. We'll see when the time comes, Feng Zishu said, offering no further advice. Half an hour later, Zhang Lia rushed to the hospital. Looking at her son lying in bed, his head wrapped in gauze and his face pale, the heartache in her eyes was almost palpable. She wanted to touch Jiang Yao's face, but didn't dare to reach out. Before she could even speak, tears streamed down her face, and her voice was choked with sobs. How could there be a car accident? It's all that Wei family brat's fault for throwing a birthday party. Is there anything else that hurts? It's all right, just a little dizzy and nauseous, Jiang Yao smiled weakly. Then stop talking and get some rest. Mom will go ask the doctor about your condition later, Jiang Lia said, holding Jiang Yao's uninjured hand. Jiang Yao did not reject her advances. He could feel that Jiang Lia genuinely cared about him, and it was actually quite nice to be cared for. Jiang Lia was afraid of disturbing her son's rest, so she didn't stay in the ward for too long. Meanwhile, Feng Zishu also received the latest news. Wang Yongjun had finally confessed. Chapter 83. Will old Deng protect Feng Zichen? Deng, please find the mastermind behind your murder and bring them to justice. Reward for completing the mission, 1 spin on the prize wheel. Jiang Yao was suddenly startled by the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, and his head spun. He raised his uninjured hand and rubbed his temples, trying to extract key information. It turns out that his car accident was not an accident, but a deliberate attempt to harm him. Damn it, which idiot is trying to harm him? When he finds out, he'll definitely kill that son of a bitch. Because of the extreme emotional fluctuations, Jiang Yao felt increasingly dizzy and nauseous. He quickly closed his eyes and relaxed his body, no longer daring to move around recklessly. Just you wait, son of a bitch. We'll settle this score with him after he's calmed down in a couple of days. That evening, Zhang Lia offered to stay with Jiang Yao at the hospital, but Jiang Yao firmly refused. I'm fine with the caregiver. You should go home and rest. It's not that Jiang Yao looks down on Zhang Lia, but this rich woman who doesn't know the hardships of life won't be of much help if she stays. He doesn't want her to get sick from taking care of him. Feng Zishu also chimed in. Mom, Xiao Yao is right. You should go back first. I'll stay with Xiao Yao at the hospital tonight. But you've been busy all day and didn't sleep well last night. Will your body be able to handle staying up late again tonight? Zhang Lia felt sorry for her daughter and held her hand with a worried expression. Feng Zishu smiled nonchalantly. It's all right. There's a caregiver here. I'll just sleep in the next room. It won't be too tiring. But staying in a hospital is definitely not as comfortable as being at home. Jiang Lia knew that neither her son nor her daughter wanted her to stay, so she lingered until dark before reluctantly leaving. Mom will come to see you again tomorrow. If you want to eat something, just call Mom and let her know. Okay. Jiang Yao nodded obediently. After watching Zhang Lia leave the ward, Jiang Yao said to Feng Zishu, Sister, you should go home and rest too. I really don't need anyone to stay with me here. I didn't really intend to stay and keep you company, Feng Zishu said jokingly, pulling up a stool and sitting down by the hospital bed. Last night's situation was unexpected, and she was worried about leaving him at the hospital. Today, Jiang Yao is not in any danger and has a caregiver to look after him, so there's no point in her staying. Jiang Yao. All right. He was just being delusional. There's something I actually want to tell you, but please don't get excited, Feng Zishu said slowly, his expression unusually serious. Jiang Yao had a feeling. Could it be about my car accident? You guessed it. Feng Zishu smiled bitterly. She is currently experiencing very complicated feelings, and she is caught in a dilemma after learning who the mastermind is. Perhaps from the moment Jiang Yao returned to the Feng family, the two younger brothers were destined to be enemies. But Feng Zishu never expected that Feng Zichen would take action against Jiang Yao so soon. Examples of disputes over inheritance within wealthy families are commonplace, with countless instances of open and covert struggles. But Feng Xiuming is only in his early 50s at the moment. If nothing unexpected happens, he can still work hard for another 10 years or so. If he is in good health, working for another 20 years is not a problem. Moreover, both younger brothers haven't even graduated from university yet. Isn't it a bit too early for the brothers to start fighting each other at this point? Even if we take a step back and assume that Feng Zichen is already ruthless enough to orchestrate a car accident to frame Jiang Yao, who knows if he might use the same methods on her someday? So who exactly wants to harm me? Jiang Yao asked with a solemn expression. Feng Zi opened his mouth, a bitter taste in his mouth, and said in a hoarse voice, "The person who hit you with his car last night was Wang Yongjun." So it was him. Jiang Yao gritted his teeth. That's not right. How did Wang Yongjun know I would definitely pass by that intersection? And why was he staking it out for me in the middle of the night? Jiang Yao asked, a look of confusion on his face. Feng Zishu secretly admired his younger brother's keen insight and continued. You guessed right. Someone is helping him behind the scenes. Jiang Yao recalled the people who attended the birthday party last night and quickly identified two targets, Chu Jing and Feng Zichen. He had a conflict with those two guys in that group. Sister, just tell me directly. Is the mastermind behind my death Chu Jing or Feng Zichen, or are they both conspiring together? Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao guessed it so quickly. Feng Zishu clenched her hands on her lap and replied in a hoarse voice. It's Feng Zichen. Oh, so it's this kid, Jiang Yao said, not at all surprised by the answer. Sister, how do you plan to handle this? Don't tell me you're going to protect Feng Zichen. If you really dare to do that, don't blame me for disowning you as my sister from now on. Jiang Yao's words were indeed a bit too blunt, but he had to give Feng Zishu a heads up first. On one side is her younger brother whom she has known for 20 years, and on the other side is her younger brother whom she has only known for a few months. Who is more important to Feng Zishu? Feng Zishu's attitude will determine Jiang Yao's attitude towards her in the future. You heartless little thing. If I really wanted to protect Feng Zichen, would I be eagerly telling you the truth now? Feng Zishu was furious and gently poked Jiang Yao's cheek. If it weren't for the bandage on the boy's forehead, she would have poked him hard a few times to wake him up. Knowing that she was on his side, Jiang Yao instantly changed his expression and said with a grin, I knew my sister was the best to me. We are truly siblings who were born in the same womb. You're quite the clever one, Feng Zishu said, giving him a reproachful look. However, she had to admit that she agreed with Jiang Yao's words. Compared to Feng Xiuming, who was a very busy man, Jiang Lia had taken care of her since she was a child, and she had a deeper relationship with her mother. Naturally, she would also be more inclined to favor her biological brother, who shares the same mother. I'm telling the truth, Jiang Yao said earnestly. Yes, you're right. After a few playful exchanges, Feng Zishu's expression suddenly turned serious. I haven't told Mom and Dad about this yet. Mom will definitely side with you, but Dad's side. Jiang Yao's expression turned indifferent upon mentioning Feng Xiuming. He's been in the hospital for so long, and his father, Feng Xiuming, hasn't come to see him even once. Therefore, Jiang Yao had every reason to believe that Feng Xiuming, this old man, would most likely protect Feng Zichen. As you know, Dad is still the one in charge of the Feng family now. If he sides with Feng Zichen, we really can't touch him, Feng Zishu said solemnly. This sounds cruel, but it's the truth. Anyone with eyes can see which son Feng Xiuming prefers. Jiang Yao's face was contorted with pain, and his voice was trembling with tears. Sister, I really almost died this time. I was just a hair's breadth away. If I hadn't turned the steering wheel in time, what you'd see now might be a pile of minced meat. Chapter 84, A New Person Takes Charge. Pa, don't say such unlucky things. Feng Zishu felt a chill run down his spine just imagining the scene Jiang Yao described. Jiang Yao pouted, looking pitiful. Sister, I'm not saying this out of bad luck. Your own brother was almost killed. Can you bear to see Mom, an old woman, bury her son? What exactly are you trying to say? Feng Zishu wasn't stupid. How could he not see through the kid's ulterior motives? Jiang Yao blinked and said slowly, I've suffered so much. If Dad wants to protect the culprit, don't you think that's going too far? Yes, it is very excessive, so I will try my best to help you get the punishment you deserve. Feng Zishu's voice sounded unsure. Although she has been working in the group for several years, she is still too inexperienced to compete with Feng Xiuming. The family's main connections and resources are still in Feng Xiuming's hands. When she goes out, People will give her some face because she is the eldest daughter of the Feng family, but compared to the head of the Feng family, she is nothing. Sister, have you ever thought about becoming the head of the Feng family? Jiang Yao's sudden remark almost stunned Feng Zishu. Is her younger brother now instigating her to seize power? Feng Zishu glanced guiltily toward the doorway and whispered to Jiang Yao. Don't say things like that carelessly in the future. It's not good if it gets out. If this gets to Feng Xiuming's ears, he might expel her from the country the very next day. Don't think she can't see it. Feng Xiuming's successor has always been his younger brother, Feng Zichen. In the past, Feng Zishu wouldn't have thought much of it. They were siblings, and it didn't really matter who took over. The Feng group was so big that the two siblings should help and support each other. But ever since she learned that Feng Zichen was not her mother's son, she couldn't help but start to think more about it. It's hard for brothers and sisters who aren't born of the same mother to get along peacefully. Especially after Feng Zichen attacked Jiang Yao this time, she became more wary. If that wolf cub really became the head of the Feng family, would she and her two children still have a good life? Jiang Yao noticed a slight softening in Feng Zishu's expression and pressed his advantage, saying, Sister, if Feng Zichen can deal with me today, he might not be afraid to deal with you tomorrow. I don't really want you to seize power, but the premise is that Dad can't be biased. If he lets an illegitimate child inherit the Feng family, how will Mom feel? Let me think about it carefully first. My mind is a bit confused right now, Feng Zishu said, pinching the bridge of his nose, his whole body exuding a sense of tension. Jiang Yao didn't try to persuade her any further. In his view, there was a difference between men and women. Men were rational beings, while women were emotional beings. Feng Zishu may have some sibling affection for Feng Zichen, and Jiang Yao's goal is to sow discord between them and make Feng Zishu completely stand on his side. As for Feng Xiuming, if he doesn't understand how to be the head of the family, Jiang Yao wouldn't mind helping him retire early. Of course, he never thought about taking the position himself. Please, he's just a computer science college student. How would he know how to manage such a large corporation? Professional tasks should be left to professionals. Even if we take a step back and assume that Feng Zishu can't tolerate his younger brother after becoming the head of the family, then he can also remove Feng Zishu from power. Having grown up in an orphanage, Jiang Yao was always more daring than other children. There's a saying, if you're willing to risk your life, you can even bring down the emperor. Oh, right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Wang Yongjun's son was about to leave the country, but I arranged for someone to stop him. What are you going to do with him? Feng Zishu suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell Jiang Yao about this. Logically speaking, Wang Buochao was not directly involved in Jiang Yao's car accident, and even the police had no right to arrest him. But powerful people don't listen to reason. Anyone with eyes can see that Wang Buochao is a beneficiary of the system. So how could Feng Zishu let him go abroad? He immediately had him taken into custody. She might not be able to deal with Feng Zichen for now, but surely she can handle a mere Wang Buochao? One reason why Wang Yongjun was willing to confess was that he did everything so that his son could go abroad and start a new life. Now that his son has been arrested, why is he still clinging to his promise to Feng Zichen? Feng Zichen had promised to send his son abroad safely, but he went back on his word, so Wang Yongjun was quick to betray him. He quickly explained how Feng Zichen had come to him and how he had plotted to frame Jiang Yao. Murder is a serious crime, and with the Feng family's power, they could easily let Wang Yongjun die in prison. On the contrary, Wang Buochao is more difficult to deal with. Feng Zishu decided to ask Jiang Yao for his opinion. After all, he was the victim. Send him to Africa to mine? Jiang Yao asked tentatively. Feng Zishu nodded. Sure, the company happens to have a gold mine in Africa. I'll arrange for someone to send it there tomorrow. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. He had just said it casually, but he hadn't expected his family to actually own a mine in Africa. The rich were indeed not lying to him. Sis, remember to arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape, Jiang Yao said excitedly. He said he understood, and that feeling was really great. He would send anyone who dared to offend him again to mine in Africa. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Feng Zishu said with a smile. At Jiang Yao's request, Jiang Lia and Feng Xiuming came to the hospital the next day. Didn't I say it wasn't anything serious? What's the point of me coming to the hospital? I can't help him get better. I still have several meetings to attend at my company. Feng Xiuming kept nagging on the way. Jiang Lia, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him on the head and said, Shut up. Xiao Yao is still my biological son. How can you be so heartless to him? Is this something a father should say? If it were Feng Zichen who was injured, Feng Xiuming would have rushed to the hospital long ago. Why is there a different attitude when it's Jiang Yao? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Jiang Lia punched Feng Xiuming hard in the chest, almost seriously injuring him. Wife, Feng Xiuming stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this still his gentle and lovely wife? I don't care who you are, get off my wife right now. Don't call me wife. I'm not your wife. Jiang Yao refused to speak to him. She didn't give Feng Xiuming another glance until the car stopped in front of the hospital. Xiao Yao, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling better? Your dad was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to come to the hospital to see you. He specially canceled several meetings to come over today, Jiang Yao said gently. She didn't want Jiang Yao to feel that his father didn't value him. What boy doesn't want his father's approval? Jiang Yao waved his hand dismissively. It's okay, I understand. The main reason I invited you here is to tell you why I was in a car accident. What do you mean? Does that mean your car accident wasn't an accident? Jiang Yao asked excitedly. Feng Xiuming's face instantly darkened. He already knew what Jiang Yao wanted to say. Chapter 85. Old Deng gets beaten. After Wang Yongjun's arrest caused such a commotion, and his confession involved the two young masters of the Feng family, it's impossible that no one told Feng Xiuming. He was furious when he learned of this, wishing he could hang Feng Zichen up and beat him half to death. But he quickly calmed down. This was a huge scandal for the Feng family. He could imagine how people would laugh at him once the truth came out, and most importantly, the group's stock price would be affected. After careful consideration, Feng Xiuming decided to suppress the matter for now. As for Feng Zichen, he would naturally teach him a lesson once things calmed down. Feng Xiuming originally planned to go to the company today to discuss with his daughter how to minimize the impact of this matter, but he did not expect that Jiang Yao had already learned the truth in advance and did not intend to let it go easily. Feng Xiuming gave his daughter a deep look. He knew without a doubt that Feng Zishu must have revealed the truth to Jiang Yao. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. These people really didn't respect him, their father, at all. Jiang Yao didn't care what he thought. He had called Jiang Liu and Feng Xiuming over today with the intention of complaining to them face to face, determined not to let Feng Xiuming gloss over the matter. Jiang Yao raised his hand and wiped away non-existent tears. Mom and Dad, the driver who hit me admitted that Feng Zichen instructed him to do it. I have always regarded Feng Zichen as a brother. I never thought that Feng Zichen would be so ruthless. You must stand up for me. Xiao Yao, are you sure you're not mistaken? Jiang Liu suddenly widened her eyes, her gaze filled with disbelief and sorrow. When did the child she raised become so cruel? She knew that Feng Zichen harbored resentment towards Jiang Yao, and she also knew that he was secretly sowing discord between Jiang Yao and Feng Xiuming, which she could understand. But she never expected that Feng Zichen would actually want to kill Jiang Yao. Mom, how could I joke about something like this? I don't actually believe it either, but it's true, Jiang Yao said with a bitter smile, his eyes lowered, looking very downcast. Jiang Liu actually believed that Jiang Yao wouldn't joke about something like this, so it was definitely true. She suddenly looked at the silent Feng Xiuming, her eyes filled with determination. Feng Xiuming, let me tell you, I will never let the person who hurt my son get away with it. Why are you so agitated? I didn't say anything, Feng Xiuming said helplessly. Yes, you didn't say anything, but do you think I don't know you? You probably already knew about this, right? Jiang Liu said confidently. If he hadn't already known, Feng Xiuming wouldn't be so calm at this moment. Faced with his wife's questioning, a hint of guilt flashed in Feng Xiuming's eyes, and he stammered. I know Xiao Chun was wrong in this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Dad, how do you plan to teach Feng Zichen a lesson? Jiang Yao asked with a sarcastic smile. For some reason, Feng Xiuming inexplicably dared not meet his son's gaze, his eyes flickering unnaturally. Your most important task right now is to recover from your injury. You're my own son, and I won't let you suffer any losses. Here's what I'll do. I have a villa in Shishan Yuding that I'll have someone transfer the ownership to your name. Who wants your shabby villa? Xiao Yao almost. You think you can just give him a villa and get rid of him? Feng Xiuming, are you even human? Jiang Liu was furious. A faint blush rose on her well-maintained face, clearly indicating that she was very angry. Being scolded by his wife in front of his children, Feng Xiuming felt he had lost face, and his tone became somewhat impatient. Then what do you want to do? Do you expect Xiao Chen to go to jail? Putting aside the fact that he is your son whom you have raised for 20 years, our Feng family can't afford to lose face like that. Compared to my son's life, I don't think being ashamed is a big deal, Jiang Liu said with an indifferent expression. You. Feng Xiuming was so angry that he couldn't speak. Women are just like women. They have no sense of the bigger picture at all. In short, I absolutely will not allow the scandal of the Feng brothers' infighting to spread, or don't blame me for being impolite. A ruthless glint flashed across Feng Xiuming's face. Smack! A crisp slap rang out, followed by an eerie silence in the ward. Jiang Liu's chest heaved violently, as she slowly withdrew her hand and clenched it tightly. Jiang Yao, how dare you hit me? Feng Xiuming's eyes were wide open like copper bells, as if he was about to burst out and beat someone up at any moment. Admittedly, this wasn't the first time Jiang Yao had hit him, but in the past it was all just for show. This was the first time she had actually slapped him in the face. There's an old saying that you shouldn't hit someone in the face. This was the first time in his life that someone had hit him in the face. Even his parents had never slapped him. Seeing this, Feng Zishu quickly stepped in front of his mother. Dad, don't hold it against Mom. She was just too emotional. She didn't mean to hurt you. Sister is right. If Dad hadn't been so biased towards Feng Zichen, Mom wouldn't have acted so impulsively. Her own son was almost killed, so it's normal for her to be a little emotional, Jiang Yao said, suppressing a laugh and adding his own gloating. Jiang Yao, who had initially felt somewhat guilty, immediately straightened her back and said confidently, so what if I hit you? You let Feng Zichen hurt Xiao Yao, so one slap from me is too lenient. Jiang Yao, you are simply unreasonable. Feng Xiuming clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to calm down. Feng Xiuming, you're the unreasonable one. How dare you favor the illegitimate child born to your mistress? I'll never let you get away with this. Jiang Yao pulled her daughter behind her and glared at Feng Xiuming with her neck stiff and unyielding. Fine, fine, you three are of one mind. I can't argue with you. I'm leaving. Feng Xiuming walked to the door and slammed it shut. Jiang Yao felt a little regretful. Should he have let Feng Xiuming complete the transfer of the villa before leaving? He didn't know if Feng Xiuming would give the villa back to him later. The villas at Shishan Yuding are also quite expensive, comparable to those at Yushan Manor, both costing hundreds of millions, and are generally unavailable to the average person. Jiang Yao seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Her body went limp and she almost fell to the ground, but fortunately Feng Zishu caught her in time. Mom, are you alright? Feng Zishu carefully helped her mother to sit down on the sofa. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and burst into tears. Wah? I was so blind back then. How could I have fallen for that bastard Feng Xiuming? He's not even human. Feng Zishu glanced at Jiang Yao, and both siblings saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Sister, you see? Dad's heart is completely biased towards Feng Zichen. The three of us, mother and sons, are just pitiful little cabbages. Jiang Yao seized the opportunity to sow discord. Feng Zishu understood the meaning behind his words, and a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps he really should make plans soon? Chapter 86 Mercenaries. Feng Xiuming was furious at the hospital, so he turned around and called Feng Zichen home. He hasn't returned to the Feng family's old house since attending Wei Shua's birthday party. Having just committed a bad deed, he doesn't dare face Jiang Yao. Dad, is there something you wanted to tell me? Feng Zichen asked, looking at his father's dark face, a sense of guilt creeping into his heart. Feng Xiuming slammed his hand on the sofa armrest. You bastard, kneel down for me. Feng Zichen trembled and obediently knelt down. Dad? Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son with your wolfish ambitions. You dare to hire someone to run over your brother today, so will you dare to hire someone to run over me tomorrow? Feng Xiuming cursed, his chest heaving violently. An alarm bell rang in Feng Zichen's mind. It's all over. Everything's been exposed. He crawled to Feng Xiuming's feet, grabbed his leg, and wept uncontrollably. Dad, I know I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. I was just unwilling to accept that Jiang Yao took everything from me. I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted someone to teach him a lesson. Dad, you have to believe me. You didn't intend to kill him? Why did that driver say you ordered him to run over your brother? Feng Xiuming looked at his youngest son suspiciously, his eyes flickering with a mixture of emotions. Bullshit, I didn't say anything like that. I just asked him to teach Jiang Yao a lesson. He must be trying to settle a personal score. Dad, you probably already know that Jiang Yao schemed to bankrupt the Wang family. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. The Wang father and son must have wished Jiang Yao were dead long ago. Feng Zichen's tone was agitated, as if he had been greatly wronged and wished he could immediately raise his hand to swear an oath. His innocent appearance actually made Feng Xiuming waver. He didn't really believe his youngest son could be so cruel. If what Xiaoqin said is true, and he just wanted to teach Xiao Yao a lesson, and it was Wang Yongjun who wanted to kill Jiang Yao to settle a personal score, then the Wang family father and son are too hateful. Feng Zichen noticed the softening in his father's expression, a flash of secret joy crossing his eyes, and continued. Dad, although I'm not as comfortable as before since my brother came back, I know you're on my side. I have no reason to kill someone over a small conflict. You have to believe me. Get up first. Feng Xiuming patted his youngest son on the shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down next to him. Feng Zichen obediently got up and sat on the sofa, his tone sincere. Dad, I actually regretted it a long time ago. Fortunately, my brother is not seriously injured, otherwise I would have been guilty of 1,000 deaths. It's good that you know you were wrong. Go to the hospital later and apologize to your brother properly. You were wrong this time, and it's understandable that your brother is angry. Whether he scolds you or hits you, try to bear with it, Feng Xiuming said quietly, rubbing his throbbing temples. Upon hearing this, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth. Why should he apologize to Jiang Yao? Did Jiang Yao deserve it? That damn jinx was just too tough. Even a truck couldn't kill him. You don't want to go? Feng Xiuming emphasized, his eyes sharp as knives. No, I didn't mean to. I'm just afraid my brother and mother will be unhappy if they see me like this, Feng Zichen said pitifully, waving his hands repeatedly. Feng Xiuming thought about it and realized that this made sense. Leah must hate Xiaochen to death right now. Sending Xiaochen over would only make things worse for them. Let's wait until your brother is discharged from the hospital. Don't run around these next few days, understand? I understand. I'll stay by your side these next few days and learn from you. I'm still too impetuous and impulsive. I'll be content if I can learn even a fraction of what you have to say, Feng Zichen said, looking at Feng Xiuming with admiration, showering him with compliments. This flattery pleased Feng Xiuming greatly, and he nodded approvingly. All right, you can learn from me for a while. He did want to rein in his youngest son's temper, otherwise who knows what kind of trouble he might cause in the future. Jiang Yao was kept in the hospital for a week until his dizziness completely subsided before he was allowed to be discharged. Zhang Lia definitely wanted him to return to the Feng family's old house to recuperate, but Jiang Yao absolutely refused to go, so Zhang Lia had no choice but to compromise. During his hospitalization, Lu Yunxi visited Jiang Yao several times, and this time Jiang Yao didn't say anything about keeping his distance. He had already learned from Su Yin that Lu Yunxi had arrived in time that night and taken them to the hospital. After all, she had helped him a lot, so it would be impolite to speak coldly to her. The two tacitly stopped mentioning the past and continued to interact like friends. On the contrary, Shen Wu, Jiang Yao's official girlfriend, did not appear during his hospitalization. In fact, the two had not been in contact since their unpleasant breakup. Jiang Yao couldn't figure out whether this was a Cold War or a tacit agreement to break up, so he simply stopped caring. He has no time for romance right now. He's just waiting for the people Zhang Yongyuan found for him to arrive. Being a lone commander is not a pleasant experience. He has to ask Feng Zishu for help to get anything done. Feng Xiuming was determined to protect Feng Zichen, and Jiang Yao also felt that it was pointless to put Feng Zichen in jail. As long as Feng Xiuming put in a good word, Feng Zichen might be more comfortable in prison than outside. Instead of doing that, why not just send them to Africa to mine? They could keep Wang Buqiao company. However, Feng Zishu did not agree easily this time, saying that he needed to think about it some more. Who knows how long it will take to think about this? I'm recovering in the hospital while Feng Zichen is having a good time outside. It feels like I've eaten dog shit. Jiang Yao turned around and secretly contacted Zhang Yongyuan, asking him to find 6 international mercenaries to be his bodyguards. If he's not going to help him, then he'll just find someone to kidnap Feng Zichen and take him abroad. He'll just dump him in some small African country and consider it a free training opportunity for Feng Zichen. Look how good he is as an older brother. The night Jiang Yao was discharged from the hospital and returned home, 6 mercenaries came to his house to report for duty. When Su Yin saw 6 burly men of different skin colors suddenly appear in her house, she was so frightened that she thought thieves had broken in and started to scream for help. Don't be afraid. This is the bodyguard I hired, Jiang Yao quickly reassured her. Su Yin gasped for breath, coughing as she spoke. Brother, where did you find these bodyguards? They don't seem very. Doesn't seem like a good person? Jiang Yao asked with a smile. Su Yin nodded quickly. MHM. That's for sure. These guys have all survived in the midst of gunfire and are used to living a life of constant danger. How could they be good people? People in their line of work can't survive long as good people. Boss, are you talking badly about me? One of the dark-skinned men asked, enunciating each word in broken Chinese. Jiang Yao awkwardly touched his nose. Goodness, they can speak Chinese. He thought they couldn't understand Chinese. He was careless. Chapter 87 Missing Out on a Billion. Yes, one. The big black man stretched out his hand and made a gesture. Jiang Yao chuckled and said in English, You've misunderstood. We're not saying anything bad about you. We just think you're very capable. I see. The big black man said with a knowing smile. Boss, let me introduce myself. My name is Bruce. When he introduced himself, the others also gave their names, in the following order: Martin, Milo, Cody, Alan, and Ellis. It was getting late, so after they got to know each other, Jiang Yao gave them money to go to a hotel. He could definitely squeeze into a room at home, but he was a little hesitant to share a roof with a fugitive he had only met once. Perhaps it would be better once they got to know each other better. Jiang Yao didn't intend to hide his plan to deal with Feng Zichen from Feng Xiuming, and of course, he couldn't hide it from him anyway. However, he wasn't so arrogant as to openly bring people to arrest someone. The best way is to wait until Feng Zichen is alone, knock him unconscious, take him away, and throw him onto a plane to be sent to Africa. Jiang Yongyuan, Jiang Yao's uncle, was also very helpful. After learning about Jiang Yao's plan, he generously provided him with a private jet. Fortunately, the pilot's licenses of those 6 mercenaries were all complete, so there was no need to find anyone else. He stayed by Feng Xiuming's side throughout Jiang Yao's hospitalization. Feng Zichen knew perfectly well that his father was doing this for his own good, to prevent Jiang Yao from retaliating against him. So he left early and returned late every day without a single complaint. But old habits die hard. He was used to staying up late, eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Suddenly having to stay at the company all day long was too painful for him. After only a few days, Feng Zichen started making excuses. Dad, it's my friend's birthday tomorrow, and he invited me to dinner. Can I skip the company tomorrow? Which friend of yours? Feng Xiuming asked, looking at him suspiciously. He's just a high school classmate. His family doesn't run a very big business, so you probably don't know him, Feng Zichen stammered. Feng Xiuming looked displeased. You should spend more time playing with the children of the Mu, Wei, and Chu families, and avoid contact with other shady characters. He felt that it was all because of his bad friends who led Feng Zichen astray. He was such a well-behaved child when he was young, but he started to rebel when he grew up. Feng Zichen's tone was full of complaints. Mu Lu and Wei Shuo don't like to play with me. I can't just hang out with Chu Jing every day. I have to make some other friends, otherwise it'll be so boring. I think you just don't want to work. You're about to graduate from university, and you're still thinking about playing all the time. When your sister was your age, she would have already joined the company to help me. Yeah, I'm not as good as my sister, Feng Zichen said, his head hanging low and his voice sullen. Why do people always compare him to Feng Zishu? Can't he have his own pace? If he doesn't have fun when he's young, when will he? Does he have to wait until he's in his 30s or 40s? Feng Xiuming waved his hand dismissively at him. All right, go if you want to. I get a headache just looking at you. Thank you, Dad. Feng Zichen chuckled and walked briskly out of the office. Inside the bar, 2 beautiful women in low-cut dresses sat on either side of Feng Zichen. The one on his left was affectionately massaging his shoulders, while the one on his right was feeding him wine. The young man with dyed yellow hair across from him said with a grin, Young Master Feng, let's have a go. We've been waiting for you to come out. I heard you've been working at the company lately? Young Master Feng started working at the company so early? Didn't you say you were going to wait until you graduated from university? Another blue-haired youth asked with surprise. I don't want to go to work either, but my dad insists on keeping me by his side. It's so annoying, Feng Zichen said, his tone sounding somewhat impatient, but he couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes. Young Master Feng, you're too much of a Versailles. President Feng is personally teaching you, which means he values you highly. Some people want to do this, but don't even have the chance. Haha, you're right. Some people are only fit to work in branch offices. Everyone understood who these certain people were, and they all burst into mocking laughter. They were all Feng Zichen's followers, and Feng Zichen's enemies were their enemies, so they all disliked Jiang Yao. When they actually faced Jiang Yao, they didn't dare utter a single word, but behind his back, they were all incredibly malicious, and Feng Zichen was very pleased with them. After a few rounds of drinks, Feng Zichen's mind was already a bit hazy, and his hands kept groping his female companion. Oh dear, Mr. Feng, please don't do this. There are people watching. Don't be afraid, no one dares to watch us. Let me give you a kiss first. Young Master Feng is drunk. You two take him to his room upstairs to rest, the blonde-haired man instructed the 2 beautiful women. One of the girls paused for a moment, then asked, The 2 of us together? Are you new here? A lewd smile crept across the blonde-haired man's face. The girl nodded timidly. This is young Master Feng's habit. Don't worry, young Master Feng will not treat you unfairly. The 2 girls helped Feng Zichen walk upstairs to a private room. Just as they reached the door of the room, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck and instantly lost consciousness. 2 tall figures grabbed Feng Zichen like eagles snatching chicks and quickly left through the back door of the bar. Feng Zichen woke up groggily to find himself facing a dark, shiny face. Ah, who the hell are you? He frantically raised his foot and kicked the other person with a life-or-death determination. Don't ask him why he's so agitated. His memory is stuck on two beautiful women leading him to a room, only to wake up to find himself facing a black man. What does that mean? Shut up, the black man shouted angrily, pinning his legs down. Startled, Feng Zichen couldn't help but hiccup and stared blankly into the air, asking in English, "Who are you and why am I here?" "Shut up," the black man said in Chinese, pulling out a black pistol and pointing it at Feng Zichen's head, without answering his question. Feng Zichen's pupils dilated in shock. A gun. This black man actually has a gun. At that moment, he finally realized that he had been kidnapped, and he covered his mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. Bruce sat back in his seat, his brown eyes staring at Feng Zichen like a wild beast. After about 10 minutes, Feng Zichen finally couldn't hold back any longer and said in a low, consultative tone, "Big brother, how much ransom do you want? Can I call my dad? I don't care how much it costs." "How much money can you come up with?" Bruce asked with interest. 50 million. No, 100 million. As long as you let me go, I'll have my dad give you 100 million. Feng Zichen's lips were trembling as he spoke because he was too nervous. Upon hearing that it was 100 million, the others couldn't help but look at Feng Zichen. This kid is really worth a lot of money. Oh, what a pity, we're destined to miss out on this 100 million, Bruce sighed with regret. Chapter 88 Your son's unexpected disappearance. Despite his best efforts, Feng Zichen could not persuade the kidnappers to allow him to contact Feng Xiuming. He couldn't understand what these people were trying to do. If their goal was to kidnap him, shouldn't they have contacted his family to ask for a ransom? But if we say they aren't kidnappers, if that's not true, what else could they be if they were carrying guns? Amidst Feng Zichen's panic and confusion, the private jet landed at the airport. Bruce lifted Feng Zichen up with one hand and said to the others, "Let's go. Big brother, I beg you, at least let me die knowing why." "Where are you taking me?" Feng Zichen struggled desperately, pleading as he grabbed Bruce's hand. Having arrived at their destination, there was no point in hiding anything anymore, so Bruce told him the truth with a smile. "This is Africa, and you were sold to Africa to mine." "Africa? Mining? You mean I was sold to Africa to mine?" Feng Zichen shouted incredulously. He was the pampered young master of the Feng family. Who would dare to sell him to Africa to mine? "Just tell me who your employer is, and when I get home I'll have my dad give you 200 million. "Brother, I regret to inform you that you won't be able to return to China anytime soon," Bruce said, looking at Feng Zichen with pity, though a smile flickered in his brown eyes. Feng Zichen panicked and clung to Bruce's arm, pleading, "Big brother, I'm the young master of the Feng group. If you let me go back to China, I guarantee you'll have more money than you can spend in a lifetime." "No," Bruce coldly and ruthlessly rejected his request. The most important thing in their line of work is reputation. If they can be easily turned by their employer's enemies, who would dare to hire them in the future? "Is my offer not high enough? How about 1 billion? Feng Zichen said, uttering a number that even he himself thought was very high. However, he believed his father would be willing to give up 1 billion yuan to save his son's life. It was a good deal, wasn't it? "Bruce, he's too noisy, just knock him out." "I agree. If they let this young master continue, they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of money." Feng Zichen's eyes widened, but before he could even speak, he was knocked unconscious. Finally, "It's quiet." Alan breathed a sigh of relief. "Hurry up and send the person over, then take a video of the boss, and we have to return to the capital." The capital city. When the two girls who had been knocked unconscious woke up, they found themselves lying in bed. "Lily, what just happened?" "I don't know. It seems like someone knocked me unconscious." "By the way, where is young Master Feng?" "I don't know. His phone is still here. Maybe he went to the bathroom?" "Go check." "No, there's no one in the bathroom." The two searched the room together but couldn't find Feng Zichen, and a bad feeling crept into their hearts. "Should we go and talk to young Master Huang?" Lily asked anxiously. "Let's talk about it, because we can't afford to take responsibility if something happens." Upon hearing the two men say that Feng Zichen was missing, Huang Mao slammed the cup in his hand heavily onto the table with a loud bang. "What do you mean young Master Feng is missing? Didn't I tell you two to take good care of him?" The two girls were startled by his violent actions and explained, sobbing, "We were just about to help young Master Feng into the room when we were suddenly knocked unconscious. When we woke up, we didn't see young Master Feng anymore." "Knocked out? Are you sure someone knocked you out?" The blonde-haired man jumped up from his chair. The two girls nodded in tacit agreement, and Lily handed Feng Zichen's phone to the blonde-haired man. "Yes, young Master Feng's phone is still with me. If Feng Zichen went back on his own, he would definitely have taken his phone with him. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go find it," the blonde-haired man shouted at the crowd around him. Following Huang Mao's instructions, the staff searched the entire bar, including the restrooms, but they couldn't find a single hair on Feng Zichen's head. Huang Mao started to panic, his breathing becoming rapid. I've made sure we've checked every private room. Is that right? It's not impossible that Feng Zichen got drunk and accidentally wandered into someone else's private room in a daze. We've searched everywhere, but we haven't found young Master Feng. Damn it, the blonde-haired guy cursed. Damn it, why is he so unlucky? He finally managed to get Feng Zichen to come out, but then Feng Zichen got into trouble on his own turf. It would be good if they could find him in time, but if anything happened to Feng Zichen on his turf, he didn't dare to imagine how the Feng family would treat him. Pull up the surveillance footage from the second floor and see if he left on his own or if someone took him away. The staff member's voice was somewhat hesitant, and he stammered with his neck hunched. Boss, the surveillance camera on the second floor is broken. You dare say that again? I pay you guys so much every month, and you all let me down when it really matters. No, the surveillance footage shows it was deliberately sabotaged. Young Master Feng might really have been taken away. The staff member's voice trailed off, clearly aware of the seriousness of the situation. Huang Mao's vision blurred. What should he do? What should he do? Should he tell Boss Feng about this? If he speaks up, his bar might go out of business tomorrow. If he doesn't, and Feng Zichen really gets into trouble, not only will the bar go out of business, but he won't get away with it either. Young Master Huang, don't worry. Young Master Feng is a grown man. He can't just disappear like that. Maybe he went out on his own. Let's check all the surveillance footage around the bar. I don't believe we can't find him. Yes, go check now, all of you hurry up. Huang Mao said as if he had grasped at a straw. As long as we can find Feng Zichen, tonight's events can be treated as if they never happened. After much effort, Huang Mao finally found a useful surveillance video. About half an hour earlier, two foreign men were seen carrying sacks into a black van through the back door of the bar. Judging from its shape, the sack likely contained a person. It's over, it's completely over, Huang Mao muttered to himself. The staff suggested, Boss, why don't we call the police first? Report. There's no time for him to hide it now. The sooner we call the police, the sooner we can find him. Upon learning that the missing person was the young master of the Feng family, the police disregarded the rule that a case could only be filed after 24 hours and immediately reported the matter to their superiors. Not long after, Feng Xiaoming received a call from the police chief. Mr. Feng, I have received news that your son has gone missing while drinking at a bar tonight. What do you mean? What do you mean by accidental disappearance? Feng Xiaoming was woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night, and the tone and attitude were not very good. Chapter 89. Yes, I was the one who kidnapped him. Our police received a report that Feng Zichen, the young master of the Feng family, went missing at their bar. We suspect he was knocked unconscious and taken away. Have you received any information about this? The police chief had already seen the video of the bar's back door and was about 80% sure that Feng Zichen had been kidnapped. He was calling Feng Xiaoming mainly to ask if he had received any calls or text messages from the kidnappers. Upon hearing the name Feng Zichen, Feng Xiaoming suddenly sat up in bed. What did you just say? My son is missing. Who's missing? Jiang Yao asked anxiously, awakened by the voices. It's Xiao Chun. The police called me and said he was knocked unconscious and taken away at a bar, Feng Xiaoming said solemnly, the veins on his hand holding the phone bulging. Oh, Feng Zichen is missing. Then it's all right. Jiang Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but a worried expression appeared on her face. Why did you suddenly disappear? Did you go somewhere else with your friends? Based on her understanding of Feng Zichen, it was perfectly normal for him to stay out all night. Feng Xiaoming shook his head. The police are still not sure if Xiao Chun has been kidnapped. You should go to sleep first. I'm going to the police station now. I'll go with you, Jiang Yao said, making a move to get up as well. Did she genuinely care about Feng Zichen? Of course not. But she still had to put on an act in front of Feng Xiaoming. Unlike Feng Xiaoming, who wouldn't even glance at his own son after he was in a car accident. Fortunately, Feng Xiaoming still had some conscience. He couldn't bear to leave his wife to go through all this trouble in the middle of the night, so he said, You get some rest. I'll call you as soon as I have any news. Okay, don't worry too much. Maybe he just went somewhere with his friends. Jiang Yao gently comforted him. After the man left the room, she lay down and went back to sleep, feeling at ease. If she had learned of Feng Zichen's disappearance before Jiang Yao's car accident, she wouldn't have acted so coldly, even considering their 20-year mother-son relationship. The moment Feng Zichen decided to kill Jiang Yao, it was destined that the bond between them would be completely destroyed. Feng Xiaoming rushed to the police station, where the police chief was already present. Director Liu, what's the situation now? Do you know who took Xiao Chun away? Feng Xiaoming's tone was relatively calm, but his whole body exuded an air of authority. Director Liu shook his head guiltily. We haven't found out the other party's identity yet. It should be a gang crime with a purpose. I suspect it's kidnapping and extortion or revenge. Mr. Feng, has your son offended anyone recently? Excuse me. A face flashed through Feng Xiuming's mind, and his brows furrowed little by little. That's impossible. Jiang Yao was just discharged from the hospital. Besides, he's just a college student with little experience. How could he possibly do something like kidnapping? Despite telling himself it was impossible, Feng Xiuming still called his daughter. Hey, Dad, what's up calling me so late? Feng Zishu was woken up by the phone ringing and groggily picked up the phone to answer it. Xiao Shu, tell Dad the truth. Did you do Xiao Qin's disappearance? Feng Xiuming's voice carried an extremely strong sense of pressure. Feng Zishu was momentarily stunned. What are you talking about? When did Xiao Qin disappear? You really weren't involved? Feng Xiuming wanted to continue to bluff his daughter. How could that be? Dad, are you drunk? I didn't even know Xiao Qin was missing until you told me. Feng Zishu said, utterly speechless. Seeing that she seemed genuinely unaware, Feng Xiuming didn't know whether he should breathe a sigh of relief. The police chief just called me and said that Xiao Chun was kidnapped at a bar. He's been having a lot of conflict with Xiao Yao lately, so you suspect that I'm helping Xiao Yao get revenge on Xiao Chun, right? A hint of disappointment flashed across Feng Zishu's eyes. At this moment, she felt even more strongly that Feng Xiuming favored Feng Zichen. He didn't trust her at all. Feng Xiuming felt a little guilty when she questioned him. No, Xiao Shu, you misunderstood Dad. That's not what Dad meant. I was just a little anxious for a moment. I was very worried about Xiao Qin's disappearance, but I can swear that I definitely didn't do it. Okay, Dad believes you. After hanging up the phone, Feng Zishu felt increasingly uneasy. She had a strange premonition that this matter was inextricably linked to Jiang Yao. Feng Zishu originally wanted to call Jiang Yao immediately to ask, but considering that he was still injured and that disturbing him in the middle of the night would affect his rest, she decided to wait until dawn to call him, since there were only a few hours left anyway. After figuring things out, Feng Zishu tossed her phone aside, pulled the covers up, and went back to sleep. Sleep is the most important thing in the world. She works hard for the company every day, and it's not easy for her. Jiang Yao wasn't surprised at all when he received the call and readily admitted it. Yes, it was me who did it, he said with a faint smile. The plane had already taken off, and he wasn't afraid that Feng Xiu would try to stop him. Moreover, to avoid being discovered too early, he specifically instructed Bruce and his men to sell Feng Zichen to a remote and secluded mine. Africa is so vast that even if Feng Xiuming wanted to find someone, it would take him quite a while, enough time for Feng Zichen to learn a lesson. Just thinking about the young master with delicate skin about to encounter the greatest hardship of his life made Jiang Yao feel refreshed. Feng Zishu was speechless for a moment, not expecting him to admit it so readily. No, I mean you're too bold. If Dad knew, he would be very angry. So what if he's angry? Feng Zichen even tried to murder me. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, and I've already shown him mercy, Jiang Yao said, raising an eyebrow and not seeming to care. Where did you tie him up? Feng Zishu asked tentatively. Sis, you're not thinking of telling on us, are you? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would snitch? Feng Zishu asked in return. Brother, what you said is so disheartening. I haven't been good enough to you. Jiang Yao chuckled. Of course you're good to me, sis, but Feng Zichen is also your brother. I'm just worried about putting you in a difficult position. If you found out where Feng Zichen is, would you tell Dad or not? What you said makes sense, so let's not tell me, Feng Zishu quickly said. Caught in the middle, she was in a dilemma, so she decided to stick to her principle of listening and speaking as little as possible. But you should also be mentally prepared. It won't be long before Dad finds out about you. It's just a matter of time. I know, so be it if they find out. Jiang Yao had already prepared for this. Sis, if Dad tries to discipline me, remember to protect me, okay? Feng Zishu chuckled. Now you know fear. Chapter 90. The biased old deng, beware of a stroke. Feng Zishu's prediction was correct. Just one day later, Feng Xiuming had traced the matter back to Jiang Yao. Bruce and his group only arrived in China from country A few days ago. During that time, they only had contact with Jiang Yao. Isn't it obvious who the mastermind is? Feng Xiuming couldn't describe how he felt. His two sons were killing each other, and he, as their father, was the most heartbroken. Besides, he only had these two sons to begin with, and he didn't want to lose either of them. Jiang Yao was called back to the Feng family's old house by a phone call. Feng Zishu was already waiting there and kept winking at him when he arrived. Dad, Mom, Sister. Jiang Yao greeted them politely in turn. Do you know why I called you back? Feng Xiuming's eyes were like sharp blades, scraping against Jiang Yao's face. Jiang Yao shook his head indifferently. I don't know, Dad. Is there something you need me for? I have to go to the hospital for a checkup today. Jiang Lia glared at Feng Xiuming with displeasure. Why are you being so fierce? Xiao Yao is still injured. Can't you let the child sit down and talk? Do you know what this little brat did? Feng Xiuming asked with a stern face. Xiao Yao has been recuperating at home these past few days. What could he possibly be doing? Jiang Lia's expression was indifferent, seemingly uninterested in why Feng Xiuming was so angry. She got up and walked to Jiang Yao's side, helping him sit down. Are you thirsty? Can you drink some milk? It'll help you get more calcium and heal your injury faster. Either is fine. Jiang Yao nodded with a smile. Wang Ma, please heat up a cup of warm milk for the young master. He hired someone to kidnap his own brother, and you're still going to speak up for him? Do you want to spoil him into a lawless playboy? Feng Xiuming glared at Jiang Lia, his eyes wide with anger. Jiang Lia really didn't know about this, and looked at Jiang Yao in surprise. Xiao Yao, is what your dad said true? Yes, but I just wanted to teach Feng Zichen a little lesson. I'll bring him back in a while, Jiang Yao said casually, his tone as sincere as could be. Jiang Lia slowly lifted her eyelids and looked at Feng Xiuming. Did you hear that? Xiao Yao knows what he's doing and won't hurt your precious son. You want to teach your brother a lesson? No problem. I also wanted to teach that kid a lesson, but you have to tell me where he is. Feng Xiuming still didn't trust Jiang Yao enough. He knew very well that Feng Zichen hadn't held back when he attacked Jiang Yao, and the sense of proportion Jiang Yao spoke of was also hard to grasp. Young master, your milk is ready. Aunt Wang walked over without looking at him and handed Jiang Yao a glass of milk at the perfect temperature. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Jiang Yao took the milk with his uninjured hand, took a sip, smacked his lips, and then said to Feng Xiuming, I can't tell you the exact address right now, but I can guarantee he won't be in any danger. Compared to how cruel he was to me, I'm much kinder, aren't I? No, I need to know where Xiaoqin is. Are you forcing me to find out myself? Feng Xiuming pressed on relentlessly. Jiang Yao looked at his father, who was quite angry, and chuckled. No problem. Go ahead and investigate. Damn it. Feng Xiuming didn't expect that his threats would be useless, so he raised his hand and knocked the cup out of Jiang Yao's hand. The glass shattered instantly, scattering white liquid everywhere. Do you even see me as your father anymore? You think I can't control you anymore? Feng Xiuming pointed at Jiang Yao's nose and cursed. Jiang Yao didn't back down at all, and blinked slightly. How could that be? You called me back with just one phone call. Haven't I been obedient enough? Feng Xiuming, what's wrong with you? Jiang Lia stood up and blocked Jiang Yao's way, like a mother lion protecting her cubs. If you have any complaints, take them out on me. Xiao Yao suffered so much. Isn't it right for him to want revenge? Have you forgotten how vindictive you were when you were young? Honey, can't you be reasonable? I told you I don't object to him disciplining Xiaoqin, but on the condition that I know where Xiaoqin is. Feng Xiuming felt he had already been humble enough. If he didn't give him any more face, then he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Jiang Lia was actually afraid that if Feng Xiuming got really angry, he would make things difficult for Jiang Yao. So she turned to Jiang Yao and said, Xiao Yao, would you be willing to tell your dad where Xiaoqin is? Dad's so capable. Why would I need to tell him? He'll definitely find Feng Zichen in a few days, Jiang Yao said with a sarcastic smile, speaking slowly and deliberately. He's not stupid. Feng Xiuming is clearly biased towards Feng Zichen. If he knew that Feng Zichen had been sold to Africa to mine, he would definitely rescue him without hesitation. Go ahead and look for him. If he finds him, then Feng Zichen is lucky. If he doesn't, then he can only blame his bad luck. Feng Xiuming's vision blurred, and he tried to calm his breathing. Fine, fine. You dare to disobey me. It seems you don't even care about the Feng family. From now on, I'll pretend I don't have a son like you. Feng Xiuming. Dad, Jiang Lia, and Feng Zishu both looked at Feng Xiuming in disbelief. Even if someone is so angry they've lost their mind, this is still going too far. Jiang Yao was only adopted halfway through his life, so he doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to this family yet. If Feng Xiuming says he doesn't acknowledge him anymore, what will Jiang Yao think? What would Jiang Yao think? Of course, he'd treat Lao Deng's words as utter nonsense. He's not stupid. How could he just give up his status as the eldest son of the Feng family? No matter how strong-willed a person is, he can't turn down money. He wanted to show Feng Xiuming what it meant to invite a god, but have a hard time sending him away. I know you only have Feng Zichen as your son, so I won't stay here and get in your way, Jiang Yao said to Feng Xiuming with a smile, brushing off imaginary dust from his body. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Feng Xiuming clutched his chest tightly, pointed at the door, and roared. He was so angry that his eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and his originally refined and handsome face was now slightly distorted. Jiang Yao cursed inwardly at old Deng for being so biased. His temper was so short that it could cause him a heart attack. Xiao Yao, don't go. This is your home. You can't go anywhere. Zhang Lia was extremely anxious. She rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Yao's arm tightly, afraid that he would be heartbroken and never want to come back to this home again. Jiang Yao winked at her and whispered, "Don't worry about me. I'm not stupid. Why would I give up being the eldest son of the Feng family to go out and make a living on my own?" Huh. Zhang Lia was stunned. This was not what she had expected. Shouldn't the son have left in anger and vowed never to spend a single penny of the Feng family's money again? Jiang Yao, Mom, you really should read fewer novels. Knowing that her son wasn't really angry, Zhang Lia felt much relieved. Then you go back and rest first. Mom will come to see you tomorrow. Jiang Yao had just returned to Cloud Realm number 1 when he received a video from Bruce. Chapter 91 Half Moon Drunk. Feng Zichen was forcibly taken to a remote mine by Bruce and his men. The mine was surrounded by towering mountains and was devoid of any life. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, worried that these people wanted to find a good place to kill and bury the bodies. He had tried everything along the way, begging, threatening, and bribing, but nothing worked. These people's hearts were as unshakable as boulders. Unable to face his impending fate, Feng Zichen chose to close his eyes and play dead. The car slowly came to a stop, and Feng Zichen could feel his heart pounding more and more violently. "Wake up and get out of the car right now." Bruce kicked Feng Zichen hard in the butt. Ouch! Feng Zichen's buttocks went numb, and he reacted violently by jumping up from his seat, his head hitting the roof of the car with a loud bang. "Get out of the car obediently. Don't force me to take action." "No, don't do it. I'll get out of the car myself." Feng Zichen wiped away his tears and grievance. When had he, the young master of the Feng family, ever suffered such grievances? But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After the group got out of the car, the person in charge of the mine immediately came to greet them. Bruce started talking to the person in charge in a string of words, but Feng Zichen couldn't understand a single word and had no idea what language they were speaking. But the way the person in charge would glance at him from time to time gave him a chill down his spine, like pork being weighed on a chopping board. "Listen to me. You stay here obediently for a month, and we will come to pick you up when the time is up. Do you understand?" Bruce said to Feng Zichen in English. This was also something Jiang Yao specifically instructed him to do. He was worried that Feng Zichen wouldn't be able to endure the hardship and would die in the mine after only 2 days. Giving him a little hope would allow him to last longer. Dying is so easy. You just close your eyes and lose consciousness. But living a life worse than death is the most agonizing. As soon as Bruce finished speaking, 2 burly black men walked over and grabbed Feng Zichen's arms without saying a word. "Get away. Don't touch me." Feng Zichen screamed in terror, struggling desperately to break free from the control of the 2 black men. Unfortunately, his strength was insignificant in front of the 2 strong black men. Seeing that he was about to be dragged away, Feng Zichen was anxious and desperate, and could only regard Bruce and the others as his lifeline. He cried with snot and tears streaming down his face, pleading at Bruce and the others. "Big brother, please take me back. I'll do anything you ask if you take me back." Bruce and his friends remained unmoved, smiling as they took out their phones to photograph his miserable state. "Look how pitiful he is. The boss will be very happy to see him," Alan said with a strong sense of teasing. Although they didn't know what grudge Jiang Yao had against Feng Zichen, the fact that he went to such lengths to sell someone to Africa for mining meant they were definitely enemies. There is nothing more gratifying than seeing the miserable state of one's enemy. Knowing that Bruce and the others wouldn't save him, Feng Zichen suddenly lowered his head and bit the arm of the black man next to him hard. A nauseating, salty, and fishy smell made Feng Zichen instinctively want to gag, but he held back the feeling and gritted his teeth even harder. "Fuck!" The black man cried out in pain, releasing his grip on Feng Zichen. Before Feng Zichen could even feel joy, he suddenly heard the sound of a whip whistling through the air, and a searing pain shot through his back. "Ah!" Feng Zichen couldn't help but let out a scream, his body rolling uncontrollably on the ground. The punishment did not stop immediately. Feng Zichen was whipped more than 10 times in a row, his skin and flesh almost numb with pain, before the strong black man stopped. He lay quietly on the ground, his breathing becoming weak, as if he were about to die. The black man didn't even blink. Punishments like this were commonplace for the workers here. They were very skilled at whipping people and knew very well that 10 lashes wouldn't kill anyone. "Brother, be honest, maybe you'll suffer less." The other black man who had been standing by crouched down and whispered in English in Feng Zichen's ear. Feng Zichen's eyelids twitched, and a tear slid down from the corner of his eye. Bruce and his team didn't stay at the mine for long. After filming a few videos, they prepared to go back and report to Jiang Yao. Meanwhile, in the capital city on the other side, the moment Jiang Yao received the video, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You are rewarded with 1 spin on the lucky draw. Would you like to start now? It had been a long time since he'd participated in a lottery, and Jiang Yao rubbed his hands together, eager to try his luck. He drew a golf skill last time, but he hasn't used it yet. He hopes to draw something useful this time. System, start the lottery. As the pointer of the giant spinning wheel slowly turned, Jiang Yao's heartbeat quickened. He discovered that the system's roulette wheel seemed to have added a lot of new rewards this time, such as longevity pills, marrow cleansing pills, disposable substitute dolls, and the photographic memory skill. He felt pretty good no matter which one he drew. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of half-moon intoxication. What is it? Jiang Yao asked, puzzled when he first heard the name. He took the item out of his system inventory. It was a small, blue porcelain bottle, not much bigger than an adult male's palm. As soon as he opened the lid, a rich aroma of wine wafted out. Jiang Yao swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. This wine smells so good. Even someone like him who isn't addicted to alcohol finds it irresistible. I can't imagine how crazy those old alcoholics would go if they smelled it. It must be said that the person who made this wine is quite good at naming things. The name, Half Moon Drunk, sounds very unique. I'm afraid it was given by some literary scholar. Unfortunately, no matter how fragrant the wine was, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, even the most fragrant wine was just a bottle of wine, and it was far inferior to the treasures in the other options. Is he just having a run of bad luck lately? Is that why he can't win anything good in the lottery? Just as Jiang Yao was about to give in to his desire and try what this half-moon intoxication tasted like, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Friendly reminder. Please carefully read the effects of half-moon intoxication before considering whether to take it. The system will not be responsible for any problems that may arise. Huh? System, does this mean it's a disclaimer? Jiang Yao asked, both amused and exasperated. The system didn't say anything more, and Jiang Yao took it as a default. He also knew that the system wouldn't make baseless accusations. The fact that it would deliberately remind him meant there was something special about this slow-release wine. Jiang Yao picked up the bottle and examined it carefully, finding a small instruction manual at the bottom. Note, although this wine is good, it is not suitable for excessive consumption. 1 cup can cause the drinker to fall into a deep sleep for half a month, 2 cups for a month, and more than 3 cups may result in never waking up again. Chapter 92. Old Deng wants to take back his shares. Wow! Jiang Yao exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. No wonder it's called Half Moon Drunk. You drink 1 cup and sleep for half a month, hence the name Half Moon Drunk. Good heavens! Thank goodness he hadn't had a chance to drink it yet. Otherwise he would have spent the next 2 weeks in his sleep. As expected, the products produced by the system were likely to be ordinary. His understanding of the system was still too superficial. However, on the other hand, this half-month intoxication sounds quite powerful, but it seems to be completely useless to him. He certainly can't drink it himself, nor can he give it to others. Wait, who said you can't give it to other people? Jiang Yao smiled, realizing who the bottle of wine belonged to. Jiang Yao ultimately underestimated the power of the Feng family. In less than a month, Feng Zichen was found by Feng Xiuming's men. The young master, with his delicate skin, worked in the mine for nearly half a month, getting beaten almost every day, and his body was covered in sores. Her once fair face had become so thin it looked unnatural, and it also had an unhealthy yellow tinge. When he was found, he had a high fever and was already somewhat delirious. Feng Xiuming's men initially tried to forcibly take him away, but the mine owner was no pushover either, and the two immediately started fighting, resulting in several of his men being injured. In addition, Feng Zichen's body was too weak to delay any longer, so Feng Xiuming's men chose to pay a ransom of 10 million to successfully take Feng Zichen away. Looking at the photos sent by his subordinates, Feng Xiuming, a grown man, felt so heartbroken that tears welled up in his eyes. Xiao Chun, he stroked his son's face through the phone screen. Arrange the best doctor for the young master, and take him back to China after he has recovered. Feng Xiuming doesn't dare let Feng Zichen come back now, because he's worried that Jiang Yao will continue to harm Feng Zichen. They were brothers without any feelings for each other after all. The two little brats really didn't hold back when they started fighting. No sooner had Feng Zichen been rescued than Bruce received the news. Boss, your brother has been rescued ahead of schedule. Bruce looked rather displeased. He hadn't completed the task assigned by his boss, which was a slap in the face for him. So fast? Jiang Yao asked, looking surprised. He silently calculated in his mind that only 20 days had passed since he sent Feng Zichen to Africa. TSK, that kid really got off easy. Ellis, whose skin was the fairest, stepped forward and solemnly said to Jiang Yao, Boss, please give us another chance. This time, I will personally guard the mine, and there will absolutely be no more accidents. Ellis is right. This time we'll personally guard the mine, Alan immediately echoed. He was extremely upset about the mission's failure and just wanted to fly over immediately to bring the person back. Jiang Yao calmly waved his hand. No need. I know who rescued him. Your mission now is to protect my safety, understand? He spent so much money hiring Bruce and his team not just to get revenge on Feng Zichen, but more importantly, to find himself a few capable bodyguards. This time Feng Zichen dared to have someone run him over with a car. Next time, he might send someone to stab him with a knife. Of course, it's not just Feng Zichen. There are other people who don't get along with Jiang Yao who might stab him in the back, such as Chu Jing. He's now a genuine top-tier rich kid, and with the system as his cheat code, his life is on a smooth road ahead. He must take good care of his life. It's just spending 20 million a year to hire bodyguards. Problems that can be solved with money aren't really problems. He didn't feel bad at all, really. As Jiang Yao had expected, Feng Xiuming couldn't resist causing trouble for him after learning about his beloved son's miserable condition. Look at Xiaochen now. The doctor said that if he had gone to the hospital any later, his life might have been in danger. Feng Xiuming showed Jiang Yao the photos on his phone. Jiang Yao didn't stand on ceremony and went over to take a look. He said with a grin, It's fine. No broken hand or foot. My neighbor has a cast on. How dare you still laugh? Feng Xiuming angrily threw his phone at Jiang Yao's face. This time, without Zhang Lia and Feng Zishu by his side, and with no one to protect Jiang Yao, he was hit squarely on the head by the phone. Jiang Yao's lips twitched slightly. He gently pressed the tip of his tongue against his cheek, which had been hit hard, and the pain made him gasp. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze gradually turning cold, his tone revealing his dissatisfaction with Feng Xiuming. Dad, aren't you being too biased? You didn't treat me this way when I was injured. Upon learning of his car accident, Feng Xiuming was unwilling to even visit him in the hospital. It was only after Feng Xiuming took the initiative that he reluctantly came over. When Feng Zichen was injured, he couldn't wait to call him over to teach him a lesson. His favoritism was too obvious. Even though there wasn't a deep father-son relationship between Jiang Yao and Feng Xiuming, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He had often fantasized about what his father would be like. He imagined his father carrying him on his shoulders, laughing and playing together, playing basketball, playing games, and going on outdoor adventures together. Feng Zichen must have possessed all those things he once longed for, but could not obtain. When his son pointed his finger at him and accused him of favoritism, Feng Xiuming was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What do you mean I'm biased? When I found out that Xiao Chun had hit you, I immediately called him back and gave him a good beating. Besides, Xiao Chun also said that he did not intend to kill you. It was Wang Yongjun and his son who were settling personal scores. Do you dare say you're completely without fault? If you hadn't made enemies with Wang Yongjun and his son, why would they want to kill you? Jiang Yao laughed in anger, his eyes full of sarcasm. Yes, you're right. It was indeed my fault. He was too kind. Whether it was Wang Yongjun and his son or Feng Zichen, they all wanted to take advantage of him. He only retaliated, but it turned out to be his fault. Feng Xiuming met his murderous gaze and angrily questioned, What kind of attitude is this? Do you have a problem with me? Or do you want to send me to Africa to mine? How dare I? Jiang Yao said, his head down, his shoes casually grinding the ground, exuding an air of arrogance. Are you afraid or unwilling? Feng Xiuming felt heartbroken. Sure enough, the son he had taken in halfway through his life was no good. He had a premonition that this wolf cub might pounce on him and bite him at any moment. Feng Xiuming felt a surge of frustration. He refused to believe that he couldn't handle a mere 20-something-year-old kid. He would make him lie down if he was a tiger, and coil up if he was a dragon. Fine, since you're so dissatisfied with me, then you don't need anything from the Feng family anymore. I'll take back the shares I gave you last time, and you don't need to set foot in the Feng family again. Feng Xiuming's tone was full of threat as he quietly waited for Jiang Yao to bow his head and beg for mercy. In his view, Jiang Yao should kneel on the ground, cry, admit his mistakes, and beg for his forgiveness, just like Feng Zichen did last time. Chapter 93 found an old lover. Jiang Yao anticipated that Feng Xiuming would be very angry, but he didn't expect him to ask to take back the shares he held. This was a bit too much. It's okay to get angry and yell at him a few times. It won't hurt him anyway, but there's absolutely no way he'll give up his shares. He hasn't received a single dividend since he got those 5% shares, and now they want him to return them? Are they just playing him for a fool? Impossible. What's in my hands is mine, Jiang Yao said confidently, meeting Feng Xiuming's gaze without the slightest fear. Not only that, he pointed his finger at Feng Xiuming and launched into a tirade of accusations. I was switched at birth by your lover and have suffered for 20 years. Instead of making amends, you're making a big deal out of a child born out of wedlock. What kind of father are you? Enraged by his accusatory remarks, Feng Xiuming's face darkened and turned ugly, and the veins on his forehead bulged with anger. You bastard! I'm your father. How dare you talk to me like that? Feng Xiuming raised his hand and slapped Jiang Yao hard across the face. Jiang Yao's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly grabbed the man's wrist, his dark eyes flashing with a fierce light. Old man, what right do you have to hit me? Everyone says you shouldn't hit someone in the face, but do you really think he's a 3-year-old? You can't just curse or hit him whenever you want. You beast, let go of me. Feng Xiuming subconsciously tried to shake off Jiang Yao's hand, but found that his wrist was firmly held, and he could not budge it at all. He was so angry he almost rolled his eyes. In all his decades of life, this was the first time he had been so disrespected, and the other person was his own son. What sins had he committed in his past lives? If I'm a beast, then you're an old beast, Jiang Yao sneered disdainfully, forcefully shaking off Feng Xiuming's wrist, and then wiping his palm on his clothes as if he had touched something dirty. He used considerable force, and Feng Xiuming staggered back several steps, almost falling to the ground. You little brat, you're absolutely lawless. I refuse to believe I can't teach you a lesson today. Feng Xiuming breathed heavily, picked up the telephone on his desk, and was about to call for backup. Jiang Yao wasn't stupid. How could he obediently stay in the office and let him teach him a lesson? A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, so he took his leave first. You bastard, stop right there. Did you hear me? If you dare take another step forward, believe me, I'll have your legs broken. Jiang Yao certainly believed in the old man's heart of stone, so he had to run even faster. He didn't want to break his leg after just losing his hand. After leaving the phone group building, Jiang Yao immediately called Jiang Lia and Feng Zishu to complain. What? He actually called you to the company to teach you a lesson? Jiang Lia slammed her well-maintained hand on the coffee table, the cup making a crisp sound as it hit the table. Yes, Dad wants to take back my shares. Mom, you must stand up for me. Jiang Yao pretended to be pitiful, secretly trying to sow discord between Feng Xiuming and his wife. Is Feng Xiuming out of his mind? Don't be afraid. Xiao Yao, mommy is here. Jiang Yao's plan succeeded, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Mom. You're so good to me. Jiang Lia felt heartbroken. What an obedient child he was. How could Feng Xiuming bear to treat him like this? No, her son could tolerate it, but she couldn't. Jiang Lia changed her clothes and had the driver take her directly to the Feng's building. All the employees of the phone group know their chairman's wife, so she can move freely within the company. When she arrived at Feng Xiuming's office, she was about to push the door open when she heard two people talking inside. President Feng, we've found Lu Yuexiang. Where is he? Country up. Feng Xiuming glanced at his assistant in surprise. What a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence. Lu Yuexiang works as a waitress at a milk tea shop in Country A. Should we bring her back immediately? The assistant asked perfunctorily. In fact, Feng Xiuming had already given the order that once Lu Yuexiang was found, she should be brought back to the country immediately. However, that happened 2 months ago, and the assistant felt it would be better to ask again. Feng Xiuming pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, let her go to the hospital to take care of Xiao Chun. After Xiao Chun recovers, we'll arrange for her to come back with him. Huh? You mean you want her to take care of young Master Zichin? The assistant was momentarily stunned. What kind of mess is this? Weren't we supposed to find that woman and teach her a lesson? Why did we let her go and cultivate a mother-son relationship with young Master Zichin? If the mother and son really develop a relationship, can young Master Zichin just stand by and watch his own mother suffer in the future? Didn't you hear me? Do you need me to repeat it? Feng Xiuming asked his assistant, staring at him with an extremely imposing gaze. He knew his idea was a bit abrupt, but Jiang Yao was just too unruly, and he had to curb the kid's arrogance so that he wouldn't care about being the young master of the Feng family. But there were plenty of other people who did. The assistant immediately shook his head. No need. I know what to do. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go now. Feng Xiuming waved to his assistant, signaling him to leave. The assistant nodded and turned to leave, But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Yao standing at the office door, dressed in an elegant and luxurious manner. "Madam," the assistant exclaimed. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you call me? I could have come down to meet you." Jiang Yao glanced at him indifferently. "You go ahead and do your work. I have something to discuss with your CEO, Mr. Feng." Okay. The assistant shrank back and left without stopping. I wonder if his wife heard his conversation with President Feng just now. While please don't blame him. He didn't expect his wife to suddenly come to the company. "Wife, what brings you here?" Feng Xiuming frowned unconsciously when he saw Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, in her high heels, approached Feng Xiuming step by step, stopped in front of his desk, and gave a soft hum. "You still remember I'm your wife? I wouldn't have known you'd found your old flame if I hadn't come today." "What nonsense are you talking about? That's ancient history from so many years ago," Feng Xiuming said, his face showing some embarrassment and his tone impatient. "You old-fashioned way of asking her to take care of Feng Zichen. Are you perhaps hoping to elevate them to power?" Jiang Yao deliberately taunted him. She knew, of course, that Feng Xiuming would never let Lu Yuexiang replace her. If Lu Yuexiang were that charming, she would have taken over 21 years ago. But she was unhappy and didn't want Feng Xiuming to be comfortable. She wanted to provoke him. "What nonsense are you talking about? What brings you here today?" Feng Xiuming didn't want to talk about his ex-lover anymore and quickly changed the subject. Chapter 94 Assistant Zhang accidentally let slip. Jiang Yao was too lazy to talk about his troubles, so she pulled out a chair and sat down, slamming her handbag heavily on the desk with a thud. "Do you want to take back the shares held by Xiao Yao? That kid complained to you?" Feng Xiuming's already unpleasant expression darkened even further. "Honey, you don't understand the situation at all. That kid has no respect for me as his father. I'm just saying this to scare him." The more he talked, the more aggrieved he felt. How could he be treated like this? A father who couldn't be hit or scolded. "That's because you, as the father, have a problem," Jiang Yao said, showing no sympathy for the old man. "I'm here to tell you that not a single penny of what belongs to my son can be taken away. You dare to give his shares to your mistress's illegitimate child? Dream on." Hearing his wife's aggressive words, Feng Xiuming felt a chill in his heart. "Aya, do you have to talk to me like this? Can't we even have a calm conversation now?" They have been together for almost 30 years, and the number of conflicts they have had during this time is more than all of their previous relationships combined. It seems that ever since Jiang Yao returned to the Feng family, there has never been a moment of peace in this family. Those who do business are more or less superstitious, and Feng Xiuming began to wonder if Jiang Yao was incompatible with him. Jiang Yao pinched her palms hard to keep her tears from falling. She looked up at Feng Xiuming, her eyes brimming with tears. "I also want to talk to you properly, but you're the one who's not behaving like a human being." The thought of Feng Xiuming's mistress switching her son with someone else's made her heart feel like it was being torn apart by a dull saw, making it impossible for her to face Feng Xiuming calmly. This was the person she had loved since she was young. She thought her life was perfect, but reality dealt her the cruelest blow. Feng Xiuming was also feeling bad. He raised his hand and loosened his tie, his voice slightly hoarse. "Aya, what's past can't be changed. We should look forward and stop dwelling on the past, okay? Asking me is useless. It depends on what you do. Your actions will determine my attitude," Jiang Yao said, holding back the tears welling up in her eyes and proudly raising her head. Feng Xiuming thought she was finally willing to talk to him properly, and happily took her hand that was on the desk. "Okay, whatever you want me to do, I'll do whatever you say as long as it's within my power." Jiang Yao stared quietly at the hand covering the back of her hand for a few seconds, then said, "Let Feng Zichen and his mother stay abroad and never be able to return to China in this lifetime. This is the best solution she can think of right now. The conflict between the two children is irreconcilable." "No." Feng Xiuming abruptly withdrew his hand, looking at Jiang Yao with disbelief. "Aya, you watch Xiaochen grow up. You can't be so cruel to him." "Why not? His biological mother would feel sorry for him, but Xiao Yao only has me." As Jiang Yao spoke, she stood up and looked down at Feng Xiuming. "Just tell me if you can do it or not." I just feel that this is unfair to Xiaochen," Feng Xiuming stammered, trying to find an excuse. "Fine, Feng Xiuming, you're doing great. Go ahead and lock yourself up with your lover and illegitimate child," Jiang Yao said through gritted teeth, picked up her handbag from her desk, and strode out of the office. She didn't think her request was unreasonable. It was just to let Feng Zichen and his mother stay abroad, not to stop Feng Xiuming from giving them money. Why is it so important to bring Feng Zichen back to China? Could it be that Feng Xiuming still wants Feng Zichen to be the heir of the Feng family? The assistant's office was right next to Feng Xiuming's office, and he immediately ran out when he heard the noise. "Madam, are you getting ready to go back? Let me see you off," he said obsequiously to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao rarely comes to the company, so he never has a chance to curry favor with her. Now that he finally has an opportunity, he naturally won't miss it. Jiang Yao didn't want to talk to Feng Xiuming's assistant, but she suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks. "By the way, Assistant Jiang, I have a question for you." "Please speak, madam," Assistant Jiang said with a slight bow and a smile. "Which hospital in country A is Shaoqian again?" Jiang Yao asked, seemingly casually. In Assistant Jiang's memory, Jiang Yao was still the caring lady who doted on Feng Zichen. Before he could even think, the name of the hospital just popped into his head. "Okay, thanks," Jiang Yao said, having gotten the answer she wanted. She waved to her assistant and strode into the elevator. Assistant Jiang's mind went blank for a few seconds before he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I think I've messed up." How could he forget that Feng Zichen is no longer Jiang Lia's son, especially considering the conflict between the two young masters? When Jiang Yao asked Feng Zichen for his address at this moment, was it really just out of simple concern? Assistant Jiang stood there for a while, then turned and went into Feng Xiuming's office. His palms were sweating, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "President Feng, just now Madam asked me about the hospital where young Master Zichen is recuperating, and I accidentally let it slip." Feng Xiuming slammed the pen between his fingers onto the table with a click, splattering a few drops of ink onto the white document. He took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Assistant Jiang, how could you make such a basic mistake?" "President Feng, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention and forgot," Assistant Jiang said nervously, breaking out in a cold sweat, his back soaked with sweat. "Quickly arrange for someone to change Shaoqian to another hospital," Feng Xiuming said with a dark face. "Yes, I'll go right away," Assistant Jiang nodded hurriedly, eager to leave the office as soon as possible. Just as he reached the door, a voice drifted from behind him. "You're not getting your bonus this month." "Yes, Mr. Feng," Assistant Jiang replied with a mournful face. "Wah, he's so pitiful. How can anyone be so miserable?" The clash between the big shots caused this little Karami to suffer. Does he think he'd be in a good position if he hadn't told his wife about the hospital Feng Zichen was at? He'd still offend someone anyway. To be honest, Feng Xiuming and Jiang Yao are truly a couple who have been married for decades. After returning home, Jiang Yao immediately called her older brother, who was far away in country A. "Xiaoya, what brings you to call me today?" Jiang Yongyuan thought his sister missed him, and he felt a warm glow inside when he received her call. "Brother, do me a favor," Jiang Yao said without any formalities with her older brother, skipping even the pleasantries, and directly stating her request. "What kind of help do you need? Tell me." Jiang Yao briefly explained the situation. "Bring Lu Yuexiang back for me." "No problem. You can trust me to handle things," Jiang Yongyuan assured him, patting his chest. Chapter 95 Lu Yuexiang's Little Thoughts. Feng Zichen never imagined that he would see his biological mother again in this lifetime. He looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, his tone revealing a hint of hostility. "I don't want to see you. Get out of here right now." "Xiao-chun, it's your mother," Lu Yuexiang said, her eyes brimming with tears. She wanted to touch Feng Zichen's face, but dared not get close. "I don't have a mother, and you're not my mother either," Feng Zichen shouted emotionally. He didn't have such a vain mother. If she cared about her son, she wouldn't have gone 20 years without visiting him. Don't tell me that replacing him with Jiang Yao is for his own good. If it were truly for his own good, Jiang Yao wouldn't have been allowed to continue living in this world. As a mother, shouldn't she remove all obstacles for her child? If Lu Yuexiang had killed Jiang Yao back then, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation now. If he had been Lu Yuexiang's son from the beginning, he wouldn't have felt unbalanced because of Jiang Yao's appearance. Lu Yuexiang knew perfectly well that her son resented her. With tears in her eyes, she explained, "Mom has missed you so much all these years. I've wanted to go back and see you countless times, but I was afraid that my presence would cause you trouble." She didn't even dare to return to China, worried that Feng Zichen's resemblance to her would arouse suspicion from Feng Xiuming and Jiang Yao. This is the child she carried for 10 months and risked her life to give birth to. How could she not love him? Easier said than done. Feng Zichen's expression softened slightly, but he still pretended not to care and turned his head away disdainfully. Lu Yuexiang wiped away her tears and said cautiously, "I know you blame me. I really haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a mother all these years. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you? Let me stay and take care of you, okay?" "No, I don't need anyone to take care of me. Please go back to where you came from," Feng Zichen said loudly on purpose. "Do you really not want to see me?" Lu Yuexiang asked, clutching her chest, seemingly heartbroken. "Right. Lu Yuexiang was taken aback, then forced a smile. Okay, I'm leaving now. Take good care of yourself. Stop. Feng Zichen angrily called out to the person. You come and go as you please. What do you take this place for? No, but didn't you say you didn't want to see me? Lu Yuexiang said innocently. She has maintained herself quite well over the years. She looks like she's in her early 30s when she's in her early 40s, and some of her expressions don't come across as offensive. You didn't say you'd take care of me? Fine, I'll give you a chance, but you owe me this, Feng Zichen said viciously. Lu Yuexiang nodded happily. Okay. TSK, how come her son was raised by Feng Xiuming to be so naive and innocent? But that's fine too. If she's too shrewd, how will she benefit from it in the future? Did she really go through all that trouble to switch children just so that the children could have a better life? Of course not. She had planned from the beginning to wait until Feng Zichen inherited the Feng group before acknowledging him, so that she could live the life of a rich wife. When Feng Xiuming's men found her and pointed out that she had switched the children, Lu Yuexiang was almost scared to death, because she never intended to reunite with her son at this time. He was still in college, so what would be the point? But she soon heard that her son was injured and in serious condition. Without thinking about anything else, she immediately followed Feng Xiuming's men to the hospital to visit her son. Just as the atmosphere between the mother and son had eased a little, a burly man suddenly pushed open the ward door and walked in. Young master, we must leave here immediately, bodyguard Deng Chong said to Feng Zichen with a serious expression. Feng Zichen frowned subconsciously. What's going on? Didn't you say I should recover before returning to China? The situation has changed, and you now need to go to another hospital. Feng Zichen couldn't understand what he was talking about and said impatiently, I won't change. I'm in too much pain and don't want to go through all that trouble. Seeing that Feng Zichen was not cooperating, Deng Chong had no choice but to grit his teeth and tell the truth. It seems that Madam knows your location, and Mr. Feng thinks it would be safer to switch to another hospital. Madam? You mean Zhang Lia? Lu Yuexiang suddenly asked. Why can't Zhang Lia know that Xiaochen is staying in this hospital? She can't possibly harm Xiaochen, can she? Lu Yuexiang couldn't believe that anyone could be so heartless to the child she had raised for 20 years. Ms. Lu, this is Mr. Feng's instruction, Deng Chong said in a serious tone. Feng Zichen shared the same thought as Lu Yuexiang. He didn't believe Zhang Lia would intentionally hurt herself. But Jiang Yao is a different story. He already knows that his current predicament was all caused by Jiang Yao, and a deep fear of Jiang Yao has arisen in his heart. He now wakes up frequently at night, fearing that he will be kidnapped. Brother Deng, let's go now, Feng Zichen said decisively. Deng Chong breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Feng Zichen would be as confused as Lu Yuexiang, which would be troublesome. He couldn't just knock him out and take him away. Are you really leaving? Xiao Chun is still injured and can't be moved around easily, Lu Yuexiang said, quickly stepping forward to stop them as they started packing. Deng Chong's face instantly darkened, and he exuded a murderous aura. Ms. Lu, please don't affect our progress. If you have any opinions, you can talk to President Feng. Lu Yuexiang was so frightened that she took a step back. How could she dare to tell Feng Xiuming? She didn't even dare to see Feng Xiuming now. She felt guilty. She thought this was a good opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with her son, so that if Feng Xiuming wanted to settle scores with her later, her son could protect her. When Jiang Yongyuan's men arrived at the hospital, they were just a step too late. Feng Zichen and Lu Yuexiang's group had already left. The subordinate immediately called Jiang Yongyuan. Boss, the patient you asked me to find has been transferred to another hospital. Transfer to another hospital? Do you know which hospital to transfer to? Jiang Yongyuan asked, frowning. The doctor is unwilling to say, and it will take some time to conduct the tests. Jiang Yongyuan pondered for a moment, then ordered, hurry up, find the person and bring them directly onto the plane. Yes, boss. The men Deng Chong left at the hospital watched as Jiang Yongyuan's men left and immediately informed their boss. Boss, sure enough, a group of people came looking for the young master, but they missed him. Their faces were really ugly. Understood. Keep an eye on them and observe their next move, Deng Chong said, thankful that he had acted quickly enough. Any later, and he might have been caught red-handed. Feng Zichen, listening to Deng Chong's conversation with his subordinates, felt his heart pounding in his chest. He said in a deep voice, Brother Deng, let's skip the hospital and head straight back to China. Go back to China? But President Feng said. Deng Chong looked conflicted. I'll talk to my dad. You can have the driver go directly to the airport. Chapter 96 Give this bottle of wine to Dad. When Zhang Lia received the message, Feng Zichen and Lu Yuexiang were already on a plane back to China. Xiaoya, This time it was my mistake. We were a step too late, and they got away. Jiang Yongyuan's voice carried a hint of guilt. His sister rarely asked him for anything, and he hadn't expected that he couldn't even handle such a small matter. How could he face his sister now? Brother, this is not your fault. It's good that you're back in the country. It will make it easier for me to deal with that bitch. Jiang Lia's face was expressionless, but the storm brewing in the depths of her eyes revealed her displeasure. Heh, you good-for-nothing Feng Xiaoming. She just said not to let that mother and son return to the country, and then she brought them back. Is she obviously trying to break off relations with her? Jiang Yongyuan didn't know the details, but he was still a little worried about his sister facing all this mess on her own. Xiaoya, why don't I come back for a visit too? Oh dear, why do you still treat me like a child? I'm almost 50 years old, Jiang Lia said, feeling both touched and somewhat amused. Jiang Yongyuan replied, no matter how old you are still my sister. It is only right for an older brother to take care of his sister. Really, no need, brother, don't worry, I can handle it myself, Jiang Lia said firmly. Okay then, call me anytime if you need anything. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lia's smile vanished instantly. She wasn't actually as relaxed as she appeared. Feng Xiaoming's attitude was already very clear. Letting Feng Zichen and his mother return to China was perhaps a way of putting that mother and son in a competition with them. Jiang Lia felt frustrated and helpless. Her biggest worry now was that the mother and son had won over Feng Xiaoming's heart, and it was really hard to say who would become the heir of the Feng family. Just as Jiang Lia was worrying, Jiang Yao suddenly returned to the old house. Xiao Yao, why are you back? Jiang Lia was both surprised and delighted to see her son. Jiang Yao said with a serious expression, Mom, I have something very important to tell you. What is it? Jiang Lia asked lovingly as she pulled her son to sit down on the sofa. A dark glint flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. Feng Zichen and his biological mother are on a plane back to China right now, Mom, did you know? Oh, you mean this? Your uncle has already told me, Jiang Lia said with a somewhat forced smile. You know? Jiang Yao was a little surprised, but that didn't affect his purpose. He glanced around the empty hall and whispered, Mom, what I need to tell you is very important. Let's go back to the room and talk. Although Jiang Lia found her son somewhat mysterious, she still agreed and went upstairs with him to their room. After entering the room and closing the door, only the mother and son remained. Mom, Dad's heart is now completely on Feng Zichen's side. It's really hard to say who will end up with this huge Feng family in the future. What do you mean? Jiang Lia asked, frowning. Jiang Yao's words were exactly what she was worried about, but she couldn't understand what her son was trying to do with his mysterious attitude. Jiang Yao slowly took a bottle out of his pocket and looked at Jiang Lia with a serious expression, saying, I obtained this bottle of wine through special channels. Drinking it will make the drinker fall into a deep sleep for a month. Jiang Lia's eyes widened suddenly. Huh? You want to give this bottle to your dad to drink? Yes. Jiang Yao nodded readily. No, he's your father. You can't do something so outrageous. People will gossip about you if they find out. Jiang Lia waved her hands repeatedly, strongly disagreeing with her son's idea. Jiang Yao didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions. He didn't want to kill Feng Xiaoming. He just wanted to keep him in a coma for a month. Don't talk about whether he's his biological father or not. When Feng Zichen and Wang Yongjun tried to run him over, didn't Feng Xiaoming think it was no big deal? Do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. If they dare to do the first thing, Jiang Yao dares to do the 15th. However, his plan still requires Jiang Lia's cooperation, so the most important thing now is to persuade Jiang Lia. Mom, this really is just a bottle of wine. If you don't believe me, open it and smell it, Jiang Yao said, opening the bottle and holding it under Jiang Lia's nose. Gulp, the rich aroma of alcohol rushed into Jiang Lia's nostrils, making her swallow hard. This wine smells so good. Are you sure you'll be in a coma for a month after drinking it? Jiang Lia stared intently at the wine bottle in Jiang Yao's hand, wishing she could snatch it and take a sip. How could such a fragrant wine have the strange effects Jiang Yao described? She had never heard of such a thing. Of course it's true. You can try it if you don't believe me, but you might have to spend the next month in bed, Jiang Yao joked. Jiang Lia gave him a reproachful look. You naughty boy, daring to joke with your mother. Hee. Jiang Yao touched the tip of his nose. He was quite surprised. The words had slipped out without him even thinking. Perhaps it was because Jiang Lia had been so kind to him that he unconsciously wanted to get closer to her. Jiang Lia took the bottle from Jiang Yao's hand and asked curiously, Where did you get this? Is it safe? Will there be any side effects? If there were no side effects, I wouldn't dare let Dad drink it even if it were really harmful to his health. Do you really think I'm that cruel? Jiang Yao blinked innocently. Jiang Yao immediately changed her attitude and affectionately patted his head. How could that be? Mom believes you. Then could you do me a favor and give this bottle of wine to Dad? After going around in circles, Jiang Yao finally revealed the purpose of his trip. Jiang Lia's fingers tightened around the bottle slowly, and after a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Okay. She still had doubts about the bottle, but she couldn't bear to refuse her son's request for help. In case this thing really does cause harm, then let it be her. She'll bear the full responsibility. Thank you, Mom, Jiang Yao said sincerely. He had a feeling that Jiang Yao would agree, but he didn't expect her to be so quick to agree. He had already figured out how to continue persuading her. Silly child, why are you being so polite with your mother? Everything in my life has gone smoothly, and the only person I've ever wronged is you. If I hadn't been so careless back then, you wouldn't have suffered so much outside. Jiang Yao gently stroked Jiang Yao's cheek, her eyes filled with guilt and love. It's not your fault. You're a victim too, Jiang Yao said earnestly. If he is the biggest victim in this incident, then Jiang Yao must be the one suffering the most. Her own child was stolen, yet she devoted herself to raising the child of her mistress. Her situation is truly tragic. Feng Zichen, Lu Yuexiang, and Feng Xiuming are either perpetrators or beneficiaries. Isn't it right that they deserve retaliation? Chapter 97. Seeing Feng Xiuming lying on the ground. In the evening, Feng Xiuming returned home after get-off work. Sir, you're back. Shall we have dinner now? The maid asked respectfully. Feng Xiuming coughed lightly, feeling a little awkward. Has Madam eaten? Because of their argument during the day, he wasn't sure if Jiang Yao would wait for him to have dinner together. Madam hasn't eaten yet. She's been upstairs. Go and calm Madam down for dinner, Feng Xiuming said to the servant, raising an eyebrow. Yes, sir. The servant nodded and walked toward the stairs. Feng Xiuming took off his suit jacket, walked to the dining table, and sat down, wondering whether he should take the initiative to talk to Jiang Yao later. No, he felt he couldn't keep indulging his wife. What woman had such a bad temper, always taking advantage of her husband? Was she going to become unruly? Having made up his mind to teach Jiang Yao a lesson this time, Feng Xiuming finally felt much more at ease. A moment later, the maid came downstairs, leaving no one behind her. Sir, Madam says she doesn't want to eat dinner and that you don't need to wait for her. There's a limit to throwing a tantrum. Do you think you can become a god by not eating? Feng Xiuming said to the maid with a displeased expression. It was unclear whether he was dissatisfied with his wife in the room upstairs or with the maid in front of him. The maid lowered her head and silently rolled her eyes. It's just skipping one meal. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Wouldn't people who are on diets have become immortals by now? Feng Xiuming tapped his fingers on the table and ordered in a deep voice, Go and call her again, and tell her I'm waiting for her to come down for dinner. He felt he had already backed down, and if Jiang Yao continued to act arrogantly and refused to back down, she would be ungrateful. The maid looked troubled. Sir, Madam is drinking in her room, and she probably doesn't want to come down for dinner right now. The implication was that asking her to go upstairs and call again would be pointless and would only increase her workload unnecessarily. Upon hearing that Jiang Yao was drinking alone in her room, Feng Xiuming was clearly taken aback. How much did she drink? Was she drunk? He shouldn't be drunk, the maid said uncertainly. Fine. If I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat. Let's start eating already, Feng Xiuming said, feeling annoyed. Perhaps preoccupied with something, the food lost its flavor. Suddenly, Feng Xiuming angrily slammed his chopsticks on the table and roared, his face contorted with rage. What's wrong with the chef? Did he cook this meal with his feet? The maid standing nearby was startled by his sudden outburst and replied tremblingly, Sir, please wait a moment. I will call the chef right away. The chef, who was eating in the kitchen, hadn't even had time to wipe the grease off his mouth when he heard the servant's call. He immediately put down his chopsticks and rushed out. Sir, what can I do for you? The slightly overweight man asked with a fawning expression. Feng Xiuming glared at him fiercely and angrily questioned. Look at what you've made. Is this food fit for human consumption? The chef was completely bewildered. What was wrong with the head of the family? It was utterly inexplicable. He had cooked the dishes according to his usual standards, and the head of the family had even praised his cooking before. No matter how much dissatisfaction the chef harbored, he dared not voice it in front of Feng Xiuming. He could only lower his head and meekly say, I'm sorry, sir. I know I was wrong. I will definitely be more careful next time. If you don't do well next time, you can pack your things and get out, Feng Xiuming said coldly, like a furious lion. The chef's anus tightened, and he instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Being a cook at the Feng family's house was a good job he had finally found. The pay was high and the workload was light. He had planned to work there until retirement and absolutely could not be fired. Sir, please rest assured, I guarantee there will never be a next time, the chef replied firmly and in a loud voice. Seeing that his attitude was not bad, Feng Xiuming did not keep pressing the matter. All right, you can go now. The chef nervously retreated back to the kitchen, and soon after, he saw the maid, Ah Ping, follow him in. Ah Ping, what's wrong? Why is the gentleman so irritable today? It seems like he had a fight with his wife, Ah Ping said softly, glancing out of the kitchen. No wonder, I knew it. The food tasted exactly the same as usual today, the chef said, his face full of self-satisfaction with his cooking skills. Ah Ping made a shushing gesture. Stop talking, hurry up and go back to your room after you've finished packing. The master went upstairs to see the madam. If the two of them start arguing later, they might take their anger out on us again. Thanks, I'll make you braised pig's trotters next time. The chef gave Ah Ping a grateful look. He knew that Ah Ping must have come specifically to tip him off. Hearing this, Ah Ping laughed and said, Don't be so polite, we're all colleagues. Upstairs, Feng Xiuming opened the door with a stern face and saw Zhang Lia lying drunk on the bed with obvious flush on her cheeks. Seeing this, his anger subsided considerably. He walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently stroked his wife's hair. Why do you do this? You'd rather drown your sorrows in alcohol than bow your head to me even once. Don't touch me. I want to drink more. Zhang Lia slapped Feng Xiuming's hand away, muttering something under her breath, looking quite drunk. Feng Xiuming was both annoyed and amused. How come he didn't know his wife had become an alcoholic? She used to hate the smell of alcohol the most. Every time he came back from socializing, she would complain that she smelled terrible and that she had drunk so much that she was out of her mind. He wanted to see what kind of wine had made his wife so infatuated. Feng Xiuming got up and walked to the table. He saw that there was still more than half a glass of wine left in the transparent stemmed glass. He curiously picked up the glass and took a sip. Instantly, a strong aroma of alcohol, like a clear spring, wafted into his nostrils, making him involuntarily lick his lips. What kind of wine is this? Feng Xiuming's eyes widened slightly, his eyes full of surprise. The aroma of this wine was so rich and enticing, far more appealing than the wines he had drunk before that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars a bottle. He didn't remember buying a similar tasting liquor at home. Could it have been his wife who bought it? Feng Xiuming couldn't help but bring the wine glass closer to his lips. The aroma of the wine grew stronger and stronger, constantly teasing his taste buds. Finally, he couldn't resist taking a small sip. The wine flowed down his throat like a warm current, and in a daze, everything around him became blurred, giving him the illusion of being in a fairyland. Oh my God, this wine is so delicious. Feng Xiuming drank the wine in his glass, finishing it in one gulp after another, and then smacked his lips with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Thump! A heavy sound rang out. Zhang Lia slowly opened her eyes and saw Feng Xiuming lying on the ground. Chapter 98 Asleep? What normal person can't be woken up when they're asleep? After getting off the plane, Feng Zichen and Lu Yuexiang prepared to call Feng Xiuming. The phone rang for a long time, but the other end didn't answer. Feng Zichen frowned and said to Lu Yuexiang, My dad is probably already asleep. Let's just stay at the hotel tonight. He knew it wouldn't be convenient for him to go directly back to the Feng family's old residence with Lu Yuexiang in tow. Xiao Chun, don't you own any houses? Lu Yuexiang asked cautiously. Feng Zichen paused, then shook his head with a complicated expression. No. Can he say that every time he asked his parents for gifts, it was always luxury cars and watches, and that he spent all his money without ever thinking about buying a house? Moreover, he used to have a very good relationship with Feng Zishu, and he could stay in any of Feng Zishu's houses without any restrictions, and he even knew all the electronic lock passwords. But things are different now. His relationship with Feng Zishu can never go back to what it was before. How could he have the nerve to bring his biological mother to live in Feng Zishu's house? At this moment, Feng Zichen finally realized how inconvenient it was not to own a house. Lu Yuexiang was unaware of the inside story and only felt that Zhang Lia was too stingy, having raised Feng Zichen for 20 years and still unwilling to buy him a few more houses. She smiled faintly and said calmly, Xiao Chun, I think it's better for a guy to own a few houses. It'll make it easier to find a girlfriend later. What do you think? You can't always stay in hotels with your girlfriend. She said that last sentence in a joking tone, but wasn't she also talking about herself? She thought she was coming back to China to enjoy a comfortable life with her son, but on her first day back, she was staying in a hotel. Where did that leave her dignity? Okay, I understand. Feng Zichen nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard. When he sees his father tomorrow, he'll ask him to transfer ownership of a villa to him first, so that Lu Yuexiang will at least have a place to live. After spending the last 2 days together, Feng Zichen and Lu Yuexiang became a little closer, but he still couldn't bring himself to call her mom. So he tried to avoid addressing her by that name for the past 2 days. Brother Deng, has the car arrived? Feng Zichen asked Deng Chong. Deng Chong glanced at the message on his phone. I'm already waiting at the airport entrance. Okay, let's go straight to the hotel then. But your injuries haven't been treated today, Deng Chong said hesitantly. Feng Zichen looked impatient. Can't you call a doctor to help me apply the medicine? He didn't want to go straight to the hospital as soon as he got back to China. That would be too unlucky. Okay, Deng Chong said, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He admitted he had been meddling this time, but he would never do anything stupid again. The hotels under the Feng family's name all have suites that are not open to the public, so that the Feng family can check in directly when needed, and there will be no situation where the hotel is not available. Feng Zichen's public identity is still that of the young master of the Feng family, so when he arrived at the hotel, the manager immediately took him to the top-floor luxury suite. Lu Yuexiang had never really suffered much hardship. Back then, she took the breakup fee given to her by Feng Xiuming and went to Country A alone. Although she spent all her money in less than 2 years, she quickly found a boyfriend who was studying in Country A and whose family was relatively wealthy, so she had a long-term meal ticket. The two of them were sweet and loving every day, and Lu Yuexiang felt that those were the happiest days of her life. But the good times didn't last long. Her boyfriend was going back to China to inherit the family business after graduation. Just as Lu Yuexiang was struggling with whether or not to return to China with her boyfriend, he suddenly left without saying goodbye. Only then did Lu Yuexiang realize that, all along, the man had never intended to marry her. Lu Yuexiang was heartbroken for a long time. Later, she dated several boyfriends thanks to her outstanding looks, but none of them led to marriage. In the past 2 years, as she has gotten older, those wealthy men no longer look at her. She herself doesn't want to marry an ordinary man, so she simply found a job to support herself. But self-reliance is not so easy, and she is not someone who can endure hardship. It was such a coincidence that she met her biological son in Country A. How could this not be considered a blessing from God? Lu Yuexiang lay comfortably on the soft bed in the hotel and slowly drifted off to sleep. That night, she had a wonderful dream in which her son became the head of the Feng family, and she became a noble lady of a wealthy family, with everyone fawning over her. When Lu Yuexiang woke up the next day, she still had a smile on her face. After washing up, she asked the hotel staff to bring her breakfast. It was almost noon when Feng Zichen still hadn't come out of the room, so she couldn't help but knock on the door. Xiaochen, are you awake? It's lunchtime, she said softly. After knocking for a while without getting a response, Lu Yuexiang pursed her lips and tentatively turned the door lock. With a click, she pushed the door open from the outside, but the room was empty. Where is he? Lu Yuexiang asked, her eyes filled with confusion. She had been thinking that Feng Zichen hadn't woken up yet, but it turns out he had already left. Why didn't he tell her? Fortunately, she had Feng Zichen's phone number in advance, so she wasn't completely at a loss. Where is Feng Zichen at this moment? He was still half asleep when Deng Chong woke him up. Are you fucking crazy? It's only a little past 7 o'clock. Why did you wake me up? He glanced at his phone and couldn't help but lash out at Deng Chong. Deng Chong was inexplicably scolded and felt uncomfortable. He said expressionlessly, I just received news that President Feng suddenly fainted last night and was sent to the hospital. As for why he only received the news this morning, it's because the incident happened so suddenly last night that no one else had time to notify him. It wasn't until this morning, when Feng Xiuming remained unconscious, that his subordinates remembered that there was another person, Feng Zichen, who had already returned to the country. My dad's in the hospital. Feng Zichen was instantly wide awake and nimbly got out of bed. What exactly happened? Why did my dad suddenly end up in the hospital? Doesn't he have regular checkups every month? I don't know the specifics yet. I'll only know when I get to the hospital. Deng Chong shook his head, his voice devoid of any emotion. Feng Zichen changed into clean clothes, washed up briefly, and then went to the hospital with Deng Chong. As for Lu Yuexiang, he couldn't possibly remember so much. Besides, he couldn't openly bring Lu Yuexiang to the hospital to visit Feng Xiuming. That would be tantamount to declaring war on Jiang Yao. Hospital. Feng Zishu was furious with the doctors. Didn't you say last night that my dad was asleep? Why hasn't he woken up yet? What normal person can't be woken up when they're asleep? The oldest doctor stepped forward and spoke to Feng Zishu in a gentle tone. Miss Feng, I know you are very anxious right now, but we have already given Mr. Feng a full physical examination and found no problems. Chapter 99, Convening a Shareholders Meeting. Doctors, you can go out now. Jiang Yao gently waved to the doctors, signaling them to leave. The doctors exchanged glances and rushed out the door as if they had received a pardon. They were all senior doctors with decades of experience, and patients and their families usually treated them with great respect. But in front of Feng Zishu, they were like greenhorns, standing obediently and taking a lecture. After all, he was the largest shareholder of the hospital. Feng Zishu looked at Jiang Yao with a worried expression. Mom, are you all right? Why couldn't she see any sadness on her mother's face? Could it be that she was so heartbroken that she suffered internal injuries? What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine, Jiang Yao said with a smile. Feng Zishu's expression grew increasingly terrified. Mom, please don't be like this. Dad will be all right. I've already contacted the top doctors in Country A. Silly girl, your mom is really fine, Jiang Yao said, rubbing her daughter's head with a wry smile. How could Feng Zishu believe that she was all right? She preferred to believe that her mother was just overwhelmed with grief and didn't want to show it to make her worry. Jiang Yao pulled her daughter to sit on the sofa, her eyes fixed on her husband lying on the bed. Actually, I know why your dad suddenly fell into a coma. What did you say? Feng Zishu asked, his face showing shock. What's wrong with Dad? Do you know why you didn't tell the doctor? Jiang Yao started by overhearing Feng Xiuming talking to his assistant outside the office, mentioning that Feng Zichen and Lu Yuexiang had returned to China, and that she had someone buy medicine for Feng Xiuming. Your father is getting more and more confused as he gets older. I can't let him continue to be confused. No one can take away what belongs to you and your brother, Jiang Yao said resolutely. But you can't lay a hand on Dad, Feng Zishu said, her expression complicated, unable to accept it. Unlike Jiang Yao, she grew up in a happy and healthy family environment. Her parents had a good relationship and treated her very well. So when her parents have a conflict, she is caught in a dilemma and doesn't know how to react. Jiang Yao could sense her daughter's discomfort and gently hugged her tightly. Silly child, do you really think of your mother as such a wicked woman? Don't worry, your father is fine. He'll just be in a coma for a month. Really? What kind of medicine did you give Dad? Feng Zishu stared intently at Jiang Yao. I'm not entirely sure either, but it won't harm your dad's health. Otherwise the doctor would have found out long ago, right? That makes sense. The hospitals under the Feng family have the world's most advanced equipment. If Feng Xiuming had been poisoned or had other harmful substances, it would have been detected long ago. But now all the doctors say that Feng Xiuming is just asleep, which means that he is not in immediate danger. Mom, why did you drug Dad? Just to make him fall into a coma for a month. Feng Zishu still couldn't understand why her mother would do such a thing. Jiang Lia's eyes flickered slightly, and she asked with a smile, Is a month enough time for you to take over the Feng family? Ah! Feng Zishu exclaimed in astonishment, swaying as if he couldn't bear what he was hearing. So you drugged Dad all for my sake? She doesn't actually need these things. So what if she can't inherit the Feng family business? She can still make a name for herself. You can't say that. There's also Xiao Yao. A mother always has to consider her child, right? Jiang Lia's voice was soft and gentle, overflowing with love. Hearing that Jiang Yao was also involved, Feng Zishu felt a sense of relief. It was good that it wasn't entirely for her sake. Otherwise, she really couldn't bear such heavy love. Feng Zichen rushed to the hospital and saw Feng Xiuming lying quietly on the bed. Dad, what's wrong? He rushed to the bedside, tears streaming down his face. These 2 lines of tears came entirely from the heart, without a trace of pretense. The only person he can rely on now is Feng Xiuming. He doesn't even dare to think about how miserable his life would be if Feng Xiuming were to fall. Sister, what's wrong with Dad? What illness does he have? Feng Zichen asked Feng Zishu anxiously. The specific cause is still unknown, but the doctor said there is no immediate danger to his life. Feng Zichen exhaled a breath of stale air. It's good that he's not in mortal danger. Did the doctor say when Dad will wake up? The doctor doesn't know either. Feng Zishu shook his head. With red eyes, Feng Zichen looked pitifully at Feng Zishu. Sister, I'm so scared. What if Dad doesn't wake up? I wonder if Feng Zishu will treat him better out of consideration for our past relationship. No, Dad will definitely wake up, Feng Zishu said with certainty. On the other side, Jiang Yao was unaware that Jiang Lia had taken everything upon herself. He was currently engrossed in working on his computer. After learning professional skills for so long, they've finally come in handy. Although they're a bit unconventional, who cares, as long as they're useful. Done. Jiang Yao looked at the information he had collected on his computer and grinned smugly. He already possesses evidence of scandals and crimes committed by most of the board member shareholders, which is more than enough to force them to vote to replace the group's chairman. The next step is to find a way to convene a shareholders meeting so that Feng Zishu can officially become the person in charge. However, before Jiang Yao could even take any action, the shareholders started shouting and clamoring. Feng Xiaoming's sudden coma stirred up a silent tsunami within the Feng group, and also drew out some people who were already restless. It's not a good idea for President Feng to remain in a coma. The group can't stay without a leader forever. An elderly director in the ward broke the silence, his voice heavy with sorrow, yet clear in every word. Soon, others chimed in. Neither our partners nor the project can afford to wait. We must come up with a solution as soon as possible to stabilize the situation. I propose that we convene a shareholders meeting immediately to elect an acting chairman to temporarily exercise his authority. I have no objection. We can wait patiently for President Feng to wake up, but we can't wait for those business partners. I agree. It's better to be early than late. So how about we hold the shareholders meeting tomorrow morning? No one objected, and many people wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a profit. That evening, several core board members simultaneously received an anonymous email in their encrypted email accounts. Upon opening the email, the contents sent chills down one's spine. Their previously unknown secrets had been exposed. What's most terrifying is that the person behind it all is that young lady who never fights or competes. Before this, they never even thought that this young lady had a hidden trick up her sleeve. Great, that's a really good tactic. You pretend to be harmless and have them completely fooled. The next day, the shareholders' meeting was held as scheduled. The atmosphere in the meeting room was unusually subdued. The shareholders who had been eager to make a move yesterday were no longer in the mood to act. Chapter 100: The Shareholders' Weaknesses. Feng Zishu never expected that he would become the acting chairman of the group without doing anything. The old men's faces looked as black as the bottom of a pot, and surprisingly, not one of them jumped out to object. Even after the shareholders' meeting ended, Feng Zishu still felt somewhat